Records show he spoke to Tamerlan Tsarnaev for 19 seconds. Just after the phone call ended, the first bomb went off.
This is a part of all of us that we'll never forget. It'll always haunt us.
Bobby Jo Stinnett was butchered in this house.
She was strangled more than once.
The baby was cut from her stomach, and Bobby Jo slowly bled out.
Do not show mercy on her. She showed no mercy when she planned, stalked, ambushed, and murdered my son in his bedroom.
Some crimes are so disturbing that their sentences leave the world speechless. From ruthless serial killers to shocking betrayals, these cases will shake you to the core. One of the most chilling? A killer who thought they could outsmart justice until the judge proved them wrong. Let's begin. This is 202 of the craziest killer sentences of all time.
Please! Man! Man! Did you record now? No! Stop! We gotta figure out what's going on.
The home that once radiated warmth and laughter had become a place of nightmares, its walls stained with the memory of an unthinkable crime. Sidney Powell, 23, sat in the courtroom, her face sealed by an act that shattered the quiet peace of Akron. Just a few years earlier, she had been a promising college student, a young woman with dreams and ambitions. But in March 2020, everything took a turn. Overcome with rage, she attacked her mother, striking her with a cast iron skillet before stabbing her repeatedly. Sidney had always struggled in school, and despite her efforts, she was eventually dismissed from college. Afraid of disappointing her parents, she kept it a secret, pretending everything was fine. She maintained the lie, hoping to fix things before they discovered the truth. But secrets have a way of coming to light. One day, her mother, Brenda Powell, learned the truth. A dedicated child life specialist at Akron Children's Hospital, Brenda was known for her kindness and compassion. She had spent years helping children and families through difficult times, always offering support and understanding. When Brenda confronted Sidney, fear overwhelmed her. What should have been an honest conversation between mother and daughter turned into a heart-wrenching moment that changed their lives forever. A heated argument spiraled out of control, and in a fit of rage, Sidney grabbed a heavy cast-iron skillet and struck her mother. But Brenda didn't collapse immediately. She turned, pain and shock in her eyes, and that was when Sidney made a devastating choice. Overcome with fear and rage, she ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and attacked in a frenzy. But when the rage faded, reality struck hard. The once warm and loving home now felt cold and lifeless. Sidney stood frozen, staring at the horror before her. When investigators arrived, they were stunned. Friends and family struggled to understand what had driven her to such an extreme. As the truth unfolded, it became clear that buried emotions, years of tension, and one fateful moment had led to an unimaginable tragedy. A once unbreakable bond had been shattered forever. Sidney's legal team argued that she suffered from severe schizophrenia. They claimed she experienced a psychotic break and was unaware of her actions, pleading for a verdict of not guilty because of insanity. However, the jury disagreed. They found Sidney Powell guilty of 2 counts of murder, felonious assault, and tampering with evidence. Prosecutors argued she was fully aware of her actions, and despite the tragedy, justice had to be served. On a somber day in court, Judge Kelly McLaughlin sentenced Sidney Powell to 15 years to life in prison. As the verdict was announced, tears streamed down her face.
Sentence you to an indefinite sentence of 15 years to life in the Ohio Department of Corrections.
Though her defense team plans to appeal, the ruling brought closure to many mourning Brenda Powell's loss. Sidney's case serves as a tragic reminder of how hidden struggles can lead to devastating consequences. A mother lost her life, a family was shattered, and a young woman's future was ruined in an instant. Some believe Sidney should have received mental health treatment instead of prison, while others argued justice was rightfully served. Regardless of the perspective, one thing remains clear. Brenda Powell was a beloved mother and community member whose life was cut short by unimaginable violence. Powell's tragic story left an entire nation in disbelief. The next case reveals a heart-wrenching act by a mother that no one could have predicted.
My heart and my mind are consumed with despair, pain, sadness, grief, unceasing anguish, and extreme remorse.
On April 18, 2019, Joanne Cunningham called the police, reporting that her 5-year-old son, AJ Friend, was missing. She claimed she had put him to bed the night before, but by morning, he was gone. A massive search was launched in Crystal Lake, Illinois, quickly drawing national attention. Initially, authorities treated AJ's disappearance as a routine missing child case. However, as investigators dug deeper, inconsistencies emerged. Searching the family home uncovered disturbing conditions: broken windows, filth, and an unbearable stench. But the worst was yet to come. 6 days after AJ was reported missing, his father, Andrew Friend Sr., finally confessed. Overcome with guilt, he led investigators to a desolate area, 10 miles from their home. There lay AJ in a shallow grave and wrapped in plastic. The search had ended, but the grim truth was just beginning to unfold. An autopsy revealed AJ had suffered severe head trauma. Investigators worked relentlessly to reconstruct his final moments, uncovering a devastating reality. On April 15th, AJ made a simple mistake. He soiled his clothes. Instead of comforting him, his mother inflicted a cruel punishment. She forced him into a freezing shower where he shivered and wept. Rather than wrapping him in warm clothes or tucking him into bed, she sent him to sleep cold, wet, and alone. By morning, AJ was gone. His short life, marked by suffering, had come to a tragic end. The painful truth ensured his story would never be forgotten. His suffering was no longer silent, and justice was finally on its way. Cunningham was arrested and charged with the unthinkable crime of taking her own son's life. When she stood before the judge, she admitted what she had done. The courtroom was silent as the judge spoke about the agony and suffering that little AJ had endured. He had lived a life filled with neglect, fear, and mistreatment at the hands of the person who was supposed to love and protect him the most. Despite everything, the defendant wept in court, saying she wished she could bring AJ back. But her words could not undo the years of mistreatment or the grievous end that he faced. The judge, unmoved by her tears, made it clear that there would be no second chances. She received a 35-year prison sentence, ensuring she would never harm another child again. She would also serve 3 additional years under supervised release and be required to register as a violent offender against youth. At the time of condemnation, tears streamed down her face as she realized what she had done wrong.
I'll never be able to justify anything, nor do I ever want to.
AJ's story is a heartbreaking reminder that every child deserves love, safety, and protection. Nothing could ever erase the pain of his short and tragic life. Prosecutors described AJ's life as one filled with misery. He was born into addiction. His mother tested positive for the substance at birth. Child Welfare Services took him away, but later returned him to his parents, believing they had changed. But the mistreatment never stopped. AJ's story is an aching reminder of the dangers of child maltreatment and the need to protect vulnerable children. Though his short life was marked by suffering, his memory calls us to action to ensure no child endures the same fate. Our next case reveals how a trusted figure betrayed her own family for money.
Ka ti-family hinkwato kusukela ka family ya ka Mabasa ya ka Mashego.
Nomia Rosemary Ndlovu was a respected police sergeant in South Africa. She rose from humble beginnings, leaving her home in Bushbuckridge to build a better future in Johannesburg. After joining the South African Police Service, or SAPS, she was stationed at the Tembisa police station. But beneath the uniform and badge, she concealed a chilling secret. She was a cold-blooded killer who murdered her own family for financial gain. Between 2012 and 2018, Ndlovu meticulously orchestrated the murders of 6 family members and her long-term partner. Her motive was chillingly simple. She wanted to collect life and funeral insurance payouts. Over the years, she pocketed approximately 1.4 million rand, or roughly $93,000, from these deaths, using the money to fuel her gambling addiction. Her killing spree began on March 2012 with her cousin, Madala Witness Homu, who was found beaten to death. His murder earned Ndlovu over 131,000 rand in insurance payouts. In June 2013, she poisoned and strangled her sister, Audrey, collecting more than 717,000 rand from various policies. That same month, her niece, Zanella Motha, was brutally beaten to death, netting her an additional 119,840 rand. But Ndlovu wasn't finished. In October 2015, her boyfriend and the father of her child, Maurice Mabasa, was found in Olifantsfontein with 76 stab wounds. His murder brought her another 131,000 rand in insurance claims. 2 years later, in April 2017, her nephew, Mayani Mashaba, was murdered just a day after meeting with her. Her final known victim was Brilliant Mashego, her nephew and the son of her murdered sister, Audrey. He was last seen alive in her company on January 22, 2018. 2 days later, his body was found in Bushbuckridge. For 6 years, Ndlovu deceived investigators and insurance companies, but in 2018, her reign of terror came to an end when she took her crimes a step further. She attempted to hire hitmen to set her sister Joyce and her 5 children on fire inside their home. This time, however, the men she contacted were undercover police officers. During her trial, she broke down, realizing there was no escape. The officers had recorded her giving detailed instructions on the gruesome crime, sealing her fate. In 2021, Nomia Rosemary Ndlovu stood trial for her crimes. The evidence against her was overwhelming. She had targeted her own family, people who trusted and loved her, just for the sake of money. The court found her guilty of 6 murders, as well as charges of fraud, attempted murder, and conspiracy to commit murder. She was sentenced to 6 concurrent life terms for the murders, plus an additional 30 years for her crimes.
I accordingly impose the following sentence on accused. The accused is sentenced to life imprisonment on each count.
Nomia Rosemary Ndlovu's story is one of greed and betrayal. She saw her own family as nothing more than paychecks, leaving devastation in her wake. Families were torn apart, children lost their parents, and trust was shattered beyond repair. Her case is a chilling reminder that sometimes the greatest threats come from those we trust the most. Rosemary's cold-blooded pursuit of wealth through murder is chilling. The next case explores how lies can lead to an unfathomable tragedy.
I found a woman this morning on the side of the road, and her baby had been removed from her body. And then you show up with a baby.
On a quiet morning in October 2020 in New Boston, Texas, Regan Simmons Hancock, a young mother, was at home with her 3-year-old daughter, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her second child. At 35 weeks pregnant, she had no idea that a friend, Taylor Parker, was about to arrive with a chilling plan. Taylor had spent months pretending to be pregnant, faking ultrasounds, hosting a gender reveal party, and convincing everyone she was expecting. But there was a major flaw in her scheme. There was no baby. As her lies began to unravel, her desperation grew, and she resorted to extreme measures to make her deception a reality. What should have been a peaceful morning turned tragic, forever altering the lives of those involved. In the quiet of her home, Taylor, driven by a disturbing motive, launched a violent attack on Regan, causing unimaginable pain. As the situation unfolded, Regan's 3-year-old daughter played nearby, oblivious to the horror unfolding around her. Despite Regan's strength and courage, she and her unborn baby could not survive the ordeal. Thankfully, her daughter remained unharmed. After stealing the baby, Taylor sped away, attempting to make it look as though she had just given birth. She was soon pulled over for driving erratically. When officers approached, they saw a newborn in her lap, but something was off. The umbilical cord appeared to be coming from her pants, a feeble attempt to simulate a recent birth. She was taken to the hospital, where doctors quickly uncovered the truth. There was no evidence that Taylor had given birth, and the baby wasn't hers. Meanwhile, back at Regan's home, the authorities discovered the horrifying crime scene. After the trial, Regan's mother, Jessica Brooks, said, "Now we can stop crying." She described how her daughter had still been alive, fighting for her baby while Taylor brutally attacked her.
The heavy burden feels lifted. I feel like now we can start trying to heal. We don't have this over our heads. We know where she's going to be. We know where she's at. And
prosecutors exposed Taylor's months of deception, showing how she manipulated those around her into believing her fake pregnancy. Even Regan's husband, Homer Hancock, admitted that Taylor was somewhat of a friend. She had even taken their wedding and engagement photos. Despite the defense's argument that Taylor's family and friends should have noticed the signs of her fake pregnancy, the jury showed no mercy. Given the gruesome nature of the crime, they sentenced her to death. Taylor became emotional as she heard her sentence, but she had to face the consequences of her actions. Regan was a loving mother, wife, and friend who trusted the wrong person. The fact that her daughter was in the home during the crime makes the tragedy even more profound. A husband lost his wife, a little girl lost her mother, and a baby was never able to take its first breath. Taylor Parker now sits on death row, awaiting the ultimate punishment for her heinous crime. Up next, Andrea Belser, a chilling case of a teenager who turned on the very people who raised and loved her.
This question would be, I snapped. I took my little K bar there and planted it straight into my mother's back. And then
on Halloween night, October 31st, 2016, Winthrop, Maine experienced one of the most horrifying crimes in its history. 17-year-old Andrea Belser made a chilling 911 call, confessing to stabbing her parents to death. Initially, she told the dispatcher she had snapped, citing struggles with gender identity and acceptance. In a moment of rage, she took the lives of the very people who had raised her. Andrea's story was both shocking and heartbreaking. That night, she made a devastating choice that changed everything. While hugging her mother, she suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed her. Her father, awakened by the screams, rushed to help, only for Andrea to turn on him as well. A military-style knife was later found near his body. The tragedy didn't end there. She also killed the family's small pet. However, when her older brother, Christopher, stood before her, she spared him, saying, "It's not your day." When the police arrived, they expected to find someone in distress, but Andrea remained calm. As she spoke to detectives, she even laughed while recounting the events. Her lack of remorse was deeply unsettling.
Kind of quickly beaten out of me, you know?
Andrea later claimed she had struggled with gender identity and felt her parents didn't support her. She also alleged that her mother had been mistreated. However, her family strongly denied these claims. Her uncle, Carl Pierce, insisted that Andrea's parents were loving and supportive. He called her accusations an insult to their family, stating that nothing could justify the horrific crime she had committed.
I told them what I wanted to be, you know? I question my identity.
Christopher, Andrea's older brother, struggled to understand her actions and could not forgive her. In a heartfelt statement, he said, "I still hear our mother's screams every night. She was stabbed by the son who loved her so much. You are an inhuman creature." His words were filled with pain and sorrow as he recalled the horrific events that took their parents' lives. Andrea pleaded guilty in hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. The judge acknowledged her struggles with gender identity, but emphasized that personal challenges could never justify such violence. Ultimately, she was sentenced to 40 years in prison. As the sentence was read, she began to cry.
My entire support system was destroyed, and what was left was an extended family that did their best to make sure I was safe and healthy, but couldn't replace what I've lost.
Though tragic, the crime could not be excused by its underlying reasons. The court acknowledged Andrea's age and past, but emphasized accountability. Christopher, now orphaned, struggled with the weight of his sister's actions, while Andrea faced the lifelong consequences of her choice.
Keeping Mr. Balser in the juvenile system would greatly diminish the gravity of this offense. This is an incredibly heinous murder of his parents, and keeping him in that system would diminish that offense greatly.
The community was shaken, a family shattered. While Andrea pleaded for forgiveness, her surviving relatives couldn't grant it. Some saw a troubled teen acting out of pain, others a remorseless killer. Andrea's act was horrific, driven by sinister emotions. Our next case shows a brutal act of oppression that will leave you speechless.
How my sister and my grandma still forgave me on that very first day.
On October 14th, 2021, 17-year-old Ethan Orton made a decision that would alter his life forever. Living in Cedar Rapids, Iowa with his parents, Casey Arthur Orton and Misty Scott Slade, Ethan had always felt emotionally neglected. He told a psychologist that his parents were emotionally and verbally harmful, leaving him isolated and unwanted. The breaking point came when his mother emailed him the day before, informing him he had to move out when he turned 18. This pushed him over the edge. That night, as the house lay in silence, Ethan put his plan into motion. His mother rested in a chair while his father slept on the couch. He approached his mother first, gently waking her. She stirred, confused as he gripped a large knife. Startled, she attempted to rise, but tension filled the moment. His father, still asleep, remained unaware. Ethan then turned his attention to him, ensuring he stayed undisturbed. His mother, struggling, moved towards the kitchen in search of safety. He followed, determined to finish what he started. Grabbing another knife, he ensured there were no loose ends. Then, spotting an axe nearby, he made his final move. As the night stretched on, the house returned to silence. He had completed what he had set out to do, and nothing remained uncertain. When the police arrived, Ethan did not hide the truth. He admitted to what he had done, saying he wanted to take charge of his life. However, investigators found no signs of neglect or mistreatment. They only discovered the common disagreements that many teenagers experience with their parents.
I just know for a fact that I'm doing my part being up here, knowing that this is something that needed to be addressed, especially something that I thought I'd never do in my entire life.
As the case moved to trial, experts examined Ethan's mental state. A forensic psychologist testified that he did not suffer from any mental illness. He was intelligent, capable of logical thinking, and had carefully planned his actions. His choices were deliberate, not impulsive.
Described himself as a quiet, reserved person, a good kid, denied problematic behavior.
In June 2023, after reviewing all the evidence, the judge made his decision. Ethan received 2 life sentences for his actions. However, because of his young age, the law allowed him a chance for parole. He will be eligible for release after serving 50 years in prison. By that time, he will be 67 years old, an age when most people look forward to retirement and a quiet life. As Ethan heard these words, tears welled up in his eyes as he realized what he had done.
Today's 3-hour hearing included testimony from forensic psychologist Dr. Tracy Thomas. She describes Orton as an emotionally over-controlled people-pleaser who internalized a lot of family problems.
As the courtroom emptied, the weight of his choices became clear. What had started as a desire for control had led to a lifetime behind bars, a future shaped by a single irreversible night. In court, Ethan expressed remorse. He said, "One thing that is really important here is I am really sorry for all this." He wished he could take back what he did. Some of his relatives forgave him, but others could not comprehend how he could commit such a brutal act.
Something that should have never been done. What's really important here is that I really am sorry for all this.
Ethan's case is a heart-wrenching reminder that communication and support are crucial in families. While he may have felt unheard, his actions were extreme and irreversible. His case raises complex questions about emotional neglect, teenage mental health, and the devastating consequences of bottled-up emotions. Ethan's sorrowful pursuit of control takes 2 innocent lives. The next case reveals how emotional turmoil spirals into darkness.
If you accidentally ran over someone and killed them, would that bother you?
On a quiet night in Hendersonville, Tennessee, a crime unfolded that left the entire community in shock. 15-year-old Zachary Davis brutally murdered his mother, Melanie Davis, while she slept. What made the case even more chilling was his cold, emotionless demeanor during his confession. Zachary was 9 years old when he lost his father to ALS, a devastating disease that altered his life forever. After his father's passing, he struggled with deep sadness and isolation. His grandmother, Gail Cron, later revealed that he had fallen into depression. Yet his mother, Melanie Davis, never sought the mental health support he needed. As the years passed, he became increasingly withdrawn, and his fascination with dark and violent topics intensified. On the night of August 10, 2012, tragedy struck their Hendersonville home. As his mother slept, Zachary crept into her room, gripping a heavy sledgehammer. Without hesitation, he struck her nearly 20 times. When asked later why he did it, he coldly replied, "I wanted to make sure she was dead."
You killed your mother. And why did you kill her?
She wasn't taking care of my family.
But the horror didn't end there. After killing his mother, Zachary set fire to the house with his older brother still inside. Whether he intended to cover his crime or had darker motives remains unclear. Fortunately, his brother escaped unharmed, but nothing could undo the devastating loss. As investigators delved into Zachary's life, they uncovered disturbing details that painted a dark picture. He had developed a fascination with violent video games and horror stories, particularly Stephen King's Misery. His interest extended to phone apps related to serial killers and torture devices. Perhaps the most unsettling discovery was a notebook filled with eerie writings. One chilling quote read, "You can't spell laughter without slaughter." These words hinted at a mind consumed by darkness.
It said some things in there that notepad yours we found.
Despite his troubling behavior, mental health experts couldn't agree on a specific diagnosis. However, one thing was clear. Zachary understood the difference between right and wrong. He wasn't legally insane. During his police confession and later in court, Zachary showed no emotion. He spoke in a flat, monotone voice, never expressing regret or repentance for what he had done. This deeply disturbed both the judge and the jury. It was not just the crime that horrified them, but the way he seemed completely detached from it. His actions, combined with his lack of emotion, left everyone wondering what had truly led him down such a dark path.
Do you do the things your father asked you to do? Sometimes.
He was found guilty of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and aggravated arson. In April 2015, he received an automatic life imprisonment for murdering his mother. Later in June, the judge added 20 more years to his sentence, making his total prison time at least 71 years before he could be considered for parole. During sentencing, Judge D. David Gay stated to sentencing him to life in prison, but he showed no guilt for his act, which made the crime even more chilling.
Zachary Davis was described as anything but normal, whispering every spoken word as if trying to hide his true voice.
The case of Zachary left people with mixed emotions. His crime was horrific, and his lack of shame made it difficult to feel sympathy for him. However, his grandmother believed that if he had received proper mental health treatment after his father's death, this tragedy could have been avoided. In the end, this case serves as a chilling reminder of what can happen when deep emotional struggles go unnoticed and untreated. Zachary's cold confession left the courtroom in shock. The next case explores a violent story fueled by sentimental struggles.
Anyway, so if he's around somewhere here, I don't think he's likely to cause any trouble.
He doesn't seem like he'd be a real threat to the community. It seemed like he was in a stressful situation.
At just 14 years old, Cody Posey committed a crime that shocked everyone. To outsiders, the Posey family appeared happy. He lived with his father, Delbert Paul Posey, his stepmother Trione, and his stepsister Mary Lee on a ranch in New Mexico. His father worked for renowned journalist Sam Donaldson, and from the outside, their life seemed picture perfect. But behind closed doors, Cody endured relentless mistreatment at the hands of his father. No one knew the horrors he faced, until the day he couldn't take it anymore. On July 4th, 2004, Cody reached his breaking point. His father, enraged as usual, slapped him across the face. But this time, something inside him snapped. The following day, July 5th, he grabbed a shotgun and walked into the house. His stepmother sat on the couch, reading a book. Without hesitation, Cody shot her twice in the back of the head. Moments later, his father entered the room and Cody shot him too. His stepsister, Mary Lee, who had just walked in, was the last to be killed. In an attempt to cover up the crime, Cody loaded the bodies into a backhoe and buried them in a shallow grave beneath a pile of manure. He believed no one would ever discover his secret. But the truth was about to surface in the most horrifying way. On July 6th, journalist Sam Donaldson stopped by the ranch and was met with a gruesome sight: broken glass and signs of violence everywhere. He immediately called the police, and within hours, investigators uncovered the shallow graves. Cody was arrested the next day, on July 7th. Initially, he denied any involvement, but it didn't take long for him to confess. What he revealed left everyone in shock.
If the court turns this young man loose on society, he'll kill again if it suits his purpose.
Cody told the police that his father had mistreated him for years. He was beaten, kicked, and forced to work long hours without food or water. He was woken up with an electric cattle prod, whipped with a lasso, and even dragged behind a horse. But the worst came on the night before the murders. His father had tried to force him into something unthinkable. He wanted him to have a physical relationship with his stepmother. When he refused, his father burned him with a welding iron. That was the moment when he realized he couldn't endure the mistreatment any longer.
He snapped from physical and sexual abuse.
I was overwhelmed. I lost control of emotion. I didn't know what I was feeling.
His lawyers contended that he had reached a breaking point, losing control after years of harm. Former stepmothers, ranch workers, and others who had witnessed his father's cruelty supported his claims. When Cody took the stand, he broke down as he recounted the horrors he had endured. However, the prosecution maintained that Cody had planned the murders and exaggerated his claims of mistreatment. They highlighted the brutality of the crime and his attempt to conceal it. In the end, he was convicted on different charges for each victim. First-degree murder for his stepsister, Mary Lee. Second-degree murder for his stepmother, Trione. And voluntary manslaughter for his father, Paul. When the verdict was read, Cody sobbed, broke down in tears, and lowered his head onto the table.
But he's expected to have an established plan on what course his life will take.
Despite the severity of the crime, Cody was sentenced as a juvenile. Instead of spending his life in prison, he was sent to a juvenile detention center with psychiatric treatment. Many people, including Mary Lee's biological father, believed that he had already suffered enough. On his 21st birthday, October 9, 2010, Cody was released. His exact whereabouts today remain unknown. Some believe he's living under a new identity, trying to leave his painful past behind. The case of Cody leaves people with mixed emotions. On one hand, he committed a terrible crime. On the other, he was a child who had suffered unimaginable mistreatment, with no one to protect him. Up next, Demetrius Blackwell, a man whose violent actions led to the tragic and senseless murder of an NYPD officer.
Killer. You realize what you did? You killed a man for no reason at all.
On May 2, 2015, tragedy struck Queens Village, New York. Officer Brian Moore, a 25-year-old NYPD officer with a promising future, was shot in the line of duty while patrolling in an unmarked car. The event shocked the city, leaving behind deep sorrow and outrage over the death of a young man who dedicated his life to protecting others. It started when Moore and his partner, Officer Eric Jansen, were patrolling undercover in Queens Village, New York. They were on the lookout for potential burglary suspects when they noticed a man behaving suspiciously. He appeared to be fiddling with something in his jeans, which caught the officer's attention. As they approached him to ask a few questions, he suddenly turned and opened fire without any warning. A bullet struck him in the head, critically injuring him. Officer Jansen narrowly avoided harm but was left shaken by the unexpected attack. The incident escalated quickly, leaving him in critical condition. He was rushed to the hospital where doctors worked tirelessly to save his life. Despite their best efforts, he sorrowfully passed away 2 days later. His death left a deep space in the hearts of his family, who were overwhelmed with grief. The NYPD, along with the entire community, mourns the passing of a brave and dedicated officer. At just 25 years old, he had committed his life to protecting others, and his untimely death became a solemn reminder of the dangers faced by law enforcement every day.
Meanwhile, 37, and with a criminal history. He showed no remorse in the courtroom. His defense attorney had tried to argue that his seizure disorder and various mental disabilities.
Demetrius Blackwell was arrested shortly after being identified in a lineup. Prosecutors presented strong evidence against him, including his DNA found on 2 bullets in the weapon cylinder, which confirmed his guilt. During the trial, Blackwell's defense argued that he suffered from severe epilepsy and psychosis. They claimed his mental state was impaired, which led to the shooting. However, the prosecution emphasized the intentionality of Blackwell's actions, stating that he acted deliberately and there was no sign of self-control due to his mental health.
My world was forever changed. My world was forever turned completely upside down, unrecognizable to me anymore. I was left racked by pain.
The evidence against the defendant was overwhelming. It was revealed that while Moore was fighting for his life, he seemed unconcerned. Instead, he focused on the outcome of a boxing match, showing complete indifference to the calamity he caused. This lack of empathy and his blatant disregard for the consequences of his actions deeply angered the public and the jury. His behavior after the shooting reinforced the claim that he had no shame for his act. This callous attitude, combined with the physical evidence, ensured a strong case against him, leading to his conviction for the murder of the officer. After a 3-week trial, a jury convicted the defendant on all charges, including first-degree murder. The judge sentenced Blackwell to life in prison without the chance of parole. Still, he acts not guilty of his act. The death deeply affected some of the police officers, too, along with his family.
He looked away from the overflow crowd of police officers in the courtroom. Some of the officers were crying. But in his torn white jumpsuit, Blackwell showed no emotion at the reading of the list of charges,
ensuring he would never harm another person again. His family, though relieved by the verdict, remained heartbroken, knowing no amount of justice could fill the gap left by his death. The murder of the officer serves as a stark reminder of the risks law enforcement officers face daily. Moore, posthumously promoted to detective first grade, made 150 arrests and earned 2 medals during his 5 years of service. His father, uncle, and cousin, also members of the NYPD, spoke of his bravery and dedication. Thousands of officers from across the country attended his funeral to honor his sacrifice. Though fairness was served, the throes of his passing linger in the hearts of his family and colleagues, and his story remains a poignant testament to the courage of those who serve and protect. As one of the police officers said, "You cannot raise your hand to New York City.
You cannot raise a hand to a New York City police officer. If you do, we will not forget."
Officer Moore's mournful death marked a devastating loss for his family and the NYPD. The next case shows how a single moment of violence shattered a community.
If you see me with a straight face, it's not because I just have no feeling or I just hate people. I'm just some kind of cold-blooded killer.
On July 13, 2008, the peaceful town of Twinsburg, Ohio was shaken by a tale that no one saw coming. Officer Josh McTarian, a respected and well-loved member of the Twinsburg Police Department, had been working a late-night shift when he stopped a vehicle for loud music and suspected drunk driving. That routine traffic stop would soon turn into a heartbreaking story of grief and justice. He was a dedicated police officer, a loving husband, and a proud father to his infant daughter. On the night of July 13, 2008, his shift brought him to a quiet intersection at State Route 91 and Glenwood Drive in Twinsburg, Ohio. There, he pulled over a vehicle for loud music and suspected drunk driving. When he looked inside the car, he saw 23-year-old Ashford Thompson and his girlfriend, Danielle Robertson. And when the officer tried to arrest them, a sudden struggle broke out. Thompson, who had a permit to carry a concealed weapon, pulled out a gun. Panic occurred, and in a distressing turn of events, he shot the officer 4 times, once in the forehead and 3 more times as he lay on the ground.
Do you know whether the suspect had left the scene or not?
We did not see the suspect vehicle. We were not sure where the suspect was currently located.
At this time, the officer's loyal canine partner was locked in a police cruiser, unable to help, but by the time help arrived, it was too late to save him, leaving behind a community shattered by the absence of a devoted protector. Officer McTarian dedicated 11 years of service to the Twinsburg Police Department and also served as a part-time officer with the Uniontown Police. Sadly, he became the first officer in the history of the Twinsburg Police Department to lose his life in the line of duty. This case sent waves of chaos through Twinsburg, where McTarian was remembered as a hero because of his ultimate sacrifice. After the grievous events at the traffic stop, Ashford Thompson and his girlfriend Danielle Robertson fled the scene in panic. They drove to Thompson's sister's home in Bedford Heights, hoping to cover up what had just happened. Thompson's sister, Bridget Robertson, tried to assist them by taking the gun used in the shooting and hiding it in the stove. But their efforts to erase the evidence and responsibility were in vain. The police were already closing in. Within an hour, officers arrived at the house and arrested Thompson. Despite their best efforts, justice soon caught up with them. His brief escape came to an end, and justice began its pursuit, and Thompson was convicted for all counts by the jury.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Ashford L. Thompson, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of aggravated murder.
Meanwhile, McTarian, a beloved husband and father, was rushed to Metro Health Medical Center by first responders. Catastrophically, the injuries he suffered were too severe, and he passed away shortly after. The death of the officer created a profound emptiness in the hearts of his family, colleagues, and the community he had served so devotedly. In the summer of 2010, Ashford Thompson was convicted of aggravated murder and his death penalty was executed. At the time of sentencing, tears were shed out from his eyes. His appeals claimed that he had a personality disorder and should have been evaluated before standing trial, but the court ultimately upheld his sentence.
I still don't have copies of the things that I've asked for. I don't have a copy of anything. I don't even know what the prosecutor's going to use against me.
His girlfriend and sister were also held accountable for their roles in the aftermath of the crime, receiving probation and house arrest for attempted obstruction of justice. His canine partner retired and lived with the family until his passing in 2011. This story is a devastating reminder of how a single moment can forever change lives. He was not only a dedicated law enforcement officer, but also a loving husband and father. The senselessness of the act leaves a profound ache, deeply felt by his family, friends, and community. While the swift justice delivered provides some solace, today everyone remembers him for his service and sacrifice, hoping his legacy continues to inspire strength and unity in the community he served.
My little girl has to go to a cemetery to sing happy birthday to her dad. And I want you to think about that.
The brutal murder of Officer McTarian is a painful chapter. The next case shows a police officer's life was taken amid chaos.
I don't want to see him. He should be sent away and never see the light again.
On October 20th, 2015, a woe struck the streets of Harlem when Officer Randolph Holder, a dedicated NYPD officer, lost his life in the line of duty. The events leading to his death were both shocking and heartbreaking. Officer Holder, a third-generation policeman, was responding to a chaotic scene of gunfire and gang violence when his life was cruelly taken. The deadly conflict erupted over a gunfight between rival gang members, fighting for control of stolen bikes. At the heart of the chaos was 32-year-old Tyrone Howard, a small-time substance dealer with a lengthy criminal history. In a desperate bid to escape, Howard seized a bike and fled, armed and determined. Officer Holder and his partners swiftly responded to the scene, chasing Howard down a footpath near the Harlem River. As the pursuit escalated, Howard turned and fired a single shot. The bullet struck Officer Holder in the head, taking his life instantly. As the news of Officer Holder's death spread, the community of Harlem mourned. The harrowing death of Officer Holder sent shockwaves across New York City. He was a dedicated and brave officer who served his community with pride and integrity. As the son of a police officer, he was deeply admired for following in his father's footsteps and for his commitment to making the city safer. The NYPD and the community he served mourned the absence of a true hero. Officer Holder's life and service were honored by colleagues, family, and citizens who recognized his sacrifice. His untimely death reminded everyone of the dangers officers face daily and the immense courage they show while protecting others. His legacy remains an inspiration to all. As the tragic events of that night set the stage for a courtroom battle, the trial of Tyrone Howard was intense and emotional, leaving a lasting impact on everyone involved. Prosecutors worked hard to show the court how little regard Howard had for human life. They presented strong evidence to prove he knew exactly what he was doing when he fired the fatal shot that killed him. Every detail pointed to the fact that Howard's actions were deliberate and calculated.
Tyrone Howard hopped off the stolen bike and then shot Holder in the head on an East River footbridge near the FDR Drive. Holder's family did not want to speak on camera, but they stood with the Patrolman Benevolence Association President Pat Lynch.
Howard's defense team tried to deflect responsibility, arguing that the chaos of the situation was not entirely his fault. They claimed he acted out of panic during the violent events of that night. However, their arguments did little to sway the jury. In the end, the jury was not convinced by Howard's defense. They delivered a guilty verdict, ensuring justice for Officer Holder and his grieving family. This trial highlighted the devastating consequences of violence and the courage of those who served to protect others. After 4 days of tense deliberations, the jury delivered its verdict on March 6, 2017. Tyrone Howard was found guilty of aggravated first-degree murder, a charge that carried a mandatory sentence of life without parole. The courtroom was filled with torn feelings, relief from Officer Holder's family and colleagues. Holder's father, Holder Sr., nodded quietly as the verdict was read. His grief was visible as he wiped tears from his eyes. The courtroom, packed with fellow officers, stood united in honoring the memory of a fallen hero. Tyrone Howard, with an expressionless face, showed he had no repentance for his act.
Officer Holder's accused killer. Judges are not allowed to consider how dangerous a criminal is. Got a deferred 2-year sentence in January for diversion rehab programs instead of jail time.
Randall's distressing death left his family and loved ones alone. His absence created an unfillable emptiness in the lives of those who cared for him. This case serves as a sobering reminder of the dangers police officers face daily and the sacrifices they make to keep communities safe. Officer Randolph Holder's life was taken in a split second, but the next case shows a murder that changed the lives of everyone involved.
Maybe it was volitional, he was absent himself on purpose, I was thinking. That seemed to be very acute. It was the worst that it had been.
On May 28, 2011, tragedy struck in San Antonio when Deputy Kenneth Vann was ambushed and shot dead while waiting for a traffic light. The shooter, Mark Anthony Gonzalez, launched a barrage of shots from an assault rifle, ending Deputy Vann's life. When he was arrested and convicted of capital murder after a lengthy trial, the community was left grappling with the senseless loss. The pain of Deputy Vann's death was soon followed by a lengthy legal process that seemed to stretch the family's suffering. Throughout the trial, the defendant didn't show any expression, even as the courtroom was filled with the mourning and anguish of Yvonne Vann, the widow of Deputy Kenneth Vann. Gonzalez was accused of pulling alongside the patrol car and firing 46 rounds from an assault rifle, a brutal act that changed the lives of many forever.
This concussion would not have affected his ability to understand the nature of his actions.
Yvonne shared memories of her husband, the small joys they used to share, and the future they had dreamed of together. Now, she explained, those dreams were gone, replaced by a haunting emptiness. She said, "I will never forgive him for what he did."
I have no problem in forgiving Mark Anthony Gonzalez. No, I will never forgive what he did.
As she stood before the court, she was asked if forgiveness was a chance. With tears in her eyes, she answered firmly that it wasn't. Her words depicted a devastating picture of her misfortune, heart-wrench, and the permanent scars left by Gonzalez's actions. Yet, throughout her emotional testimony, he showed no sign of guilt. After years of anguish and a lengthy legal process, the fate of the defendant was finally decided. In the courtroom, Judge Mary Roman delivered the verdict that many had anticipated. He was condemned to death for the brutal ambush and murder of Deputy Kenneth Vann. As the trial progressed, Yvonne's heartache remained evident, but the legal process continued. The road to this moment had not been simple. Before the formal sentencing could take place, he had to undergo a separate trial to determine his competency. Questions arose about whether he was mentally fit to face the punishment for his actions. Eventually, the court ruled that he was competent to stand trial, clearing the way for the final decision. When the day of judgment arrived, the courtroom was heavy with emotion. Judge Roman's words cut through the silence as she declared that he would face the ultimate penalty under Texas law. And finally, he had to face the death penalty.
You are hereby sentenced in accordance with Texas law to death.
It was not just a legal decision, but a somber conclusion to a story that had devastated a family and shaken a community. Yet, even as justice was served, he sat apathetically, offering no sorrow for the life he had taken. Even though justice had been served, the road to closure was far from complete. Despite the severity of his actions and the irreversible ache caused, his defense team announced plans to file an appeal against the verdict. However, for Yvonne Vann, the verdict didn't bring her husband back. With the verdict in place, Yvonne Vann was left with the painful reality of her husband's absence. The courtroom felt the full weight of Yvonne Vann's words echoing through the room. Her unbearable suffering was palpable as she mourned the future she would never have with her husband. This case serves as a stark reminder of the agony caused to those who loved Deputy Vann. Up next, Miguel Alvarez and Diego Hernandez, two teenagers whose brutal crime shocked those who learned the disturbing details.
To take action, Defendant Hernandez Rivera walked over, grabbed the pistol out of Defendant Alvarez Flores' hand, turned toward the complainant and fired one round from the pistol into her head.
In February 2017, a horrifying crime shocked the community in Houston, Texas. Two young men, Diego Hernandez Rivera, also known as Scary, and Miguel Alvarez Flores, known as Diabolico, were involved in a gruesome murder linked to a satanic ritual. The victim, 15-year-old Genesis Cornejo Alvarado, was a teenager with her whole life ahead of her. She became entangled with the wrong crowd and paid the ultimate price. Genesis once found herself entangled in a dangerous situation, unknowingly stepping into a world she couldn't fully understand. She was dating someone connected to a group known as MS-13, a gang notorious for its dark and violent ways. Among their many secrets, the group held deep faith in Santa Muerte, a figure they called the Saint of Death. They followed rituals they believed would protect them and ensure their loyalty to their practices. One day, Genesis made a mistake she didn't realize carried such a weight. According to investigators, she unintentionally disrespected their sacred shrine, a place they held in the highest regard. This act, though unintentional, was seen as an unforgivable offense by the gang. In their twisted beliefs, the group decided that Genesis had to face severe consequences. They claimed that her life was needed as an offering to Santa Muerte, a sacrifice they thought would strengthen their bond to their practices and ensure their loyalty. The story serves as a chilling reminder of the dangers lurking in places we least expect and the importance of understanding the values and beliefs of those around us. Genesis's life became a tragic tale of a world consumed by misguided faith and cruelty. One day, Genesis found herself in a dangerous situation she could not escape. Two individuals, Hernandez Rivera and Alvarez Flores, committed an unthinkable act, taking her life as part of a ritual. The violence of this act left the community in shock, struggling to comprehend how such a tragedy could happen. News of the incident quickly spread, drawing national attention. As investigators uncovered more details, the story became even more unsettling. It revealed a dark and troubling belief system that had led to the senseless loss of a young life. The arrest of the two young men brought some relief to the grieving community. Both were charged with first-degree murder, ensuring they would face justice for their actions. But both of them showed no remorse for their act. While the case highlighted the depths of human cruelty, it also reminded everyone of the importance of standing together as a community in times of sorrow. Though Genesis was gone, her memory continued to inspire a sense of unity and strength among those who loved her. The tragedy became a powerful reminder of the value of compassion, understanding, and the need to protect one another from harm. It was a story no one would forget, serving as a call for kindness and vigilance in the face of danger. Facing justice, both Hernandez Rivera and Alvarez Flores eventually pleaded guilty to their heinous crimes. In court, prosecutors revealed the shocking motive and the circumstances leading to Genesis' death. Hernandez Rivera was sentenced to 40 years in prison, along with an additional 12 years for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. His sentences would run concurrently. Alvarez Flores also received a 40-year prison sentence for his role in the murder. However, neither of them has shown any remorse for their actions, as they were seen smiling and one was waving their hand. The story of Genesis Cornejo Alvarado is a heartbreaking reminder of how quickly life can take a dark turn when surrounded by dangerous influences. The community mourned the senseless loss of a young girl, while many expressed outrage over the violent beliefs that led to such a tragedy. Justice was served, but nothing could undo the pain felt by her family and friends. Police also said that people don't need to be afraid of these criminals.
An investigation that we're going to just disseminate that information out in the street. That's not the case. People should not be scared of criminals. They should trust their police, the local police.
Genesis' story serves as a stark warning about the dangers of falling into the wrong hands and the devastating consequences of violence. Next, we explore how greed takes the life of a young individual.
I plead to the court for my own life and not to be sent to state prison, because that would be a death sentence.
On June 18, 2018, the world lost a young artist, 20-year-old Jose Dwayne Ricardo Onfroy, known to fans as XXXTentacion. The rising rapper and singer-songwriter was murdered in broad daylight outside Riva Motorsports, a high-end motorcycle and boat dealership in Deerfield Beach, Florida. Jose had just withdrawn a large sum of money from the bank to make a purchase when his life was tragically cut short. Jose had just left the dealership, driving his sleek black BMW i8, when a dark-colored Dodge Journey blocked his way. Inside the SUV were 4 men: Michael, Trayvon, Dedrick, and Robert. 2 of them, Michael and Trayvon, got out of the SUV holding guns. They demanded Jose's belongings, including a Louis Vuitton bag with $50,000 inside. A struggle broke out as Jose tried to defend himself. His step-uncle, who was with him, ran away in fear. Jose, trying to stay calm, pleaded with the men, but despite his efforts, Michael fired multiple shots. Jose fell to the ground, gravely wounded. The men quickly got back into the SUV and fled, leaving behind a devastated community. Family and friends were left in shock and sorrow over the loss of a young life taken too soon. Jose, known for his music and impact on many, had dreams and a future ahead of him. His tragic end sparked grief and anger, but it also united those who loved him in the fight for justice and remembrance of the bright spirit he once had. The authorities acted quickly after the tragic event. Surveillance footage from the dealership captured Dedrick and Robert following Jose moments before the attack. Dedrick's distinctive orange sandals and his social media posts played a key role in connecting him to the crime. Within days, all 4 suspects were arrested. Boatwright, identified as the shooter, had search terms like accessory to murder on his phone shortly after the crime. Robert, his accomplice, later agreed to testify against the others in exchange for a plea deal. The trial revealed how carefully planned and violent the crime had been. On March 20th, 2023, Boatwright, Newsom, and Williams were found guilty of first-degree murder and robbery with a firearm. Boatwright received 2 life sentences without the chance of parole, plus an additional 30 years. At the time of the sentence, Boatwright showed no remorse and remained silent.
This court will sentence you to life in Florida State Prison, credit for 1,732 days already served.
Newsom and Williams were also sentenced to life in prison without parole. Robert Allen, who cooperated with authorities, was given a reduced sentence of 7 years with probation for his role in the case.
The defendant is guilty of armed robbery as charged in the indictment. Guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in the indictment of the defendant Trayvon Newsom in this case. The defendant is guilty of armed robbery as charged in the indictment.
While the justice system worked to hold the perpetrators accountable, the pain of losing a loved one was still felt deeply by Jassé's family and community. His legacy would live on in the hearts of those who cherished him. XXXTentacion's death sent shockwaves through the music industry and among his millions of fans worldwide. Known for his raw, emotional music, Jassé was on a path of redemption and growth before his life was tragically stolen. The judge who sentenced the perpetrators condemned their actions, reminding them of the lives they destroyed, including their own. The death of Jassé Onfroy reflects the dark side of gang loyalty. The next case shows how a gang conflict can easily shatter the dreams of a young life.
If you ever hit the streets again, you make better decisions.
In October 2019, a tragic event unfolded on a basketball court in Queens. A 14-year-old boy, Amir Griffin, was shot and killed while playing on his home court at the Baisley Park Houses in South Jamaica. The shooter, Sean Brown, a reputed gang member, had been involved in a bitter gang conflict and mistakenly shot Amir, believing he was targeting a rival. Amir's death was a senseless tragedy that left his family devastated. Amir Griffin was a bright 14-year-old with a passion for basketball. He was even being noticed by high schools who wanted him on their teams. Amir was focused on his future and had nothing to do with gangs. But one day, while playing basketball on his home court in Queens, tragedy struck. Sean Brown, a gang member involved in a dangerous gang war, thought he was shooting at a rival gang member. Instead, he shot Amir, an innocent boy who was just enjoying a game. The mistake changed everything. Amir's family was left devastated, and the community was in shock. The young boy who had dreams of playing basketball and building a better future was gone. Sean Brown's actions set off a series of events that led to a courtroom where Brown would face the consequences of his mistake. He realized that his careless act of violence took the life of a promising young boy who had so much ahead of him. Amir's death was a tragic reminder of the dangers of gang violence and the heartbreaking loss of his family and loved ones. It was a senseless tragedy, one that no family should ever have to experience. In January, Sean Brown stunned everyone in the courtroom by attempting to back out of the plea deal he had agreed to earlier. His change of heart shocked those present, especially Amir Griffin's grieving family, who had hoped for closure. But by March, Brown faced the reality of what he had done and finally pled guilty to manslaughter, conspiracy to commit murder, and weapon possession. His decision to plead guilty wasn't easy, and it showed how difficult it can be to accept the weight of one's actions. For Amir's family, this was a chance to finally speak up and have their voices heard. The courtroom became a place where they could see justice begin to unfold, even though no sentence could bring their beloved son back. They had waited so long for this moment, and while the road to this point was painful, it was a step toward some kind of peace. Though the courtroom could never fill the emptiness left in their hearts, Amir's family hoped that by holding Brown accountable, they could help prevent another family from going through the same kind of heartache. It was a moment of justice, but the pain would remain with them forever. Throughout the whole trial, Brown showed no remorse, even asking the judge to reduce his sentence. On Wednesday morning, Sean Brown was sentenced to 25 years in prison for killing Amir Griffin, along with 5 years of post-release supervision. He was also sentenced to an additional 5 years for criminal possession of a weapon. The sentence brought some closure to Amir's grieving family, though the pain of losing a child could never truly be healed. Amir's mother, Shaniqua Griffin, gave an emotional statement, expressing her relief that the case was finally over, even though nothing could bring her son back. Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz expressed the collective heartache of the community, noting how gun violence has taken too many innocent lives. Shaniqua Griffin, Amir's mother, echoed this sentiment. "Nothing can change the fact that my son is no longer here. highlighting the emptiness of her life.
It doesn't change the fact that my son is no longer here, but a little bit of closure.
This was a shot heard round the borough. We had a death of a 14-year-old child who was just out playing basketball.
Amir's family found some sense of justice, even though the tragedy would forever leave a hole in their hearts. No child should ever have to fear going to the park, and no parent should ever have to bury their child. The case ended with some justice, but the emotional scars would last a lifetime for Amir's loved ones. Griffin's tragic death echoed the dangers of gang violence. Our next case shows the brutal murder of a man at the hands of his so-called friends.
They beat him to the point that his skull was actually depressed. I'm bothered by the fact that they were comfortable enough to let the evidence of the crime just sit.
In October 2016, Christopher Dean, a father trying to turn his life around, was brutally murdered by gang members. His death became one of the most horrific murders in recent Atlanta history, leaving behind a family devastated by his loss. The story of his tragic fate unfolded through a gruesome sequence of events, exposing the brutal violence of gang retaliation and the heartbreaking aftermath for his loved ones. Christopher Dean was a loving father who wanted to turn his life around for the sake of his two young boys. He had struggled in the past, but was determined to be the father they needed. He worked hard to leave behind old habits and start fresh. One day, he received an invitation to meet at a house in Atlanta, believing it was a chance to finalize a substance deal that would help him move forward. Little did he know, this meeting would lead to unimaginable tragedy. As Christopher arrived at the house, he was unaware that he was walking into a trap. The gang members who invited him had a different plan. They were angry with Christopher for his past involvement with the police, and their anger would lead to a violent and horrific act. What followed was a brutal attack. Christopher was beaten, tortured, and ultimately killed by those he trusted. Christopher's life was taken most viciously, leaving his family heartbroken. His two boys lost their father, and his loved ones were left in shock and grief. The pain of his loss would echo through their lives, but Christopher's effort to change his life for the better would never be forgotten. When Christopher arrived at the house, he was met with a horrible surprise. The gang members who had invited him there suddenly turned on him. They attacked him without warning, using crowbars and 2x4s to beat him. The violence didn't stop there. They also burned him and did things no one should ever experience. Christopher, helpless and in pain, had no idea why this was happening. The gang members were angry at him for something that happened years earlier, when he had cooperated with the authorities in a different case. They wanted revenge for something that had nothing to do with him anymore. The attack continued for a long time, but the end came when Christopher was shot twice in the back of his head. His life was taken in such a cruel way, leaving behind a broken family and a community in shock. What started as a simple meeting turned into a nightmare that no one could have imagined. Christopher's death was more than just a tragic loss for his family. It served as a heartbreaking reminder of how dangerous gang violence can be. The cruelty he faced was a reflection of the anger and bitterness that ran deep within the gang members, showing just how destructive their choices could be. After Dean's body was found in the trunk of a car at a MARTA station, the authorities began to piece together the grisly details of his murder. The criminals responsible, all part of the gangster disciples, were eventually arrested and tried for their crimes. 5 of the gang members were convicted of murder, felony murder, and other charges, with life sentences handed out to most of them. Christopher Lockett, who was the leader among 5, showed no remorse for his act.
This is just the court affording Mr. Lockett.
While the legal system delivered justice, it did little to heal the deep wounds left behind for Christopher's family, especially his 2 young sons. The impact of Christopher Dean's death is felt deeply by his family, especially his father, Larry Dean, who struggled with the painful task of telling his young grandchildren that their father would never be coming home. His death was a devastating blow to the family, leaving them with an unfillable void. Despite the conviction of the killers, the community and Christopher's loved ones remained haunted by the brutality of the murder and the heartbreaking loss of a man who was striving to be a better father and person. Christopher's case shows the murder of a man taken in the name of faith. The next case shows a haunting tale that leaves us questioning trust.
Mr. Devins has to make an informed decision about who he wants as lawyers. He's now been sitting in our jail for 2,159 days.
On October 26, 2018, a quiet night in Broward County, Florida turned sinister. 4 young men, Jamel Demons, known as YNW Melly, his childhood friend Cortland Henry, YNW Bortland, and their close friends Anthony Williams, YNW Sackchaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., YNW Juvie, shared a bond through music and friendship. But after that night, everything changed. Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. were found tragically dead in a 2018 Jeep Compass, victims of what initially appeared to be a drive-by shooting. The shocking news rippled through their close-knit community, leaving friends and family heartbroken. As investigators dig deeper into the case, their findings painted a far more unsettling picture. Prosecutors allege that Jamel Demons, better known as YNW Melly, a rising star in the music industry, was the one who fired the fatal shots. What made this revelation even more chilling was the bond the three men shared. Melly and the victims weren't just collaborators in the music world. They had grown up together, forming a friendship that seemed unshakable. According to the prosecution, Melly's childhood friend, Cortland Henry, helped stage the scene to make it look like the attack had come from outside the vehicle, and the demon is the one who was fatally shot. For the families of Anthony and Christopher, the accusations were devastating, adding another layer of pain to their grief. As the story unfolded, it left fans and observers grappling with the unthinkable chance that betrayal had played a role in this heartbreaking tragedy. When the murders were discovered, Jamel Demons was not just any young man. He was a rising star in the hip-hop world, known for his haunting hit, Murder on My Mind, a song that eerily mirrored the crime he was accused of. This fame brought immense media attention to the case. Prosecutors argued that ballistic evidence showed the gunfire came from inside the car, directly implicating Melly. However, no murder weapon was ever recovered. Melly and Henry both pleaded not guilty, with defense lawyers claiming the accusations lacked credible evidence and emphasizing the deep friendship between Melly and the victims. In 2023, YNW Melly's first trial became a major event, streamed live across platforms and capturing worldwide attention. After 3 intense days of jury deliberation, the case took an unexpected turn. The jurors couldn't agree on a unanimous verdict, forcing the judge to declare a mistrial. This left the families of the victims and the public without closure, as the case remained unsolved. Prosecutors immediately began preparing for a retrial, determined to seek justice. However, the road ahead was not easy. Key evidence, including Melly's phone records and social media posts, was excluded from the trial by the judge. This ruling caused significant delays as the state worked to appeal the decision. As the legal battles continued, the situation became even more complex. New allegations surfaced accusing Melly of tampering with a key witness. Prosecutors claimed he coordinated with others to prevent crucial testimony from being heard. They also alleged that Melly had ties to a criminal gang and was involved in directing its activities. Throughout the trial, Jamel's reaction shows that he wants nothing to do with any court proceedings. These developments added more twist to an already complicated case, leaving everyone involved waiting for answers. The retrial remains on hold, with the world watching closely to see what will happen next. As for now, YNW Melly's retrial remains on hold, leaving the fate of the case uncertain. Both Melly and Henry face life sentences if convicted. The thing that makes everyone happy is that even at this time, Melly is blowing kisses, smiling and laughing.
Melly has been seen smiling and laughing in court, but it was this moment that is now being shared online.
Really?
He appears to be praying.
The legal system continues to grapple with the twists and turns of this high-profile case, and the public watches closely, awaiting justice. The tragedy of this story lies in the betrayal of trust and the loss of 2 young lives. For fans of YNW Melly, it's heartbreaking to see a promising artist entangled in such a horrific case. For the families of Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr., it's an unimaginable grief that no verdict can erase. Up next, John Charlton, a man whose gruesome crime revealed a chilling tale of violence and deception.
You smothered her laugh, you crushed her smile, and you left us with the nightmare of the unimaginable.
April 8, 2016. It started as a normal Friday night in Seattle. Ingrid Line, a 40-year-old nurse and mother of 3, was excited about her date. She'd met John Charlton on a dating app, a seemingly charming man who shared her love for baseball and lively conversation. They attended a Mariners game together, laughing and bonding, but by the next morning, Ingrid was gone. What unfolded next would reveal a crime so calculated and cold, it would leave Seattle reeling. Garbage bags filled with human remains began appearing around the city, each discovery bringing investigators closer to a horrifying truth.
All right, Ingrid Line, a single mom, found just hours after she was reported missing. Well, her body parts were found, including her head, an arm, a foot, found in 3 separate plastic bags inside a recycling bin.
2 days after her disappearance, a disturbing find shook the community. A resident stumbled upon a garbage bag in a recycling bin in Seattle's Central District. Inside were human remains, including a severed head, later confirmed to belong to Ingrid Line.
Holding a man suspected of killing a mother of 3 that he met online. Ingrid Lynn's body was found over the weekend. She was supposed to be with the suspect, John Charlton, on the night she disappeared.
Police immediately turned their attention to John Charlton, the last person seen with Ingrid. His story? A tangled web of inconsistencies. Charlton claimed they had both been drinking heavily, and he didn't remember much of the night. But investigators were about to uncover a far more sinister sequence of events. Detectives searched Ingrid's home and found critical evidence, a pruning saw in the bathtub, with traces of Ingrid's blood and tissue still on it. Charlton's DNA was also found at the scene, leaving no doubt about his involvement. Surveillance footage tied Charlton to the area where the garbage bags were dumped, further sealing his fate. What made this case even more chilling was the methodical nature of the crime. Charlton had reportedly killed Ingrid in her own home, dismembered her body, and then disposed of the remains across multiple locations in Seattle. The cold and calculated nature of his actions shocked even the most seasoned investigators. During the trial, prosecutors painted a picture of a man with a long history of violence and substance issues. Charlton had a record of assault and violence, and his relationships were marked by chaos and aggression. His defense argued he was too intoxicated to remember what happened, but the evidence was overwhelming.
He placed her body in a bathtub. Using a pruning saw, he dismembered her body, severing her limbs and head from her torso.
Today is the close of a tragic end to a great life lived and ended far too soon.
Instead, handing down the harshest sentence legally possible, just over 27 years.
Charlton was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 27 years in prison, a punishment many felt was not nearly enough for such a heinous crime.
I do agree that there's no words that can alleviate the pain that I've caused. And for that, I'm truly sorry.
In court, Ingrid's family delivered heartbreaking impact statements. Her father described her as a devoted mother and a compassionate nurse who brought joy to everyone around her. The emotional toll on her young daughters was immeasurable, with the loss leaving a permanent void in their lives. Charlton, in stark contrast, sat stone-faced as the verdict was read. His lack of remorse further infuriated Ingrid's loved ones and the community, cementing his place in their minds as a remorseless predator. Our next case takes us to Australia, where a late-night Tinder date led to a shocking tragedy.
They both wanted uncomplicated, fast sex, and hooking up on the dating app Tinder was the perfect way to do it. But when Gable Tosti met Warina Wright 2 years ago, their night of passion ended in death.
The Gold Coast of Australia is known for its stunning beaches, lively nightlife, and glittering high-rises. A paradise where thousands of tourists come to relax and let their guard down. But on one warm August night in 2014, a young woman's final evening on vacation ended in tragedy that would haunt an entire nation. 26-year-old Warina Wright, visiting from New Zealand, had matched on Tinder with Gable Tosti, a confident and well-groomed 28-year-old. The plan was simple, a casual date filled with fun and lighthearted conversation. But what began as an ordinary night in paradise quickly unraveled into chaos. Hours later, Warina's body was discovered on the pavement beneath Tosti's 14th floor apartment. Her life was cut short, leaving behind questions that would ignite a firestorm in the media and the courtroom. Was this a tragic accident, or did something far more sinister take place that night?
Like, I was alright at first, and we, had sex in bed, and then after that, she kept drinking.
The evening started like any other Tinder date. Warina arrived at Tosti's high-rise apartment in Surfer's Paradise, a neighborhood renowned for its energy and ocean views. The two shared drinks and chatted, the night brimming with unspoken possibilities. But as the hours passed and alcohol flowed, their friendly banter began to sour. Tensions escalated rapidly, leading to an argument that spiraled out of control. In an effort to defuse the situation, Tosti locked Warina out on the balcony, leaving her trapped 14 stories above the bustling streets below. Panic consumed her. The edge of the balcony must have felt like the edge of the world. Desperate to escape the confinement, Warina attempted to climb down, but in the darkness her grip failed. The next moment was sheer horror. Warina plunged to her death, her body hitting the pavement with a force that echoed across the quiet night.
Just 27 seconds after Warina Wright is locked out on the balcony, she falls to her death.
The scene left police and residents shocked. How had an innocent night out ended in such devastating loss? And more importantly, could Tosti have prevented this tragedy? As investigators pieced together the night's events, a critical clue emerged. Tosti had recorded hours of audio on his phone. The recordings captured the rising tensions, angry exchanges, and Warina's terrified cries leading up to the fatal moment.
You guys stole my
I should
so
never.
That's why I'm calling them.
Should have never given you so much to drink. I thought we were gonna have fun.
Well, where's my shit?
The audio painted a picture of the chaos inside the apartment. Heated arguments, physical struggles, and ultimately the sound of Tosti forcing Warina onto the balcony. "You're lucky I haven't thrown you off my balcony," he allegedly said, a chilling statement that gripped the public's imagination. Tosti claimed he acted in self-defense, stating that Warina had become aggressive. He argued that locking her on the balcony was an attempt to protect himself and defuse the conflict. But investigators noted the evidence. Warina's body bore over 80 injuries, bruises and scratches that hinted at a struggle.
Crown prosecutors are alleging that Gable Tosti was not on the balcony at the time Warina Wright fell to her death from his Surfers Paradise apartment.
When the case went to trial, it became a media sensation. Prosecutors argued that Tosti's reckless actions, though not physically violent, directly led to Warina's death. The defense maintained that she was in control of her own actions and that Tosti had no responsibility for the tragic fall. The jury was tasked with answering a difficult question. Could someone be held accountable for a death caused by coercive behavior, even if there was no direct physical harm? After a tense and highly publicized trial, the jury delivered its verdict. Gable Tosti was found not guilty of both murder and manslaughter charges. The court determined that while his behavior was deeply troubling, locking Warina on the balcony, taunting her during the argument, there was no legal basis to hold him accountable for her decision to climb over the railing. The law required evidence of physical violence or intent to harm, neither of which the prosecution could prove.
Mr. Tosti is very happy with the result. He's relieved that this matter is now behind him, and he's looking forward to moving on with his life. Thanks to those people that have supported him through this and realises just how tragic this has been for many people.
The ruling left many Australians divided. Some believe the verdict was a fair reflection of the legal evidence, while others felt it highlighted flaws in the justice system, arguing that actions like Tosti's, while not technically criminal, could still have devastating consequences. In the courtroom, Warina's family sat in quiet agony. Her mother, hands trembling, listened to the harrowing audio recordings of her daughter's final moments echoed through the room. The cries, the panic, the sound of her daughter's life slipping away. It was an unimaginable pain that no family should endure. On the opposite side of the room, Tosti sat calm and composed, his expression blank as the verdict was read. For many watching the trial, this lack of visible emotion only deepened their outrage. How could someone remain so stoic after such a tragedy? For Warina's loved ones, the acquittal brought no closure, only a profound sense of loss.
Could you describe the last couple of years for us, Mr.
Tosti's a pig!
This sort of reaction from people, does that affect you at all, sir?
The case sparked national debates about personal accountability and the risks of meeting strangers through dating apps. Warina's death served as a sobering reminder of how quickly situations can escalate and how fragile life can be when trust is misplaced. Now we turn to the unsettling case of Daniel Drayton, a man who used dating apps as a tool to find his victims.
It turns out he is anything but. Police in New York were searching for Drayton for the July 17th strangling murder of 29-year-old nurse Samantha Stewart.
In the summer of 2018, the warm streets of Queens buzzed with life, and for Samantha Stewart, a young and ambitious nurse, life was full of promise. At 29 years old, she was building her career, nurturing her close-knit family bonds, and looking forward to a bright future. But what Samantha couldn't have known was that her trusting heart and search for connection would lead her straight into the hands of a sinister predator. Daniel Drayton, a man who used his charm and confidence on dating apps like Tinder, seemed like a perfect match. With a calm demeanor and a disarming smile, he could make anyone feel safe. But beneath his facade hid a deeply disturbed individual, one whose violent compulsions would claim Samantha's life in a way no one could have anticipated. By the time police uncovered the true extent of Drayton's crimes, Samantha's death would be just one part of a dark and terrifying pattern.
Stewart and Drayton met on Tinder. In a press release last week, Queens County District Attorney Melinda Katz said Drayton was a, quote, charmer online, but was in fact an alleged sexual predator.
Samantha and Daniel first connected on a dating app. Their conversations were light and engaging, and for Samantha, meeting him seemed like a normal part of modern dating. But this wasn't a chance encounter. It was a carefully planned trap. On the evening of July 16, 2018, Samantha invited Drayton to her home in Queens. At first, everything seemed fine, but as the night unfolded, Drayton revealed the darkness lurking beneath his charming exterior. What happened next was nothing short of horrifying.
A 29-year-old nurse found raped and strangled in her Queens apartment. Law enforcement traced her brutal murder to one man, Daniel Drayton.
In the privacy of her bedroom, Drayton strangled Samantha to death, ending her life in a brutal act of violence. Her family became concerned when Samantha failed to respond to calls or texts. Hours later, their worst fears were confirmed when they discovered her lifeless body. She had been left in her bedroom with signs of a violent struggle. Samantha's death wasn't just devastating, it was the tip of the iceberg. Investigators soon realized they weren't dealing with an isolated crime. Drayton was a suspect in other assaults and murders across state lines, and his history painted a chilling picture of a man who hunted women through dating apps to satisfy his violent urges.
The paper reporting that cops in New York found Drayton's car at JFK Airport and were able to track him to LA, likely saving this North Hollywood woman's life.
Drayton's ability to evade capture ended just days after Samantha's murder. Authorities tracked him to Los Angeles, where he had lured another woman into his web. He had taken his latest victim to a hotel room, where he held her hostage and harmed her. By the time law enforcement arrived, the scene was one of absolute terror. Drayton was arrested in the hotel room before he could claim another life. The investigation that followed revealed the true extent of his crimes. Samantha's murder was not an isolated act. It was part of a disturbing, multi-state crime spree.
Yeah, when authorities arrived at that North Hollywood apartment, 27-year-old Daniel Drayton may have been moments away from committing his 8th murder.
Drayton claims his actions were not his own, blaming what he called demonic control. But investigators saw through his excuses. The evidence was undeniable. From DNA tying him to multiple victims, to eyewitness accounts that described his patterns of manipulation and violence. Drayton's crimes were methodical and predatory. He used dating apps to target women, gain their trust, and isolate them before committing acts of unspeakable violence. His charm was a weapon, and he wielded it with chilling precision.
It took a court order to get a crime spree suspect in court today. Daniel Drayton pleaded not guilty to attempted murder.
In the courtroom, the full scope of Daniel Drayton's actions was revealed. He faced charges of first-degree murder for Samantha Stewart's death, along with numerous charges related to his other victims. The evidence presented was overwhelming, and there was no doubt about his guilt. Drayton was sentenced to life in prison, a punishment that reflected the magnitude of his crimes. For Samantha's family, the verdict brought a sense of justice, but it could never erase the pain of losing her.
Then she's always out walking the dog, and she says, well, he wasn't interested in me, but I'm like, he could have attacked you. I mean, he's a nut.
This case wasn't just about one man. It was a wake-up call for society. Drayton had exploited the anonymity of dating apps to hunt his victims, using technology as a tool for violence. The case sparked conversations about online safety and the importance of vigilance when meeting strangers. In court, Samantha's family delivered heartbreaking victim impact statements. Her brother described the unimaginable pain of losing a sister who had been the glue of their family, someone who had dedicated her life to helping others. Tears streamed down their faces as they recounted her kindness, her ambition, and the bright future that had been stolen. Drayton, however, showed no remorse. His cold, emotionless demeanor sent a chill through the courtroom. He sat silently, unmoved by the grief and anger surrounding him. For the families of his victims, this lack of humanity made the pain even harder to bear.
All of this was happening. He was being arraigned. Through his attorney, his public defender, he pleaded not guilty. He'll be back in court August 14th. Slumped in the corner, obviously wanted to stay away from any cameras except the one camera from the sheriff's department that was videotaping his every move.
Samantha's murder left a permanent scar in her family, but they vowed to keep her memory alive. She wasn't just another victim. She was a daughter, a sister, and a caregiver whose life had been taken far too soon. Her story became a call to action, a reminder to stay vigilant and to demand greater protections against predators who use technology to exploit and harm. Now we shift focus to Bailey Boswell, a Tinder match that would take an unthinkably dark turn.
Charges have been filed against Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell, the two persons of interest in the disappearance and death of Sydney Lou. Charges of first-degree murder and improper disposal of human skeletal remains were filed yesterday in Saline County.
In November 2017, Sydney Lou, a 24-year-old from Nebraska, was looking for a fresh start after struggles in her personal life. Like many others, she turned to Tinder. Her match? Bailey Boswell, a charming woman with an inviting smile and a story that seemed intriguing. Sydney eagerly planned a second date with Bailey, but little did she know that meeting would be the last chapter of her life. The night of their date, Sydney texted a friend saying how excited she was, even leaving her location pinned for safety. When Sydney didn't show up for work the next day, her family grew concerned. After a frantic search, investigators uncovered a chilling discovery. Sydney's dismembered remains, packed in trash bags, scattered in rural Nebraska.
But after weeks of searching, Louf's body was found in rural Clay County near Edgar, Nebraska in December. She died of suffocation.
The police soon zeroed in on Bailey and her boyfriend, Aubrey Trail, who were linked to Sydney's disappearance. Surveillance footage captured Bailey and Aubrey buying tools like saws and bleach, items investigators believed were used to carry out their grisly crime. Bailey and Aubrey's twisted scheme unraveled during questioning. Aubrey claimed Sydney's death was an accident during a bizarre group fantasy. However, prosecutors painted a far darker picture. Sydney had been lured into a trap. Text messages revealed Bailey had groomed Sydney for days, building trust to carry out their deadly plan.
She did not survive. This death was up close. It was personal. Strangled her, face to face, eye to eye. Squeezed the life out of her.
In court, chilling details of the couple's obsession with dark fantasies left the jury stunned. Evidence showed they had planned to kill for months, targeting vulnerable women through dating apps. In 2021, Bailey Boswell was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, narrowly avoiding the death penalty. Her partner, Aubrey Trail, received a death sentence, cementing their roles in one of Nebraska's most haunting crimes. The courtroom was filled with emotion as Sydney's family spoke of a light extinguished too soon.
Greatly missed by many. She's a great person. We love her so much. A lot of people do, obviously, in the family.
Sydney's parents described their unimaginable grief, calling Bailey a monster who betrayed their daughter's trust. In court, Bailey showed little remorse, maintaining a cold, detached demeanor that only added to the heartbreak of Sydney's loved ones. The community mourned the loss of a kind-hearted young woman whose life was stolen by calculated evil. Up next, we dive into the case of Jesse Kempson, where a seemingly ordinary date turned into a crime that would send shockwaves around the globe.
Did you kill Grace Mullane? Jesse Kempson, you're under arrest for the murder of Grace Mullane.
It was December 1st, 2018 in Auckland, New Zealand. Grace Mullane, a 22-year-old British backpacker, was on a solo journey to explore the world. After celebrating her birthday with a newfound sense of adventure, she matched with a charming man on Tinder, Jesse Kempson. The pair agreed to meet for drinks, unaware that this encounter would mark the beginning of a chilling and tragic story that would make international headlines.
The jury watched CCTV footage of Jesse Kempson and Grace Mullane on their Tinder date in central Auckland, bar hopping, drinking, and eventually kissing.
Grace and Kempson were spotted on CCTV, chatting and laughing as they visited various bars in Auckland. But behind Kempson's friendly demeanor was a man hiding dark intentions. The pair ended up at his apartment, where a horrifying sequence of events unfolded. Kempson would later claim their night turned consensually rough, but the evidence told a different story. Grace was strangled to death, a chilling act Kempson would try to pass off as an accident. As Grace's family grew concerned after not hearing from her, the search for the young traveler began. Her disappearance gained media attention, and local authorities launched a full-scale investigation. It was Kempson's behavior that began to raise suspicions.
CCTV footage from the following morning showed Kempson buying a suitcase and cleaning products, hiring a carpet cleaning machine, picking up a rental car, and driving out to West Auckland to buy a shovel.
While Grace's family prayed for her safe return, Kempson went to great lengths to cover his tracks. He purchased a suitcase and cleaning supplies, then searched for ways to dispose of her body. Security cameras captured him calmly wheeling the suitcase containing Grace's remains out of his apartment, later burying it in a shallow grave in the Waitakere Ranges. When questioned, Kempson initially denied involvement but quickly fell apart under scrutiny. Police discovered disturbing internet searches on his devices, including tutorials on how to dispose of a body. His web of lies unraveled, exposing him as a cold and calculating predator. In court, Kempson's defense tried to paint the incident as a tragic accident during consensual rough intimacy, but the jury didn't buy it. The evidence was damning. Grace's cause of death, manual strangulation, along with Kempson's actions afterward, left no doubt about his intent.
Do you find the defendant, Jesse Shane Kempson, guilty or not guilty? Guilty.
In February, Jesse Kempson was jailed for life with a minimum non-parole period of 17 years.
Kempson was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum non-parole period of 17 years. The trial revealed chilling details of his predatory behavior, including claims from other women who accused him of violent assaults. Grace Mullane's tragic death sent shockwaves across the globe, sparking conversations about the dangers of dating apps and the vulnerability of women traveling alone. In court, Grace's father delivered a powerful victim impact statement, describing his daughter as fun-loving, adventurous, and full of life. The pain etched on her family's faces was palpable as they demanded justice for Grace.
All the three of them read out their victim impact statements. There was emotion there. Yeah, I felt it. You just feel for that family, but he had no emotion. I looked at him.
Kempson showed no remorse during the proceedings, maintaining his innocence with an unsettling detachment. His sentencing brought some solace to Grace's grieving family, but the loss of their beloved daughter remains an unfillable void. Up next, Jameer Miller, a case that exposes the devastating impact of reckless violence and its irreversible consequences.
The big story tonight at 5, breaking news in Detroit. Detroit police say a man is in custody at this hour in connection to the kidnapping and murder of Detroit Medical Center nurse Patrice Wilson, who was killed Saturday.
Look at that person lingering around the outside. Hat on, mask over his face, and a long blonde wig. Prosecutors and police say that is 36-year-old Jameer Miller.
On a quiet May morning in Detroit, Michigan, nurse Patrice Wilson finished her overnight shift at a local hospital. Unbeknownst to her, lurking in the shadows was Jameer Miller, her ex-boyfriend turned stalker. As she stepped into her car, Miller ambushed her, forcing his way into the vehicle at gunpoint. This kidnapping would end in a chilling crime that shook the city to its core.
And it was a man that allegedly would not leave her alone, would not respond to her wishes to leave her alone.
Miller's obsession with Patrice began after their relationship ended. Unable to accept her moving on, he began a campaign of harassment, one that escalated dangerously over time. Authorities later revealed that Miller had a history of violence, including connections to the 2011 disappearance of another girlfriend. Despite his alarming behavior, no one could have predicted the horrifying events that unfolded.
Out his alleged plan to abduct his ex-girlfriend nurse, Patrice Wilson. Miller knows where Wilson works. He knows when she gets off from work.
That fateful morning, Miller abducted Patrice from the hospital parking lot. Surveillance footage captured the terrifying moment, showing her desperate struggle to break free. Tragically, her body was discovered the next day in the trunk of her car, abandoned in a neighborhood miles away. She had been shot in the head, a cold and calculated execution.
Her attacker speeding away, driving her Lincoln SUV. Wilson was later found stuffed in the trunk of that SUV. She had been shot to death.
The case unraveled quickly as detectives traced Miller's movements. Using surveillance footage, witness accounts, and digital evidence, investigators built a damning case. Miller attempted to evade justice, but was arrested just days later. His criminal record, which included multiple offenses, painted a picture of a man with unchecked rage and a dangerous history.
She was simply trying to live her life, work hard, and break off a relationship that she knew was not good for her.
During his trial, prosecutors highlighted Miller's pattern of targeting women who rejected him. Testimony from family members, friends, and even strangers illustrated the fear and devastation he left in his wake. His chilling lack of remorse was on full display as the evidence mounted against him. Miller pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping, facing a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The courtroom was tense as Patrice's family confronted him, their voices trembling with grief and anger. Despite their emotional pleas, Miller remained cold, his expression devoid of remorse. His sentencing marked the end of a dark chapter for Detroit, but left unanswered questions about the justice system's ability to prevent such tragedies.
Livingston says she can't stomach the thought of losing another child.
Back in 2003, I lost a son. He was riding his bike and he was 15 years old and a car hit him.
Community members held vigils, mourning the loss of a vibrant woman whose life was cut short by senseless violence. In the courtroom, Patrice's mother delivered a powerful statement, recounting the devastating moment she learned of her daughter's death.
I can say it to you, I don't understand you. What kind of person are you? Where you come from? Who can even support you?
His lack of reaction only deepened the outrage for those present. For Patrice's family, there was no closure, only the bittersweet knowledge that her killer would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Jameer Miller's lack of remorse highlighted the terrifying consequences of obsession turned deadly. But the next case centers on Harvey Nichols, a man whose fixation escalated into a brutal crime, leaving a community shaken.
I heard gunshots and just dived for cover. It was horrific. It all happened so quickly, and the next thing I see is the gun.
On September 13, 2005, the glamorous Harvey Nichols department store became the site of a horrifying crime. Amid bustling shoppers, Michael Petch, a former security guard, approached Claire Burnell, a 22-year-old beauty consultant, with chilling intent. In a matter of seconds, the store transformed from a luxurious haven into a scene of chaos as Michael enacted his devastating plan.
At Harvey Nichols department store in London tonight. Police said a man and a woman were pronounced dead at the store.
Michael Petch had become obsessed with Claire after a brief relationship. When Claire ended things, his behavior spiraled. He began stalking her relentlessly, sending threatening messages and following her every move. Claire, terrified, reported him to the authorities. Michael was arrested and charged with harassment, but despite being bailed with strict conditions, he continued to track Claire. On the day of the murder, Michael slipped past Harvey Nichols' security. Armed with a 9mm handgun he had smuggled into the UK from Slovakia, he followed Claire into the beauty hall. Witnesses later recalled seeing him pacing near her counter, his face dark with anger. As Claire chatted with a colleague, Michael pulled out his gun and shot her in the back of the head. She collapsed instantly.
The thing we established was that 4 shots were fired, and then a further one was shot into the ceiling, and then he turned the gun on himself.
Shocker screamed and ducked for cover as Michael fired 3 more shots into Claire before turning the gun on himself. Witnesses described the horror of seeing Claire's lifeless body on the store floor, surrounded by broken glass and the lingering echo of gunshots.
Behind this shocking murder in the most prestigious shopping street in the UK lies a tale of love, obsession, and a very modern phenomenon, stalking.
Michael's obsession had robbed Claire of her future and left her loved one shattered. Despite Claire's reports to the authorities and Michael's bail conditions, he was able to acquire a firearm and evade detection. The failure to protect Claire from a known stalker sparked outrage across the UK, leading to calls for stricter stalking laws and better support for victims.
As they told me what had happened, I knew it was Pesh. I just knew. I said it's Pesh.
Claire's mother, Patricia Bernal, became a vocal advocate for stalking victims, dedicating her life to raising awareness and pushing for legal reforms. She was so full of life, Patricia recalled, her voice breaking. No one should endure what Claire did.
I've learnt about another world that we live in, and I've been cocooned, and I've cocooned my children.
The public outcry following Claire's murder led to the establishment of organizations like Protection Against Stalking. While justice couldn't bring Claire back, her story became a catalyst for change, giving strength to countless stalking victims who feared they had no voice. Our next case takes stalking to a new level. Stephen Duxbury, a man whose actions turned a young woman's worst fears into a terrifying reality.
The suspicious death of a 27-year-old Orlando woman. Sasha Samsudin's body was found Saturday night inside of her apartment at Uptown Place.
In the early hours of October 17, 2015, Sasha Samsudin, a vibrant 27-year-old with a bright future, was found lifeless in her Orlando apartment. Sasha had been enjoying a night out with friends before the unimaginable happened. What started as an ordinary evening turned into a nightmare when Stephen Duxbury, a security guard at her apartment complex, used his position of trust to commit an act of unthinkable violence. Stephen Duxbury, a 33-year-old security guard at the apartment complex, exploited his position to target Sasha. When Sasha, slightly intoxicated, struggled to find her keys to enter her apartment, Duxbury offered to help. What seemed like an act of kindness quickly turned sinister. Surveillance footage captured Sasha entering the complex with Duxbury following closely behind, a chilling image that would later haunt investigators.
As a security guard, he used his access to prey on someone who was very vulnerable.
What happened next unfolded behind closed doors, but the evidence told a story of horror. Duxbury used his master key fob to access Sasha's apartment. There, he launched a brutal attack, strangling her in a desperate attempt to silence her screams. Sasha fought for her life, scratching Duxbury and leaving DNA evidence under her fingernails, a silent testimony to her struggle.
They started gathering evidence inside Sasha Samsudin's neat and tidy apartment after finding her lifeless body in her bed October 17th.
The morning after, Sasha's friends became worried when she didn't respond to calls or texts. Their fears turned into devastation when her lifeless body was discovered inside her apartment, wrapped in a blanket. Investigators quickly zeroed in on Duxbury after uncovering damning evidence: misuse of the key fob, inconsistencies in his alibi, and Sasha's DNA found on his person. The community, once trusting of their security staff, was left in shock and fear.
Death is the result of asphyxiation and a particular type of asphyxiation, manual strangulation.
The trial was harrowing. The prosecution meticulously laid out the evidence, painting a chilling picture of a man who betrayed his position of trust for his twisted desires. Sasha's family and friends filled the courtroom. Their grief was palpable as they relived the horrifying details of her final moments. Duxbury, who showed no remorse, claimed innocence and attempted to shift blame onto others. But the evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for only 5 hours before finding him guilty of first-degree murder, attempted sexual battery, and burglary. He was sentenced to life without parole, ensuring he would never harm another innocent victim again. Sasha's mother stood before the court, her voice trembling but determined, as she described the void left in their lives. Friends recounted Sasha's warmth and ambition, contrasting the bright future she had with the darkness of her end. Duxbury's cold, detached demeanor during these testimonies added another layer of pain for those seeking closure. The case served as a chilling reminder of how predators can hide in plain sight, even under the disguise of protection. The haunting image of Sasha's final moments and her fight for survival left an indelible mark on the community and beyond. But if this betrayal of trust shocked you, the next case takes it even further. Martin Muniz, a man who preyed on those closest to him.
I'm serious, I'm not crazy. And you could go to the address and verify. The address is 3719 Mac Court. But I want you to handcuff me first.
It started as an ordinary January evening in 2023 on Cleveland's Mac Court, where a quiet neighborhood turned into a nightmare. 4 family members were brutally shot to death in their own home, and an 8-year-old girl was left critically injured but clinging to life. The attacker? A relative they once trusted, Martin Muniz. This massacre wasn't random. It was a calculated eruption of violence that shocked an entire community. Muniz's relationship with his family had always been strained. He often clashed with them over perceived slights and unresolved tensions. On January 13, 2023, Martin Muniz arrived at the family home with vengeance on his mind. Armed with a handgun, he first turned on his father, shooting him point blank. His sister, her boyfriend, and their mother were next, each gunned down in cold blood.
I know the people again you said who he said he killed. It's the sister. Her name is Angelique. The husband, Tone. 2 kids.
As chaos erupted, Muniz set his sights on the youngest member of the family, an 8-year-old girl. Though critically injured, she managed to survive the ordeal, becoming the key witness to this unfathomable tragedy. Muniz didn't flee immediately. Instead, he walked out of the home with a chilling calm, almost as if nothing had happened. Police apprehended Muniz later that evening, just blocks from the scene. During questioning, he displayed no remorse, instead blaming his actions on internal turmoil and long-standing family grievances. Investigators quickly pieced together the sequence of events using forensic evidence, witness statements, and the surviving girl's testimony.
Well, I tried to kill my sister's whole family, but 2 of them got lucky and lived.
Muniz's criminal record showed a dark history, including a connection to a 2013 cold case murder in New Jersey. This revelation painted a clearer picture of a man with a violent past, whose rage had now boiled over into a massacre. His own confession sealed his fate, as he admitted to pulling the trigger in a moment of uncontrollable anger. In the court, the details of the crime stunned even seasoned prosecutors. Muniz's defense attempted to argue diminished responsibility, claiming mental instability. But the jury was unswayed. The verdict? Guilty on all counts of murder, attempted murder, and multiple related charges. Muniz was sentenced to life in prison without parole, a punishment some family members felt was still too lenient for the horrors he inflicted.
The family has now come from all over the world to say goodbye and be here as 8-year-old Iana continues to fight.
Family members of the victims expressed their heartbreak and fury, with one relative calling Muniz a monster in disguise. The 8-year-old survivor, now in therapy, faces a lifetime of trauma, haunted by the memories of that night.
The suspect appeared to be almost grinning as the prosecutor mentioned his victims.
Muniz, meanwhile, sat stone-faced, his lack of remorse further fueling the anguish of those left behind. Outside the courtroom, neighbors and friends lit candles and held vigils for the slain family, grappling with the reality that such evil had lived among them. This case left an indelible scar in the community, a chilling reminder of how deep betrayal can cut. The next case takes stalking to an entirely different level. Joshua Stimson didn't just take a life. His calculated and obsessive behavior revealed a terrifying predator who stopped at nothing to control his victim.
Josh Stimson became increasingly threatening after Molly broke off their relationship and he turned up at her gym that day.
Molly McLaren was a bright, ambitious 23-year-old with her entire future ahead of her. She loved fitness, was pursuing a degree in health and nutrition, and lit up the lives of everyone around her. But beneath the surface of her happy life was a dark shadow. Joshua Stimson, a man who turned from a charming acquaintance into a relentless stalker. Their encounter on Tinder seemed harmless at first, but it would spiral into a nightmare that ended in unimaginable tragedy. Molly and Joshua began dating in November 2016, but the relationship quickly unraveled. Stimson displayed obsessive, controlling behavior, bombarding her with messages, monitoring her social media, and reacting with anger when things didn't go his way. Molly broke off the relationship in June 2017, but Stimson refused to accept her decision.
He turned very quickly into this very, very nasty, manipulative character. She was upset every day.
His stalking escalated rapidly. He began leaving cryptic posts on Facebook, referencing Molly by name and implying she was promiscuous. He also followed her to public places, including her gym, where CCTV later revealed him watching her every move. Despite Molly's attempts to cut ties and even reporting Stimson to the police, he continued to fixate on her, turning her life into a constant state of fear and anxiety.
When CCTV cameras captured Stimson following Molly up into a gym in the dockside area of Chatham, he was already guilty of stalking her.
On June 29, 2017, Molly decided to work out at the gym in Chatham, Kent, hoping to reclaim a sense of normalcy. Unbeknownst to her, Stimson was waiting for her in the parking lot, having meticulously planned his attack. CCTV captured his chilling behavior as he followed her inside, staying close but keeping his distance, a predator stalking its prey. When Molly left the gym and got into her car, Stimson struck. Armed with a knife he had bought just days earlier, he forced his way into her vehicle and began a vicious attack. Molly fought desperately to escape, but Stimson's rage was unrelenting. By the time emergency services arrived, Molly had succumbed to her injuries. She had been stabbed over 75 times. Stimson was arrested at the scene, bloodied and unrepentant. During his trial, the prosecution presented a mountain of evidence that demonstrated his calculated intent, from his stalking behaviors to the purchase of the murder weapon. Stimson's defense argued diminished responsibility, claiming mental instability, but the jury rejected this outright.
Stimson claimed he was suffering from a mental condition, but the jury said it was murder.
In February 2018, Joshua Stimson was found guilty of Molly's murder and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 26 years. The judge described his actions as a brutal and sustained attack, driven by a need for control and revenge.
To begin with, we were both really strong and there for each other, but now Doug seems to be on his own.
Molly's family and friends shared stories of a vibrant young woman stolen too soon, their grief palpable as they faced the man responsible.
One of the charities involved said it's a disaster waiting to happen.
But it's not waiting to happen, it has happened.
Stimson showed no remorse, his cold demeanor only deepening the pain for those mourning Molly's loss. The tragedy highlighted systemic failures in protecting victims of stalking, sparking widespread calls for change in how authorities handle such cases. Molly's parents have since dedicated their lives to raising awareness about stalking and supporting other families impacted by similar crimes. This case stands as a chilling reminder of how quickly obsession can turn deadly and the devastating consequences for those left behind. Up next, Bianca Ellis, a case that reveals the brutal consequences of a senseless and horrific act.
As we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
Just do whatever you can to keep this monster behind bars.
It was a typical Monday afternoon on June 3, 2024, when police received a call. 3-year-old Julian Wood and his mother, Margot Wood, went to the Giant Eagle store on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted, Ohio. The errand seemed routine, but tragedy struck as they walked out of the store. Out of nowhere, a woman named Bianca Ellis attacked them in the parking lot with a knife. Margot and Julian both suffered serious injuries. Despite being rushed to the hospital, little Julian succumbed to his wounds. His mother survived, but the emotional scars of losing her son would remain forever. The police arrived quickly, determined to uncover what had happened. Nearby, they saw Bianca Ellis walking calmly toward Dover Center Road, holding a knife. She didn't resist arrest when officers took her into custody. As investigators worked to understand the events, they discovered something chilling. There was no connection between Ellis and the victims. This heartbreaking act of violence appeared to be completely random. Ellis was soon charged with several serious crimes, including aggravated murder and attempted murder. The news of this tragedy sent shockwaves through the community. People mourned the loss of young Julian and came together to support his grieving family, united in their desire for justice.
Not to. Well, but she did read it to you, correct? She didn't read it to you. Okay, well, we can read it in open court.
As the legal proceedings began, the case took an unexpected turn. Bianca Ellis underwent a mental health evaluation, and in September, doctors declared her incompetent to stand trial. She was diagnosed with multiple mental health disorders, leading to her placement in a treatment facility to begin rehabilitation. In November, a court hearing provided an update on her condition. The judge, after reviewing reports from medical experts, ruled the case inactive for the time being. This meant that the trial would not move forward until Ellis's mental health improved enough for her to participate in the proceedings. During the hearing, Ellis appeared on video from the treatment facility but remained silent throughout. While the medical team believed there was a chance she could be restored to competency, no one could predict how long that process might take.
Is facing murder and attempted murder charges after police say she killed 3-year-old Julian Wood.
This delay was a difficult reality for the family of young Julian, who hoped for justice to bring some form of closure. The community, still grieving the loss, held on to hope that the legal system would eventually find a way to address this senseless tragedy and honor the memory of a little boy taken far too soon. For now, the case against Bianca Ellis remains on hold as she continues treatment. The chance of her standing trial is still there, but it depends on whether her mental health improves enough for her to participate. Throughout the trial, Ellis gives bizarre reactions, smiling and shaking her head as if she has nothing to do with the hearing.
A1, and/or endangering children in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2919.22B2.
November 9th, that the trial date is set with respect to this case.
Julian's family, along with the community, holds on to hope that she will one day face justice for her actions. They long for answers and closure after such an unimaginable tragedy. The death of Julian Wood is a heartbreaking reminder of how unpredictable and cruel life can be. His mother, Margot, has shown immense strength in the wake of the tragedy. The community has come together to support her, offering prayers and acts of kindness. While the legal system works to navigate the complexities of this case, Julian's memory lives on in the hearts of those who loved him. His bright smile and innocence are reminders of what was lost that day.
Or extend it to the max limit possible that you can, at the very least.
The chilling randomness of Ellis's attack left a nation in mourning. However, the next case shows tragedy, and the consequences can be just as devastating.
Came over and was holding his head. Somebody was holding a wound on his leg, and then they said he stopped breathing. So somebody started CPR.
On May 28, 2015, a sunny day in San Diego, U.S. Navy Chief Petty Officer Zachary Bube, 39, went for a ride on his red Ducati motorcycle. He was a man who had served his country for 20 years, a gunner's mate and part of Navy Special Warfare Command. His family described him as quick-witted, full of life, and someone whose laughter brought joy to everyone around him. But that day, his journey took a tragic turn. While riding on northbound Interstate 5 near E Street in Chula Vista, Zach encountered 27-year-old Darla Jackson driving a Nissan Altima. Witnesses reported that there was a heated argument between Darla and Zach, veering into his lane aggressively.
And was that from the beginning to the end, or just at certain points?
Yeah, from the beginning to the end.
Zach kicked the side of her car and tried to ride away, but Jackson didn't let it go. Claiming she wanted his license plate number, she began chasing him down the freeway. As the chase continued, Jackson drove recklessly, swerving and speeding to keep up with Zach. Witnesses later testified that her behavior was alarming, and her car seemed to intentionally close in on him. The encounter between Zach and Darla Jackson reached a tragic conclusion on State Road 54. As Zach tried to escape the tense situation, he weaved across lanes, attempting to take an off-ramp and put some distance between himself and Darla. However, she continued the chase, driving dangerously fast, reportedly reaching speeds of up to 95 miles per hour. In a heartbreaking moment, Darla's car struck Zach's motorcycle at 81 miles per hour. The impact sent Zach tumbling off his bike, leaving him critically injured. Emergency responders rushed him to a nearby hospital, doing everything they could to save his life.
Witness statements, it appeared that it was a deliberate and intentional act.
Despite their efforts, Zach's injuries were too severe, and he passed away just an hour later. What began as a tense road incident turned into a devastating loss, leaving Zach's loved ones and the community mourning the tragic outcome of that fateful day. Initially charged with murder, Darla Jackson claimed the incident was an accident. In 2017, she pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter, admitting her actions but maintaining she never intended to harm Zach. Despite her defense, which included claims of severe complex trauma disorder and a clean criminal record before the incident, the judge's words echoed through the courtroom as he sentenced her to 6 years in prison. As soon as Darla heard those words, the tears flowed freely and she could no longer hold back her emotions. The courtroom became filled with the sound of her sobs as Darla began to cry uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the reality of the sentence.
And he's gone. And I miss him.
His family and friends were left with an irreplaceable void, while Jackson's actions not only took a life, but also shattered her future and that of her 5-year-old daughter. Zach's family expressed their pain and disappointment in the sentence. His mother, Kathy, said, "It's extremely hard to believe that this has happened to our family."
From a mother's heart, we still find it extremely hard to believe that this has happened to our family.
The tragic death of Zach Bube serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly reckless decisions can lead to irreversible consequences. A moment of anger on the road cost a life, broke a family, and left a community mourning the loss of a beloved service member who had survived countless dangers abroad only to lose his life at home.
They just want justice for Zach, and today was a good start.
Jackson's reckless actions on the road cost a life. The next case shows how a grandmother's fear led to unspeakable violence.
My grandma shot me. Your grandpa shot you? My grandma. I'm gonna die. Help.
On May 18, 2012, chaos erupted in a quiet West Bloomfield, Michigan neighborhood. A 911 call came through from 17-year-old Jonathan Hoffman, who was desperate and in pain. "My grandma shot me," he cried. His voice was filled with tears as more gunshots rang out during the call. By the time police arrived, Jonathan lay face down in gym shorts and socks with multiple gunshot wounds. His grandmother, 74-year-old Sandra Lane, met officers at the door, confessing immediately. When the prosecutor asked her during the trial, "Did you kill your grandson?" she responded, "Yes, I did." Sandra Lane, a retired teacher and grandmother, had been caring for Jonathan while his parents lived in Arizona. Jonathan was described as a troubled teen with a history of using synthetic substances. Lane claimed she bought a gun for self-protection after Jonathan's erratic behavior escalated. That day, an argument between the two spiraled out of control. Lane alleged that Jonathan threatened her and kicked her in the abdomen. Fearing for her safety, she retrieved her handgun and opened fire. Prosecutors, however, argued that the shooting was intentional, pointing out the 10 bullet casings scattered around the house and that Jonathan begged for his life before being shot again.
Guilty of the lesser offense, second-degree murder. Count 2, possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony. Guilty of possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony.
The trial of Lane unfolded with two very different versions of events. Lane testified that she acted in self-defense, portraying Jonathan as a troubled teenager who had become increasingly aggressive and dangerous. She argued that she had no choice but to protect herself. However, the prosecution presented a different picture, pointing out that Lane had no visible injuries that would suggest she was under immediate threat. They also highlighted the unsettling fact that she continued to shoot even after Jonathan was no longer a threat, having been incapacitated. One particularly troubling detail came to light during the trial. Lane had told her husband to leave the house before the shooting took place, which suggested she had planned the act. This raised questions about whether her actions were truly in self-defense or if they were the result of premeditation. As the trial progressed, Lane's demeanor became increasingly erratic. She could be seen shifting back and forth in her chair, as if unsure how to maintain her story. It seemed that, as the evidence mounted, she was struggling to reconcile her version of events with the reality being presented in the courtroom.
During some of the closing arguments today, Sandra Lane rocked back and forth in her chair, knowing she is close to learning any price she might have to pay.
After 2 days of deliberation, the jury found Sandra Lane guilty of second-degree murder and a firearms offense. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison for murder and an additional 2 years for using a firearm during the crime. Despite her defense's attempts to portray her as a frightened grandmother, the jury saw her actions as calculated and unforgivable.
I don't know what else to say. I just don't know. I didn't want to die in jail or prison. Please, so end my life.
Jonathan's death shattered his family. His mother, Jennifer Hoffman, struggled to reconcile the loss of her son with the knowledge that her mother was responsible. Sandra Lane's conviction brought some closure. "I'm glad that she can't harm anyone else," but the tragedy left a scar that no sentence could heal.
She's put away and she can't do harm to anybody else.
This case is a stark reminder of how conflict and a single irreversible action can destroy a family. Sandra's tragic outburst shattered her family. Our next case shows heinous acts committed by those who hide behind a badge.
Some of the notes is some of Sherry's friends said that you and her were having a problem because of the John situation.
On February 24, 1986, a nurse named Sherry Rasmussen was found dead in her Los Angeles apartment. She had been brutally attacked by someone who seemed to have a personal motive, and the crime scene was staged to look like a robbery. At first, the case went cold, but after years of investigation, new evidence surfaced. DNA at the scene eventually linked the killer to Stephanie Lazarus, a Los Angeles police officer who had previously dated Sherry's husband. Stephanie Lazarus, a seasoned detective at the time of the murder, killed Sherry after a long-standing grudge over her ex-boyfriend, Sherry's husband. Despite being a member of the police force, Lazarus kept her involvement a secret for more than 2 decades. For many years, Sherry Rasmussen's murder remained unsolved, and Stephanie Lazarus continued her life as if nothing had happened. As an LAPD officer, she maintained her position, keeping up the appearance of an upstanding citizen. But behind the badge, she carried the dark secret of what she had done. The community was left in confusion, trying to make sense of the senseless crime, while Sherry's family, devastated by the loss of their loved one, fought tirelessly for answers. They never lost hope, and their determination to seek justice never wavered. Despite the passage of time, the case remained cold, but in 2009, after more than 2 decades, a breakthrough came. DNA evidence, carefully preserved from the crime scene, was finally linked to Lazarus. The long wait for justice was over. The family, who had lived with the painful uncertainty of Sherry's death, now faced the harsh reality of the truth.
It's a DNA sample, a buccal swab, so we can identify or eliminate you. Would you be willing to do that?
Maybe. Because I know this,
After Stephanie Lazarus was arrested for the murder of Sherry Rasmussen, she denied any involvement and maintained her innocence. She told investigators that she had nothing to do with Sherry's death, but as the case unfolded, the truth started to emerge. It was discovered that on that fateful day in February 1986, Lazarus went to Sherry's apartment. There, she attacked Sherry, striking her with a vase. The violent assault didn't stop there. Lazarus then shot Sherry 3 times in the chest. Lazarus went to great lengths to stage the scene, hoping to confuse the investigators and lead them to believe it was a random crime. Despite her attempts to cover her tracks, the truth was undeniable. The case, which had once been cold, was now a story of betrayal, lies, and a crime that took far too long to uncover.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Stephanie Eileen Lazarus, guilty of the crime of murder of Sherry Rasmussen.
Lazarus was convicted of first-degree murder in 2012. During the trial, she didn't show any remorse. She gave strange reactions.
I waived time and agreed to continue your arraignment to July 6th this year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Despite her conviction, she was granted parole in 2023. But after public outcry and further examination of her case, a new review panel found good cause to reverse the decision. The family, though relieved, still struggles with the idea that Lazarus might eventually be released. The Rasmussen family felt an overwhelming sense of justice when Lazarus was initially convicted, but the reversal of her parole decision reignited their pain. Sherry's family now hopes for a final decision to keep Lazarus in prison, where they believe she belongs. The prosecutor on the Rasmussen family's behalf read their statement.
Marlise, Marie, and Sarah were so loved by our families, and they are greatly missed. We take solace in finally having the answers we have longed for.
The story of Stephanie Lazarus is a haunting reminder that even those in positions of power, like police officers, are not immune to committing horrific acts. Up next, Adam Matos, a case marked by betrayal, violence, and a chilling crime that left an entire family destroyed.
Did you kill him?
Yes.
Why?
He tried to kill me.
Did Gregory Brown threaten your life?
Yes, he did.
Did he pull the trigger?
Yes.
On August 28, 2014, Adam Matos was arrested after a horrifying crime that left everyone deeply unsettled. He was charged with the brutal murders of his ex-girlfriend, Megan Brown, her parents, and her new boyfriend. The details of the case were horrifying, as Matos shot and beat all 4 victims before leaving his young son alone with their bodies for days. The details of the crime committed by Adam Matos are deeply unsettling. After taking the lives of Megan Brown, her parents, and her new boyfriend, Matos left his 4-year-old son alone with the bodies for several days. Only the young boy was left to witness all the scenes. The child, despite being so young, had vivid memories of the painful events. After the killings, Matos moved the bodies to a berm by the roadside, disturbing them. His actions raised suspicion when he sold the family's dogs on Craigslist and used Megan's credit card to buy pizza after the murders. These strange actions led to further investigation and eventually his arrest.
The body's away from the house. I didn't want Tristan being exposed to all the blood and the bodies and the smell, so I attempted to put them in a van.
The boy, who had endured an unimaginable trauma, was later taken in by Megan's cousin and her family. Although he was so young, the memories of that day stayed with him. His story became a heartbreaking part of the case, adding to the tragedy that shook the community. Matos' shocking crimes left lasting scars on everyone involved, especially the young child who witnessed it all. During his trial, Adam Matos claimed he acted in self-defense, but the jury wasn't convinced by his explanation. His testimony, which lasted for hours, was all captured on camera and later featured in the What Lies Beneath series. Despite his defense, the jury carefully considered the evidence and found Matos guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder. As the trial unfolded, it became clear that Matos' actions were both shocking and disturbing. His lack of remorse and the coldness he displayed throughout the proceedings made it hard for anyone to believe his claims of self-defense. The details of the case, including his treatment of his young son and the way he disposed of the bodies, left the jury with no doubt about his guilt.
Agonizing process for the victims' families. We spoke with the father of one of them as jurors handed down that verdict. He tells us he feels relief whether there's a death penalty or not.
In the end, the jury sentenced Matos to life in prison without the possibility of parole. His conviction brought a sense of justice for the victims and their families, though nothing could undo the pain and trauma caused by his crimes. The story of Matos' actions remains a haunting reminder of the devastating impact of violence on innocent lives. Today, Adam Matos remains incarcerated at the Blackwater River Correctional Facility, serving his life sentence. Although he faced the possibility of the death penalty, he narrowly missed it, with 1 juror voting against it. As of 2018, he's 32 years old and continues to serve his sentence in Florida.
Decision of the jury, I sentence you in count 1 and count 4 to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
This case left many shaken, especially considering the young child who witnessed the murders. The emotional toll on the family and the public has been immense. The fact that Matos managed to escape the death penalty only adds to the heartbreak, as the severity of his crime seems to warrant a much harsher punishment. The story is a chilling reminder of how far some individuals will go for selfish reasons and the lasting trauma they leave behind.
That he lost at the hands of a murderer. He loves his mother, he loves his grandparents, and he loves us. He does not love you. You stole his whole world. You ruined his whole life, and we are here to pick up the pieces.
Adam Matos left a young child scarred by the horrors he committed, but the next case takes betrayal to a whole new level.
She began to add things that didn't make sense. When we spoke with Tim, it was the same thing. The story was not the same about when they saw each other. Now he had done things that he hadn't mentioned before.
On November 6, 2017, George Young was shot and killed outside his home in Beaufort, Georgia. His wife, Tia Young, had just lost her husband of 22 years, the father of their 3 children, in what seemed like a random act of violence. Tia appeared heartbroken, and her tearful plea for justice was broadcast to the public. She even set up a GoFundMe account to help with funeral expenses. Months after George Young's tragic death, the truth began to unravel unexpectedly. At first, Tia Young's grief seemed genuine as she mourned her husband's loss. However, as the investigation continued, the story took a shocking turn. Police soon arrested Tia and her lover, Harvey Lee, for George's murder. It was revealed that Tia and Harvey had been having an affair, and together they had planned to kill George to claim his $1 million life insurance policy.
He's a listening hearsay statement.
The defense not holding back on the state's first witness, Young's former boss and friend, Rob Strickland.
He was my go-to guy.
As detectives dug deeper, they found numerous inconsistencies in the stories that Tia and Harvey had been telling. Tia's initial heartbreak and emotional plea for help started to fade, and her behavior became increasingly suspicious. New evidence began to surface, including messages and phone records showing the affair. It became clear that their actions were not those of grieving loved ones, but rather 2 people involved in a calculated scheme for financial gain. The investigation revealed a web of lies, with Tia and Harvey's actions betraying the trust of a family who believed in their love and loyalty. Their plot, once hidden, was exposed, leaving the community in disbelief over the betrayal and heartbreak that led to George's death. As the trial began, the evidence against Tia and Harvey started to pile up. The jury learned that after George was shot, Tia waited between 5 to 10 minutes before police had come. That alone raised suspicions, as it seemed unusual for a wife to delay reaching out for help after her husband was shot. Investigators also found that the murder weapon was never recovered, and both Tia and Harvey's stories didn't line up. Their accounts had many contradictions, which made it harder for the court to believe their version of events. Further investigation uncovered text messages and photos revealing the affair between Tia and Harvey, exposing the secret they had tried to keep hidden. One of their neighbors even witnessed Harvey tampering with evidence, making it clear that they were trying to cover up their actions. The jury was shocked by how deep the betrayal went.
And I felt like maybe that had something to do with it, but I wasn't sure.
Detectives were stunned.
Tia and Harvey weren't just the grieving spouse and supportive lover they had pretended to be. They were the ones responsible for George's death. The truth was undeniable now. The people who should have loved and protected George were the very ones who plotted his murder for financial gain. Tia and Harvey were both convicted of murder. Tia was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole plus 3 years, while Harvey received a sentence without the chance of parole. But Tia has no remorse for her act. The case was a heartbreaking reminder of the lengths some will go for money and how betrayal can come from those closest to us.
She will spend in prison. A jury found Tia Young guilty of felony murder, aggravated assault. Her alleged lover, Harvey Timothy Lee, was convicted of malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault.
The story of George Young's murder left everyone in shock. The woman who cried on camera, pleading for help, was revealed to be behind the death of her husband. The betrayal, lies, and manipulation showed how a family can be torn apart by greed and deceit. It was a tragic and emotional case that raised many questions about trust, love, and the dark side of human nature. Tia's calculated betrayal shocked everyone. The next case shows a tragic fall from a fairy tale romance to murder in the poolside shadows.
Okay. All right. She's laying in the pool?
Yes, ma'am. See, I don't know what happened. I just got here to do some work before I talked to her yesterday, and I'm at 8374 Inverness right now.
On February 22, 2014, a tragic discovery was made in the gated Tallahassee community of Golden Eagle. Samira Frosch, a former French model, was found dead in her backyard pool by a handyman and his young son. Her strappy sandals lay near the pool, one partially submerged in the water. Samira's life had transformed from humble beginnings in Madagascar to a world of glamour and luxury. In 2006, while in Paris, she met Dr. Adam Frosch, a successful podiatrist, and they quickly fell in love. Their connection felt like a fairy tale. Samira thought she had found her Prince Charming as Adam showered her with gifts and affection. Their life together seemed perfect. They got married and had 2 children. Living in Tallahassee, they enjoyed a life filled with expensive cars, lavish vacations, and grand events. Samira even dreamed of creating a children's clothing line with her daughter as the star of the show. They were often seen in public with their daughter, Hyra, dressed in custom outfits and posing for cameras. But behind the glitz and glamour, there were cracks in their marriage. Adam's infidelity and the constant tension between them began to take a toll on their relationship. Samira was no longer willing to ignore the signs and filed for divorce. The separation seemed to be the final straw for Adam. Their once fairy tale romance was unraveling. Just days after the divorce papers were filed, Samira's life came to a tragic and unexpected end in her backyard, leaving everyone shocked.
He had so many other women. He was going to strip clubs.
I dated like 3 different women.
At first, authorities thought Samira's death might have been a tragic accident. Maybe she slipped and fell into the pool. But as investigators looked closer at the scene, things didn't add up. Her sandals were found near the pool, one partially in the water, which seemed strange for someone who had fallen into the pool. The way her body was positioned and the surroundings raised more questions. The medical examiner's report revealed blunt force trauma to Samira's head, along with drowning, showing that her death wasn't an accident, but a case of foul play. The investigation then turned to Adam as they learned more about his troubled past and rocky relationship with Samira. The couple had faced many issues, including Adam's multiple affairs and constant fights over the years. The more they dug, the more investigators found that Adam had a motive, and the evidence began to point to him.
Who advises him that his wife, Kendall, has heard that his wife, Samra Frosch, has been found dead in the pool at the Inverness Drive address.
Surveillance footage showed Adam leaving the house on the morning of Samira's death, but other footage and witness accounts placed him at the scene in ways that raised suspicion. His past actions and the growing tension between him and Samira made investigators believe that Adam was responsible for her tragic death. Investigators pieced together the final moments leading to Samira's death. On the morning of February 22nd, Adam claimed he left for a beach house with their children, but evidence suggested otherwise. Adam was arrested and charged with Samira's murder. Despite his insistence that he loved his wife and would never mistreat her, the jury convicted him of first-degree murder after only 90 minutes of deliberations. He was sentenced to life in prison. While listing his sentence, Adam remained calm and accepted the decision, as if he's not guilty of his act.
I have no discretion other than to impose a life sentence. That's the only legal sentence at this point in time.
The tragic end to Samira's life left behind not only a grieving family, but also a community shaken by the realization that sometimes the people closest to us can harbor the darkest secrets. The case served as a reminder of the hidden struggles that can exist behind closed doors, even in seemingly perfect lives.
I think she was a good mom. She seemed very interested in providing the best life for her children. She had an interesting way of going about that.
Samira's life of glamour ended in heartbreak at the hands of someone she trusted. But the next case shows a son turning on his parents in a horrifying twist of violence.
Did you hear anything back?
No.
And did that concern you?
Yes.
In July 2021, the Halderson family from Windsor, Wisconsin was struck by a tragic and shocking event. Bart and Krista Halderson, a couple with 2 sons, mysteriously vanished. Chandler, their 23-year-old son, reported them missing, claiming they had gone to their cabin for the 4th of July weekend. However, things would soon take a dark turn. As the days went on, with no sign of Bart and Krista, the mystery deepened. Chandler, their son, continued to insist that his parents had gone to their family cabin for the 4th of July weekend. But as authorities dug deeper, things didn't quite add up. His story seemed to change, and some inconsistencies raised questions. His behavior started to seem odd too, with little concern for his missing parents.
Chandler Halderson murdered his parents. It's an important date, and it's an important time to remember. July 1st.
The investigation took a chilling turn when detectives received a tip that led them to a nearby farm. There, they discovered human remains, and the shock of finding these remains was only intensified when it was revealed that they belonged to Bart. Now, the police began to wonder if Chandler's story was more than just a lie. It could be something much darker. The pieces of the puzzle didn't fit together, and suspicions grew that Chandler might be hiding the truth. As the investigation continued, Chandler's narrative started to unravel. What had seemed like a simple case of a missing couple was now looking more like a crime, involving the very person who claimed to be looking for them. The truth was beginning to surface, and Chandler was slowly becoming the prime suspect. As the investigation progressed, Chandler's involvement started to become clearer. The remains found on the farm were confirmed to be his father Bart, but his mother Krista was still missing. Detectives were determined to find her, and a breakthrough came through an unexpected source: Chandler's Snapchat data. It revealed that Chandler had been in a specific area near his favorite swimming hole, a place he often visited. With this new information, authorities focused their search on that location. It was there, hidden in the quiet and remote area, that they made a heartbreaking discovery. Krista's body was found, bringing a tragic end to the search for both of Chandler's parents. The investigators had now uncovered the truth that the son who had been pleading for help in finding his missing parents was the one who had caused their deaths.
We, the jury, find the defendant Chandler M. Halderson guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as to Bart A. Halderson, as charged in count 1 of the amended information.
The discovery of Krista's remains was a devastating moment, and the truth behind the tragic disappearances was now clear. Chandler's lies had been exposed, and the pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, showing the extent of the crime he had committed. Chandler's lies were exposed. It turned out that he had been fabricating stories about his life, including his college attendance and job prospects. In a desperate attempt to cover up his deceit, Chandler murdered both his parents. He was arrested and charged with murder, dismemberment, and hiding the bodies of Bart and Krista.
I have to, for this sentence, ensure that the only time Mr. Halderson comes back into the community is to have the privilege of a burial that he denied his parents.
The case sent shockwaves through the public, as it was a betrayal of the highest order. Chandler's actions left everyone in disbelief. As the trial unfolded, it became clear that the murders were motivated by Chandler's desire to maintain the illusion of success in his life. The jury ultimately convicted him, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Yet he remained emotionless.
Krista Halderson's oldest friend was also in the courtroom. She handed out yellow roses in memory of Bart and Krista. That friend nodded along as prosecution listed their reasons why Chandler Halderson should not be allowed.
The tragic end of Bart and Krista Halderson is a reminder of how deep deception can go, leaving a family and community forever changed.
Unknown type of bullet with the words "get well soon" on it.
Up next, we look at the case of Stefan Roby, a young man whose violent actions shattered lives and led to a devastating outcome that still haunts the community today.
And that has nothing to do with this.
Yes, it does have something to do with it.
Do you have anything you want to tell me in regards to this sentence?
Yes, I want to vote for mistrial because I don't...
Deny.
On March 6, 2013, a tragic event unfolded in Saginaw, Michigan, leaving the community heartbroken and stunned. A mother, Leigh King, and her 11-year-old daughter, Charlie King, were found brutally murdered in their home on Hess Street. The person accused of this heinous act is not a stranger, but Leigh's son and Charlie's older brother, Stefan Roby. It was a quiet, ordinary day when Stefan claimed someone had broken into their home and harmed his mother and sister while he was away visiting Delta College and getting a tattoo. The initial story painted a picture of a tragic home invasion, but as investigators dug deeper, the truth began to unravel. Charlize, Stefan's sister, had confided in a friend about a troubling incident just days before the tragedy. She had discovered a gun in her brother's room, and concerned for everyone's safety, handed it over to their mother. This decision, while brave, reportedly led to heated arguments in the family. According to the friend, Stefan even made concerning remarks during this time. As detectives pieced together the events, they uncovered a chilling sequence. They said Leigh, Stefan's mother, believed he should receive mental treatment. Tragically, Charlie has become a target to silence her as a witness.
His mother would still want him to receive the mental health treatment that he so adamantly rejected in the past.
What seemed like a random act of violence became a heartbreaking story of conflict within a family. The investigation shed light on the importance of addressing family concerns and seeking help during discord to prevent such devastating outcomes. In December 2014, Stefan made a bold choice to represent himself in court during his trial. Many questioned whether this decision was wise or fair. The prosecutors presented a strong case, arguing that Stefan's actions were carefully planned. They shared evidence of his earlier threats and the way the tragic events unfolded. Detectives testified about the chilling details, stating that Stefan returned to the scene to ensure no one survived. This testimony painted a clear picture of what they believed had happened. Despite Stefan's repeated claims of innocence, the evidence seemed to tell a different story. The jury listened carefully to all the arguments and evidence, but it didn't take them long to reach a decision. After just half an hour of deliberation, they found Stefan guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, along with 4 firearm charges.
Count number 4, felony firearm, first-degree premeditated murder, count 3, guilty, firearm, a felony firearm.
It was a tragic and sobering moment, bringing a sense of closure to a heartbreaking case. This story serves as a reminder of the importance of seeking peaceful solutions and the consequences of actions driven by anger or fear. However, this was not the end of the story. 10 years later, in June 2024, the Michigan Court of Appeals overturned Roby's convictions. The appellate court ruled that errors during the trial had deprived him of a fair process. These included allowing the jury to hear incriminating statements made after Roby had been denied his right to an attorney. hearsay evidence, and references to his prior crimes. A retrial is now scheduled to begin in June 2025, giving Roby another chance to defend himself. When the verdict was announced, the judge announced a sentence of life in prison without the chance of parole.
Grandson Stefan Roby has been found guilty of being responsible for the deaths of two of the most vulnerable, non-threatening people in his life, his mother and his little sister.
The loss of Leigh and Charlie King is a painful reminder of how household conflicts can spiral into unimaginable tragedies. Leigh was described as the life of the party, a loving mother who cherished cooking and spending time with family. Charlie, a bright 6th grader, loved reading and playing with her dog, Polo. Their absence is deeply felt by all who knew them. While the legal system works to determine the fairness of Roby's trial, the emotional scars left by this family's destruction remain raw. It's a story that continues to haunt the Saginaw community and reminds us of the fragility of trust and family bonds. Stefan's betrayal of his family reveals a deep darkness, while the next case highlights how calculated actions took a mother's life and shattered the family's trust.
Check the safety of her. Has anybody seen her?
No, I've only seen a guy going in and out of there. I have not seen her in forever.
On a seemingly ordinary day in 2023, the life of Nicole Jones, a beloved mother from Sylvania Township, Ohio, was cut short in a horrifying act of betrayal. This is a story of family bonds broken by manipulation and greed, leaving a community in shock and a family in despair. Nicole Jones was known as a beacon of light to her loved ones. She brought joy to those around her, but her life took a tragic turn when her son, Jonathan Jones, and his 18-year-old girlfriend, Caitlin Coons, committed an unspeakable crime. Caitlin Coons had been living in the Jones household without Nicole Jones knowing. Tensions rose as Caitlin became frustrated with Nicole's presence in her and Jonathan's relationship. Prosecutors later revealed that Caitlin gave Jonathan an ultimatum. He had 5 hours to kill his mother, accusing her of interfering in their relationship. When Jonathan couldn't bring himself to do it, Caitlin extended the deadline by another 4 hours. In a devastating turn of events, Jonathan and Caitlin eventually carried out the unthinkable together. They attacked Nicole, striking her with a rock and strangling her, ending her life in a moment of cruelty and betrayal. But their actions didn't stop there. Desperate to hide their crime, the two bought a tarp and trash bags to wrap Nicole's body. They cleaned the scene and placed her remains in the trunk of her car. Shockingly, they even went out for dinner that night with Nicole's body still in the car. Afterward, they drove to a nearby apartment complex and dumped her body in a dumpster, leaving her family and community heartbroken and searching for answers.
Wrapping the body of Nicole Jones in tarps and placing her into the trunk of her own vehicle. The two of them headed to dinner with the body of Nicole Jones.
This horrific act left an unforgettable mark on those who loved Nicole and valued her light. Nicole's family was devastated by her loss. What made their pain even worse was the fact that her body was never found, denying them the chance to give her a proper farewell. Her brother, Robert Jones, spoke about the heartbreak they felt, saying, "Losing Nikki is an unimaginable betrayal. We are left without closure and haunted by thoughts of her final moments." After committing this terrible act, Caitlin Coons and Jonathan Jones fled to Mexico, hoping to escape justice. However, authorities tracked them down, and they were eventually arrested. On June 4, 2024, both Caitlin and Jonathan pleaded no contest to charges of aggravated murder and mistreatment of a corpse.
Pleas court, neither admitted guilt, but those no contest pleas means they accept the conviction.
During the trial, Judge Gary Cook sentenced them to life in prison, with the chance of parole after 25 years. Coons' remorseless face indicates she's not guilty of this act. Prosecutors described the case as one of the most horrific crimes they had encountered.
Teen charged with killing her boyfriend's mother in Sylvania Township.
Though justice was served, the loss of Nicole continues to weigh heavily on her family, who cherish her memory every day. Nicole's tragic death not only devastated her family, but also sent shockwaves through the community. A wrongful death lawsuit has been filed, seeking justice and accountability beyond the criminal trial. The loss of Nicole Jones is a stark reminder of how quickly love and trust can be shattered. Her family now carries the weight of unanswered questions and unimaginable grief, but they continue to honor her memory as a shining light in their lives. Coons' horrible act stunned everyone in the world. Next is the story of a teen who kills a man on a bicycle in Las Vegas.
Why? I'm not being dramatic. You think this juvenile gonna do something? I'll be out in like 30 days. What? You might be out of juvie in 30 days and moved over to an adult jail.
In 2023, a shocking and disturbing crime spree unfolded in Las Vegas involving two young teens, Jesus Ayala, 19, and Jameer Keys, 17. The teens were accused of intentionally running over a retired police chief, Andreas Probst, in a violent and laugh-filled crime spree. The brutal act left the community in shock as Probst, a beloved 64-year-old man, was hit by the stolen vehicle while riding his bike. Ayala and Keys had been causing chaos that morning, running wild and committing a series of unfortunate events. The trouble began when they hit Probst with their car, leaving him seriously injured. But their actions didn't stop there. They went on to steal several cars and crash them, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. As law enforcement began to piece together what happened, they soon realized Ayala had been struggling with significant mental health issues. This revelation led to questions about whether Ayala was mentally capable of standing trial for the harm he had caused. Was he aware of his actions and able to understand the consequences of what he had done? The investigation into his mental state became a key focus, as everyone tried to determine how to handle the case in a fair and just manner.
Is this a clear-cut case since you have video?
A picture tells 1,000 words.
The case raised important questions about justice, responsibility, and the need for proper support for those facing mental health challenges. In September 2023, Ayala's legal team raised concerns about his ability to stand trial, questioning whether he was mentally fit to face the charges. The courts took these concerns seriously and decided that Ayala should be sent to a psychiatric hospital for treatment in hopes of restoring his competency. Medical professionals had observed that Ayala might be suffering from severe brain damage, and his behavior had shown signs of instability. Even though the crime was serious, Ayala's defense team argued that his mental health played a significant role in the actions he had taken. They believed his mental state might have influenced the decisions he made during that chaotic morning. The court now faced the difficult task of balancing justice with understanding Ayala's mental health struggles.
To the media, I don't know if I need a press pass to get discovery, but I would certainly like to get some discovery in this case before the media gets it.
While the case was ongoing, it highlighted an important conversation about the role of mental health in legal matters and how individuals with mental health issues should be treated fairly within the justice system. Ayala was sent to Lakes Crossing Center, a psychiatric facility, to receive the necessary treatment. The charges against him remained suspended while his mental health was evaluated. Meanwhile, Ayala faced further charges for robbery, conspiracy, and grand larceny related to the spree. As the legal process continued, Ayala's fate was uncertain, with many questioning whether his mental state would affect his punishment. Jesus Ayala was sentenced to 22 years in prison, while Jameer Keys, who was also involved, received a sentence of 18 years in prison for the murder and related charges. But still, both show no remorse. In fact, both the teens laughed at the time of the sentence.
I'm Kirsten Joyce. 2 teens in court accused of killing a cyclist. The 8 News Now investigators first to bring you additional evidence from the alleged crime spree.
The case left the community and Probst's family devastated. The thought of a retired police chief being deliberately struck by a car in a senseless attack was heart-wrenching. While the legal system worked to determine Ayala's competency, there was a sense of frustration, with many believing that regardless of his mental health, the severity of his crimes should not be overlooked.
Flight risk or danger to the community, okay? I believe they're potentially both. They have certainly proved that they are dangerous.
As Ayala and Keys showed no remorse during their trial, next is the story of how a brutal murder separates the father from his children on Christmas Eve.
It's just absolutely horrible that a man would be sitting at a store waiting to go celebrate Christmas with his kids.
On Christmas Eve, tragedy struck in Detroit. Anthony Tolson, a talented musician known for his work with big names like Neo, was carjacked and murdered outside a grocery store on Gratiot Avenue. He was on his way home from church where he had been delivering Christmas gifts to his children. The heartless crime was committed by a group of 3 men who targeted Tolson for the rims on his car. The loss of Anthony Tolson sent shockwaves through the community, leaving his family devastated, especially his mother, Allison Tolson. The crime wasn't just about a car being stolen, it was about the senseless loss of a life over something so meaningless. Anthony Tolson had worked hard to escape the struggles of Detroit, becoming a successful musician who had toured with some of the biggest names in the industry. He was a symbol of hope for many, someone who made it out of the hardships of the city and found a way to live his dreams. But for the 3 men involved, Devin Williams, Darnell Young, and Charles Cox, Anthony's life meant nothing to them. They didn't care that he was a father, a talented musician, or someone who worked hard to make a better life for himself. They only saw him as a target for a quick gain, and they took that chance without hesitation. Anthony's life was taken over by something as small as the rims on his car, and it was a loss that no one should ever have to endure. A man who had so much potential was gone, leaving behind a family that loved him and children who would grow up without their father. In the end, it wasn't just a crime, it was a tragedy that could have been avoided, but wasn't.
More to do, and you and your friends interrupted that.
At the sentencing, the deep grief of Anthony Tolson's mother became clear for all to see. With tears in her eyes, she said that she no longer wanted to hear any apologies from him. Her son, Anthony, was gone, and the gifts he had planned to give his children would never be opened.
Please do not say to me or my family or my friends that you are sorry, because I don't want to hear it.
The the judge had the difficult task of handing down the sentence. Williams was sentenced to 13 to 40 years in prison for his role in the crime. His co-defendants, Darnell Young and Charles Cox, faced similar consequences. Darnell Young was sentenced to 33 to 60 years in prison, with Cox receiving a life sentence without the chance for parole. Both Cox and Young didn't show remorse for their actions.
Charles Cox and Darnell Young will remain jailed without bond. Their next court appearance scheduled for February 8th.
The weight of the verdict didn't bring Anthony back, but it served as a reminder that actions have consequences, no matter how small the crime seems. For Tolson's family, the road to healing was just beginning, and the loss would forever be felt in their heart. Even though justice was served, the pain for the Tolson family never truly went away. Anthony Tolson's life was taken over by something as insignificant as a car, leaving behind 3 young children who would grow up without their father's love and guidance. They would never get to hear his voice or feel the warmth of his presence on special occasions.
And did you hear the charges and the penalty that you could receive?
Yes, ma'am.
The loss was felt not only by his family but by the entire community. Anthony had risen above the difficult circumstances of his upbringing in Detroit. He was proof that hard work and determination could lead to success. He had made it out, becoming a respected musician, and had dreams of a bright future. But in an instant, his life was stolen, leaving behind only memories and the hope that his story would inspire others to rise above their struggles. The pain of his loss echoed in the hearts of everyone who knew him. His family would forever carry the weight of his absence, and the community would continue to mourn a life taken too soon. She lost not only her son, but the presence of a father in the lives of her grandchildren. The anger, sorrow, and helplessness in her voice revealed the deep impact this crime had on her and her family. The loss was immeasurable, and while the sentencing of the 3 men might have offered some sense of justice, nothing could replace what was taken from them.
The ache and pain of not seeing my son, not talking to my son, is still there.
Up next, we uncover the chilling story of Randall Moore, whose actions left an irreversible mark on his victims, and the aftermath is as haunting as the crime itself.
You give a new meaning to the word evil. I've never, ever seen anybody like you.
In February 2015, the peaceful town was shaken by a tragedy that would leave a lasting scar. Sheila Lynch, a grieving mother, sat in a courtroom filled with tense silence, awaiting justice for her daughter's brutal murder. The room was packed, with about a dozen deputies present, underscoring the moment's gravity. In February 2008, Lynch met Randall Moore, and their connection quickly grew. By March 2009, they welcomed a beautiful baby into their lives. And later that summer, they tied the knot, beginning their journey as a family. At first, everything seemed perfect, but cracks began to show over time. Friends noticed that something wasn't right in their relationship. In October 2009, Lynch decided to move out of their shared home on Aurora Avenue in Des Moines. Just a few days later, on October 16th, she took a brave step and obtained a protective order from the court, ensuring Randall would stay away from her. Despite her efforts to protect herself, tragedy struck. On a day that should have been ordinary, Lynch was at a retail store in Des Moines when Randall appeared. He abducted her, hurt her deeply, and ended her life far too soon.
He grabbed her like a piece of luggage and he threw her face.
Argumentative.
Threw her face first in the back seat of the car.
Sheila sat in the courtroom, her heart heavy with grief. Her daughter, a vibrant soul who had brought light to so many lives, was taken in a senseless act of violence. Her daughter, Teresa Ann Lynch Moore, was kidnapped and killed by Randall Moore. As the accused stood before the judge, Sheila couldn't believe what she was hearing. His words were bold, arrogant, and utterly devoid of regret. As the investigation unfolded, one witness nervously spoke up, her voice trembling. She confessed that the entire situation had left her scared, unsure of what would happen next.
It was a horrifying thing to see, not knowing what was going to happen. I know I was very scared.
The trial reached its peak when the judge was visibly moved, delivering a statement that reflected both the legal system's perspective and the shared grief of those present. Sheila felt a sense of justice when the judge addressed the accused. His words were sharp and direct, cutting through the hollow excuses. "No other woman and child will be hurt by this man," Sheila stated. "He hung himself. I didn't have to do it for him."
And a half dozen deputies within arm's reach, Randall Moore stood as the verdicts against him were read.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Finally, justice was served. Moore was sentenced to 3 life sentences. Hearing this, the victim's mother, Sheila, thought nothing could bring her daughter back. Sheila found solace in the courtroom's collective humanity. The sentence was a reminder that actions have consequences and that justice, though painful, could bring a sense of closure. Throughout the entire trial, Moore never once showed any sign of remorse for his actions. His demeanor remained cold and indifferent.
And I'll tell you point blank, I have not 1 ounce of remorse for Teresa Ann's death. It could have all been prevented. All you had to do is let me see my kid. Now you're never going to see her again.
Sheila's story is a heart-wrenching reminder of a mother's loss and the resilience required to face unimaginable pain. It also highlights the strength of the legal system in delivering justice, offering a glimmer of hope amid profound tragedy. Her daughter's memory, preserved in the hearts of many, became a beacon of light in a dark time.
It took the jury in the Randall Moore murder trial just a little over 2 hours this morning to reach that verdict. Moore was convicted of killing his estranged wife, Teresa Ann lynched Moore, last November.
Randall Moore's shocking lack of concern for his family's safety is hard to forget. The next case revealed senseless violence that destroyed lives.
We have two murders. We have issues of flight, home invasion, kidnapping. The defendant is facing life offenses. I think a high bond is warranted under the circumstances to assure the...
On November 19, 2014, the small town of Kalkaska, Michigan was shaken by a tragedy. Keith Ferguson, a man once trusted by his family, committed 2 horrific murders. His victims were his wife, Tiffany Ferguson, and his father-in-law, James Weber. It was a crime that stunned the entire community. Keith Ferguson's actions on that tragic day in November 2014 left the small town of Kalkaska, Michigan heartbroken. Tiffany Ferguson, his wife, was a loving and caring woman who had been thinking about leaving Keith. She wanted a better life for herself and her children. Unfortunately, Keith couldn't handle the thought of losing her. On that day, Keith's anger boiled over. He shot Tiffany in their home, ending her life in a moment of rage. But the tragedy didn't stop there. James Weber, Tiffany's father, rushed to protect her. Sadly, Keith turned his gun on James too, taking his life as well. People who knew the family were shocked. Tiffany was a kind soul, and James was a protective and loving father. Investigators believe that Keith's actions were fueled by anger and his desire to control the situation.
We'll never again have an opportunity to hurt any innocent people. We'll never again have the opportunity.
What made it even more heartbreaking was the fact that Tiffany had been planning to move on, seeking safety and happiness. Instead, her life and her father's were taken in such a senseless way. The legal process was tough and emotional. Keith Ferguson had a reputation for being loud and disruptive in court. But on March 17, 2015, the day of his sentencing, he was quiet. Earlier that month, Keith had pleaded guilty as part of a deal, which led to 10 other charges being dropped. Despite his calm behavior, the pain and loss he caused couldn't be undone. Judge George Mertz delivered a powerful sentence. For the first-degree murder of his wife, Tiffany Ferguson, Keith was sentenced to life in prison without any chance of parole. This meant he would never have the opportunity to walk free again. Additionally, for the second-degree murder of his father-in-law, James Weber, Keith received an extra sentence of 31 to 60 years in prison. The courtroom was filled with a heavy silence as the sentence was read. But Keith showed no remorse. While the punishment brought some justice, it could never erase the heartbreak felt by family and friends. Keith's actions had changed many lives forever, but the judge's decision ensured he would never harm anyone else again.
And did you intend to kill him?
Oh, yeah.
And did you think about whether or not you wanted to kill him and make a deliberate choice to do so?
No way. Put half a magazine in that.
During sentencing, friends of the victims spoke about the pain Keith's actions caused. Carla Seating, a family friend, addressed the court saying, "I knew that one day you would kill her." She also shared that Keith would never have contact with his children again, a decision he agreed was best for them. Although no family members were present, Tiffany's friends found some comfort in the sentencing. Carla described feeling Tiffany's presence during the hearing, which brought her a sense of peace. The community rallied around the grieving family, organizing a memorial race in Tiffany and James's honor. Set for May 9th, the race aimed to raise funds to support their loved ones and ensure their memory lived on.
That he has caused all of us and the children, and that they're not going to have their mom.
Keith's brutality affected everyone in the community. The next story reveals the heartbreaking betrayal of a child's trust in California.
You are a failure as a father. You are a failure as a man. And you are a failure as a human being. Hope you relive the image of you murdering my baby.
On April 21st, 2017, a father named Aramaz Andresian Sr. took his 5-year-old son, Aramaz Jr., also known as Peaky, to Disneyland. What seemed like a happy outing turned into a horrifying tragedy that shook Southern California. After a fun trip to Disneyland, 5-year-old Aramaz Jr., known as Peaky, was supposed to be returned to his mother, Ana Estevez. However, when Peaky's father, Aramaz Andresian Sr., didn't show up for the scheduled custody exchange, Ana grew worried. Andressian was later found unconscious near his car in a South Pasadena park, but there was no sign of Peaky. He claimed he couldn't remember what had happened, leaving everyone confused and searching for answers. For the next 2 months, Peaky's disappearance became a mystery that captivated the community. Search teams scoured Lake Cachuma in Santa Barbara County, hoping to find any clue that would lead to the young boy. Despite the efforts, there was no trace of him. Meanwhile, Andressian, acting as though nothing had happened, fled to Las Vegas. He shaved his beard, dyed his hair, and tried to blend in, avoiding any attention. As the investigation continued, the mystery deepened, with many people wondering where Peaky could be and why his father seemed so detached.
Armand Sr. acting like a father who was distraught and searching for his son.
He never asked about the condition of his son or whether or not his son had been located.
On June 30th, 2017, the devastating news was revealed. The remains of little Peaky were discovered near Lake Cachuma. Authorities shared the tragic details, explaining that his father, Andressian, had taken his life by smothering him with a piece of clothing. It was a heartbreaking moment for everyone involved. Andressian was apprehended in Las Vegas and brought back to California to stand trial. In court, Peaky's mother, Ana Estevez, spoke with a broken heart. Holding back tears, she shared how her son had been her greatest joy, but now he was the source of her deepest sorrow. She expressed the overwhelming pain of losing her child, a pain that would never go away. Ana told the judge that Andressian had failed as a father and as a human being. She pleaded for the maximum sentence, hoping for justice in honor of her precious son. Peaky's memory would live on in her heart, but no punishment could ever truly fill the void left by his loss.
Forethought, premeditation, and deliberation murdered Aramaz A. Jr., a human being.
Aramaz Andressian Sr. pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Still, he didn't show any remorse.
Police have maintained he killed his son to get back at his estranged wife during a custody battle.
The story of Peaky's life and tragic death is a painful reminder of the darkness that can hide behind a smile. The community mourned the loss of an innocent child, while Ana carried the weight of unimaginable grief. Justice has been served, but the hole left in her heart will never heal.
I look at his picture all the time. I have a picture in my room. I talk to him. I pray that I will see him in my dreams.
Andressian's devastating actions underscore the unimaginable pain, yet the next case reveals the chilling betrayal of a husband.
2 facts remain the same all these years later. Number 1, Lacey and Connor are still dead. And number 2, you killed them.
Scott Peterson's case captivated the nation in the early 2000s. In 2004, he was convicted of the murder of his wife, Lacey Peterson, and their unborn son, Connor. The crime occurred on Christmas Eve in 2002, when Lacey, 8 months pregnant, went missing from their Modesto, California home. Scott maintained his innocence throughout, but the prosecution painted a grim picture, claiming he murdered his wife and discarded her body in the Berkeley Marina. Scott Peterson's life took a tragic turn when his wife, Lacey, suddenly disappeared on Christmas Eve in 2002. Scott told police he had left early that morning to go fishing, but as the investigation deepened, authorities uncovered discrepancies in his story. Lacey, who was 8 months pregnant, seemed to vanish without a trace. The community reunited together, searching for the missing woman, while law enforcement worked tirelessly to gather clues. For months, the family held out hope that Lacey and her unborn son, Connor, would return home safely. The media coverage grew, with the entire country watching the search unfold.
And we know from Cowan that that's still misconduct.
There's actual proof that she went back there, she did what she was instructed by the judge to do, and she reached a verdict.
Then, in April 2003, a grim discovery changed everything. Lacey's body, along with that of her baby, was found in San Francisco Bay. The remains had been badly decomposed, but it was clear that the worst had happened. This devastating discovery triggered a major shift in the investigation, and soon after, Scott was arrested. The evidence against him grew stronger, leading to his conviction for the murders of his wife and unborn son. What had seemed like a hopeful search turned into a heartbreaking conclusion for Lacey's family. As the investigation progressed, surprising details came to light. Scott Peterson, a man who seemed to have it all, had been involved in a secret relationship with Amber Frey, a massage therapist. Amber later revealed that Scott had told her his wife, Lacey, was already dead. The evidence against him continued to grow, and as the trial went on, Scott's actions raised even more questions. People who knew Lacey well testified that Scott seemed strangely unaffected by his wife's disappearance. Some even noticed he showed more emotion when a barbecue chicken burned than when he spoke about Lacey. Despite these odd behaviors, Scott insisted that his wife had been killed by an intruder. However, the jury was not convinced. After hearing all the evidence and testimonies, they decided Scott was guilty of Lacey's murder. The case shocked many, as it revealed how someone could hide such a dark secret, even from those closest to them. It was a heartbreaking story that left everyone wondering how someone so familiar could be capable of such a crime.
Further forensic investigation, including DNA testing of physical items that may lead to exculpatory evidence and or leads to possible suspects.
In 2004, Scott Peterson was sentenced to death. However, in 2020, his death sentence was overturned and he was resentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. The California Supreme Court found errors in his trial, especially during jury selection. Despite this, his conviction was upheld. In 2022, his appeal for a new trial was denied. In all the trials, Peterson didn't show any remorse or guilt for his act. His case remains a significant part of American true crime history, and his legal battle continues with the Los Angeles Innocence Project, seeking new evidence in his favor.
State of California versus Scott Peterson. We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Scott Lee Peterson, guilty of the crime of murder of Lacey Denise Peterson.
The case of Scott Peterson stirs mixed emotions. For Lacey's family, especially her mother, Sarah Rocha, the pain of losing Lacey and her unborn son was unimaginable. They believed in Scott's guilt and struggled with his apparent lack of remorse. For others, Scott's claims of innocence spark a debate that continues to divide people to this day. Some believe he was wrongfully convicted, while others still feel the weight of the tragedy and the lives lost.
We've been through so much these last days that I'd like to make a plea to the person or persons who have my daughter. Please bring our daughter home.
Up next, we explore the disturbing case of Vincent Parker.
Yes, he owned a dog, and he loved that dog to death. I also have a 3-year-old sister, and I would let him watch her when I was busy doing something else.
Oof.
He is very sad that something like this would happen. He is trying to figure out himself why he's done it. He's not sure.
On December 19, 2013, in Norfolk, Virginia, 16-year-old Vincent Parker shocked an entire community with a brutal act of violence inside his family's modest home. Vincent, described by his classmates and teachers as polite and well-behaved, carried out a crime so shocking that even seasoned investigators struggled to understand the depths of his rage. By the end of that day, both of Vincent's parents, Carol and Wayne Parker, were dead. But the reason behind this unimaginable betrayal wasn't what anyone expected. It wasn't about revenge over years of abuse or neglect. According to Vincent, the motive was something almost trivial. He was angry because his parents had taken away his iPod.
A Norfolk teen will spend at least a quarter of a century in prison for stabbing his own parents to death. Police say Vincent Parker was just 16 at the time of the alleged crime. Officers found Wayne and Carol Parker dead in their home on Bland Street in December.
The Parkers were a tight-knit, church-going family. Carol, 57, was known for her kind nature and strict parenting style, while Wayne, 55, worked tirelessly to support his family. Together, they had raised Vincent to value discipline, education, and responsibility.
Vincent Parker is shown at a young age with his parents, Carol and Wayne. The picture relatives say of what they thought was a happy family. That was until last December when Vincent, a 16-year-old honor student, brutally beat and stabbed his parents to death.
To those who knew him, Vincent appeared to be a model son. He excelled in school, had a clean record, and was often described as respectful and quiet. But behind the scenes, tensions were building. Vincent's parents had grown increasingly strict, especially when it came to his use of electronics. They felt that devices like his iPod and phone were distracting him from schoolwork and family responsibilities. In the days leading up to the crime, Vincent's parents had punished him for poor behavior by taking away his iPod. This seemingly small action unleashed a growing frustration that had been simmering beneath the surface for months. While his parents believed they were teaching him a lesson, Vincent saw their discipline as controlling and unfair. His anger reached a boiling point, and on that December day, he made a horrifying decision to take revenge.
He is a smart young man. Yeah, he is smart in school. Don't know what happened because this occurred.
That afternoon, Vincent left school early and returned to his family home. His mother, Carol, was the first to face his wrath. As she stood in the upstairs bathroom, Vincent sprayed her with pepper spray, blinding and disorienting her. He then grabbed a wooden bat and struck her repeatedly, the blows so violent that she collapsed on the bathroom floor. But Vincent wasn't done. He picked up a knife and stabbed her in the chest multiple times, leaving her lifeless body in a pool of blood. Minutes later, Wayne Parker came home from work. As he entered the house, Vincent ambushed him. Armed with a crowbar, Vincent struck his father repeatedly and then stabbed him. Despite his critical injuries, Wayne managed to stumble out of the house and call 911, gasping for help.
Police recovered several knives, a baseball bat, and a crowbar. Court papers show the teen told police afterwards he, quote, just got mad and went off. I just remember getting mad. It's all from my dad.
When first responders arrived, they found Wayne bleeding heavily outside the house. He was rushed to the hospital but tragically died shortly after. Inside, police discovered Carol's lifeless body in the bathroom. Blood splattered the walls, floors, and furniture, a chilling testament to the violence that had occurred.
It was premeditated. He had no mercy. Vincent Parker, he despised his parents.
He and his family hope that one day Parker will understand how many lives he's affected.
Vincent didn't attempt to flee the scene. Instead, he calmly admitted to the crime, telling police what he had done and why. His confession left everyone in disbelief.
Stephanie, Vincent Parker is being tried as an adult. He was in shackles and handcuffs in court and had no real emotion when he pleaded guilty. Alan Taylor of Elizabeth City leaves court after his 16-year-old grandson Vincent Parker pleaded guilty to killing Taylor's daughter Carol and his son-in-law Wayne.
Vincent's reasoning behind the murders sent shockwaves through the courtroom. He told police that he was angry because his parents had taken away his iPod and punished him over minor disagreements. Prosecutors painted Vincent as cold and calculating, describing how he meticulously planned the attack on his mother and father. Vincent pleaded guilty to second-degree murder for both killings. During his sentencing, he expressed remorse for his actions, but the damage was already done. In 2014, he was sentenced to 25 years in prison, a punishment that divided opinions. Some believed the sentence was fair, given the horrific nature of the crime, while others questioned whether a teenager could fully comprehend the weight of such actions.
I feel that he killed his parents because he wanted to have his own lifestyle. He wanted to be able to do what he wanted to do.
An uncle, overcome with emotion after testifying, lunged at the teen. And at that point, deputies restrained him and Parker was whisked from the courtroom unharmed.
The courtroom was filled with grief and disbelief as the Parkers' friends and family struggled to come to terms with the tragedy. Carol and Wayne were remembered as loving, hardworking parents who had done everything they could to give Vincent a good life. The fact that their son had turned against them in such a violent way was almost too much to bear.
I don't know what happened myself. I'm sure he can't remember what happened. So we just ask God to pray for him.
Vincent himself appeared remorseful in court, apologizing for his actions and expressing regret for the pain he had caused. But for those who knew the Parkers, the loss of two kind-hearted people in such a senseless act left a scar that could never heal.
I know sorry may not be enough to justify what I did, but I'm sorry for what I did to both you and your dad. You and Dad. I would give my life for you two to be alive again. You and Dad were and still are the best mom and dad in the world. Mom, I want to thank you for bringing me into this world. Well, I'll see you soon. Happy Mother's Day to the best mother in the world. I miss you and Dad so much.
To this day, the case serves as a chilling reminder of how unchecked anger and resentment can spiral into devastating violence, leaving behind a trail of heartbreak and unanswered questions. The next case takes us to Canada, where a young woman's calculated lies and cold manipulation led to a horrifying betrayal.
The real-life horror story that happened inside the Pan family's home shattered the serenity of their normally quiet, upscale neighborhood.
On a chilly November night in 2010, a quiet neighborhood in Markham, Ontario was shattered by a violent home invasion. For Jennifer Pan, it should have been the most terrifying night of her life. Masked intruders burst into her family's home, tied her up, and shot her parents in cold blood before fleeing into the darkness. But when investigators began to untangle the web of events, the horrifying truth surfaced. This wasn't a random act of violence. This was a meticulously planned attack, and the mastermind behind it was Jennifer herself.
The Pans were the epitome of an immigrant success story. Han Pan and his wife Bic were Vietnamese boat people who escaped to find a better life.
Jennifer Pan's parents, Bic Ha and Han Pan, had always pushed their children to succeed. As Vietnamese immigrants, they had built a life in Canada through hard work and determination, and they expected the same from Jennifer. They monitored her grades, chose her extracurriculars, and even controlled who she could be friends with. For Jennifer, the pressure was relentless. She was expected to become a straight-A student, a concert pianist, and a shining example of success.
And daughter Jennifer was an Olympic-caliber figure skater, an award-winning pianist, and a straight-A student.
His daughter, he wanted to be a doctor, eventually changing that to a pharmacist because he said that she didn't have the stomach for it.
But by her late teens, Jennifer's grades were slipping. Instead of admitting her struggles to her parents, she created an elaborate web of lies. She forged report cards, fabricated university acceptance letters, and even pretended to have a job at a prestigious hospital. To her parents, Jennifer was living the life they had dreamed for her. But in reality, she was struggling to keep up the facade.
He blamed a lot of her behavior on what's known in popular culture as tiger parenting.
Tiger parenting is common in Asian culture. It's described as tough love, some say bordering on tyranny.
She was caught in multiple lies. She was caught out living with him. She was caught out not attending university. She was eventually locked in her home.
Her parents basically put her on lockdown when they figured out what she was up to.
Yes.
The conflict between Jennifer and her parents intensified when they discovered she was secretly dating a man they disapproved of, Daniel Wong. They forbade her from seeing him, going as far as taking away her phone and restricting her freedom. Trapped in a world of her own lies and desperate to be with Daniel, Jennifer made a chilling decision. If her parents wouldn't let her live the life she wanted, she would make sure they were no longer a part of it.
You could see three shadowy figures come into the house together.
What did they say when they walked in?
They asked for money.
Over the course of several months, Jennifer began orchestrating a plan with Daniel and his friends to have her parents killed. On the night of November 8, 2010, the plan was put into motion. At around 10 p.m., Jennifer unlocked the front door of her family home, allowing 3 masked men to enter. She staged the scene to make it look like a robbery, tying herself to a banister with a scarf to appear as though she was a victim.
Some people broke into our house and they showed us all his money. And I couldn't hear my parents yelling downstairs. Please send help.
The men made their way upstairs, where they found Bick and Han in their bedroom. After ransacking the house for valuables to sell the illusion of a break-in, the men forced Jennifer's parents down to the basement. There, Han was shot twice, but miraculously he survived. Bick, however, was shot and killed, her lifeless body left on the cold concrete floor.
Moments later, that grainy security video shows the killers taking off. For some reason, they spared Jennifer's life, and she dials 911.
Jennifer, still pretending to be a victim, called 911, speaking calmly but with just enough emotion to sell the story. She told the operator about the robbery and how the men had tied her up before attacking her parents. But cracks in her story began to show almost immediately.
What's your name?
My name is Jennifer.
Someone just broke in?
Someone broke in and I heard shots like pops. I don't know what's happening. I'm tied upstairs.
Does it sound like gunshots?
I don't know what a gunshot sounds like. I just heard a pop.
The investigation into the Pan family home invasion didn't take long to unravel Jennifer's lies. Han, who survived the attack, provided a crucial piece of evidence. He recalled seeing Jennifer speaking calmly to one of the intruders, an interaction that didn't match her story of being a helpless victim.
When they get to the house, they find Jennifer tied up exactly the way she described. That raises more than a few eyebrows.
She's telling the 911 operator that she is tied to the banister, but she's also making the call on her cell phone.
Detectives also began to notice inconsistencies in Jennifer's account of the night. Surveillance footage from the neighborhood showed no sign of the intruders, and her demeanor during police interviews raised red flags. Under pressure, Jennifer eventually confessed, revealing that she had been the mastermind behind the attack.
So $10,000, 3 guys will come in, kill the parents, make it look like a home invasion.
Yeah, and that was the initial agreement.
All you have to do is tell me that you were involved, right? You know it, we know it, it's plain as day. I'm 100% correct here.
In 2014, Jennifer Pan was convicted of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and conspiracy to commit murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years.
A judge later sentenced Jennifer and the 3 others to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years.
At first, she had no reaction, but as the news sunk in, she broke down.
Jennifer, Daniel, and 2 of the gunmen are sentenced to life in prison. The 3rd gunman pleads guilty to conspiracy to commit murder. Jennifer also receives a non-communication order, meaning she can never speak to anyone in her family again.
The courtroom during Jennifer Pan's trial was a mix of shock, grief, and anger. Han Pan, still recovering from his injuries, testified against his own daughter, his voice trembling as he recounted the betrayal. Friends and family struggled to reconcile the image of the quiet, obedient girl they thought they knew with the chilling reality of her actions. Prosecutors painted Jennifer as manipulative and cold, willing to destroy her family to live the life she wanted. But the defense argued that years of parental pressure had created a deep sense of resentment and desperation. For the Pan family, however, the damage was irreparable. Bick Ha was gone, and the father who had once loved Jennifer unconditionally now saw her as a stranger. Jennifer's actions left scars that would never heal, not just on her family, but on the entire community. Even years later, the case remains a chilling reminder of how far someone can go when pushed to the brink. The next case takes us to Idaho, where a 16-year-old girl's obsession with her boyfriend led her to commit a crime so shocking it tore her family apart.
And she came running out bawling and says, "They think I did it."
A teenage girl stands trial for murder.
while her family watches and wonders. No one could have imagined what would happen after they tried to end the relationship. Diane and Alan were murdered.
In the early morning hours of September 2nd, 2003, a quiet home in Bellevue, Idaho became the site of an unthinkable crime. Alan and Diane Johnson, known for their kindness and strong family ties, were brutally murdered in their own house. But this wasn't the work of an unknown intruder. The truth behind the murders shocked the entire town. It wasn't a stranger who took their lives. It was their own 16-year-old daughter, Sarah Marie Johnson. What could drive a teenager to commit such a horrific act? As investigators dug deeper into Sarah's life, they uncovered a story of love, rebellion, and betrayal that left a community forever scarred.
She was very vivacious, very curious, very loving, very loyal. You couldn't have a better friend than Diana.
I always looked up to Alan and copied him, and he was always just a really great, honest, straightforward guy.
To outsiders, the Johnson family seemed like the picture of stability. Alan was a hard-working ranch manager, and Diane was a loving homemaker who was deeply involved in her church. But beneath the surface, there was tension brewing.
Parents know to expect problems when their kids become teenagers. And Diane and Alan Johnson's 16-year-old daughter, Sarah, have presented them with a very big problem. A boyfriend they thought was wrong for her.
At the heart of the conflict was Sarah's relationship with Bruno Santos, a 19-year-old man her parents strongly disapproved of. Alan and Diane believed he was a bad influence on their daughter, not only because of his age, but also due to his troubled past. They forbade Sarah from seeing him, taking her phone away and grounding her in an effort to keep them apart.
He was a high school dropout and was selling drugs, and she came from this really nice family. It just didn't seem like it was right.
But Sarah was deeply infatuated with Bruno. To her, their relationship was everything, and her parents' attempts to end it felt like an attack on her freedom. The more they tried to control her, the more resentment grew. Sarah began to see her parents not as protectors, but as obstacles standing in the way of her happiness.
I know she had problems with my mom. One day it'd be fine, and then as fast as you could snap your finger, all hell would raise loose, and there'd be yelling and screaming.
By the summer of 2003, Sarah's frustration had turned into something darker. She started confiding in friends about how much she hated her parents and even hinted that she wanted them gone. At first, her words seemed like empty teenage rebellion, but they were far more than that. Sarah wasn't just angry, she was planning.
911, what is your emergency? 2 gunshots.
Alan and Diane Johnson were brutally executed in their home.
On the morning of September 2nd, 2003, Sarah put her plan into motion. While her parents slept peacefully in their home, Sarah retrieved her father's .264 caliber rifle, which she had hidden the night before. At around 6:20 a.m., she walked into her parents' bedroom and shot her mother Diane as she lay in bed. Alan woke up to the sound of the gunshot, only to be confronted by Sarah in the hallway. Before he could react, Sarah fired again, killing him instantly. The house was eerily silent as Sarah stood there, the rifle still in her hands. But instead of calling for help or fleeing, she calmly began staging the scene. She dragged her mother's body out of the bedroom and covered it with a blanket. Then she left the rifle outside near their guest house, trying to make it look like an intruder had committed the crime.
Diane shot in the head while sleeping. Alan hit in the chest while in the shower. Their daughter Sarah, sounding terrified, says she was alone in her bedroom when it all happened.
Once everything was in place, Sarah ran to a neighbor's house, pretending to be hysterical. She told them she had just come home to find her parents murdered. The neighbors immediately called the police, who arrived on the scene within minutes.
Panicked and hysterical, fled to a neighbor's, where they called police.
There have been 2 gunshots in the bedroom.
So you get here.
At first, Sarah's act seemed convincing. She played the role of the grieving daughter well, crying and clinging to her story of a mysterious intruder. But as investigators examined the evidence, her story began to fall apart.
Right out here on the street.
Inside that garbage can, bullets from the Winchester rifle, a left-handed leather glove, and a right-handed latex glove, all containing someone's DNA.
Detectives quickly noticed inconsistencies in Sarah's version of events. The rifle, which had been left outside, was too clean to have been handled by an intruder in a panic. There were no signs of forced entry, and the timeline Sarah provided didn't add up. As they dug deeper, police uncovered her motive. Sarah's parents had been planning to send her away to live with relatives to keep her away from Bruno Santos. To Sarah, this was the ultimate betrayal, and she decided that the only way to stay with Bruno was to eliminate the people standing in her way.
What were you feeling for your sister who just went through this?
If this rang true, if this is what happened, that's just horrible. That would be sad to be in a house when that happened.
Poor Sarah.
Yeah.
16 years old.
Of course.
At this point, you're all in mourning and...
When confronted with the evidence, Sarah eventually confessed. Her trial began in 2005, and the details of the crime horrified the courtroom. Prosecutors argued that Sarah's actions were cold and calculated, while her defense team claimed she had acted out of desperation and emotional instability.
There is something going on here. I mean, most 16-year-olds would be hiding. They would not want to sit there on the fence and watch their parents come out in body bags. No way.
After weeks of testimony, the jury found Sarah guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole, a sentence that sparked debate over whether a teenager should face such a harsh punishment.
Guilty on both counts of first-degree murder.
That was probably one of the single hardest points.
It's undescribable. It really is, the heartache and the sorrow.
At first, it's just, you can't believe it. It's something that's so...
Your sisters say that she hated your mother.
Constantly.
You testified that Sarah hated your mother, that she actually said this.
Yes.
She actually,
several times, yes.
You heard her say that?
Uh-huh.
The emotional toll of Sarah's crime was immeasurable. Alan and Diane's family and friends filled the courtroom, their grief visible as they listened to the details of the murders. Many described Sarah as a sweet and caring girl before she met Bruno Santos, struggling to understand how she could have committed such a horrific act.
Showing a guilty mind.
While her anguished relatives looked on, prosecutors presented grim details of the killing and the evidence.
Sarah was crying, and her defense team had probably told her to hope for the best but expect the worst, and I think that's what she was doing.
Sarah herself showed little emotion during the trial, her face remaining calm even as her fate was sealed. But for the people of Bellevue, the crime left a deep scar. The Johnsons had been pillars of their small community, and their loss was felt by everyone who knew them. To this day, Sarah's case remains one of the most shocking examples of a child turning against their own parents. It's a chilling reminder of how love, obsession, and rebellion can combine to create devastating consequences. The next case takes us to Texas, where a 16-year-old boy turned his family's peaceful home into the scene of a shocking tragedy.
Now to another big story. A day after A.J. Armstrong was found guilty of murdering his parents, and his family members say they are left devastated and in disbelief.
The murders of Antonio Sr. and Dawn Armstrong in their own home in 2016 as they slept is an absolute tragedy. Family members say they now have the added pain of a jury finding their son, Antonio Armstrong Jr., guilty of shooting his parents to death when he was 16 years old.
In the early hours of July 29, 2016, the quiet suburban home of Antonio and Dawn Armstrong in Houston, Texas was shattered by gunfire. The couple, known for their devotion to family and faith, were brutally murdered as they slept in their bedroom. Their teenage son, A.J. Armstrong, made the chilling 911 call, claiming someone had broken into their home. But as investigators dug deeper, they found no signs of forced entry. What they uncovered instead was a tangled web of evidence pointing to a shocking truth. The prime suspect was their own 16-year-old son.
Antonio and Dawn Armstrong were the kind of couple other couples envied. They had it all: a tight-knit family, 3 accomplished children, leaders in their church, savvy entrepreneurs, owners of a small chain of gyms.
Antonio and Dawn Armstrong were pillars of their community. Antonio, a former NFL player turned businessman, and Dawn, a devoted mother and fitness enthusiast, were admired for their strong Christian values and parenting. They poured their love and energy into raising their 3 children, especially their youngest, Antonio Armstrong Jr., better known as AJ. To the outside world, the Armstrong family seemed perfect, but behind closed doors, tensions between AJ and his parents had been growing. Antonio and Dawn were known to enforce strict rules, often clashing with their teenage son over his behavior, grades, and the company he kept. AJ had reportedly been struggling in school and had been disciplined for sneaking out and partying late at night.
AJ didn't react as months of private text messages to his mom and dad were shown and read to a jury, strangers who will ultimately decide, was AJ just a normal kid acting out, or a 16-year-old killer sick of taking heat from his parents?
These disagreements escalated in the months leading up to the murders. According to testimony later presented in court, AJ felt suffocated by his parents' rules and was harboring resentment towards them. That resentment came to a head on a fateful summer night when AJ made a decision that would tear his family apart forever.
Remember in the 911 he says, I heard 2 gunshots.
Any medical attention needed?
I heard gunshots. I don't really know.
I went down the stairs, saw a crack in my parents' door.
At 1:40 a.m. on July 29, 2016, police received a frantic 911 call from AJ, claiming he had heard gunshots and that someone had broken into the family's home. Officers arrived to find Antonio Armstrong Sr. and Don Armstrong lying in their bed, both shot in the head. Don was pronounced dead at the scene, while Antonio Sr. was rushed to the hospital, where he succumbed to his injuries hours later.
I'd say like 6 feet, maybe, somewhere around there. I couldn't give you like an age range. I didn't really get to see his face or anything like that.
So for him to go to that, to all of a sudden, oh, there was a masked man in my house and I needed to go get my sister, to me and John, I think too, was one of the biggest inconsistencies.
Investigators immediately noticed inconsistencies in AJ's story. There were no signs of forced entry or robbery. Instead, they found a .22 caliber pistol, believed to be the murder weapon, in AJ's bedroom. Nearby, they discovered a note that read, "I've been watching you." AJ claimed the note was left by the intruder, but police found no evidence to support his claims.
There was somebody else in the house that night, and to know that this is something I'm being accused of just makes everything so much worse.
Police say there were no signs of a break-in.
Is his father's blood on his clothes when, according to the defendant, he never went in and checked on them?
During questioning, AJ's behavior raised suspicions. He remained calm and collected, offering explanations that didn't align with the evidence. Investigators pieced together a timeline that painted a chilling picture. AJ had allegedly waited until his parents were asleep, retrieved the gun from his father's belongings, and shot them at close range. He then staged the scene to look like a break-in, placing the note and calling 911 to divert suspicion.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Antonio Armstrong Jr., guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment.
AJ was charged with capital murder just days after the killings. His trial became one of the most closely watched cases in Houston, drawing intense media attention and dividing public opinion.
Now, we want to remind you that it took 3 trials for a jury to convict Armstrong. He's now serving a life sentence for the 2016 murders of his mother and father at their home in Bel Air.
The prosecution argued that AJ's motive stemmed from resentment and anger towards his parents, particularly his father, who had disciplined him harshly for his behavior. They presented evidence that tied AJ to the murder weapon and pointed out inconsistencies in his alibi.
Deserves far more than to have his future determined based on faulty, unreliable.
The defense, however, painted a different picture. They argued that AJ was a loving son who had been traumatized by the deaths of his parents. They claimed the investigation was flawed, pointing to issues with the handling of DNA evidence and suggesting the possibility of another suspect.
AJ has now been sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years.
God will find a way. I'm convinced of that.
After years of delays and multiple trials, AJ was convicted of capital murder in 2023. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. The case continued to spark controversy, with AJ's legal team filing appeals based on alleged mishandling of evidence.
At the core of this case, when you look past the claims and evidence and opinions, are 3 heartbroken parents.
They were amazing. They were 2 amazing people.
The courtroom was filled with heartbreak during AJ's sentencing. Friends and family of Antonio and Don described the immense pain of losing 2 beloved members of their community. Antonio Sr. had been a mentor to many, using his NFL experience to inspire youth, while Dawn was remembered as a kind and devoted mother who always put her family first. AJ maintained his innocence throughout the trial, a stance that divided the community. Some believed he was a misunderstood teen who had been wrongfully accused, while others saw the evidence as irrefutable.
I have to ask you, just one time, did you kill your parents?
No. Never. Never.
What do you want to say to them?
I mean, for me, it's as simple as I didn't do it.
For the Armstrong family, the tragedy left a void that could never be filled. The case remains a haunting reminder of how quickly family bonds can unravel, leaving behind devastation and unanswered questions. The next case takes us to Pennsylvania, where a family's peaceful farmhouse became the site of a horrifying crime.
A civil rights lawsuit has been filed against the Pennsylvania State Police over the arrest and murder conviction of 11-year-old Jordan Brown. Brown was convicted of shooting and killing his father's pregnant fiancée.
Child killer accused of a shocking crime at the age of 11.
It was the brutal crime and shocking arrest that garnered national headlines.
On a cold February morning in 2009, in the small rural town of Wampum, Pennsylvania, an unthinkable tragedy unfolded that would spark over a decade of legal battles, shattered lives, and unanswered questions. Inside a farmhouse, 11-year-old Jordan Brown was accused of committing an act so chilling, it shocked not only his family, but an entire nation.
He was Kenzie's fiancé, the father of her expectant child. And one more thing, Brown is also the father of the suspected killer, 12-year-old Jordan Brown.
His father's pregnant fiancée, 26-year-old Kenzie Hoke, was found shot in her bed. Her unborn child tragically lost as well. And as investigators pieced together the events of that morning, their attention turned to Jordan, the young boy who many believed had no capacity for such violence. But what truly happened that day? And how did an accusation turn into one of the most controversial legal sagas in recent history?
What do you see in this mugshot?
I see somebody who just committed a murder. That's why there's a mugshot.
With his son facing life without the possibility of parole.
The morning of February 20th, 2009 started like any other. Kenzie Hoke, who was 8 months pregnant, was home with her 2 daughters, Janessa 7 and Adeline 4, while Jordan prepared for school. Jordan, the son of Kenzie's fiancé, Chris Brown, had recently moved into the farmhouse with his father.
This is Jordan Brown when he was still a typical 5th grader, quarterback of the Pee Wee football team, the Warriors, coached by his father Chris, a single dad.
But beneath the surface, tensions were quietly building. Kenzie's family later claimed that Jordan harbored resentment towards Kenzie and her pregnancy, believing that the arrival of a new baby would push him out of his father's attention.
And a new sibling was on the way. Chris and Kenzie were eagerly awaiting a baby together, a boy they had already named Christopher.
She was thrilled.
As the morning routine unfolded, tragedy struck. Kenzie's 7-year-old daughter, Janessa, found her mother lying unresponsive in her bedroom. Kenzie had been shot in the back of the head at close range with a shotgun. The unborn baby, just weeks away from being born, did not survive.
9 a.m., tree trimmers arrived to work around the house. A short time later, a tree trimmer sees Adeline in the doorway, sobbing. She tells him her mother is dead.
When police arrived, they began their investigation. Their focus quickly shifted to Jordan when they discovered that his youth-sized 20-gauge shotgun, a Christmas gift from his father, had been recently fired. Investigators believed Jordan had taken the weapon, shot Kenzie as she slept, and then boarded the school bus as if nothing had happened. Jordan, however, denied any involvement in the crime, insisting he had gone straight to school that morning and had nothing to do with what had happened.
February 2009, 26-year-old Kenzie Hoke found dead in her rural Pennsylvania farmhouse. She was 8.5 months pregnant. The suspect, her 11-year-old soon-to-be stepson, Jordan Brown.
Within hours, Jordan was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 1 for Kenzie and 1 for her unborn baby. The case immediately made headlines, with Jordan being labeled as one of the youngest individuals in the U.S. ever to face such serious charges.
Less than 24 hours later, state police arrested Jordan, accusing him of using his shotgun, a hunting gift from his dad, to fire 1 fatal bullet to the back of her head.
Prosecutors argued that Jordan's motive stemmed from jealousy and anger towards Kenzie and her unborn child. They claimed that Jordan had walked into Kenzie's bedroom, fired the fatal shot, and calmly continued his morning routine to avoid suspicion.
3 years after his arrest, a now 14-year-old Jordan is found guilty in juvenile court of double homicide.
Obviously, the police believe that you killed Kenzie. Did you kill Kenzie?
No. But the defense painted a starkly different picture. They argued that the evidence against Jordan was purely circumstantial and riddled with inconsistencies. There were no witnesses to the crime, no physical evidence tying Jordan to the shooting, and no blood or gunpowder residue on his clothing. As the trial proceeded, it became clear that investigators had based much of their case on the testimony of Janessa, Kenzie's 7-year-old daughter. Janessa claimed she heard a loud boom before seeing Jordan leave Kenzie's room that morning. However, the reliability of her statement was called into question due to her young age and potential influence from adults around her.
I was crying in the picture. I was crying that whole night. I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't know where I was at, like what was going on or anything.
Did you understand what you stood accused of?
No, I didn't understand.
Despite these uncertainties, Jordan was found guilty in 2012 by a juvenile court judge, a decision that left many questioning the fairness of the investigation and the trial.
The last court proceeding on this matter was actually just this past Friday. The judge now has 20 days to determine whether or not the young boy will be tried as an adult. 2 families now awaiting a decision in a case that has stunned a small town in Pennsylvania.
Jordan spent years in a juvenile detention center, growing from a boy into a young man while maintaining his innocence. In 2018, nearly a decade after the crime, Jordan's conviction was overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. The court ruled that the evidence presented during his trial was insufficient to support the guilty verdict, effectively exonerating him.
Brown was convicted of shooting and killing his father's pregnant fiancée. But the Pennsylvania Supreme Court threw out the conviction, saying there was insufficient evidence.
Jordan was finally free, but the damage had been done. He had lost his childhood, spending crucial developmental years behind bars for a crime he insisted he didn't commit.
Pennsylvania's Supreme Court sides with Jordan, writing that the prosecution had presented insufficient evidence. Jordan's conviction overturned.
Everything's gone. That made me happy, and then the truth finally got out.
In the years since his release, Jordan has worked to rebuild his life, but the stigma of the case continues to follow him. He has filed a civil lawsuit against the police and prosecutors involved in his arrest, alleging that their rushed investigation and flawed evidence robbed him of his youth.
No, I'm not angry. I mean, I think the whole, what happened and the way it happened is BS, but I'm not. Can I say that?
Now 21, Jordan says he's determined to focus on brighter days ahead.
We're just here to support Jordan because we know he's innocent, we believe in him, and we'd like to get through this stage so that they can find the real killer and actually give some justice to baby Christopher and Kenzie.
The courtroom reactions throughout Jordan's trials and appeals were a mix of heartbreak and outrage. Kenzie's family remained steadfast in their belief that Jordan was responsible, while Jordan's father, Chris Brown, stood by his son's innocence from the very beginning.
The victim's mom and dad, Deb and Jack Hoke, are troubled by what they see inside and outside the courtroom.
There's absolutely no emotion on their side. I don't know.
For many, the case of Jordan Brown raised critical questions about the justice system. Should an 11-year-old ever have been charged with first-degree murder based on circumstantial evidence? Did the rush to solve Kenzie's murder lead to an innocent child being wrongly accused? To this day, the case remains one of the most controversial in recent history, serving as a stark reminder of the complexities of justice when children are at the center of tragedy. Up next, we delve into the chilling case of Tanico Thompson, whose tragic and violent actions left an indelible mark on those affected.
Just a little before she did what she done to my son. I can't believe this, really, I can't believe this.
Tanico Thompson, a former Atlanta police officer, was convicted of murdering her boyfriend. She showed no remorse, claiming self-defense, but evidence contradicted her story. In May 2014, Fort Lauderdale witnessed a tragic crime that shook the community. Miami police officer Carl Patrick, known for his dedication and compassion, was found dead in his Pembroke Pines home. His live-in girlfriend, Tanico Thompson, claimed self-defense, but her actions and inconsistencies painted a different picture. Carl Patrick was a dedicated Miami police officer who spent his life serving others. In May 2014, his life was tragically cut short when he was found dead in his Pembroke Pines home, still wearing his uniform. The person responsible was his live-in girlfriend, Tanico Thompson, who claimed she shot Carl in self-defense because he had been offensive. However, prosecutors uncovered troubling facts that cast doubt on her story. After the shooting, Thompson took Carl's phone, preventing him from calling for help. Instead of seeking assistance, she fabricated a pregnancy and even used his credit cards after his death. These actions painted a picture of deceit rather than desperation. Carl's mother, Lucille Patrick, was heartbroken by the loss of her son. She stood firm against Thompson's claim of mistreatment, describing Carl as a kind-hearted man who loved Tanico deeply. "My son was good to that lady and loved her so much he couldn't see the ugly in her," Lucille said, her grief palpable.
My son was good to that lady, and he loved her so much that he could not see the ugly in her.
The trial was filled with conflicting stories, leaving the courtroom divided. Tanico Thompson's family begged for mercy, describing her as a compassionate person and claiming she was a victim of mistreatment. They pleaded with the court to consider her difficult past and alleged struggles. However, the prosecutors presented a very different picture. They argued there was no proof of the mistreatment Thompson had described. Instead, they focused on her actions after the shooting, which appeared calculated and heartless, leaving Carl Patrick to die. Later, she misused his credit cards and faked a pregnancy, showing a lack of remorse and responsibility for her actions. When it was time for sentencing, Thompson addressed Carl's grieving mother. Fighting back tears, she said, "I didn't mean for him to die. I did it to defend myself." But her words didn't bring comfort or change the outcome. The family saw her apology as too little, too late. The court ultimately sided with the evidence, finding Thompson guilty. For Carl's loved ones, her actions spoke louder than words, leaving them with heartbreak and a sense of betrayal they would carry forever. In August 2016, Tanico Thompson was found guilty of second-degree murder. On November 4th, 2016, she was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole, but she didn't show any remorse. Judge Jeffrey Cohen delivered the sentence, bringing a sense of justice to Patrick's loved ones. The courtroom was filled with mixed emotions, sorrow, relief, and anger. Patrick's family and friends hugged, finding some solace in the verdict. Lucille Patrick expressed gratitude, saying he couldn't kill that woman, but she did it. Despite the pain, she found comfort in knowing that her son's killer would be held accountable. The case serves as a grim reminder of how deception and tragedy can intertwine, leaving behind broken hearts and unanswered questions. Breaking news! Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description. Taniko Thompson's actions left a family heartbroken in disbelief. But the next case shows a story of a rising star's life murder.
To sterilize Sierra Harp to prevent any more children being born. We also ask for the highest punishment of life without parole.
Raheem Grant, an Atlanta rapper known as Red Beezy, was a rising star. He started his music career as a child and even performed at Showtime at the Apollo when he was just 7 years old. By his 20s, he was not only a rapper but also a skilled producer and recording engineer. Despite his success, Raheem's life took a tragic turn on December 29, 2017, due to a volatile relationship with the mother of his child, Sierra Harp. In 2013, Sierra Harp approached Raheem Grant for an autograph and a job. Raheem, kind and driven, hired her to promote his shows. Their professional relationship soon turned romantic, and in 2014 they welcomed a beautiful daughter, Angel. Raheem was a devoted father who always put his daughter first, but his relationship with Sierra became increasingly difficult. By late 2017, Raheem was preparing for an exciting music tour, working hard to grow his career. During this time, Sierra, who had nowhere else to stay, moved in with him temporarily. However, her behavior became unpredictable. She often had fits of jealousy, leading to heated arguments. Concerned for his safety, Raheem's mother, Geraldine, advised him to record their interactions just in case. On December 29, 2017, tragedy struck. Sierra appeared at a neighbor's house with stab wounds, holding little Angel in her arms. When the police arrived at Raheem's home, they discovered he had been shot multiple times and stabbed. Sierra claimed it was self-defense, but the evidence suggested otherwise. This heartbreaking event ended Raheem's life, leaving his loved ones to mourn a talented artist and a caring father. At first, investigators believed Raheem had attacked Sierra Harp, forcing her to defend herself. However, Raheem's mother, Geraldine, firmly denied this, explaining that her son was never a violent person. As suspicions deepened, the autopsy results revealed shocking details. Raheem had been shot 7 times, including in the back of his head. These injuries made it clear that he had been defenseless during the attack. The case took a major turn when investigators accessed Raheem's phone. What they found was chilling. In one video, Raheem documented his injuries, painfully stating, "This is what Sierra Harp did to me." Other videos, filmed by Sierra herself, showed her angrily yelling at him and trying to stage a scene to make it look like self-defense. One of the most heartbreaking moments was when Raheem, struggling to survive, was shot again. The evidence from Raheem's phone exposed the truth and provided justice for a kind-hearted father whose life was tragically cut short. It also revealed his bravery in ensuring his story was heard. On February 22, 2018, Sierra Harp was arrested and charged with Raheem's murder. During her trial, the videos left no doubt about her actions, which showed no remorse for her act. In May 2019, Sierra was found guilty of malice murder and aggravated assault. She was sentenced to 125 years in prison. Raheem's mother, Geraldine, now raises Angel, ensuring she grows up surrounded by love and away from the pain caused by her mother's actions. This heartbreaking case reminds us of the importance of recognizing toxic and dangerous relationships. Raheem was a talented artist, a devoted father, and someone who deserved a future free from harm. His legacy lives on in his music and the love his mother provides for Angel. Harp's horrifying actions remind us of the dangers lurking in toxic relationships, but the next case shows a high-profile case where love and betrayal claim self-defense collide.
I waited so long to be able to speak to her face to face, and I finally got that for myself personally, so I hope prison serves her well.
On September 27, 2020, 33-year-old Ashley Benefield shot and killed her estranged husband, 58-year-old Doug Benefield, at her home in Florida. Their troubled marriage, filled with allegations of mistreatment and legal battles, became the focus of a trial that the media dubbed the Black Swan Trial. Ashley, a former ballerina, claimed she acted in self-defense, but many questioned her true intentions. Ashley stood before the court and described a marriage marked by fear and control. She testified that Doug had been hurtful throughout their relationship, often trying to dominate her life. On the night of the tragic incident, she said an argument escalated dangerously. According to Ashley, Doug blocked her from leaving her home, advanced toward her in anger, and struck her in the face. Feeling terrified and trapped, she grabbed a gun and fired in what she claimed was self-defense. Ashley also shared that she had tried to protect herself and their child in the past. She filed for injunctions against Doug in 2018 and 2020, accusing him of mistreatment and seeking to keep him away from their child. However, no criminal charges were ever brought against Doug, and one of the injunctions was still unresolved when the incident occurred. The prosecution, led by Suzanne O'Donnell, argued against Ashley's claims. O'Donnell pointed to the physical evidence, noting that Doug's bullet wound came from the side, suggesting he wasn't facing Ashley when he was shot. The prosecutor accused Ashley of staging the event to gain sole custody of their child and claimed her grief during the trial was an act to mislead the court. The trial of Ashley Benefield was filled with twists and intense moments that captured everyone's attention. During the proceedings, Ashley's defense team raised concerns about potential issues with the jury. They claimed one juror might have withheld information that showed a bias, while another was accused of sharing details about the trial using a cell phone. These allegations created a stir, but the judge carefully reviewed them and decided to dismiss both claims, allowing the trial to continue. As the case unfolded, Ashley's claim of self-defense came under heavy scrutiny. She testified that she feared for her life when her husband, Doug Benefield, allegedly attacked her, but the evidence didn't fully back up her story. Prosecutors argued that the physical evidence, including the direction of the bullet wound, didn't align with her version of events. This raised serious doubts about whether she was truly acting in self-defense or if her actions were premeditated. In the end, the jury made their decision. They did not believe Ashley was completely innocent, but they also didn't find her guilty of second-degree murder. Instead, she was convicted of manslaughter, a lesser but still serious charge. It was a pivotal moment that shaped her future and brought some closure to Doug's grieving family. On December 3, 2024, Ashley Benefield was sentenced to 20 years in prison, followed by 10 years of probation. As the sentence was read, Ashley reportedly showed no emotion. Doug Benefield's family, however, felt justice was served.
I'm going to sentence you to 20 years in Florida State Prison. That's to be followed by 10 years of probation.
Doug's daughter, Eva Benefield, gave a heartfelt statement during the hearing. "My dad was the best man I have ever known in my entire family," she said. "I hope prison serves her well." The family expressed relief that Ashley was held accountable, though they also mourned the loss of Doug, a father and friend whose life ended in tragedy.
My dad was the best man that I've ever known in my entire life, and he will continue to hold that in my mind and in our family's mind forever.
Where Ashley Benefield's case involved a complicated mix of claims and counterclaims, it highlights the devastating impact of household conflict when violence becomes the resolution. Ashley Benefield's trial captivated the nation. The next case is even more harrowing, where a tragic loss changes lives forever. On September 8, 2021, the peaceful Gulf Breeze community was shaken by a devastating incident. U.S. Navy Chief Petty Officer reports a heated argument with her husband, Colin Turner, over their 3 children. By the end of that day, Colin Turner, a loving father and Marine veteran, would be dead, and Kuhn would face charges of first-degree premeditated murder. Bree and Colin's relationship had grown increasingly tense over the years, and September 8, 2021 would mark a tragic turning point. That day, the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office received multiple calls. The first 2 calls, one from Bree and the other from Colin, described heated arguments but revealed no clear signs of physical violence. Deputies arrived and left each time, seeing no reason to intervene further. Later that evening at 6:22 p.m., a third and final call came through. Colin, sounding distressed, told dispatchers that he had been locked in the garage by Bree. He described how she had tried to harm him when he attempted to re-enter the house. Then, during the call, a loud bang echoed in the background. "She just shot me," Colin yelled during the call, as stated by police. Colin's voice is filled with pain and fear when he's on the call. What followed was even more horrifying. 3 more gunshots rang out, and then there was only silence.
What was that? He just shot me. She just shot him. I just heard 4 shots.
By the time deputies returned to the scene, it was too late. Colin Turner, a Marine veteran and father, had lost his life in a tragic and irreversible moment. The events of that day left a community shocked and a family forever changed. Bree was arrested and charged with murder, leading to a trial that revealed 2 very different versions of the truth. Her defense team described her as a woman trapped in an offensive marriage. They claimed Colin, a Marine veteran with a traumatic brain injury, had been emotionally and physically harmful towards her. They argued that years of suffering had caused Bree to fear for her life and the safety of her children. Her lawyers cited battered spouse syndrome, explaining that Bree acted out of desperation. However, the prosecutors painted a starkly different picture. They argued that Bree's actions were not out of fear but premeditated and deliberate. They presented compelling evidence where Colin's final moments could be heard. Testimony from Bree's brother, Eric, further raised questions about her defense, casting doubt on her version of events. For 4 days, the jury listened closely as both sides made their cases. Despite interruptions caused by Hurricane Helene, the jury returned with a clear decision. Bree Kuhn was found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. The verdict marked the end of a heartbreaking trial that left a family grieving and a community grappling with the tragedy. Circuit Judge James Duncan sentenced Bree to life in prison without the chance of parole. Still, she had no remorse for her act. She didn't think about her 3 children, witnesses to the tragic events, who were placed in protective custody. This story serves as a painful reminder of the devastating consequences of unresolved conflicts and the mistreatment of household chores. While Bree claimed she acted out of fear and desperation, the evidence painted a picture of a tragic choice that cost Colin his life and shattered 2 families. Next, we explore the heartbreaking case of Lisa Montgomery, a woman whose troubled past and shocking crime raised difficult questions about mental illness and justice.
Turns out Lisa Montgomery was never pregnant. She was a killer who fed those around her a pack of lies. Investigators and even her husband. There was no birth. It was murder and kidnapping.
In December 2004, the small town of Skidmore, Missouri became the backdrop for one of the most harrowing crimes in modern history. Lisa Montgomery, a seemingly ordinary woman with a tragic past, would commit an act of unimaginable brutality. She wasn't just a killer. She was a predator hiding in plain sight, meticulously planning a crime so heinous that it shocked even seasoned investigators. Lisa's victim, Bobby Jo Stinnett, was a 23-year-old expecting mother whose kindness proved fatal. Montgomery had posed as a buyer interested in Bobby Jo's prized show dogs, gaining her trust through friendly emails and phone calls. But behind this facade was a calculated scheme. Lisa arrived at Bobby Jo's home under the guise of a meeting, carrying not excitement but sinister intent. With cold determination, Lisa attacked Bobby Jo, strangling her in a struggle that left the young woman fighting desperately for her life. But the horror didn't stop there.
Montgomery researched how to perform a C-section. She made a dry run to Skidmore the day before the murder. Montgomery brought umbilical cord clamps, a rope, and a knife to the Skidmore house.
Lisa used a kitchen knife to cut Bobby Jo's baby from her womb, leaving the young mother lifeless and the baby stolen. Her goal? To pass off the child as her own, an act fueled by years of lies about pregnancies and a desperate attempt to salvage her crumbling personal life.
I have no sympathy for Lisa Montgomery for what she did. That was the most monstrous act I can think of.
After fleeing the scene with the newborn, Lisa returned to Kansas, proudly displaying the baby to those around her. She concocted stories about giving birth herself, convincing even her husband of the falsehood. Meanwhile, Bobby Jo's lifeless body was discovered by her mother, who placed a frantic call to authorities. A massive manhunt ensued, with the FBI tracing Lisa's online communications to Bobby Jo. The following day, Lisa was arrested. The baby, miraculously unharmed, was safely returned to her father.
Diane and other advocates say Lisa Montgomery was brutally tortured throughout her life, beaten, raped, and neglected.
In court, the details of Lisa's troubled life emerged. She had endured severe physical emotional harm as a child, leaving deep psychological scars. Her defense team argued that these experiences, combined with mental health struggles, had driven her to commit such an atrocity. Despite these revelations, the jury was unmoved by her pleas. Lisa was convicted of kidnapping resulting in death, and in 2021, she became the first woman in nearly 7 decades to be executed by the federal government.
This case has finally come to a close, but we will never stop missing Bobby Jo. She was a sweet and loving wife, daughter, and sister, and would have been a wonderful mother.
The courtroom was heavy with grief and anger as Bobby Jo's family delivered their impact statements. Her mother, choking back tears, described the unimaginable pain of losing her daughter in such a brutal way. The judge, too, expressed his disgust at the calculated nature of Lisa's crime. Even in her final moments, Lisa displayed no remorse, maintaining a distant and detached demeanor, leaving those present to grapple with the monstrous act that tore a family apart. Breaking news! Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description. The next case takes us into a world of betrayal and manipulation. Sabrina Zunich, a foster child whose actions stunned her community.
17-year-old foster daughter Sabrina Zunich is on top of Lisa in a violent rage, stabbing the woman who gave her a new home.
What is going on? What is going on?
In the quiet suburb of Willoughby Hills, Ohio, a disturbing murder shattered the fragile trust between a foster child and her caregiver. Sabrina Zunich, a seemingly ordinary teenager, harbored a secret relationship with her foster father, Kevin Knafel, a relationship that would ultimately fuel a horrifying crime. What started as a rescue story for a troubled teen ended in a calculated plan to eliminate an innocent life.
It was, by all accounts, a stable and happy household. Lisa was a social worker who worked in the sex abuse department, while Kevin was often on the road as a trucker. It seemed like the perfect environment for a foster child.
Lisa Knafel, Sabrina's foster mother, was known for her kind and nurturing nature. She welcomed Sabrina into her home, unaware of the darkness brewing behind closed doors. Kevin manipulated Sabrina, convincing her that Lisa was the source of their problems and the obstacle in their relationship. Under Kevin's influence, Sabrina's emotions spiraled, and the Foster family's home became a battleground of betrayal and deceit. In the early morning hours of November 16, 2012, Sabrina entered Lisa's bedroom armed with a knife. Lisa, who was asleep beside her 3-year-old daughter, woke to the attack but had no chance against the ferocity of her assailant. Sabrina stabbed Lisa over 150 times, a horrifying act of violence that stunned even seasoned investigators. As investigators pieced together the crime, shocking details emerged. Sabrina confessed to the murder but claimed Kevin orchestrated the plan, manipulating her with promises of love and shared happiness. Phone records, texts, and testimony revealed Kevin's chilling role in grooming Sabrina for the murder, convincing her that this heinous act was the only way to secure their future together.
What was his relationship to you?
It was when a foster father when needed to be, and when a lover when not being a foster father.
The evidence painted a damning picture. Kevin had preyed on Sabrina's vulnerabilities, using her troubled past to mold her into a pawn for his twisted desires. The courtroom became a theater of anguish as Sabrina detailed Kevin's manipulation, and prosecutors argued that she was both victim and perpetrator in this horrifying tale.
Zunich told the jury that after Kevin Knaefel seduced her and began a sexual relationship with her, he convinced her to kill his wife so that he could collect $785,000 in insurance policies he had on Lisa Knaefel's life.
Sabrina Zunich pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, receiving a sentence of 30 years to life. Kevin Knaefel was convicted of conspiracy to commit aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison, with no possibility of parole for 30 years. The legal system delivered justice, but the emotional scars left on Lisa's family and community would remain. The courtroom was a mix of raw emotion and quiet horror. Sabrina, visibly distraught during her sentencing, apologized to Lisa's family, but her words did little to heal the wounds inflicted by her actions. Lisa's surviving family members, including her young daughter, expressed their grief and anger, condemning Kevin's betrayal and Sabrina's ultimate choice to carry out the crime. The community, once a symbol of safety, was left to grapple with the reality that darkness can infiltrate even the most trusting of households. The case became a chilling reminder of the power of manipulation and the devastating consequences of unchecked control. Now, we shift focus to Karla Faye Tucker, whose brutal crime and unexpected transformation behind bars made her one of the most controversial figures in Texas history.
What are you going to be thinking about if you face execution?
I want to be thinking about certainly what it's like in heaven.
Of course, they rousted them out of bed, and of course the girl's screaming and pleading for her life, and both of them are. Karla just went crazy. I mean, she just went crazy.
In 1983, Karla Faye Tucker, a young woman with a troubled past, shocked Texas with a crime so brutal it left the public reeling. Known for her wild lifestyle fueled by substances and recklessness, Karla and her accomplice, Daniel Garrett, committed a gruesome double murder that would become one of the most infamous cases in the state's history. But what followed in her journey added an unexpected twist to her story. On a June night in Houston, Karla and Garrett broke into a home, driven by rage and a chaotic plan to steal a motorcycle. Inside, they encountered Jerry Lynn Dean, who Karla despised for personal reasons, and Deborah Thornton, who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Armed with a hammer and a pickaxe, the pair unleashed a savage attack. Karla herself would later admit to delivering the fatal blows to both victims, describing the act with chilling indifference.
She said that she basically achieved an orgasm every time she swung the pickaxe and landed it.
She told me that.
Do you believe that?
She told me that. I asked her that same question.
Adding to the horror, Karla claimed she felt a surge of joy during the crime, a statement that would haunt her trial and cement her image as a remorseless killer. For the victims' families, the sheer brutality was incomprehensible, leaving a void that could never be filled. The evidence against Karla was overwhelming. Fingerprints, witness testimonies, and her own confession painted a damning picture. Prosecutors described her as the epitome of evil, pointing to her lack of remorse during the trial. However, after being sentenced to death, something unexpected happened. While on death row, Karla claimed to have undergone a spiritual transformation, embracing Christianity and becoming a model inmate.
It took me a while to believe that Karla had found the Lord.
What mostly hit me was his love. His love that just...
Her public pleas for clemency sparked a global debate. Advocates, including prominent religious leaders, argued she had genuinely reformed and no longer posed a threat to society. But the victims' families and the state of Texas stood firm, believing that justice demanded her execution. On February 3, 1998, Karla Faye Tucker was executed by lethal injection, becoming the first woman to be put to death in Texas in over a century. In her final moments, Karla maintained her newfound faith, offering apologies to the victims' families and expressing hope for forgiveness. Her execution divided the nation, raising questions about the nature of redemption, justice, and whether true change is enough to outweigh past sins.
No, I'm not. I'm not afraid of dying. I mean, I know where I'm going. I know that Jesus has already gone to prepare a place for me. I know that if I have to go February 3rd, that he's going to come and he's going to escort me personally. I believe that.
The courtroom and public reactions to Carla's case were a mix of outrage and compassion. For some, her transformation was a testament to the possibility of redemption, even for those who commit unthinkable crimes. For others, her newfound faith couldn't erase the horrors of her actions or the devastation she caused. The victims' families remained steadfast, describing her death as a long overdue act of justice. Now let's turn our attention to Sheila LaBarre, a woman whose manipulative and violent tendencies turned her rural New Hampshire farm into a place of terror.
She's literally burning a body in her front yard.
Yes.
On a public roadway.
Yes. Yes.
Just whose remains are burning in that front yard fire? And is the woman who lives here a gold digger or a grave digger?
In the seemingly quiet town of Epping, New Hampshire, a picturesque farm concealed the horrifying reality of Sheila LaBarre's reign of terror. Her property, known to locals for its charm, became a house of horrors where young men entered, but many never left. Behind her warm demeanor lurked a manipulative and sadistic killer, whose twisted motives would leave a community shattered. LaBarre's victims were carefully chosen, young, vulnerable men, often down on their luck, who were drawn to her through promises of care and stability. Once under her control, these men became prisoners in a psychological and physical nightmare. LaBarre used mental manipulation and harm to isolate her victims, making them dependent on her before subjugating them to unimaginable cruelty. She filmed her acts of torment, a chilling record of her ability to inflict pain without remorse. Among her victims was Kenneth County, a young man with developmental challenges. Lured by LaBarre's charm, he quickly found himself trapped in her web of sadistic violence. In 2006, neighbors began noticing strange bonfires on LaBarre's farm and a series of erratic behaviors that raised alarm bells. A concerned citizen contacted authorities, leading to a welfare check on her property. What police uncovered was beyond belief. They discovered evidence of violent assaults, including Kenneth County's blood-soaked mattress and personal belongings. LaBarre had already disposed of his body by burning it in one of her infamous fires. Further investigation revealed charred remains of multiple victims, each pointing to a grim pattern of harm, murder, and destruction. LaBarre accepted guilt, claiming her victims were who deserved punishment, despite zero evidence supporting her assertions. Her unfounded justifications painted a chilling portrait of a killer detached from reality. LaBarre was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. Her trial exposed the depths of her depravity, as prosecutors detailed the torture her victims endured. Jurors were shown her self-incriminating videos, which highlighted her lack of empathy and enjoyment of control.
She had already admitted to the murders. Her sentence is mandatory.
I hereby sentence you to 2 life in prison without the possibility of parole sentences at the New Hampshire State Prison, and you are remanded to the custody of the sheriff.
In court, LaBarre appeared defiant and unapologetic, often smirking and showing no acknowledgement of the lives she destroyed. Her defense attempted to argue diminished capacity, pointing to her troubled childhood and history of mental illness. The jury rejected these claims, sentencing her to life in prison without parole. For the families of the victims, the trial offered little solace. They expressed profound anger and sorrow, speaking of the young lives robbed by LaBarre's cruelty. One relative described the farm as a death trap disguised as a sanctuary, a chilling metaphor for LaBarre's manipulative nature. Her lack of remorse only deepened the wounds, leaving a haunting reminder of the horrors hidden beneath her charming facade. Our next case takes us to Australia, where Kelly Lane's web of lies and unsettling actions left a nation in disbelief.
Is Tegan Lane dead or alive? She was last seen as a 2-day-old leaving a Sydney hospital with her mother Kelly, an aspiring Australian Olympian.
A former water polo champion with a seemingly perfect life, Kelly Lane harbored a dark secret. Beneath her polished exterior lay a web of deception so intricate it would take years to unravel. The story of Lane's missing baby, Tegan, stunned Australia and revealed a chilling mystery that remains unsolved to this day. In 1996, Lane gave birth to her second child, Tegan, at Auburn Hospital in Sydney. Just 2 days later, the baby vanished without a trace. Lane initially claimed she had given Tegan to the child's biological father, but as police dug deeper, they uncovered a disturbing pattern. Lane had hidden multiple pregnancies from her family and friends, delivering babies in secret and placing them for adoption. However, Tegan's case was different. There was no record of adoption, no father stepping forward, and no explanation of where the infant had gone. As investigators pressed her for answers, Lane's story began to change. She provided conflicting accounts of Tegan's whereabouts, each more far-fetched than the last. Why would a mother go to such extreme lengths to hide the truth?
Did you kill the child?
No, I did not. I did not do anything like that.
In 2010, after years of suspicion and investigation, Lane stood trial for Tegan's murder. Prosecutors painted a chilling picture of a woman desperate to protect her image, willing to do anything to erase evidence of her secret child.
But I'm still not sure why you have to discuss. You asked me here to talk about Tegan. I'm confused now.
I want to get to the truth.
The courtroom was captivated as Lane's facade cracked under scrutiny. Witnesses described her obsession with maintaining appearances and her refusal to address Tegan's disappearance. The prosecution argued that Lane had killed Tegan shortly after leaving the hospital, driven by fear of her reputation being tarnished.
The natural father of the child is an Andrew Morris, is that correct?
That's correct.
But in a second interview more than 2 years later, she told them it could be Andrew Norris.
Lane maintained her innocence, repeatedly claiming she had handed Tegan over to the father, a man she refused to identify. But with no solid evidence of adoption and inconsistencies in her testimony, the jury had to confront the most unsettling possibility. Tegan was gone, and Kelly Lane knew exactly why. Kelly Lane was convicted of Tegan's murder and sentenced to 18 years in prison, with a non-parole period of 13 years. The verdict sent shockwaves across Australia, leaving a nation grappling with the horrifying reality of the case. Despite her conviction, Lane has continued to proclaim her innocence, even launching appeals to clear her name. The mystery of Tegan's disappearance lingers, haunting the minds of investigators, the public, and Tegan's biological father, whose identity remains a mystery. In court, Tegan's absence was obvious. There was no body, no tangible proof of her fate, only the aching void left behind by unanswered questions. Family members of Lane's other children expressed their anguish, struggling to reconcile the Kelly Lane they knew with the woman convicted of such a heinous crime. The case serves as a stark reminder of how appearances can mask unthinkable acts. A mother's love should be unconditional, yet Tegan's story ended in darkness, with the truth buried alongside her. Up next, we look into the tragic case of Chloe Driver, a young woman whose actions would leave a lasting impact on her family and community, sparking a national conversation about accountability and the consequences of unchecked rage.
I see her everywhere, in everything. She lives on and shows me that beauty can be found anywhere.
On December 8, 2020, in the quiet neighborhood of Canton, Georgia, police responded to a harrowing scene. A 13-month-old baby girl, Hannah Nicole Driver, had been brutally killed. Her mother, 24-year-old Chloe Driver, was arrested at the scene after attempting to take her own life. Chloe, accompanied by a group believed to be part of a traveling cult, stopped at a home in the Mountain View neighborhood. Shortly after arriving, Chloe took a knife, locked herself in a bedroom with Hannah, and stabbed her daughter 4 times. The baby's father desperately tried to save her, but tragically, Hannah was pronounced dead on the scene. Chloe survived her self-inflicted wounds. When the case was trialed, her defense rested on an insanity plea. She claimed that her mental illness had driven her to commit an unthinkable act, a tragic moment she said she could barely comprehend herself. Her defense painted her as a deeply troubled young woman, overwhelmed by struggles beyond her control. But the prosecution told a much different story, one that sent chills through the courtroom. They described a mother whose behavior after the crime showed no sign of remorse. Instead, they portrayed her as cold and indifferent to the unspeakable loss of her child.
I wanted to see if she was okay because, she was running from them. And then they had got a hold of her and was dragging her back to the apartments that were right there.
The trial was deeply emotional. Police officers who had first arrived at the scene gave tearful testimonies, recounting the devastating moment they found 13-month-old Hannah. Jurors struggled to contain their emotions as they viewed crime scene photos and body camera footage, each image revealing the heartbreaking details of the baby's final moments. In the end, the courtroom was filled with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. The innocence of a baby lost and the unimaginable actions of a mother left everyone grappling with the weight of the tragedy, their hearts heavy with grief and disbelief. The 6-day trial of Chloe Driver was a heartbreaking journey through the tragic loss of 13-month-old Hannah. Over 21 witnesses came forward, and 135 pieces of evidence were presented.
I am being forced to get into a truck with Benjamin and Mikhail or Brian Joyce to see my daughter again because he has kept her away from me.
He is the next of kin in this case, so our office makes contact with the next of kin to the victims, and we had done that on occasion. Okay.
Along with it, including chilling 911 calls and crime scene photos. Each day in court revealed more details of that fateful day, leaving everyone grappling with the unimaginable. Chloe's defense focused on her mental health, 3 psychologists testified about her profound struggles, and Chloe herself spoke, expressing deep regret for what had happened. Her lawyers argued that her mental illness clouded her judgment and drove her to a tragic act that she could never undo.
Guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 5, cruelty to children in the first degree. Guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill.
But the prosecution painted a starkly different picture. They described Chloe as a mother who showed little care for her child, even during the trial. They pointed to moments where her behavior seemed cold and inappropriate, arguing that her actions showed a troubling lack of accountability. They highlighted how her choices led to Hannah's heartbreaking end, leaving no room for excuses. The courtroom was filled with grief and conflicting emotions. The evidence told a painful story, but the memories of baby Hannah brought a shared hope of justice and healing to the wake of such an unspeakable tragedy.
You were attempting to save her life, and that
Yeah.
was attempting to save Hannah's life.
Yeah, he was.
Did you care about Kawani and Hannah?
Of course.
Do you still care about them?
Yeah.
The jury rejected Chloe's insanity plea, finding her guilty but mentally ill. She was convicted of malice murder, felony murder, child cruelty, and aggravated assault. Judge McKellia sentenced her to life in prison with the chance of parole plus 20 years, while acknowledging the trauma inflicted on everyone involved. During the time of trial, Chloe gets emotional as she feels guilty for what she did to her daughter.
This state would dictate that you would serve 30 years of a life sentence before you were considered for parole.
This case struck at the deepest levels of human emotion. A mother tackling her child's life is an act that defies comprehension. The community mourned the loss of an innocent baby while struggling to understand the profound darkness that led to this tragedy. During the hearing, the father of the baby said, "This woman took my daughter's life."
Where I sat for 3 months in a van just screaming and screaming and screaming that this woman believed that she was entitled to take my daughter's life out of this world.
Chloe Driver's heart-wrenching crime devastated a family. Breaking news: Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description. But the next case takes a dark turn with a shocking betrayal that led to the death of a husband.
It has been so hard to go through all of this for the last 3.5+ years after what I went through.
On a quiet day in 2012, tragedy struck a family in Carlsbad, California, when Julie Harper was sentenced to 40 years in prison for killing her husband. Julie Harper, 39 at the time, shot and killed her husband, Jason Harper, in their upstairs bedroom. Meanwhile, their 3 children were downstairs, unaware of the horrific event unfolding above them. Julie claimed that the shooting was an accident, a desperate act of self-defense during a heated argument. She testified that Jason, an athletic and spirited man, charged at her, and the gun went off unintentionally. However, the story is not like that. Investigators uncovered troubling details, including Julie's preparation of a getaway bag filled with passports and cash, suggesting she planned to flee.
Harper told them to look in a blue backpack now at his house for attorney's fees. Inside, nearly $40,000 in cash.
Julie Harper's case took a dramatic turn as it unfolded in court. At first, during her initial trial, she was acquitted of first-degree murder, leaving her family and the public divided over what had truly happened on that fateful day. According to Julie, her husband mistreated her for years, and on that day he was doing the same. But in a retrial in 2015, a jury reviewed the evidence again and found her guilty of second-degree murder for the death of her husband, Jason Harper.
Julie Harper talked about the day she killed her husband. She said she and her husband Jason started fighting about money in their bedroom when he got violent.
The judge handed down a 15-year to life sentence, but an additional 25 years were added because Julie had used a firearm during the crime. This brought her total sentence to 40 years to life, ensuring she would spend decades behind bars. Years later, Julie sought to shorten her sentence, citing a new California Supreme Court ruling that allowed judges more flexibility in reducing firearm-related penalties. She hoped this could give her a chance for an earlier release. However, the prosecution firmly opposed her request, arguing that Julie's actions, including disposing of the murder weapon and preparing a getaway bag, made her a danger to public safety. They believed her sentence should remain intact to reflect the seriousness of her crime. On a quiet Thursday morning, the courtroom fell silent as Superior Court Judge Blaine Bowman made his final decision. Julie Harper, who had been convicted of killing her husband Jason, sat anxiously as the judge upheld her original 40-year to life sentence, rejecting her appeal. The prosecution painted a clear picture of Julie's actions, emphasizing the troubling details surrounding the case. They pointed out that Julie had never shown genuine remorse for taking Jason's life. Adding to the suspicion, the murder weapon was never found, and evidence suggested Julie had intentionally gotten rid of it.
Grabbed me by the arms, began shaking me forcefully.
Julie says she feared for her life.
Prosecutors also highlighted that Julie had prepared a getaway bag with passports and cash, which they argued showed she had plans to flee after the tragic event. These actions, they claimed, reflected a calculated attempt to escape responsibility for her crime. Judge Bowman agreed, stating that reducing Julie's sentence would not serve justice. His decision was met with quiet relief by Jason's grieving family. Though the courtroom proceedings concluded, the emotional weight of the tragedy lingered. Jason's loved ones left the courthouse with heavy hearts, finding some solace in knowing that the sentence upheld the memory of a life taken too soon. Julie Harper was sentenced to 40 years to life for killing her husband. Jason's family, including his mother Lena, expressed relief at the decision, insisting that justice for Jason must be served. They believe Julie should serve at least as many years as she took from her husband's life,
for a total term of 40 years to life in state prison. Do we have, and from probation, quit your appearance for probation, I failed to get that.
There wasn't a hint of remorse, only a quiet determination. She explained each of her actions with clarity, revealing that every choice she made was driven by the instinct to protect herself. It wasn't recklessness or malice, it was survival.
Allows the judge discretion over the gun allegation, which added 25 years to life to her sentence. It was mandatory in California until just this year. Now her turn to appeal it.
This heartbreaking case left a family shattered. For Jason's loved ones, the memories of his vibrant personality were overshadowed by the devastating loss. While justice brought some closure, the emotional scars remain. Even Julie's children show remorse for their dad, saying to their mother that, "I don't want to call her mom." Justice was served, but the scars of this tragedy will remain forever.
Julie would usually be asleep.
You called your mom Julie, is that right?
Yes.
Is that what you call her now?
Yes.
How come you started calling her Julie?
Because I don't want to say that she is my mom.
Charlie Adelson's case continues to evoke strong emotions. The next case is the shocking murder plot, which leaves everyone speechless.
Two sentencing in the state of Florida versus Catherine Magbanowa, 2016 CF 3036 and 2018 CF 497.
In 2014, Florida State University law professor Dan Markell was tragically shot and killed at his home in Tallahassee. His murder unraveled a shocking conspiracy involving his former brother-in-law, Charlie Adelson. Once a respected periodontist, Charlie was later convicted in a murder-for-hire plot that would devastate multiple families. Dan Markell's murder wasn't a random act of violence. It was the result of a deep family conflict. At the time of his death, Dan was going through a difficult custody battle with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. Their two young children were at the center of this emotional dispute. Wendy's brother, Charlie Adelson, who was a successful periodontist, became entangled in this struggle as the conflict between his sister and Dan escalated. In a series of unfortunate events, Charlie allegedly took matters into his own hands. It's believed that he wanted to end the ongoing family feud and ensure a resolution to the custody battle, even if it meant taking the most drastic step. Through a carefully planned murder-for-hire scheme, Charlie arranged for two hitmen to carry out the crime. Dan's murder, which occurred in 2014, shocked the community and devastated Dan's family and friends. The investigation unraveled a dark web of conspiracy, eventually pointing to Charlie Adelson as the mastermind. He was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. What started as a personal dispute between a husband and wife tragically led to a loss of life and shattered a family in the process.
I do.
You may stand.
Stand. I would just like to say that I maintain my innocence.
After years of investigation, the truth behind Dan Markell's tragic death began to emerge. In 2023, Charlie Adelson's trial finally took place. It was an intense 8-day process that uncovered shocking details of the crime. The prosecution presented crucial evidence, including secretly recorded conversations where Charlie was heard discussing the murder plot. These recordings linked him to the two hitmen who carried out the crime, as well as their intermediary, who helped facilitate the murder for hire. As the trial progressed, the pieces of the puzzle came together, revealing Charlie's role in orchestrating the entire plot. The jury, after carefully considering the evidence, found him guilty on all counts: first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Leon Circuit Judge Stephen Everett, after hearing the verdict, sentenced Charlie to life in prison for the murder of Dan Markell. In addition to the life sentence, Charlie received 30-year sentences for the conspiracy and solicitation charges, all of which would be served consecutively. Though the legal process didn't bring back Dan, it provided a sense of justice for his family. knowing that Charlie would face the consequences for his role in such a devastating loss. Charlie Adelson is now serving his life sentence in a South Dakota prison. However, his lawyer recently filed a motion for resentencing on 2 counts. During the sentence, he didn't show remorse. Citing errors in the sentencing scoresheet, the request, if granted, could reduce his sentence, though it wouldn't affect his life term for the murder.
Red, if there can please be no expressions either of shock or anger, please.
In a dramatic turn of events following the tragic murder of law professor Dan Markel, Catherine Magbanua faced justice after years of legal battles. Initially tried in 2019 alongside Siegfried Garcia, her case ended in a mistrial when the jury couldn't reach a verdict. However, her retrial in May 2022 brought closure. On May 27, 2022, the jury found her guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. Magbanua received a life sentence without parole, along with 2 additional 30-year sentences.
We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
The murder left an indelible mark on the lives of Markel's family and friends. For the public, the case serves as a chilling reminder of how greed and resentment can lead to devastating consequences. Adelson's case shows a terrifying story that leaves everyone in shock and disbelief. But the next case uncovers a mother's horrifying act of violence.
We still love Michelle as a wife, mother, and friend, and hope that she receives the treatment that she needs.
In October 2008, Michelle Kehoe, a mother from Coralville, Iowa, drove her 2 sons to a secluded spot near Littleton. What followed was a horrific act that would leave one of her sons dead and the other severely injured. Michelle taped their eyes shut and then slashed their throats with a knife before attempting to take her own life. In October 2008, Michelle Kehoe took her 2 sons to a quiet, secluded area near Littleton, Iowa. It was a trip that would change their lives forever. In a shocking and heartbreaking moment, Michelle, in a fit of anger and confusion, taped their eyes shut and then attacked them with a knife. Tragically, her 2-year-old son, who was too young to understand the horror around him, lost his life to the brutal wounds. Her 7-year-old son, however, showed incredible strength and resilience. Despite the terrifying attack, he survived and, as difficult as it must have been, he courageously testified in court about what happened that day. Initially, Michelle tried to shift the blame, telling authorities that a stranger had attacked them. However, the truth soon came out. After some time, she admitted that she was the one responsible for the tragedy. The boy's bravery and the heartbreaking loss of his little brother left the community in shock. It was a devastating moment for everyone who knew the family, especially as a mother was the one who caused the harm. Despite her confession, the legal system had to carry out its duty to ensure justice for the surviving child.
Guilty of murder in the first degree, dated November 5, 2009, by Anthony L. Buter, presiding juror.
As Michelle Kehoe's trial began, the case became more complicated than anyone expected. Despite her confession, Michelle's defense team argued that she wasn't mentally fit to stand trial. They believed that her troubled mental health played a significant role in the attack, and that this should have been a central part of her defense. Her lawyers claimed that Michelle wasn't in the right state of mind when she made the confession to the police, and that her statements should not have been used against her.
Strategy to get, quote, your story out through the experts, because then you wouldn't be subjected to cross-examination.
The defense also argued that her attorney during the trial had failed to properly protect her rights, especially when it came to the statements she made while in the hospital. According to them, these statements were influenced by her mental health struggles and should not have been admitted as evidence. The defense hoped that the court would consider her mental health history and show mercy, acknowledging her struggles. Despite these claims, the court ruled otherwise. The judges determined that Michelle understood what she had done, the charges against her, and the process of her trial. They found that her confession was given voluntarily, without coercion, and that she was fit to stand trial. The Iowa Court of Appeals rejected her appeal, confirming that Michelle Kehoe was fit to stand trial. The judges concluded that she understood the charges against her and had voluntarily confessed to the crime. In the end, Michelle was convicted of murder and attempted murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole and is currently serving her sentence at the Mitchellville Women's Prison.
Society has overall suffered because of your actions and because of the decisions that you made.
As the trial went on, Michelle became overwhelmed with emotion. The weight of what she had done hit her hard, and as the evidence was presented, she started to lose her composure. Her voice shook, and tears filled her eyes. It was clear she now fully understood the seriousness of her actions and felt deep regret.
I really want to express my deep sorrow
trials for healing, for showing protection for my friends and family.
This tragic case left a community in shock. The horror of a mother turning against her children is almost impossible to comprehend. While the surviving son's courage in testifying helped secure justice, the grief of losing a young life and the trauma of surviving such an attack will stay with him forever. The case also highlights the importance of mental health and understanding the complexities of crime and justice. Michelle Kehoe's shocking crime was a heart-wrenching betrayal. Next is the chilling crime that left an entire community in shock.
Almost every weekend, and when those weekends come back up, I don't get to see her anymore.
In March 2023, a horrific tragedy unfolded in Clark County, Washington, when Kirkland Warren brutally murdered his former girlfriend, Michelle Melendez, and her 7-year-old daughter, Layla Stewart. Their bodies were found on March 22, 2023, in a rural area near Washougal, with both victims suffering gunshot wounds to the head. This crime was not only devastating for their family and friends, but it also left the community in shock. Just days before the tragic deaths of Michelle Melendez and her daughter Layla, Warren's violence had already escalated. Earlier, he had fired shots at Michelle's apartment, prompting her to take the crucial step of obtaining a protection order against him. Despite this legal safeguard, Warren's aggression continued, leading to even more devastating consequences. The warning signs were all there, yet he chose to ignore them, escalating his actions further. His crime against Michelle and Layla was part of a deeply troubling pattern of behavior. Beyond the horrific murders, there were disturbing allegations of child harm, adding to the fear and pain felt by all who knew them. His actions left a permanent scar on the families who loved Michelle and Layla, a loss that could never be repaired by any form of justice. The families were left grappling with the weight of their grief, knowing that no sentence or punishment could undo the harm Warren caused. For the victims' loved ones, the story wasn't just one of murder. It was about a series of signs that were ignored, a pattern of violence that ultimately shattered lives and left a community struggling to understand how such cruelty could unfold. After a lengthy and emotional series of court hearings, Kirkland Warren finally admitted his guilt in a shocking and heartbreaking turn of events. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of aggravated first-degree murder for the tragic deaths of his former girlfriend, Michelle Melendez, and her 7-year-old daughter, Layla Stewart. He also pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. In addition, Warren entered an Alford plea for charges of child harm, which meant he acknowledged there was enough evidence to convict him, though he continued to maintain his innocence.
Is that correct, Mr. Warren? You'd like to enter a not guilty plea today? Not guilty pleas received.
This plea came just days before his trial was scheduled to begin, sparing the grieving families from having to endure the painful and difficult details of the case in the courtroom. The families, though thankful to avoid further trauma, were still overwhelmed with the unfillable void left by the loss of their loved ones. Despite the legal process moving forward, no amount of justice could erase the unimaginable pain they felt. The empty spaces in their hearts and homes were a constant reminder that no verdict could ever bring Michelle and Layla back. The real punishment for the families was the enduring grief of losing 2 beloved lives so cruelly. On October 8, 2024, Kirkland Warren was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. He will never again be able to harm anyone. However, the scars left on the families of Michelle and Layla will remain forever. Still, he shows no remorse for his actions. The community, although relieved by the conviction, knows that no sentence will ever truly make up for the loss of 2 innocent lives.
Given the nature of this particular charge, it could result in potentially a life imprisonment under the provisions of ISRB. And you've talked about that with your attorneys, so...
The pain was obvious in the courtroom as family members spoke out. Layla's aunt and grandmother expressed how their lives were shattered by the loss of Layla and Michelle. "The day I lost them, I lost a part of myself," said Nicole Norris, Michelle's mother. The emotional weight of the case was felt by everyone present, and even the prosecutors, who had worked tirelessly for justice, struggled to hold back their emotions. For the families of the victims, the sentence was not a relief. It was a reminder of a pain that would never go away.
The orders are false security blankets. He was released with no GPS in the first place. We're angry.
Next, we turn to the disturbing case of Isabella Martinez, a young woman whose tragic decision shocked those closest to her and left a trail of devastation in her wake.
I don't need an attorney.
You don't need an attorney?
No.
Well, I beg to disagree with you. You have a right to represent yourself. In our Constitution, you have a right to represent yourself.
On July 6, 2017, a chilling 911 call was made from a home in Loganville, Georgia. When Gwinnett County Police arrived at the scene, they found a tragic sight: 5 lives lost. The victims included her husband, Martin Romero, 33, and their 4 children: Isabella, 10, Dakota, 7, Dylan, 4, and Axel, 2. A fifth child, Diana, 9, had also been stabbed but survived after undergoing emergency surgery. The Romero family had recently moved into a quiet neighborhood in Loganville, Georgia. By all accounts, they seemed like a happy and close-knit family. The children were often seen playing with friends and were described by neighbors as bright and full of potential. However, beneath this peaceful appearance, tragedy was brewing. Isabella Martinez, the mother, reportedly sank into a deep depression after the death of her father, which seemed to change everything. On July 16, 2017, the unimaginable happened. Isabel made a 911 call admitting she had stabbed her husband and children. When police arrived, they found 5 family members dead and another child, Diana, critically injured but alive. The shock didn't end there. During her first court appearance, Isabel behaved in ways that puzzled everyone. She smiled for the cameras, gave a double thumbs up, and even knelt in a prayer-like pose. Her actions baffled the court and viewers alike. The judge sternly told her to stop, but she shook her head and laughed. When asked about legal representation, Isabel refused an attorney, saying her faith and the people would defend her. It was a chilling display in a case that left a community heartbroken and searching for answers.
A Georgia prosecutor will not seek the death penalty for a woman charged with stabbing her husband and 4 children to death. 34-year-old Isabel Martinez pled not guilty to all charges in a Gwinnett County courthouse today.
The police quickly launched a thorough investigation after the devastating discovery in Loganville. They uncovered that Isabel Martinez had brutally stabbed her family in the early hours of the morning. Shockingly, she confessed to the crimes without hesitation. However, what happened in the courtroom left everyone even more baffled. During her sentencing, Isabel's behavior was nothing short of bizarre. She smiled, waved to the cameras, and even gave a double thumbs up.
Smiling the creepiest smile, gave the jury a thumbs up, and started moving as if she was praying.
She swayed in her seat, held her hands together in a prayer gesture, and appeared completely detached from the severity of the situation. Her strange reactions unsettled everyone present, including the judge, who had to warn her to stop performing for the cameras. Many people began to question what could have driven her to commit such a horrific act. Some experts speculated that Isabel might have been struggling with severe mental health issues, perhaps triggered by the recent loss of her father. Others were left wondering how such an unimaginable tragedy could happen in a seemingly normal, happy family.
I just went cold. I couldn't believe that what had happened. I mean, when they said that there had been a tragedy, I thought maybe a car accident or something.
After a thorough trial where she showed bizarre reactions to her act, Isabel Martinez was convicted of 5 counts of murder, aggravated assault, and child cruelty. She received a life sentence with the chance of parole plus 21 years.
To cut out the display for the cameras,
The loss devastated the community, leaving family, friends, and neighbors grappling with an unimaginable tragedy. The surviving child, Diana, faced a long road to recovery, both physically and emotionally. For many, this case serves as a stark reminder of the hidden pain that can lead to unimaginable actions. Breaking news: Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description. Isabel's brutal attack on her family is impossible to forget. The next case shows the tragic loss of a daughter, leaving us questioning a mother's unimaginable actions.
Just be careful and watch out who you're talking to and watch out who's around you and be suspicious of everything.
On a cold November day in 2014, a tragedy unfolded in Nashua, New Hampshire that would leave a lasting impact on the community. Caitlin Marin, a 27-year-old mother, was convicted of killing her 3-year-old daughter, Brielle Gage. The details of the case were so heart-wrenching that they would haunt everyone involved. Brielle Gage was a sweet, innocent little girl whose life ended far too soon. During Thanksgiving week in 2014, she suffered severe injuries that took her life, leaving her family and community devastated. At first, her mother, Caitlin Marin, claimed that Brielle had fallen down the stairs, but the truth was far more heartbreaking. Investigators soon uncovered a different story, revealing that Brielle had been subjected to unimaginable mistreatment. She had been kicked, punched, and even slammed against a wall. The injuries on her small body told a harrowing tale. Over 50 bruises and wounds showed just how much she had endured. Prosecutors explained that Marin's anger had spiraled out of control. They said she became enraged when Brielle had wet herself and later went to the kitchen at night to find food. What should have been simple moments of childhood became the trigger for a violent outburst.
You just can't keep the story straight. The only person afraid of the truth is her, Judge. And why? Because the truth is she's a killer.
Despite all the evidence, Marin insisted she was innocent. She chose to stand trial without a jury, putting her fate in the hands of a judge. The tragic loss of Brielle and the circumstances surrounding her death left the community in shock. During the trial, Senior Assistant Attorney General Jeff Strelzin painted a grim picture of Caitlin Marin, calling her a skilled and manipulative liar. He explained how Marin had carefully tried to cover her tracks, but the truth of what happened to her 3-year-old daughter, Brielle Gage, could not be hidden. The courtroom was heavy with sorrow as the details of Brielle's slow and painful death were revealed. Prosecutors shared how the little girl suffered more than 50 injuries, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. Among those present was Martin's mother, Kathleen Emery. She bravely spoke to the court, her voice filled with heartbreak and sorrow. Kathleen expressed her deep pain, not only for the loss of her beloved granddaughter, but also for her daughter, Caitlin. She mourned the reality that Caitlin would now spend the rest of her life behind bars, far from the life she once knew.
Mom says, no, Ma, don't touch her, don't talk to her. Her doctor said when she cries for no reason, you can't acknowledge her.
The tragedy of Brielle's death left a lasting impact on everyone. In December 2016, Marin was found guilty of second-degree murder. Judge Charles S. Temple sentenced her to 45 years to life in prison. He called Brielle's death horrific and expressed hope that her tragic story would serve as a wake-up call for society to better protect its children, while Marin showed no remorse.
I feel sorry. This is the rest of her life in prison.
Judge Temple called Brielle's death horrific.
And they say while she did talk to police before she was read her rights.
That's why when you get to the station, you don't tell her, you don't have to talk to me.
No.
And that's why you don't make any efforts to provide to her a phone to contact her attorney.
Brielle's death was a devastating reminder of how fragile and precious life is, especially for children. It sparked changes in child protection laws in New Hampshire, ensuring that Brielle's suffering would not be in vain. Though justice was served, the community will forever mourn the loss of a little girl whose life was stolen far too soon.
Pray for her family, for her siblings, because they have to live through it.
Caitlin's ruthless murder shocked the community. The next case shows an unspeakable cruelty that took us into a tragedy that took 2 young lives.
I just received a call from my child's mother that 2 of my youngest 2 dead babies, my sons, are dead in an apartment.
In 2017, a heartbreaking and horrific tragedy unfolded in Atlanta when Lamora Williams, a mother of 3, killed her 2 young sons, Jakarter and Keontae. The devastating incident shocked the community and left many struggling to comprehend how a mother could commit such an unspeakable act. Lamora Williams, a 24-year-old mother of 3, called emergency services in a state of panic, saying she had found her 2 young sons dead at home after leaving them with a caregiver. Lamora described a terrible scene to the 911 dispatcher, saying that the stove had fallen onto her youngest son's head, and her other son was found on the floor with what seemed to be severe injuries. She was frantic, asking for help and insisting that she didn't know what had happened. The situation seemed tragic, and the dispatcher could hear the desperation in her voice.
I'm so scared. I don't want to get locked up because I was at work.
Okay, ma'am.
I
understand that you're scared. I completely understand, but I need to get some help out there to you now.
As police arrived and began investigating, things started to look different. The details of the scene raised more questions. The officers found the children's bodies, and some marks seemed like burns. The investigation led to a shocking discovery. The 2 boys had been placed inside a tipped-over oven and left there for an extended period. This heartbreaking revelation changed everything, and the truth about what happened that tragic day began to emerge, leaving everyone in disbelief. As the investigation unfolded, the authorities began to uncover the heartbreaking truth about what had happened. The 2 young boys had died from severe burns, and the evidence suggested that their heads had been deliberately placed inside an oven that had been tipped over. The autopsy provided even more details, showing that the boys had been exposed to extreme heat for a long time before their tragic deaths. The burns they suffered were unlike any natural accident. All the evidence began to point towards Lamora Williams, the boy's mother. What had initially seemed like a tragic accident now looked like something far more sinister. The police and investigators worked tirelessly to piece together what had happened, and the truth about the mother's involvement in such an unimaginable crime slowly became undeniable, leaving everyone stunned and deeply saddened by the outcome.
We know she was in the building somewhere in a back room, but she chose not to appear directly in front of the judge, so you're looking at video from a previous court hearing.
Lamora Williams was arrested and charged with the murders of her 2 sons. In 2024, she was convicted on 14 counts and sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole, in addition to an extra 35 years for other charges related to the case. Still, she shows no remorse for her actions. She chose to remain silent during the whole trial,
Of concealing a body and one charge of lying to police. Williams is accused of killing her 1-year-old and 2-year-old in October by putting them in a hot oven.
The case left the community in shock and sorrow, struggling to comprehend how a mother could carry out such an unimaginable crime against her children. The heartbreak was felt by all who followed the story, especially as Williams maintained her innocence, claiming mental health issues contributed to her actions.
And it's for them. And show them that we're there for him.
Lamora Williams' senseless violence shattered lives and left loved ones grappling with unimaginable loss. The next case shows how kindness can quickly turn into horror.
I am certain
de que siempre vivirá en nuestros corazones.
That she will always live in our heart.
This is the tragic story of Daniela Taveras, a 21-year-old woman whose life was abruptly cut short by an acquaintance she had just met. Daniela was killed in an unthinkable act of violence after a night out with friends from her gym, a night that was supposed to be full of fun and laughter. Daniela was a friendly, supportive member of a gym in Coral Springs, Florida. She was known for her kindness and easily made friends with everyone around her. One evening, during a gym outing, Daniela noticed that Yvonne Serrano, another gym member, had been drinking heavily. Serrano didn't seem to connect with the others, and Daniela, always the caring person, decided to offer her help. She offered to drive Serrano home after the night out. However, as the evening went on, Serrano's behavior became more intense and agitated. Her drunken state made everyone uncomfortable, and it became clear that she wasn't handling herself well. Despite the unsettling vibe, Daniela, trying to do the right thing, decided to drive Serrano home to make sure she was safe. But that decision would have devastating consequences. Hours later, police discovered Daniela's lifeless body in Serrano's driveway with a gunshot wound to her forehead. The investigation revealed the shocking truth, leaving everyone who knew Daniela in disbelief. What happened that night? What went so wrong?
Reduce the charges from second-degree murder, which would have carried a no-bond hold on it.
Prosecutors told the judge her soon-to-be ex-husband said when Serrano drinks, she blacks out.
The investigation into Daniela's death uncovered unsettling details. Yvonne Serrano, a woman with no criminal history, gave conflicting statements when questioned by the police. She first claimed that she didn't know how Daniela's body ended up in her driveway. Serrano told officers that she had found Daniela's car there when she was leaving for the gym, but her story began to change. As the investigation continued, Serrano admitted that she had been at the bar that night, drinking heavily. She told the police that she had blacked out, making her memory of the night fuzzy. Her story seemed inconsistent, and the authorities began to suspect her involvement. Further investigation revealed troubling evidence in Serrano's home. A gun was found, and there were signs that she had deleted footage from her Ring doorbell camera, which might have captured crucial moments. The discovery of this evidence raised more questions about Serrano's role in Daniela's tragic death. The inconsistencies in Serrano's statements, combined with the physical evidence, left investigators believing she had a part in what happened that fateful night. Daniela's family and friends were left searching for answers, trying to make sense of the tragedy that had stolen Daniela's life.
Or to give the suspect a ride home. She gave her a ride home. The vehicle pulls in the driveway, and at some point the suspect did shoot the victim and kill her.
Serrano was arrested and charged with murder and tampering with evidence. However, prosecutors later reduced the charges to manslaughter with a firearm, a lesser charge that carries a maximum 30-year sentence. Serrano pleaded not guilty, that she's not guilty of her act, leaving Daniela's family and friends devastated by the turn of events. Despite the change in charges, Daniela's mother, Isa, and those who knew Daniela continued to seek justice for her tragic death.
Good morning, Ms. Serrano. You're charged with 2 counts. The first is tampering or fabricating with physical evidence. The second is second-degree murder.
The story of Daniela Taveras' untimely death has left a deep emotional mark on her family and friends. Daniela's mother, Isa, finds herself grappling with anger and frustration, knowing that no matter what happens in court, her daughter will never return.
Ahorita estamos a la espera de la sentencia.
Isabel Taveras, the victim's mother, said she watched while a jury spent more than 2.5 days deliberating before arriving to the guilty verdict.
Yvonne's heinous case leaves everyone in shock and disbelief. The next case exposed shocking cruelty that caused irreversible damage.
Happen without her? Absolutely not. She's the way that they get into the apartment. She never would have opened the door for Michelle Lambert. She helps tackle her. She holds her down while Lambert's stabbing her to death.
In Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, a woman named Tabitha Buck was sentenced to life in prison for the 1991 murder of 16-year-old Lori Sho. Buck, just 17 years old at the time of the crime, along with her accomplice, Lisa Michelle Lambert, lured Sho's mother out of their apartment and brutally slashed Sho's throat. After nearly 28 years in prison, Tabitha Buck was recently released on parole, which has sparked a lot of debate and emotions. Tabitha Buck's story intertwines with Lori Sho's, which began as a typical tale of small-town life, but ended in an unthinkable tragedy. In the summer of 1991, Lori, a bright and kind teenager, briefly dated Lawrence Butch Youngkin. However, Lori later confided to her mother that Youngkin had harmed her. Their relationship ended, and Youngkin returned to Lisa Michelle Lambert, his pregnant ex-girlfriend. For Lambert, Lori became an obsession. Driven by jealousy, she began harassing Lori, showing up at her workplace and spreading rumors. Lambert's friend, Tabitha Buck, joined in the aggression. Buck physically attacked Lori multiple times, including a violent confrontation at a mall. Lambert's malice turned methodical. With Buck's help, she gathered information about Lori's schedule and obtained her phone number. On December 20th, 1991, Lori was brutally attacked at her home. Her mother, Hazel, had been lured away by a staged phone call. Lori sustained fatal injuries, but managed to identify Lambert as her killer before succumbing. Police arrested Lambert, Buck, and Youngkin that day. Lori's death remains a haunting reminder of how jealousy and hatred can spiral into violence. Tabitha Buck was granted parole after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that life sentences for juveniles were unconstitutional. This ruling meant that her sentence was revisited, giving her a chance for release after serving nearly 28 years in prison. Some people believe that everyone deserves a second chance, especially those who were young when they committed their crimes. They feel that Tabitha's time in prison allowed her to change and learn from her mistakes. However, for the families affected by her actions, this decision is difficult to accept. The Sho family, in particular, is left facing old wounds as they remember the brutal crime that took Lori Sho's life.
But a very, very effective one, the odds of my client meeting a personality like that, I don't know, 1,000,000 to 1.
Lancaster County District Attorney Craig Stedman shared how painful it has been for victims' families, even though the court was just following the law. The decision raises a complex issue. Should someone who committed a serious crime as a juvenile be given a second chance? While the law sees potential for rehabilitation, the emotional weight for those who have suffered from the crime remains heavy. This situation leaves everyone questioning the balance between justice, healing, and the hope for redemption. Tabitha Buck's parole was granted after she showed good behavior during her time in prison, completed programs to improve herself, and took responsibility for the crime she committed. Despite these positive steps, she must follow strict rules now that she's out. She's not allowed to have contact with anyone who uses substances or with the family of the victim, Lori Sho. She must also attend regular mental health evaluations and, importantly, she can't go back or even visit Lancaster County, where the crime happened. Some people believe that this is a fair chance for Buck to rebuild her life, especially since she was so young when she committed the crime. However, others feel unsure about whether someone who took the life of another person, especially so brutally, should be allowed back into society. For the victim's family and others affected, it's hard to accept that someone who caused so much pain could now be free. It's a complex situation where the law offers a second chance, but it still leaves many with mixed emotions and questions about justice and forgiveness.
Tabitha Buck was 17 years old when she was sentenced to life in prison for the brutal killing of 16-year-old Lori Sho in Lancaster County.
Tabitha Buck is now a free woman, but her release doesn't erase the trauma caused by her actions all those years ago. While she serves her parole under strict conditions, the emotional scars for the Sho family and others affected by the case remain. This case highlights the complexity of juvenile justice and whether it's possible for someone to truly change after committing such a crime.
The surviving family members were told that the sentence was final, and in cases like this, that it was life without parole. And
Tabitha's journey ahead will not only be one of legal challenges, but emotional healing for all involved. The emotional reaction to Buck's release is mixed. For some, it brings hope that people can change, even after making terrible mistakes. For others, it feels like a reminder of the deep pain caused by the loss of a young life. The release of someone who committed such a violent crime against another person is difficult for many to accept, particularly for the victim's family, who are left to process the hurt once again. Up next, we explore the unsettling case of Joshua Johnson, a man whose actions not only shattered the lives of his victims, but also exposed a dark side of his personality that had remained hidden for far too long.
Arrest papers say his 17-year-old co-worker, Riley Whitelaw, rejected unwanted advances by him at work. She was found dead one night in the break room.
A typical day at the Colorado Springs Walgreens turned into a nightmare in June 2022, shattering the quiet routine of the store. Riley Whitelaw, a bright and hardworking 17-year-old employee, never imagined her job would place her in mortal danger. Her co-worker, Joshua Johnson, had developed a fixation on her, a dangerous obsession that escalated into a horrifying act of violence.
"I bet you like to be choked." There were other witnesses called too. One of them, the assistant manager at that Walgreens. 2 others were Riley's friends. All 3 said they heard stories about Johnson acting weird towards Riley.
Joshua's disturbing behavior began long before the fatal day. He made his infatuation with Riley no secret, despite her repeated rejections. Riley even reported his actions to her managers, mentioning that his advances made her deeply uncomfortable. Management, however, failed to act decisively. The tension reached its breaking point when Riley requested additional shifts, unaware that it would bring her into closer contact with Johnson. On June 11, 2022, the store became the scene of an unspeakable crime. As Riley worked in the employee break room that afternoon, Joshua Johnson confronted her. Armed with a deadly determination, fueled by rejection, he attacked her in a vicious act of brutality. Surveillance footage revealed Johnson lingering near the area before the crime, his intentions clear in hindsight. When Riley didn't return to her duties, coworkers became concerned. Upon entering the break room, they discovered a scene of horror. Riley's lifeless body, surrounded by signs of a violent struggle. Johnson, meanwhile, fled the store, leaving behind damning evidence, including his own DNA. Authorities quickly launched a manhunt, eventually apprehending Johnson miles away. In custody, his chilling lack of remorse only deepened the tragedy of Riley's loss.
He's preparing to spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole.
In October 2023, Joshua Johnson faced a courtroom packed with Riley's grieving family and friends. He showed no emotion as the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder, sentencing him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The courtroom was heavy with emotion as Riley's family addressed Johnson directly, expressing their heartbreak and fury. Riley's mother spoke with raw pain, calling Johnson a monster and hoping he would suffer every day in prison. The devastation extended beyond the family, with the community mourning the loss of a young life taken far too soon. Riley's murder served as a grim reminder of the dangers of unchecked obsession and the devastating consequences of failing to act on warning signs.
Anything Riley ever has taken on, she's always got both feet in. Riley was a kind, loving, empathetic human being.
Breaking news, Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description. Up next is the case of Jesse Matthew, a man whose trusted exterior concealed a sinister predator.
The 32-year-old has already been charged with the abduction of Hannah Graham, the second-year UVA student who vanished back on September 13th. Police say she was last seen with Matthew
in the picturesque college town of Charlottesville, Virginia. Jesse Matthew hid behind a charming facade. To the public, he seemed like an ordinary man. But lurking beneath was a predatory killer whose crimes left families shattered and communities horrified. His name became infamous after 2 young women, Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington, vanished under eerily similar circumstances.
Police surveillance video from downtown Charlottesville. Hannah is seen walking by a pub, a gas station, and a jewelry store, running at times.
It began with the disappearance of 18-year-old Hannah Graham in September 2014. The University of Virginia student was last seen on surveillance footage, walking alone late at night. Witnesses described her speaking to a man matching Matthew's description. Days later, his car was found abandoned, but Hannah remained missing. This wasn't Matthew's first brush with suspicion. In 2009, Morgan Harrington, a Virginia Tech student, disappeared after attending a Metallica concert. Her body was discovered months later on a remote farm. Despite DNA evidence linking Matthew to Morgan's murder, it wasn't until Hannah's case that police were able to pin him down.
This evening, authorities now revealing forensic evidence might link this case to another mystery.
In 2009, Harrington was visiting the University of Virginia for a Metallica concert when she went missing.
As investigators dug deeper, a chilling pattern emerged. Jesse Matthew was a calculated predator who used his charm to lure his victims before carrying out unspeakable acts. The 2 cases sparked outrage and fear, with many wondering how such a dangerous individual had managed to evade justice for so long.
Now, her disappearance triggered a massive search, and Matthew was later captured near Galveston, Texas. Graham's remains were found within a rural part of Albemarle County back in October of last year.
The hunt for Matthew became a national story. Police eventually tracked him to a beach in Texas, where he was arrested in September 2014. His trial revealed shocking details of his brutality. He had kidnapped and murdered both Hannah and Morgan, leaving a trail of evidence that ultimately sealed his fate. In a dramatic plea deal to avoid the death penalty, Matthew admitted to both murders, receiving 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. While the plea deal provided some closure, it left many feeling that Matthew got off too lightly. The courtroom was tense as the families of Hannah and Morgan delivered emotional impact statements. They described the immeasurable pain of losing their daughters to such senseless violence.
Morgan Harrington's mother told us she was going to be there every day that he was in court because she wanted to look at him. You know, you're not going to be able to hurt anybody else again.
Matthew sat expressionless, his cold demeanor a stark contrast to the anguish pouring from the victim's loved ones. Forensic evidence presented during the trial painted him as a remorseless killer, one whose actions had devastated not just the families, but entire communities.
His evil deprived the world of a great talent, but Hannah's enduring gift to us all is that she enabled this wicked man to be apprehended and convicted. She did change the world, but at a terrible price.
Hannah's father, John Graham, addressed the court with words that resonated deeply. "You took our daughter, our light, our joy. You didn't just murder her, you murdered a part of all of us." The family's raw pain and the judge's harsh sentencing were met with both relief and sorrow.
The finality and accountability that has been achieved today will allow our family to redirect energy into healing and recovery.
Matthew's lack of remorse left a lasting impression, turning him into a symbol of the horrors of predatory violence. His crimes serve as a haunting reminder that evil can often hide in plain sight. Next, we uncover the disturbing case of Daniel Messel, whose predatory behavior turned a college town's vibrant nightlife into a hunting ground.
Daniel Messel has a long history of violence and alcohol problems dating back nearly 30 years, including this case from 1987.
It started with what should have been a joyous night for 22-year-old Hannah Wilson, a senior at Indiana University. It was spring 2015, and Hannah had just celebrated the end of classes with friends. But that joy turned into unspeakable horror when she disappeared after leaving a bar. Hours later, her body was found in a desolate field in Brown County, Indiana. The killer? A man whose stalking tendencies had escalated into something far more sinister. Daniel Messel. Messel, a 49-year-old with a history of violence, was no stranger to law enforcement. Investigators soon discovered a chilling connection between him and Hannah. At the crime scene, Messel's phone was found near her body, tying him directly to the murder. But this wasn't an isolated crime. Authorities uncovered a disturbing pattern. Messel had a history of preying on vulnerable women, lurking in shadows, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. For Hannah, that moment came as she tried to make her way home, unknowingly crossing paths with a predator. Messel attacked her with a blunt object, causing severe trauma that ended her life. The brutality of the act shocked even seasoned detectives, but as the investigation unraveled, it became clear that this wasn't his first violent crime.
Convicted of killing IU student Hannah Wilson has begun serving 80 years in prison.
During the trial, Messel's previous behavior came into sharp focus. Witnesses revealed a man who had a penchant for stalking and harassing women, with one survivor recounting a harrowing escape years earlier. Prosecutors painted a vivid picture of a man who thrived on power and control, targeting young women like Hannah as part of his twisted routine. The courtroom was tense as graphic evidence was presented. Photos of the crime scene, paired with testimony about Hannah's final moments, left jurors visibly shaken. Messel sat stoically, his lack of remorse further enraging those in attendance. In 2016, Daniel Messel was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 80 years in prison, ensuring he would never harm another person. For Hannah's family, the sentencing was a bittersweet moment. Justice had been served, but it couldn't bring back the bright, ambitious young woman they'd lost.
Addressing him was the hardest thing that any mother should ever have done.
Further investigations linked Messel to other unsolved crimes, with authorities suspecting him in the disappearance of Lauren Spearer, another Indiana University student who vanished in 2011. Though never formally charged in that case, Messel's predatory behavior raised questions about how many more victims he may have claimed. The courtroom during Messel's sentencing was filled with raw emotion. Hannah's mother spoke directly to the man who took her daughter's life, her words echoing in the heavy silence. "You didn't just take Hannah, you took a part of all of us." Messel, however, showed no emotion, maintaining the same detached demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. His refusal to acknowledge the pain he caused only deepened the community's outrage. Now let's take a flight over to London, where Delroy Easton Grant preyed on the city's most vulnerable, leaving behind a trail of fear and devastation that spanned decades.
At his home nearby, forensic investigators were still looking for evidence against him. His alleged crimes go back 17 years.
For nearly 2 decades, Delroy Easton Grant, infamously known as the Night Stalker, prowled the quiet suburbs of South London. His targets weren't what most people would expect: elderly, vulnerable individuals who lived alone. The calculated way he terrorized his victims turned neighborhoods into places of fear, leaving entire communities on edge. Grant's reign of terror began in the early 1990s. Under the cover of darkness, he would break into the homes of elderly victims, ranging in age from their 60s to their 90s. What made his crimes particularly chilling was the twisted pleasure he derived from prolonging their torment. His method was as strategic as it was horrifying. After disabling phone lines and cutting off power, he would creep into bedrooms, where he attacked his victims and ransacked their homes. The psychological scars he left were devastating, with many victims too terrified to remain in their homes after the attacks. Despite numerous reports and investigations, police struggled to catch him. The meticulous nature of his crimes and a series of investigative missteps allowed him to evade capture for years. His double life as a seemingly devoted father and husband only deepened the sense of betrayal when his true identity was revealed. The turning point came in 2009, when advances in forensic technology linked Grant to DNA evidence found at multiple crime scenes. Police conducted an undercover operation, leading to his arrest as he prowled the streets, searching for his next victim.
The Metropolitan Police had to apologize for missing an opportunity to catch him in 1999 when his car was spotted at the scene of a burglary.
During his trial in 2011, prosecutors detailed the over 100 attacks he committed, labeling him one of the most prolific sex offenders in British history. The courtroom heard harrowing accounts from survivors, painting a chilling picture of a man who thrived on fear and power. Grant maintained his innocence throughout the trial, but the evidence was irrefutable. He was convicted of 29 charges, including assault and burglary, though investigators believe the true number of his crimes was much higher. The judge handed him 4 life sentences, ensuring he would never again harm another victim. Grant's complete lack of remorse during sentencing was a chilling reminder of his cold and calculating nature. His expression remained blank, even as horrifying actions were recounted in detail. Now let's shift focus to Washington, D.C., where John Hinckley Jr.'s twisted obsession turned into an assassination attempt that shook the nation to its core.
In 1981, a bullet narrowly missed the heart of a sitting president. It was the man who pulled the trigger. Here's how history remembers John Hinckley Jr., the obsessive man who nearly killed Ronald Reagan.
On March 30th, 1981, the tranquility of Washington, D.C. was shattered by an attempted assassination that nearly claimed the life of President Ronald Reagan. John Hinckley Jr. didn't act out of political motivations, but from a chilling obsession with actress Jodie Foster. His crime wasn't just about a single act of violence. It was the culmination of years of delusion and fixation, turning an innocent Hollywood starlet into the unwitting focus of a deadly plan.
Yesterday it emerged that Hinckley had written a lot of letters to the 19-year-old actress who starred in the movie Taxi Driver.
Hinckley's downward spiral began long before that fateful day. As a young man, he struggled with deep feelings of inadequacy and isolation, withdrawing from his family and peers. While attending a screening of Taxi Driver, he became captivated by Jodie Foster, who played a young woman caught in a cycle of harm. What started as admiration quickly turned into an obsession as he followed her career and life with fanatical determination.
Who is this? Who is this? John. Hello.
When Foster enrolled at Yale University in 1980, Hinckley moved to New Haven, Connecticut to stalk her. He sent her disturbing letters, recorded rambling audio messages, and even attempted to call her directly. But his efforts to win her attention failed, pushing him to devise a shocking plan to make her notice him. Hinckley's plan involved assassinating the most powerful figure in the world, the President of the United States. In his twisted mind, killing President Reagan would earn him the recognition he craved from Foster. On March 30th, 1981, armed with a .22 caliber revolver, Hinckley blended into the crowd outside the Washington Hilton Hotel, where Reagan was delivering a speech. As the president exited the building, Hinckley opened fire, striking 4 people, including Reagan.
First shot hits Jim Brady, the press secretary, in the head. He falls to the ground.
Reagan was critically wounded by a bullet that ricocheted off the limousine and lodged near his heart. White House Press Secretary James Brady, Secret Service agent Timothy McCarthy, and a police officer were also gravely injured. The scene was chaotic as agents rushed to subdue Hinckley while ensuring Reagan's safety. Hinckley was immediately arrested, and the nation held its breath as Reagan fought for his life in the hospital. Remarkably, the president survived, but the incident left permanent scars, both physical and emotional, on all involved.
The jury had ruled Hinckley, then 25, not guilty by reason of insanity, but ordered him confined to a mental hospital for life.
In court, Hinckley's defense focused on his mental instability. Psychiatrists testified that he suffered from severe depression and psychosis, leading to his obsession with Foster and his belief that violence would win her affection. In a controversial verdict, Hinckley was found not guilty by reason of insanity, and committed to a mental institution rather than prison. Hinckley spent over 3 decades at St. Elizabeth's Hospital undergoing treatment. Despite his eventual release under strict conditions in 2016, many questioned whether justice had been served, especially given the trauma inflicted on the victims and the nation. The courtroom reaction to Hinckley's verdict was a mix of outrage and disbelief. Survivors, like James Brady, who was left permanently disabled, became powerful advocates for gun control, spurred by the tragedy. Reagan's remarkable resilience in recovering and resuming his duties became a symbol of strength for the American people. Jodie Foster, the unwitting catalyst of Hinckley's crime, was deeply shaken. The actress rarely speaks about the ordeal, but it's clear the stalking left a lasting impact on her life. For millions, Hinckley's obsession with Foster was a chilling reminder of how delusion and fixation can escalate into national tragedy. Up next, we turn to the chilling case of William Morva.
However, this morning at approximately 7 a.m., Deputy Sutphin encountered Morva on the Huckleberry Trail and was fatally shot.
William Morva was no stranger to trouble, but when he walked into a Virginia courtroom, few could predict how far his desperation would take him, or the chilling aftermath of his actions. 2 lives were lost, and the chain of events he set in motion would leave the nation divided. But it wasn't just his crimes that shocked everyone. It was what he believed and how it shaped his final moments. It all started with what seemed like a routine day in Blacksburg, Virginia. Morva, already in jail for attempted robbery, claimed he had a medical emergency. Authorities escorted him to the hospital, unaware they were walking into a nightmare. What happened next was the scene out of a thriller. Morva overpowered a deputy, snatched his weapon and made his escape. But this wasn't just a run for freedom. It was deadly. A single shot ended the life of hospital security guard Derek McFarland, sending shockwaves through the town.
Derek McFarland lost his life this morning trying to prevent the escape of Montgomery County Jail inmate William Charles Morva.
With 1 life already taken, Morva was on the run and the community was paralyzed with fear. It wasn't over. Just hours later, another tragedy unfolded. Deputy Eric Sutphin, who joined the manhunt, was shot and killed. The chaos left everyone wondering, how far would Morva go to stay free? The manhunt for Morva lasted 36 hours, gripping the entire state. Armed officers scoured the woods, searching for a man who had proven he'd do anything to avoid capture. When they finally cornered him, Morva surrendered without a fight. But what followed wasn't relief. It was confusion. During his trial, Morva's strange behavior became impossible to ignore. He claimed to be the victim of a vast conspiracy and seemed convinced that his crimes were part of some twisted plan to expose the truth. Prosecutors painted him as cold and calculated, but Morva's defense argued otherwise. They claimed he suffered from severe delusions that warped his sense of reality, making him unable to comprehend his actions. The jury wasn't buying it. In 2008, they sentenced William Morva to death for the murders of McFarland and Sutphin. But the story didn't end there. It was only the beginning. As his execution date approached, Morva's case became a battleground for debate. Human rights activists argued that his mental illness made him unfit for execution. Even some of the victims' families questioned whether this was justice. But the state of Virginia stood firm. On July 6, 2017, William Morva was executed by lethal injection. Until the very end, he held on to his delusions, leaving a final impression that was as unsettling as the crimes he committed. In the courtroom, Morva's detached demeanor unnerved everyone. He sat still, seemingly unaffected as testimonies detailed the pain he caused. For some, his execution was a long-awaited form of justice. For others, it was a grim reminder of the complexities surrounding mental illness in the justice system. Derek McFarland's mother voiced her opposition to the death penalty, saying it brought her no peace. Meanwhile, the family of Deputy Sutphin expressed relief, calling the execution a necessary step towards closure.
The outburst from the wife of one of his victims who shouted that Morva showed no mercy when killing her husband.
The case left a scar on Virginia and reignited debates about mental health and the death penalty. Breaking news! Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description. William Morva's crimes left a trail of heartbreak and sparked heated debates about justice and mental illness. But the next case of Dzhokhar Tsarnaev takes us to a different kind of terror.
72 hours before the bombs detonated, almost to the minute, suspects Tamerlan and Dzhokhar Tsarnaev worked out together at a gym in Boston.
The footage shows Dzhokhar wearing a white baseball cap, walking with his older brother Tamerlan, the alleged mastermind behind the tragedy that killed 3 and left hundreds injured.
On April 15, 2013, a bright spring afternoon in Boston turned into a living nightmare. Thousands of spectators gathered at the finish line of the Boston Marathon, cheering on runners from around the world. But hidden among the crowd were two brothers with a plan to turn joy into chaos and carnage. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, just 19 years old at the time, and his older brother Tamerlan carried out one of the most devastating attacks in U.S. history. What followed was a city brought to its knees, a desperate manhunt, and a trial that exposed chilling details about the youngest of the two attackers.
Dzhokhar and Tamerlan Tsarnaev can be seen wearing backpacks. As Tamerlan Tsarnaev continued onto the finish line, his younger brother stopped and appeared to set down his backpack just feet away from the youngest victim, 8-year-old Martin Richard.
The attack was carefully planned. Using instructions found online, the brothers built 2 pressure cooker bombs filled with nails, BBs, and other shrapnel designed to tear through flesh and cause maximum devastation. They planted the bombs in backpacks, carrying them to the crowded finish line.
Records show he spoke to Tamerlan Tsarnaev for 19 seconds. Just after the phone call ended, the first bomb went off.
At 2:49 p.m., the first bomb exploded. The blast sent a shockwave of panic through the crowd. Just 13 seconds later, a second explosion erupted, throwing spectators and runners into complete disarray. The damage was horrifying. 3 people were killed, including 8-year-old Martin Richard, who had been standing with his family. 2 young women, Crystal Campbell and Lingzi Liu, also lost their lives. Over 260 others were injured, many of them losing limbs or facing lifelong physical and emotional scars. The brothers melted into the chaos, blending in as if they were ordinary bystanders. For days, the city of Boston was on edge, desperate for answers. When surveillance footage revealed images of the suspects, a citywide manhunt began. On April 18th, the brothers struck again. They ambushed MIT police officer Sean Collier, shooting him in an attempt to steal his service weapon. The plan failed, but the officer lost his life, a senseless act that further enraged the city. Hours later, the brothers were cornered in Watertown, a suburb of Boston. What followed was a violent firefight. The brothers threw homemade explosives at officers and exchanged gunfire in the streets. Tamerlan was ultimately subdued from multiple gunshot wounds and taken down by a brave police officer. Dzhokhar fled, injured and desperate. His hiding place? A dry-docked boat in a nearby backyard. There, he scrawled a chilling message on the walls, justifying the attack as retaliation for U.S. actions in the Middle East. After a tense standoff, law enforcement captured him, ending a dramatic 4-day manhunt. Dzhokhar's trial began in 2015 and was one of the most highly publicized in recent memory. Prosecutors argued that he wasn't just following his brother's lead, but was a willing and active participant. Evidence showed that he helped build the bombs, planted one himself, and showed no remorse. The defense painted a different picture, a young man manipulated by an overbearing older brother. But the evidence was overwhelming. Surveillance footage showed Dzhokhar calmly walking away from the bomb site, even stopping to buy snacks at a convenience store as victims lay dying. The prosecution presented heartbreaking testimony, including images of the victims and footage of the explosions. Many in the gallery wept openly. After 14 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Dzhokhar on all 30 charges, including using weapons of mass destruction. The sentence: death.
The Boston Marathon bomber was sentenced to death today. 21-year-old Dzhokhar Tsarnaev was convicted by a federal jury last month of the April 2013 bombings.
Dzhokhar's reaction to the death sentence was chilling. As the verdict was read, he sat expressionless, his demeanor cold and detached. Survivors and families of the victims were stunned by his lack of remorse. Some hoped the sentence would bring closure, while others felt conflicted, knowing that nothing could undo the pain he caused.
When those bombs went off, and I remember the vile, disgusting thing that this person did, and his brother, and they destroyed countless innocent lives.
For Boston, the scars from the attack run deep. The bombing wasn't just a physical attack, it was an assault on the spirit of a city. Yet, Boston responded with resilience, adopting the rallying cry, "Boston Strong," as a symbol of unity and strength. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev remains on death row, his case continuing to provoke debates about justice, punishment, and the true cost of terrorism. Next, we dive into Scott Dozier's case, where his final wishes defied all expectations.
You're going to be dead in 2 days.
Yeah, I am.
Have you processed that?
I mean, as much as a person can, right? That's a heavy-duty thing, isn't it?
Scott Dozier's name became infamous, not just for the gruesome murders he committed, but for his unrelenting demand to be executed. Where most death row inmates fight tooth and nail to delay their sentence, Dozier made it clear he had no intention of waiting. But behind his defiance was a story of betrayal, greed, and violence that left 2 men dead and sparked fierce debates about justice, ethics, and the death penalty itself.
I was a drug manufacturer, I was a drug distributor. I intentionally and willfully engaged in a life outside of the law. All that matters is this is a legally obtained conviction, and I would rather be dead than this any longer.
In the late 1990s and early 2000s, Scott Dozier seemed like an ordinary man chasing success. Born in Boulder City, Nevada, he was described as ambitious and charming. But beneath the surface, he was living a dangerous double life, deeply entrenched in drug trafficking.
Scott Dozier was convicted of murdering 22-year-old Jeremiah Miller in 2002 and robbing him of $12,000 that Miller had brought from Phoenix to Las Vegas to purchase materials to make.
In 2002, his ambition took a deadly turn. Dozier lured Jeremiah Miller, a 22-year-old aspiring dealer, to a Las Vegas motel under the pretense of selling him chemicals to manufacture substances. Miller arrived carrying $12,000 in cash, expecting a quick deal. But instead of delivering on his promise, Dozier murdered Miller in cold blood. What happened next revealed Dozier's calculated nature. To cover his tracks, he dismembered Miller's body, discarding his torso in a suitcase that he dumped in a Las Vegas dumpster. The discovery sent shockwaves through the city. Authorities later learned that Miller wasn't Dozier's only victim. Dozier was also tied to the murder of Jason Green, a 26-year-old associate he buried in the Arizona desert. Investigators determined that Dozier killed Green in a similar fashion, motivated by paranoia and a need to eliminate anyone who might expose his crimes.
If Jeremiah Miller's family really thinks I killed him, they should have the opportunity to kill me.
In 2007, Dozier was convicted of Miller's murder and sentenced to death in Nevada. He was also found guilty of killing Green in Arizona. The evidence was overwhelming. Witnesses, physical evidence, and the gruesome details of the crimes painted Dozier as a man willing to do anything to stay ahead.
Can you help people understand why so badly you want to die?
It isn't that I want to die. It's that I'd rather be dead than do this.
But instead of appealing his death sentence, Dozier made a decision that shocked everyone. He refused to fight, stating publicly that he wanted to be executed as soon as possible. For Dozier, spending decades on death row wasn't an option. "It's not living," he said during a hearing. Nevada, however, was unprepared to fulfill his request. The state struggled to obtain the substances needed for lethal injection, as pharmaceutical companies blocked their use in executions. After years of delays, an execution date was finally set for July 2018. But just hours before Dozier was scheduled to die, a judge halted the process, citing concerns about the untested substance cocktail Nevada planned to use.
Yes, my statement today is that I want to absolutely go through with this on the 14th of November. I would request that we do it without the paralytic.
The delay pushed Dozier to his breaking point. He criticized the system, calling the repeated postponements psychological torture. His case highlighted the growing complications surrounding the death penalty, with many questioning whether the system was truly effective.
The Nevada death row inmate who had been awaiting his execution for over a decade has taken matters into his own hands. Scott Dozier was found dead this afternoon in an apparent suicide.
In January 2019, Dozier's frustration boiled over. Guards at Eli State Prison found him hanging in his cell. He had taken his own life, ending the battle on his terms. For some, his death marked the end of a dark chapter, while others saw it as a failure of justice. Dozier's case didn't just expose the logistical challenges of carrying out the death penalty. It raised deeper questions about the ethics of execution and the treatment of death row inmates. In the courtroom, Scott Dozier's demeanor was unsettling. He showed no remorse for his crimes and appeared unfazed by the death sentence. Families of his victims, including Jeremiah Miller's loved ones, expressed frustration at the repeated delays, feeling they had been denied closure. But Dozier's defiance also sparked debates. Was he a man trying to escape the consequences of his actions, or someone exposing the cracks in a broken system? For those following his case, his death left a mix of relief, confusion, and lingering unease. Scott Dozier's chilling demand for execution exposed cracks in the justice system. Next, we turn to Washington, D.C., where a sniper's reign of terror claimed 10 lives and gripped the nation with fear.
Raj, that you will not raise my children on your own. You have become my enemy, and as my enemy, I will kill you. I knew he was going to kill me, and I knew it was going to be a headshot.
In October 2002, Washington, D.C. became a city held hostage by fear. Over the course of 3 terrifying weeks, 10 people were shot and killed in seemingly random attacks. The streets became battlefields, and no one knew who the next victim would be. Behind these calculated killings was John Allen Muhammad, a man whose sniper attacks turned the everyday act of pumping gas or walking to the store into a deadly gamble. But the most chilling part of this story wasn't just the method, it was the twisted motive behind his spree.
William strove to be a dedicated family man. The degree his life would disintegrate would shock everyone who knew him.
John was so charming.
John Allen Muhammad, a Gulf War veteran with a sharp mind and a troubled past, joined forces with 17-year-old Lee Boyd Malvo to execute one of the most terrifying killing sprees in U.S. history. The pair converted a 1990 blue Chevrolet Caprice into a mobile sniper nest, cutting a hole in the trunk to fire shots undetected. The attacks began on October 2, 2002, with the murder of a man in a grocery store parking lot. The next day, 5 more people were killed within hours. Victims were all ages and backgrounds: a landscaper mowing a lawn, a woman reading on a bench, and a man pumping gas. The randomness of the attacks created mass panic. Schools canceled outdoor activities, people zigzagged as they walked to avoid being an easy target, and gas station owners installed tarps to shield customers from potential snipers. But Mohammed and Malvo weren't just killing at random. Investigators later discovered that Mohammed's true motive was personal. He wanted to kill his ex-wife, Mildred Mohammed, and regain custody of their children. The random murders were meant to distract authorities while he carried out his ultimate plan.
What, ma'am?
Oh my God, that's
Ma'am, listen to me. What is wrong?
A man has been killed in front of me.
How is he being killed in front of you?
For weeks, law enforcement agencies from across the country worked tirelessly to catch the killers. Investigators combed through thousands of tips, piecing together clues from ballistic evidence, crime scenes, and eyewitness accounts. A breakthrough came when Malvo left a fingerprint at a crime scene. This, coupled with the evidence linking the pair to a previous murder in Alabama, helped police identify their vehicle. The blue Chevrolet Caprice was found parked at a rest stop in Maryland on October 24, 2002. Inside the car, police discovered the sniper rifle, maps of the attack locations, and Mohammed's detailed plans. Both men were arrested without incident, bringing an end to the reign of terror that had left the nation shaken. John Allen Muhammad faced trial in Virginia, where prosecutors sought the death penalty. The case was ironclad, with ballistic evidence linking the bullets to the sniper rifle found in the car. Survivors and victims' families filled the courtroom, reliving the horror of those 3 weeks. Mohammed's cold demeanor throughout the trial stood in stark contrast to the emotional testimonies. He showed no remorse, maintaining his innocence despite overwhelming evidence. The jury found him guilty of multiple murders and sentenced him to death.
The execution of John Allen Muhammad.
On November 10, 2009, Muhammad was executed by lethal injection. For some, it was the justice they had been waiting for, while for others, the scars of his crimes would never fully heal. The courtroom during John Allen Muhammad's trial was filled with heartbreak, anger, and disbelief. Families of the victims shared stories of lives stolen in the most senseless ways. A father who was the family's rock, a mother who dedicated herself to the community, and a teenager with dreams of changing the world. The randomness of the killings only deepened the pain. Their loved ones were chosen by pure chance, targeted while doing something as ordinary as pumping gas or walking home.
It was hard at first, just sitting there, being in the same room with these 2 people that I know took my son's life.
As prosecutors laid out the chilling details of the sniper attacks, the courtroom often glanced at Muhammad. He remained eerily calm, showing no reaction to the evidence or the emotional testimonies. His lack of remorse was unsettling, as though the lives he destroyed were meaningless.
About the people who died?
I do.
LaRufa says fate gave him a chance to survive.
Most of them had 0 chance. You know, they were alive 1 minute and dead the next second.
Survivors who narrowly escaped with their lives took the stand, describing the fear that gripped them and the guilt of surviving while others didn't. For them, sitting just feet away from the man who had turned their lives upside down was like reliving the nightmare. When the jury delivered the death sentence, the reactions were mixed. Some families found relief, believing it was the only justice fitting for such a calculated and cruel killer. Others, however, felt the punishment offered little solace, knowing nothing could erase the scars or bring back the loved ones they lost. Beyond the courtroom, Muhammad's crimes left deep scars on the entire D.C. area. For 3 weeks, people lived in constant fear, zigzagging through parking lots, crouching behind cars and avoiding open spaces altogether. Even after Muhammad's execution in 2009, the memories of his killing spree lingered as a dark chapter in American history. John Allen Muhammad's calculated terror paralyzed a city with fear, but the next case reveals 2 killers who turned everyday tools into weapons of unimaginable cruelty.
It was the worst murder case that I ever handled because of the brutality against the 5 teenage victims.
When Lawrence Bittaker's name first made headlines, it wasn't his chilling crimes that grabbed attention. It was the methodical, almost cold-blooded way he approached them. Alongside his partner, Roy Norris, Bittaker became known as one half of the Toolbox Killers, a nickname that would forever haunt anyone who heard it. What they did to their victims was so brutal, even seasoned investigators were left shaken. But it wasn't just the crimes that horrified the world. It was how Bittaker himself reacted to his sentencing. It started in 1979, when Bittaker and Norris began their campaign of terror in Southern California. They weren't random attackers. They stalked their victims carefully, choosing young women between the ages of 13 and 18. The duo used a van they nicknamed the Murder Mac, a seemingly ordinary vehicle, but inside it was equipped with tools meant for unspeakable acts.
The sadistic pair, who used items such as pliers, a sledgehammer, and an ice pick to murder their victims, would become known as the Toolbox Killers.
Over 5 months, Bittaker and Norris abducted at least 5 women. Their method was chillingly calculated. They would lure the victims into the van by offering rides or pretending to need help. Once inside, the victims were bound, gagged, and taken to isolated areas in the San Gabriel Mountains. This wasn't just about murder. Bittaker had a toolbox filled with pliers, screwdrivers, hammers, and other instruments, which he used to inflict torture on the victims. The pair even recorded some of their attacks, creating audio tapes that were later described as the most disturbing evidence ever presented in a courtroom.
When his tape recording of one murder was played in court, people rushed outside and vomited.
One victim, 16-year-old Shirley Ledford, was tortured so brutally that seasoned detectives said they would never forget the sound of the tapes. It was Bittaker's idea to record the crimes, turning the horrific events into something he could relive. The pair's reign of terror came to an end when Roy Norris was arrested for an unrelated crime. Feeling the pressure of the investigation closing in, Norris struck a deal with prosecutors, confessing everything in exchange for a reduced sentence. His testimony pointed directly to Lawrence Bittaker as the mastermind behind the murders.
When Norris was arrested, police found in his car pictures of young girls, but much worse was to follow. The arrest of Lawrence Bittaker uncovered a haul of evidence that made obvious the horror of their crimes.
When police searched Bittaker's home, they found shocking evidence, photographs of the victims, personal items belonging to them, and even the van itself, still equipped with its grim contents. In the courtroom, the full extent of Bittaker's crimes was laid bare. The tapes of Shirley Ledford's torture were played for the jury, and the reactions were immediate. Some jurors reportedly broke down in tears, while others had to look away. Bittaker, however, sat stone-faced as if the evidence meant nothing to him. His demeanor throughout the trial was chilling. He didn't flinch, he didn't show remorse, and even seemed to enjoy the attention his crimes were getting. For the families of the victims, it was like staring into the face of evil. In 1981, Bittaker was sentenced to death, with the judge calling him a man who had walked among us but was not one of us. Norris, having cooperated with the prosecution, received a life sentence. Bittaker spent nearly 4 decades on death row in San Quentin State Prison, where he became known for his arrogant attitude and refusal to admit guilt. He even used his time in prison to file appeals and legal challenges, delaying his execution. In 2019, Lawrence Bittaker died of natural causes at the age of 79, avoiding the execution that many felt he deserved. The courtroom during Bittaker's trial was a mix of horror and heartbreak for the victims' families. Hearing the tapes and seeing the photographs was a pain that no one should have to endure. But what made it worse was Bittaker's complete lack of empathy. One of the victim's family members later said that seeing him sit there, calm and detached, was almost as horrifying as the crimes themselves. Even in death, Bittaker left a legacy of fear and sorrow, a reminder of just how dark humanity can become. Up next, we revisit the heartbreaking case of Susan Smith.
God gives us free choice, and she made free choice that night to end her life. This wasn't a tragic mistake. It wasn't something that she didn't mean to do.
On October 25, 1994, Susan Smith called the police in Union, South Carolina, with a heart-wrenching claim. She said a man had carjacked her vehicle, taking her 2 young sons, 3-year-old Michael and 1-year-old Alexander, with him. The world was captivated as Susan appeared on national TV, tearfully begging for her children's safe return. For 9 long days, the nation watched and waited, clinging to the hope that Susan Smith's 2 little boys, Michael and Alexander, would be found safe. Susan, their heartbroken mother, appeared on television, pleading tearfully for their return. Her sorrow seemed genuine, and the world rallied behind her. But behind the grief-stricken face lay a disturbing secret. From the very beginning, investigators sensed something wasn't right. They carefully analyzed Susan's story and found key inconsistencies. One glaring issue was her description of the supposed carjacking. Susan claimed she had been stopped at a red light in an empty intersection when a man forced her out of the car and drove off with her children. However, investigators quickly realized the traffic light wouldn't have turned red unless another vehicle had been present, something Susan never mentioned.
Susan Smith is convicted for their deaths and sentenced to 30 years in prison.
As the pressure mounted, Susan broke down and confessed. The heartbreaking truth emerged. She had driven her car to John D. Long Lake with her sons strapped in their car seats. She let the car roll into the water, drowning her children. Her shocking motive is that she wanted to start a new life with a wealthy man who didn't want kids. It was a revelation that shattered the nation. The discovery of Michael and Alexander's bodies in the lake left the nation heartbroken. For days, people had hoped the little boys would be found safe, but that hope was shattered when their lifeless bodies were recovered from the depths of John D. Long Lake. Susan Smith's car, submerged 122 feet from the shore, became a haunting symbol of the crime. When questioned, Susan claimed she had been overwhelmed by emotional pain and insisted she hadn't planned to harm her children. Her confession shocked everyone who had watched her tearful public pleas just days before. In 1995, Susan's trial gripped the nation. Her defense team described her as a deeply troubled woman battling severe depression, trying to explain how a mother could commit such a terrible act. They argued she wasn't thinking clearly and was overwhelmed by despair. The prosecution, however, painted a different picture. They claimed Susan's actions were calculated, motivated by her desire to pursue a relationship with a man who didn't want children. After hearing all the evidence, it took the jury just 2.5 hours to reach a verdict: guilty of 2 counts of murder.
Susan Smith has been arrested and will be charged with 2 counts of murder in connection with the deaths of her children.
Though prosecutors sought the death penalty, the jury sentenced Susan to life in prison with the chance of parole after 30 years. She remains incarcerated at the Leith Correctional Institution, where her 2024 parole request was denied.
Has been arrested and will be charged with 2 counts of murder in connection with the deaths of her children, Michael 3 and Alexander.
As the judge announced Susan's sentence, a profound sense of shame clouded her features. Her voice trembled as she spoke, acknowledging the horribleness of her actions. With a tear-streaked face, she admitted how deeply remorseful she felt for what she had done, especially to her children. Her hands clenched as if holding on to the remnants of the guilt that weighed her down.
And I love Michael and Alex with all my heart.
The case of Susan Smith is a haunting reminder of the fragility of trust and the devastating consequences of a desperate mind. It's a story that still stirs deep sorrow and outrage, leaving a scar on the hearts of all who remember.
Now she wants a chance to be free after only serving 30 years. No. Life should mean life.
The Susan Smith case shook the nation's trust to its core, but the next case reveals a reckless action that forever changed lives. Breaking news: Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description.
Or you're stone cold sober and you have a seizure every single day, and yet you still choose to get in a car and drive. I honestly don't know which one is worse.
On August 10th, 2017, a tragic crash occurred on the Leroy-Shellman Expressway in Tampa, Florida. That day, Louise and Rita Philippak, along with their 8-year-old daughter Georgia, lost their lives in an accident that shook the community. At the center of this devastation was 31-year-old Amber Pereira, whose actions would forever alter countless lives. On a tragic night, Amber Pereira was speeding down the road in her Kia, driving at an alarming 120 miles per hour. In a split second, she collided with the back of the Philippak family's Hyundai, sending their car spinning across the median into oncoming traffic. The car crashed into 2 other vehicles before bursting into flames. Sadly, the Philippak family, 3 members in total, lost their lives at the scene. Another driver was also injured in the chaos. Instead of stopping to offer help, Amber continued driving, not realizing the gravity of what had just happened. She drove for 2 more miles before her car broke down. When authorities caught up with her, they discovered that Amber's blood alcohol level was far above the legal limit, and there were also traces of cannabis in her system. This devastating accident took the lives of an entire family and left another person severely injured. The consequences of Amber's reckless actions would be felt by everyone who loved the Philippak family, and the community was left in shock over the preventable tragedy. It serves as a sobering reminder of how driving under the influence can lead to irreversible, heartbreaking consequences.
Moments ago, Amber Pereira found out how long she'll spend in prison for killing a family in a deadly crash.
During the investigation, Amber Pereira tried to explain the crash by claiming she had suffered a seizure just before the collision. However, the evidence told a different story. Data from her car's recorder revealed that she had made several attempts to steer and avoid the impact, suggesting she was fully aware of what was happening at the time. After the crash, Amber was taken to the hospital, but even there, she tried to hide blood samples in an attempt to avoid further legal trouble. Her actions only added to the growing mountain of evidence against her. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Amber's reckless driving, under the influence of alcohol and substances, had led to the tragic deaths of 3 innocent people and the serious injury of another. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Amber finally pleaded guilty to 9 charges, including 3 counts of DUI manslaughter and leaving the scene of a crash involving death. Her guilty plea marked the beginning of a long legal battle, but the consequences of her actions were already painfully clear. This tragedy serves as a powerful reminder of the devastating impact of impaired driving and the importance of being responsible behind the wheel.
The emotion got the best of Amber Pereira throughout the 3-hour hearing. At times, she dropped her head into her hands in despair.
On October 22, 2019, Circuit Judge Christopher Sabella sentenced Pereira to 50 years in prison. While her attorney argued for leniency, citing her minimal criminal history, the judge and the victim's family felt justice demanded a harsher sentence.
Sentenced the 31-year-old to 5 decades behind bars.
Your life is ruined, but you also ruined a lot of lives and ended 3 lives.
As the judge's words echoed through the courtroom, a wave of emotion swept over Amber, her heart heavy with guilt. The weight of each sentence sank deep into her soul, and tears began to fall. Every word seemed to magnify her regret, the burden of her actions pressing down on her more than ever.
Moments ago, Amber Pereira found out how long she'll spend in prison for killing a family in a deadly crash.
This tragic story leaves a lasting impact, reminding us of the irreversible consequences of reckless decisions. For the Filipek family, no sentence could bring back their loved ones. For Pereira, her life is now a stark reflection of the cost of one fateful choice.
Not going to make it through the crash, and that my children were going to lose their mother.
Amber's reckless driving highlights how quickly tragedy can strike. But the next story takes manipulation and betrayal to an even darker level.
Because of a prison writing group saying that deflecting blame was a coping mechanism.
On May 1st, 1990, Pamela Smart returned to her New Hampshire home to find her condo ransacked and her husband, Gregory Smart, brutally murdered. To everyone around her, Pamela appeared to be a grieving widow, shocked by the apparent burglary gone wrong. However, the police soon unraveled a chilling truth hidden behind her composed exterior. At the age of 22, Pamela found herself in a complicated relationship with a much younger Billy Flynn, who was only 15 years old. Billy, feeling deeply connected to Pamela, was manipulated by her into doing something he never imagined. Pamela, in a bid to end her unhappy marriage, convinced Billy that her love depended on him taking drastic action. She told him she would withhold affection unless he helped her remove her husband, Gregory, from the picture. Billy, overwhelmed by his emotions, turned to his 3 friends for assistance. Together, they hatched a plan, and one fateful night, Billy shot Gregory while one of his friends, Randall, held him down. The scene initially appeared as though a robbery had gone wrong, but as detectives pieced together the details, they started to see a different story. A breakthrough came when Pamela's co-worker, Cecilia Pierce, stepped in to help. Wearing a wire, Cecilia recorded Pamela's own words, which revealed the truth behind the crime. This critical evidence helped investigators uncover the shocking truth and brought Pamela's manipulation to light, leading to her eventual arrest.
Well, we went upstairs, Pete and I, and right into Pam's room. We started dumping out the drawers and everything, so it would look like a burglary.
Pamela's trial grabbed the attention of the entire nation because it was one of the first in U.S. history to allow cameras in the courtroom. The prosecutors argued that Pamela was a manipulative person who used her charm to control a vulnerable teenager, Billy Flynn. They claimed she wanted to avoid a messy divorce and take advantage of her husband's $140,000 life insurance policy. Pamela's defense team argued that she didn't know about the murder plot and had no part in it. However, the recordings made by her co-worker, Cecilia, and the testimonies from Billy and his friends told a different story. These pieces of evidence showed that Pamela had played a big role in planning the crime. After a trial that lasted 14 days, the jury found Pamela guilty of being an accomplice to first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and witness tampering. The judge sentenced her to life in prison with no chance of ever being released. Pamela's case became a cautionary tale about manipulation and the dangerous consequences of taking advantage of others.
Is that Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn are having all these conversations about the murder of your husband, which you know absolutely nothing about. Is that it?
Yes, they testified to that also.
To this day, Pamela maintains her innocence, claiming she never wanted her husband dead. However, her life behind bars has been tumultuous. From enduring a violent assault by fellow inmates to being the subject of media documentaries, Pamela remains a controversial figure. In March 2023, her last appeal for a sentence reduction was denied, sealing her fate to live out her days in prison. During the whole trial, Pamela showed no remorse for her act.
Who is from New Hampshire, is serving a life sentence without parole for plotting with a 15-year-old to kill her husband back in 1990. William Flynn served a 25-year sentence for the shooting death.
Was killing your husband one of those mistakes?
No, it wasn't.
Acknowledge for the first time in my own, mind and my own heart how responsible I was.
Along with it, Billy also gets emotional and says sorry to Gregory's family for what he did. The story of Pamela Smart left many in shock and disbelief.
I felt a tremendous amount of shame.
The case serves as a grim reminder of the devastating consequences of manipulation, betrayal, and blind infatuation. While Gregory's life was tragically cut short, the ripple effects of his crime continue to haunt everyone involved. Pamela Smart's cunning manipulation left lives in ruins, but the next case unveils a chilling story of betrayal that cuts even deeper.
You've caused untold damage to our lives, yours, and others.
On November 14, 2020, the quiet town of Casco Township in Allegan County was rocked by a horrifying discovery. A charred vehicle, near which lay the burned remains of 25-year-old David Silverlight, was found. What initially seemed like a tragic accident quickly turned into a murder investigation that unveiled dark secrets and a deadly conspiracy. David Silverlight, a resident of the South Haven area, had once been in a relationship with Allison Martin. Although their romantic relationship had ended, Allison's connection to David remained in unexpected ways. When David's body was discovered, burned and abandoned, police quickly suspected something was wrong. It didn't seem like an accident, and they soon began looking into the people who were closest to him. As the investigation unfolded, authorities began to suspect Allison and her friend Justin Terpstra were involved. The two were eventually linked to the crime, and it became clear that something far darker had taken place. Allison, at 23 years old, and Justin, at 25, were both arrested and charged with open murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The charges they faced were serious, as they carried the chance of life in prison. The community was shocked by the crime, and the case would later be a reminder of how even familiar relationships can sometimes take a dangerous turn. Investigators continued their work to understand the full story behind David's tragic death. The investigation into David Silverlight's death uncovered some truly unsettling details. Just 4 days after his body was found, it was confirmed that David had been murdered. It turned out that Allison Martin and her friend Justin Terpstra had made a deadly plan together. They decided to kill David and try to hide the evidence by burning his body along with his car. The news of the crime sent shockwaves through the community, leaving many in disbelief that something so tragic could happen so close to home. David's family was heartbroken, struggling to understand why anyone would harm him. As the case moved forward, it became even more difficult to process. During the preliminary hearings, Allison was evaluated and found to be mentally fit to stand trial. This development added even more weight to the case, as it became clear that the crime had been carefully planned and carried out. The community, along with David's loved ones, hoped for justice as they watched the case unfold. The shocking events served as a reminder of how quickly relationships can turn dark, and how important it is to stay vigilant about the people we trust.
The life sentence without parole was prescribed by law, so today's hearing is mostly a chance for Brandon Silverlight's family to vent their anger on the woman they say.
Allison's preliminary hearing concluded that there was enough evidence to move the case to trial. Although Justin's hearing was delayed due to competency evaluations, both defendants would eventually face the full extent of the law for their heinous crime. At the time of the hearing, Allison gets emotional and starts crying. This case is a haunting reminder of how relationships, when marred by conflict and malice, can take a dark turn. David's tragic death left a void in his loved ones' lives, while the community of Casco Township was left grappling with the horror of what had unfolded in their midst. Justice for David now lies in the hands of the courts, but the emotional scars left behind will take far longer to heal.
Yeah, he was a really nice guy, really friendly, outgoing. He was really into playing drums. I believe he played with the University of Western Michigan marching band. He also taught marching percussion to high school students, and that was really one of his passions.
Up next, we explore the case of Giovanni Crespo.
27 years behind bars for an incident that took place back in January of 2019.
On January 28, 2019, Giovanni Crespo, a rookie police officer in Newark, New Jersey, was riding alongside his partner, Eric Ortiz, when a call came in. Be on the lookout for a Chrysler 300. The car had reportedly fled a traffic stop with 2 armed men inside. What followed was a high-speed chase through Newark, captured on police dashboards and body cameras. During the chase, Crespo jumped out of his patrol car 3 separate times, firing his weapon at the fleeing vehicle. His partner could be heard on the recordings pleading with him to calm down. Tragically, his shot struck both men in the car. Gregory Griffin, the driver, was killed instantly, and the passenger, Andrew Dixon, was critically injured. Crespo later claimed he had seen a gun pointed at him, but other officers argued that the car's tinted windows made this impossible.
I got a split-second decision to make. I didn't see that other vehicle on the other side.
Crespo's actions raised serious questions about the use of deadly force. Prosecutors argued that his response was reckless and unjustifiable, pointing to police guidelines that prohibit shooting at moving vehicles unless there's an immediate threat to life. The weapon allegedly seen in the car was found on the floor and not in use at the time of the shooting. In May 2023, Crespo found himself at the center of a dramatic courtroom trial, facing serious charges of aggravated manslaughter, aggravated assault, and official misconduct. The case gripped everyone who followed it, as 2 very different narratives unfolded before the jury. On one side, Crespo's defense team argued he acted in self-defense, trying to paint a picture of a man forced into a difficult situation. They claimed his actions were a desperate attempt to protect himself from a perceived threat.
Attorney argued he saved lives that night, with Crespo himself taking the stand in his own defense, maintaining a gun was pointed at him.
But the prosecution had a different story to tell. They insisted there was no real danger at that moment and no reason for Crespo to take the drastic actions he did. They argued that his choices went far beyond what was reasonable or justifiable, causing unnecessary harm. For 6 days, the jury listened, debated, and examined every detail of the case. In the end, their decision was unanimous. Crespo was found guilty on all charges.
The defendant's version of events does not justify his use of deadly force, and that is why he has to continue to add to and change his story as he goes.
The trial's conclusion brought a sense of closure for some and left others reflecting on the weight of decisions made in high-stress situations. It served as a reminder of the importance of accountability and the consequences of our actions. On May 31, 2024, Crespo was sentenced to 27 years in prison. The judge, emphasizing the need to deter excessive force in policing, rejected arguments that Crespo's inexperience excused his behavior, and he shed tears in the courtroom. With good conduct, he may be eligible for parole in 23 years.
The officer was found guilty in July of last year and spoke to the court and apologized to everyone.
In court, Crespo broke down and apologized to the victim's family. He said, "I want to apologize to the victims and my family."
And I did my best.
I would just like to apologize for the event.
Meanwhile, Griffin's son, Ahmad, expressed satisfaction with the verdict, stating, "Justice is served." This case serves as a stark reminder that law enforcement officers are not above accountability. As Essex County Prosecutor Ted Stevens said, there will be ramifications for unjustifiable force. Breaking news! Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description. Giovanni Crespo's actions cost lives, but the next case reveals the horrifying act of killing.
Scott ran. Slager chased him. Scott was unarmed and his back was turned when the cell phone video showed Slager shoot.
On April 4th, 2015, Walter Scott, a 50-year-old man, was stopped by police officer Michael Slager in North Charleston, South Carolina. Slager pulled Scott over for a minor issue with a broken brake light. What seemed like a routine traffic stop soon turned into a tragedy that would spark nationwide outrage. During a routine traffic stop, Walter Scott, a middle-aged man, unexpectedly fled from his car. Officer Michael Slager, who had initiated the stop, decided to chase after him. Their encounter turned into a brief physical struggle, during which Slager used his taser in an attempt to subdue Scott. But Walter managed to break free and began running again, trying to put distance between himself and the officer. Instead of continuing the chase or calling for backup, Officer Slager made a life-changing decision. He drew his firearm, aimed, and fired 8 shots. Walter Scott was struck 5 times, mostly in his back. The scene, captured on a bystander's cell phone, later revealed Scott was unarmed and moving away when the shots were fired. Initially, Slager claimed he felt his life was in danger, alleging that Scott had tried to take his taser. However, the video evidence told a different story. This tragic incident sparked national outrage, leading to protests and deeper conversations about the use of force and accountability in law enforcement. The turning point came when a bystander, Faden Santana, came forward with a video that changed everything. Santana had been walking nearby when he noticed the encounter between Walter Scott and Officer Michael Slager. Quietly, he recorded the incident on his phone, not realizing at the time how crucial his footage would become.
That I was going with it to my work. A few seconds later, I saw a second person
an officer chasing.
The video revealed a heartbreaking truth. It showed Walter Scott unarmed and running away when Slager raised his gun and fired multiple shots. Scott fell to the ground, and the scene grew even more troubling. After the shooting, Slager walked over and appeared to drop his taser near Scott's body. This action seemed to contradict Slager's initial claim that Scott had taken the taser, an account he used to justify the shooting. When Santana released the footage, it spread quickly, igniting a wave of outrage across the country. People were shocked and saddened, demanding answers and justice for Walter Scott. The video became a powerful piece of evidence, sparking conversations about fairness, accountability, and the need for change. Despite the pain, Scott's family urged peaceful action, reminding everyone of the importance of seeking justice through truth and unity.
He will get his just reward. And we have the federal trial and another trial to go.
The video led to a series of investigations by local and federal authorities. Slager was arrested and charged with murder. Although his first trial ended in a mistrial due to a hung jury, he later pleaded guilty to federal civil rights charges. In December 2017, Slager was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for violating Scott's civil rights, with the court recognizing the killing as second-degree murder.
Judge sentenced Michael Slager to 20 years in prison.
The death of Walter Scott was heartbreaking and a stark reminder of police misconduct. His family devastated. On the other hand, Slager's mother also gets emotional, and during an interview she said, "I hope God takes care of everybody involved, not only in my life, but Scott's family, because I know they're grieving just like I'm grieving."
I just have to let it be and hope God takes care of everybody involved. Not only my family, but the Scott's family, because I know they're grieving just like I'm grieving.
Where Scott's life ended due to cop brutality, the next case shows how corruption sparked a tragic and outrage-filled event.
A Houston police officer is facing a 60-year sentence for killing a couple during a drug raid.
Gerald Goins. On January 28, 2019, a quiet neighborhood in Houston, Texas, became the scene of a tragic and avoidable double murder. Gerald Goins, a 34-year-old veteran of the Houston Police Department, led a narcotics raid on the home of Dennis Tuttle, 59, and Regina Nicholas, 58. Armed with a no-knock warrant, Goins and his team burst into their home without warning, believing it to be a hub for substance dealing. What followed was a deadly confrontation. Gerald Goins, a Houston police officer, led a narcotics raid on the home of Dennis Tuttle, 59, and Regina Nicholas, 58, believing they were involved in substance trafficking. Prosecutors later revealed he had secured a no-knock warrant by lying, claiming an informant had purchased substances from the couple's home, allegedly involving a man with a gun. Based on these false statements, officers stormed the house without warning, and chaos quickly ensued.
It also pointed to anonymous posts and comments online made by OG's former communications director expressing negative opinions about Goins.
During the raid, Dennis and Regina were tragically killed. 4 officers, including Goins, were injured in the ensuing gunfire. When the police searched the home, they found only small amounts of substances, far from the large substance operation Goins had described. It soon became clear that the raid was based on a lie, and that the couple had no involvement in any major substance activity. This devastating incident sparked outrage and raised important questions about the use of no-knock warrants and the accountability of law enforcement. As investigations unfolded, it was revealed that Goins had a history of corruption, leading to the dismissal of many cases. As investigators dug deeper into the tragic raid, they uncovered a disturbing pattern of corruption within Houston's narcotics unit. Gerald Goins, the officer in charge, had a troubling history of wrongful arrests and fabricated cases. His actions had hurt many innocent people, damaging the trust between the community and law enforcement. The investigation revealed that Goins had been involved in several questionable operations during his long career, making it clear that this raid was not an isolated incident. One of the key revelations came from a Texas Ranger who testified that the officers likely triggered Dennis Tuttle to fire his weapon in self-defense. The officers had not announced themselves before entering the home, and the couple, understandably startled and frightened, tried to protect themselves. This violent confrontation, born out of lies and reckless actions, left a community in shock and outrage.
His defense team said despite the fabrication, the couple were drug users, refused to comply with commands, and one of them even reached for an officer's weapon.
The news spread quickly, and many people were heartbroken and angry. The officers' unnecessary violence and deceit left a lasting impact on the families of Dennis and Regina Nicholas, as well as the broader Houston community, calling for changes in police practices and accountability. Goins was arrested and charged with murder. His trial revealed widespread corruption within the narcotics unit, leading to the dismissal of dozens of other cases. In October 2024, Goins was sentenced to 60 years in prison, His conviction served as a stark reminder of the consequences of police misconduct.
Justice is messy. In the end, I have more faith than ever in our justice system.
The case left a deep scar on the Houston community. Dennis and Regina's family, especially Ryan Tuttle, demanded justice and reform. My father and stepmother were good people.
Sure, I'd love for them to be remembered for who they were. They were great people.
The story of a couple shows a devastating loss, but the next case witnesses the fall of a respected sheriff who betrayed his community.
Will spend the next 3 years behind bars. Reeder was charged with several felonies, including theft in office and tampering with evidence.
In 2016, Charles Reeder stood as a beacon of justice in Pike County, Ohio. As sheriff, he gained national recognition during the investigation of the Roden family murders. But just a few years later, the man once called the People's Sheriff found himself in handcuffs, pleading for leniency in a courtroom. His crime? Stealing money seized during arrests and tampering with evidence. Charles Reeder's journey from a well-respected sheriff to a convicted felon is a tale of how poor decisions can unravel a promising career. In 2016, Reeder was hailed as a local hero, leading Pike County through the high-profile investigation of the Roden family murders. But behind the badge, a troubling secret was brewing. In 2018, an anonymous tip sparked an investigation into Reeder's actions. The allegations were shocking. He had borrowed money from his employees, tampered with evidence, and mismanaged vehicles impounded by his office. It didn't take long for investigators to uncover the truth. Reeder had stolen over $14,000 from evidence bags.
Reeder was originally indicted in June of 2019 on 16 charges after he was accused of keeping money from drug cases in a safe in his office.
When questioned, Reeder insisted he wasn't a thief, but someone who wanted to do good. He claimed the money had been used for charitable acts, like planting memorial trees and supporting community car washes. But prosecutors painted a different picture. They revealed that Reeder was battling a gambling addiction, which led to mounting losses and desperate decisions. Once admired for his dedication to justice, Reeder's actions betrayed the trust of his community. In June 2019, Charles Reeder, once a celebrated sheriff of Pike County, found himself under a harsh spotlight. He was indicted on 18 charges, including theft in office and tampering with evidence. The man who once stood as a symbol of justice was now accused of betraying the very trust his badge represented. By September 2020, Reeder admitted his guilt. As he stood before the judge, his once proud demeanor crumbled. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for mercy. "Your Honor," he said, his voice trembling, "I want to see my son graduate from high school. My daughter is getting married in October, so I can be there for her." The courtroom grew silent as Reeder's words hung in the air. Dozens of community members had written letters of support, painting a picture of a man who had lost his way under the immense pressure of his job. But Judge Patricia Cosgrove remained firm. She spoke of the damage Reeder's actions had caused to law enforcement and the people of Pike County. Despite his tearful pleas, she sentenced him to 3 years in prison, ensuring that Reeder would never wear the badge again. Reeder's sentencing marked the end of his law enforcement career. With a felony conviction, he can never serve as a police officer or hold public office again. As he was led away in shackles, the courtroom bore witness to the tragic fall of a man who once held his community's highest trust. Reeder's downfall evokes a mix of emotions: shock, disappointment, and sorrow. His story serves as a reminder of the heavy burden carried by those in positions of authority. While Reeder sought redemption, his betrayal of public trust left a lasting stain on Pike County's law enforcement. His tale is a somber reflection of the consequences of poor choices and the fragility of a once respected legacy. Up next, we uncover the disturbing case of Giselle Dewag Esteban, a woman whose life took a dark turn in a moment of rage.
Day in court for a local family. The woman convicted of murder in a love triangle showed no signs of remorse.
On the 27th of May, 2011, 26-year-old American nursing student Michelle Huang T. was declared missing after her white Honda SUV was found parked with her blood stains inside on Ponderosa Court, about half a mile from Kaiser Permanente Medical Center in Hayward, California, where she schooled and worked. Despite Michelle's family putting up billboards and offering a reward for information about her whereabouts, it wouldn't be until the 17th of September that year that search organizations were able to locate decomposed human remains in a remote canyon area, remains which were identified to be hers. 27-year-old Giselle Dewag Esteban, an old high school friend of Michelle's, quickly emerged as the main suspect after security footage showed her around the scene of the crime. Her motive behind the possible murder of her old friend would become clearer on closer inspection.
At one point, you and Michelle were close friends, is that right?
I considered her my sister.
And then, what happened?
She made a mistake. Scott made a mistake.
Esteban used to be high school classmates and friends with Michelle, but grew to hate her after she had a brief relationship with Scott Marasigan, Esteban's ex-boyfriend, on and off fling, and father of their 6-year-old daughter. Esteban was unhappy about Marasigan's sustained closeness with Michelle, and often sent him threatening texts to warn him away from her. This behavior ended up in Marasigan filing for a restraining order against her, an action which would lead to her attempt to target her frustrations on Michelle. Evidence revealed that Esteban had not only been looking up different ways to execute a murder, but also been tracking Michelle's routines and learning about her schedule, which was how she was able to be successful in her sneak attack attempt on Michelle at her school, and also how she was able to drive off in Michelle's car to the path where her body was dumped. Evidence of Esteban's hair found inside Michelle's car and cell phone records further solidified the undeniability that Esteban was directly responsible for Michelle's murder. And on the 7th of September, 2011, days before Michelle's body was even found, Esteban was arrested and charged with the murder. At Esteban's trial on October 2012, she entered a not guilty plea, but the amount of evidence against her was overwhelming, and the jury convicted her of first-degree murder. She was eventually sentenced on the 10th of December 2012 to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years. During her sentencing, Esteban showed no emotion in court, remaining as remorseless as she was when the jury returned its guilty verdict at her October trial. She seemed to accept the verdict and even told her attorney to let it go, suggesting that she didn't need to defend her anymore.
The judge says he has never seen a hint of remorse from Esteban and hopes someday she will feel this.
We always felt, sitting in trial, that she felt no remorse. Just stared directly at our family with a blank stare, and so it was good that he pointed that out.
Struggling to control her emotions in an address to the judge, Christine Din, a cousin of Michelle, said that although Esteban may have killed Michelle, she could not take her legacy or her light. Esteban had been pregnant around the time of the murder and gave birth to a child while in custody a few months before her hearing. While the child left custody and was handed over to her father, Esteban is set to remain behind bars at least until the year 2037. Giselle Duag Esteban's betrayal and calculated actions shocked everyone who followed the case, but the next story is just as chilling. Angelina Rodriguez, a woman whose sinister plan revealed a terrifying willingness to destroy lives for personal gain.
I didn't poison my husband. I mean, I am willing to take a lie detector test. I did not poison my husband.
On the 9th of September 2000, police turned up at the residence of Frank and Angelina Rodriguez due to an emergency call. 32-year-old Angelina, who received them, then led them to the couple's bedroom where Frank's lifeless body lay on the floor in a pool of his blood. What the investigation into the incident revealed was the perpetration of a quite horrific set of actions. Jose Francisco Rodriguez had first met his wife Angelina in February 2000 following his first divorce, and very quickly came to call her his soulmate. By April 2000, they were married, with Angelina's 9-year-old daughter, Autumn, joining the family as part of what was her mother's 4th marriage. His new wife, having 3 previous failed marriages, wasn't enough to set any alarm bells ringing for Frank, and his marriage, which he thought would be the beginning of a beautiful life ahead, would end up leading to his horrific death. Only a few months after getting married, Frank found himself hospitalized, and after he was discharged, he thought his wife Angelina was nursing him back to health. However, it appeared that she had been slowly poisoning him with oleander leaf extracts, and then choosing to treat him with Gatorade infused with antifreeze. In between those actions, she had also at least once loosened the natural gas valves in the garage and left to visit a friend. It was obvious that Angelina was repeatedly trying to kill her husband, and he would eventually succumb to the antifreeze-infused Gatorade. The suspected reason behind her actions was that she had taken a sum of $250,000 out of her husband's life insurance only weeks before his death. When the police arrived at the scene of the crime, they were surprised at Angelina's rather calm demeanor after losing her husband. She also contacted the insurance company to inquire about the money only a few minutes after the coroner's investigators left the residence. However, despite the investigators' suspicions, there was no way to immediately conclude that Angelina had a hand in the murder. It would be Angelina herself who would expose herself during interrogations after she mentioned the potential usage of oleander and antifreeze as poisoning agents to authorities.
And the only person that supplied any information that Frank was poisoned was you. No one else knew that Frank was poisoned. Only you.
Despite trying to blame one of Frank's co-workers, there was no doubt in the investigators' minds that Angelina was the main suspect. And in February 2001, she was arrested while hatching another plan to trap their landlord in a legal case for asbestos poisoning. Angelina was convicted of Frank's murder in October 2003. And during her trial, she was also implicated with the murder of her 13-month-old daughter back in 1993, with allegations that she also committed the murder for financial gains. She would, however, deny these allegations.
I broke and made a few terrible, stupid mistakes, which I regret very much. We all make mistakes. I just picked the wrong time to make mine. But murder is not on that list.
Despite denying any wrongdoing in Frank's death, the court sentenced Angelina to death on the 12th of January 2004. The complete absence of any remorse in Angelina's reaction throughout her trial left the court so shocked that the judge stated to the court that he hadn't seen a heart colder than hers for 20 years.
On January 12, 2004, Angelina was convicted and sentenced. She was sentenced to death, not only for the murder of Frank, but also for the calculated way in which she had orchestrated his demise for financial gain.
In November 2010, the California Supreme Court unanimously upheld Angelina's conviction and death sentence. But in November 2024, Angelina, now 56, was resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, based on Angelina's claim of ineffective assistance from her attorney. She remains behind bars at Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla. Angelina Rodriguez's calculated crime showcased a chilling level of manipulation, but the next case delves into an even darker scheme. Brenda Delgado, a woman who orchestrated a shocking murder fueled by jealousy and revenge.
Passion in Dallas. Brenda Delgado, the mastermind in the murder-for-hire plot targeting a Dallas dentist, today convicted of capital murder. Delgado hired a hitman to kill her ex-boyfriend's new love interest, Dr. Kendra Hatcher, in an uptown parking garage.
On the evening of September 2nd, 2015, 35-year-old Kendra Hatcher was shot dead in her parking garage by a suspected robber who fled the scene in a black Cherokee Jeep. The incident was heard by an eyewitness who contacted 911, and the revelations from the case shocked everyone. Hatcher had been dating dermatologist Ricky Paniagua for a few months, and the couple had intentions to get married. However, she was unaware of the obsessive nature of Paniagua's ex, 36-year-old Brenda Delgado, who had been stalking the couple following her own breakup with Ricky a few months earlier. Delgado had been in a nearly 3-year relationship with Paniagua before they split in February 2015, but the pair had remained in platonic contact. However, while Paniagua only had honest intentions, Delgado had been plotting something sinister. An autopsy of Hatcher's murder quickly revealed that her death wasn't a robbery situation gone wrong, but an actual murder attempt. This meant that the list of suspects was quickly narrowed down to one: Brenda Delgado. Delgado had apparently recruited 2 individuals: a 31-year-old local substance dealer named Christopher Love, who was responsible for the shooting, and 23-year-old Crystal Cortez, a single mother who drove the getaway vehicle and bribed them with cash. Delgado had borrowed the getaway vehicle from a friend, Jose Luis Ortiz, who she happened to be with on the evening of Hatcher's murder. After spotting his Jeep on the news, Ortiz contacted investigators to inform them that he loaned it to Delgado, but that she had been with him on the night of the murder.
I gave her a comment like, hey, have you heard about that dentist that got shot in Uptown Dallas? She'd say no. She'd say, well, how funny, because, I mean, it looks very similar to mine. I'm over here lending you my car.
When invited for initial questioning, Delgado told the investigators that she had lent the car to Cortez, subsequently resulting in the arrest of Love and Cortez, who both chose to testify against her.
I got $500.
And who paid you?
Brenda did.
Sensing ominous consequences after the apprehension of her hitman, Delgado fled to her native Mexico in hopes to escape justice. However, after being named in the FBI's top 10 list of most wanted female fugitives, with a $100,000 bounty on her head, she accepted extradition to the United States on the basis that she doesn't face the death penalty. After her extradition, Delgado faced trial for her evil actions on the 7th of June 2019, and it didn't take long for the jurors to convict her on charges of capital murder. She was eventually sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
You can't even look at me.
Delgado refused to lift her eyes, but was forced to listen as Dr. Hatcher's sister confronted her from the witness stand.
During Delgado's trial, Jennifer Escobar, a former friend and roommate of hers, revealed that she had been obsessed with Paniagua and had long since had plans to execute Hatcher, and possibly even Paniagua himself.
Let's get rid of Kendra Hatcher.
And why did she want to get rid of Kendra Hatcher?
Because she was envious of her.
During her sentencing, Delgado maintained a cold, emotionless look as she was consigned to her fate behind bars.
Jury unanimously find the defendant guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Thank you, ma'am.
During the victim impact statements, Hatcher's mother, Bonnie Jameson, told Delgado that she had earned her spot behind the cold steel bars for the rest of her life, adding the damning statement, "If justice could have handed you a death sentence, make no mistake, I would have been there front and center."
Have earned your spot on this earth behind cold steel bars for the rest of your miserable, pathetic life.
Today, Delgado is locked up at the maximum security William P. Hobby Unit for Women in unincorporated Falls County, Texas, where she is expected to remain for the rest of her life. As for her murder accomplices, Love is currently on death row for executing the murder, while Cortez was offered a 35-year sentence in exchange for testifying against the other two. Now we move on to the chilling case of Megan Fieramusca. What seemed like a shocking betrayal quickly spirals into something far darker.
And back in 2013, Heidi tagged Megan Humphrey in several Facebook posts calling her her bestie. The two were tagged eating together at Longhorn Steakhouse here in Houston.
Megan Fieramusca and Heidi Broussard became close friends at church camp in the late 1990s. Over the years, their bond grew, with Heidi often calling Megan her best friend on social media. What seemed like a friendship built on shared experiences and mutual trust would later unravel into a tragedy beyond comprehension. In 2013, Heidi welcomed her first child, and 6 years later she discovered she was pregnant again. Megan, who was also expecting, was overjoyed for her friend. However, unknown to Heidi, Megan had been secretly creating an elaborate web of lies, including fake baby registries in department stores, pretending to prepare for a child that never existed. Megan's obsession with the idea of motherhood, and specifically Heidi's motherhood, was beginning to spiral.
Whenever anything comes down, because she's going to see my face, and I'm going to bring a picture of Heidi, and I want to show it to her, Heidi and her family. I got 2 pictures.
When Heidi gave birth to her daughter in November 2019, Megan's behavior started to grow more unsettling. She was present during Heidi's labor, holding her friend's hand, but something felt off. As Heidi's baby girl entered the world, Megan became sad and left before the baby was born. Megan even intruded on intimate family moments, such as when the baby met her grandfather for the first time.
And I want to show it to her. I want her to see face to face what she did.
But for now, all she can do is remember Heidi for the special daughter she was.
On December 12, 2019, Heidi dropped her oldest child off at school and then vanished with her newborn daughter. A missing persons report was filed, and law enforcement began searching for the young mother. Neighbors recalled seeing Heidi leave her apartment with Megan, and despite initial concerns, there was no indication of foul play. Days passed without a trace, and the search intensified. But just days before Christmas, the unthinkable happened. On December 20th, Heidi's body was discovered in a duffel bag in the trunk of a car outside a house. Inside the house, police found Megan with Heidi's baby. What was once a missing persons case had tragically turned into something much darker.
As for Fieramusca, she remains in the Travis County Jail. Her attorneys issued a much longer statement today, which you can read in full at kview.com.
Initially, Megan was charged with kidnapping and evidence tampering. But as investigators delved deeper, the truth came to light. Megan had strangled Heidi with a leash and her own hands. She had murdered her best friend, then taken her baby in a horrifying attempt to create a life that wasn't hers to claim.
Judge Selena Alvarenga denied the motion to suppress, shutting down Fieramusca's team's request, meaning evidence and statements obtained can be used moving forward.
The investigation revealed that Megan had deceived everyone around her, even her ex-boyfriend, Christopher Green. He had been living with Megan after their romantic relationship ended, and although Megan claimed to be pregnant, he never saw her belly grow. One day, he came home to find a baby lying on the bed, but Megan was distant about the details of the birth. Christopher grew suspicious and eventually came forward, concerned for the safety of the child.
In court today, Fieramusca was sentenced as part of a plea deal. The hearing gave Broussard's family an opportunity to address her in a victim impact statement.
After the truth was revealed, the baby was placed into protective custody and eventually returned to Heidi's family, where she belonged. In February 2023, Megan pled guilty to capital murder, accepting a plea deal that spared her from a life sentence, but still resulted in a 55-year sentence. She will be eligible for parole after serving 27 years.
Heidi's hugs were strong, full of love. They lingered in the atmosphere. I still feel them now.
As the verdict was announced, Megan's face crumpled. Tears streamed down as the reality of what she had done to her best friend, Heidi, finally seemed to sink in. But for Heidi's family, it likely felt far too little, far too late. During the sentencing, Heidi's mother addressed Megan, her grief palpable as she spoke of her daughter. Her voice broke as she said they missed Heidi, who was full of so much love and life. So much.
When I think of her, which is every moment and everything I do, I ask, what would Heidi say or think?
Megan Fieramusca's horrific crime of murdering her best friend for her baby is truly chilling. But the case of Marjorie Orban is just as diabolical, with its own dark twists and shocking revelations. Marjorie Ann Orban's life in Las Vegas appeared to be one of glitz and glamour. As a showgirl, she danced at some of the most well-known venues in the city, captivating audiences with her beauty and charisma. But behind the scenes, Marjorie was a woman searching for something deeper. She met Jay Orban, a 26-year-old man known for his warm heart and easygoing nature. Jay, drawn to Marjorie, pursued her, and after a few dates, she began to see him as more than just another face in the crowd. They shared a night of dancing, and although Marjorie liked him, she felt Las Vegas couldn't provide her with everything she was looking for, so she left for Florida, where she had grown up. While in Florida, Marjorie reconnected with Michael J. Peter, a wealthy businessman who owned high-end gentlemen's clubs around the world. Michael had known Marjorie since she was a teenager, and their relationship quickly grew serious. He made Marjorie a star dancer and choreographer in his clubs, and he even gave her a role in one of his films. Soon, they were engaged. But despite the luxury and success Michael brought her, Marjorie felt the relationship wasn't what she had hoped for. Michael's wandering eye became a source of tension, and eventually, Marjorie ended their engagement, returning to Las Vegas once more. In 1993, Marjorie and Jay crossed paths again. A decade had passed since they had last seen one another, but the connection they once shared quickly reignited. Jay, now living in Phoenix and building a successful business, kept in touch with Marjorie frequently. Marjorie had always dreamt of having children, and Jay was eager to start a family. He offered to pay for fertility treatments, and soon Marjorie moved to Phoenix to be with him. The two married in a quiet ceremony at the Little White Wedding Chapel in Las Vegas, and soon after, Marjorie became pregnant with their son. But in the fall of 2004, something tragic unfolded. Jay's mother couldn't reach him, and after a week of unanswered calls, she began to grow concerned. When she spoke to Marjorie, her worry only deepened. Marjorie seemed unmoved, insisting Jay was simply away on a business trip. As more time passed with no word from Jay, his friends pushed Marjorie to report him missing. As detectives investigated Jay's disappearance, they couldn't ignore the stark contrast between Marjorie's behavior and the circumstances. She appeared calm, almost indifferent. In the weeks following his disappearance, Marjorie made large purchases, including a grand piano, and withdrew a significant sum of money from Jay's business account. Her actions raised red flags, but it wasn't until nearly 2 months later that the truth began to emerge. Jay's dismembered body was found in a Rubbermaid container. The discovery, while horrific, led the investigators directly back to Marjorie, especially when surveillance footage showed her purchasing the same container just days before Jay went missing. This evidence, though circumstantial, was enough to point to Marjorie as the one responsible for her husband's death. Marjorie was arrested in December 2004 and charged with murder. As the trial unfolded, the prosecution painted a picture of a woman who, once she achieved her dream of motherhood, no longer had any use for her husband. They argued that Marjorie had grown indifferent to Jay, wanting only his money and willing to do anything to get it. The theory was that Marjorie shot Jay in their garage while their son slept inside, then dismembered his body before disposing of it in the Rubbermaid container. While they did not have the murder weapon or the saw, the footage from Lowe's played a crucial role in the prosecution's case. After an 8-month trial, the jury deliberated for only 7 hours before returning a guilty verdict. Marjorie was sentenced to life in prison, and the pain of her actions reverberated far beyond the courtroom. While the outward glamour of Marjorie's life may have captivated those around her, her actions revealed a woman driven by greed, manipulation, and a cold disregard for human life. Jay Orban, a man who had trusted and loved Marjorie, paid the ultimate price for her twisted ambitions. Like Marjorie Orban, Molly Martins also took the life of her husband. But unlike Marjorie, Molly is walking free today, leaving many to question the fairness of her case.
Sent me messages requesting that I contact him regarding his children. It was emotional. He had lost his wife and there were 2 babies.
After losing his wife, Mags, in 2006, Jason Corbett was left to care for their 2 young children, Jack and Sarah, while grappling with his own loss. In his search for support, he hired Molly Martins, an American au pair, who quickly grew close to his children. Over time, Jason and Molly became romantically involved and they married in 2011. However, Molly's behavior began to raise alarms among Jason's family, with suspicions about her past and her relationship with Mags.
Molly Martins met Jason Corbett, a widower in Ireland, in 2008 when she served as the family au pair, taking care of his 2 young children. In 2011, the couple married.
The family noticed troubling inconsistencies in Molly's claims, including that she had known Mags personally, which Jason's family refuted. Despite these concerns, Jason, feeling isolated in his new life in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, seemed determined to make the marriage work, even as tensions grew. He began expressing a desire to return to Ireland with his children, a place where he felt more at home and connected to his cultural roots, especially rugby, a sport that was central to his life. Molly, however, seemed reluctant to move, leading to mounting friction between the couple.
Molly Martins Corbett and her father Tom Martin sat down with us pre-trial to tell us their version of events.
What do you hope to get across today? The truth.
In August 2015, the tension boiled over. Jason was found dead at the hands of Molly and her father, Tom Martins, who claimed they acted in self-defense. Tom stated that he intervened when he saw Jason allegedly choking Molly, using a baseball bat to stop him. Molly, on the other hand, maintained she defended herself by using a paving stone. Their version of events were inconsistent and troubling, particularly when an autopsy revealed that Jason had suffered multiple blows to the head, far beyond what could have been explained by an act of self-defense.
And when he would get mad, what would he do? He would physically and verbally hurt her mom. Did you see him physically hurt her? Once or twice.
As the investigation unfolded, Jason's sister Tracy became a vocal advocate for justice, suspecting that Molly had played a role in Jason's death. The case became even more complex when Jason's children, Jack and Sarah, who had initially provided statements supporting Molly and Tom's story, later recanted, suggesting they had been influenced or coached by Molly.
Molly is apparently caught between a rock and a hard place. Without a legal adoption, she has no shot of custody in the event of a divorce. She says the stakes are too high to simply walk away.
Financial motives surfaced when it was revealed that Molly stood to gain a substantial sum from Jason's life insurance policy. This, combined with the inconsistencies in the accounts provided by Molly and Tom, led investigators to conclude that their claims of self-defense were likely fabricated. The evidence, including expert testimony and forensic findings, painted a clearer picture of the crime, and Molly and Tom were arrested and charged to a second-degree murder.
A Superior Court judge set a pre-trial date for Tom Martins and Molly Corbett today. The father and daughter had their initial conviction overturned by the state Supreme Court. That happened last year. They've been out on bond.
During the trial, the defense struggled to explain the significant evidence against Molly and her father, Tom. Despite their attempts to claim self-defense, the court was presented with testimony from experts who contradicted their claims. In the end, both Molly and Tom were convicted and sentenced to prison. Yet, the case took an unexpected turn in 2020, when North Carolina Appeals Court ordered a retrial. The North Carolina Supreme Court upheld this decision in 2021, leading to the release of Molly and Tom on bail.
With what I assume to be 2 probation officers sitting in the driver's seat and the passenger seat, I also saw her wave from the back seat. I'm not quite sure if she was waving at members of the media, at the building itself, or some of the construction workers that were nearby.
Molly Martins appeared hopeful and all smiles as she walked free from prison. She got into the back of a police car, looking forward to a new life. However, Jason's family didn't think justice was served.
And served more than 3.5 years, but their convictions were later overturned by the state Supreme Court, which ordered a new trial.
The Corbett family, particularly Tracy, was devastated by the turn of events. After serving only a short sentence, Molly and Tom were released in June 2024. This decision sparked outrage as Tracy and others felt that the justice system had failed to hold the Martins accountable for Jason's death. Unlike the others we've discussed, Kirsten Lobato's case stands out for a heartbreaking reason. She was wrongfully convicted, a tragic twist that highlights the flaws in the legal system.
Attorneys for Lobato say while $34 million is a large lump sum, no monetary value amounts to the damage she's been put through after spending 16 years behind bars when convicted twice for the murder.
In 2001, the brutal murder of Durant Bailey sent shockwaves through Las Vegas. The 44-year-old Bailey was found dead in a dumpster, his body bearing signs of a violent attack. What followed would be a legal nightmare for one woman, Kirsten Lobato. But did she really kill Bailey? Or was she wrongfully convicted?
When convicted twice for the murder, both in 2002 and 2006. Lobato's lawsuit claims she had been wrongfully targeted by Las Vegas Metro Police after having defended herself against.
Kirsten Lobato was not immediately suspected of involvement in Bailey's murder. It wasn't until more than 10 days later that authorities began questioning her. During the police interrogation, Kirsten did make a statement that would prove pivotal. She acknowledged that she had once stabbed a man in the groin during an altercation. The police took this as a potential confession to Bailey's murder, but Kirsten later explained that she was simply describing a separate incident, not confessing to the crime.
Lobato and her attorneys have maintained since her first trial.
She wasn't even in Las Vegas at the time that Duran Bailey was killed.
But proving that point was not a quick process.
Prosecutors, however, believed otherwise. They speculated that Lobato had killed Bailey during a dispute over sex and drugs, citing her known history of methamphetamine use. Despite their theory, Lobato's defense team maintained she was innocent. She stood firm, refusing a plea deal that would have reduced her sentence to 3 years in prison for manslaughter.
And James LaRochelle knew she could not have committed the crime and fabricated evidence against her. On top of the $34 million award, Lobato won $10,000.
Kirsten's trial began in May 2002. Despite her insistence on innocence and her alibi, she was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to an extremely harsh 40 to 100 years in prison. This conviction would ignite years of legal battles as Kirsten continued to assert her innocence and fight the system that she believed had wrongfully condemned her.
Through from the age of 18, barely an adult and all of 100 pounds, when police arrested her for the murder of this homeless man, Duran Bailey. They said she beat him and stabbed him to death.
In 2006, a retrial offered a glimmer of hope for Kirsten. This time, the jury convicted her of voluntary manslaughter instead of first-degree murder, and she was sentenced to 13 to 45 years. While it was a reduced sentence, Lobato's case still remained deeply troubling, especially as new evidence began to emerge that suggested her innocence.
And in October, a state court issued Lobato this certificate of innocence, which was the subject of this letter from the sheriff Kevin McMahill and district attorney Steve Wolfson, asking for an investigation.
Determined to clear her name, Kirsten filed a writ of habeas corpus in 2010. This petition presented 79 grounds for a new trial, including claims of actual innocence. One of the most compelling aspects of her petition was the evidence showing she had been in Panica, Nevada when Bailey was killed, proof that she could not have committed the murder. Despite this new evidence, a judge denied Kirsten's petition in 2011, ruling that it didn't warrant a new trial. This was a devastating blow for Kirsten, but she refused to give up. She appealed the decision to the Nevada Supreme Court, but her appeal was also dismissed in 2012.
Against an unrelated rape attempt over a month prior to Bailey's murder. However, new evidence presented by the New York Innocence Project in 2017 granted Lobato's January 2018 release.
In addition to fighting for a new trial, Kirsten's legal team filed a petition for DNA testing of the crime scene evidence. The Innocence Project agreed to cover the cost of testing, believing it could prove her innocence. But the Clark County District Attorney's Office opposed the request, and a judge once again rejected the petition.
We don't have an admission.
After hearing the verdict, Lobato issued a statement saying, quote, "I'm so grateful to my attorneys, Lovey and Lovey, for taking my case when no one else would help me, and for working so hard on it."
Despite these setbacks, public support for Kirsten continued to grow. An online petition calling for the DNA testing gained traction, and more people began to question the fairness of her conviction. Finally, in 2017, Kirsten received some unexpected but much-needed good news. A judge ordered her release from prison. After years of legal battles, Kirsten was finally free.
I have to start over. You know, my life is beginning again, so I have to get everything.
A Nevada woman convicted for a 2001 murder and sexual mutilation of...
However, her freedom was delayed by a brief period when it was revealed that she had been convicted of conspiracy to commit sexual contact with a prisoner. She was temporarily transferred to the Clark County Detention Center to serve an additional year. But in January 2018, a judge ruled that Kirsten had served enough time, and she was released once again.
This morning, a court spokesperson said a judge ordered Kristen Lobato to be released. There you see her. She was 18 when she was first arrested, but she has always maintained her innocence.
Kirsten Lobato's reaction upon her release was one of mixed emotions as she tried to process the years of her life lost in prison. After being wrongfully convicted and spending over a decade incarcerated, Kirsten expressed feelings of disbelief and relief. In her first interviews after being released, she spoke about the emotional toll of her wrongful conviction and the determination it took to keep fighting for her freedom.
I have to start over. You know, my life is beginning again, so I have to get everything.
A Nevada woman convicted for a 2001 murder and sexual mutilation of...
But Kirsten's fight wasn't over. In 2024, A civil trial jury ruled that the Las Vegas police and 2 detectives involved in her case had fabricated evidence and intentionally inflicted emotional distress on her. The jury awarded Kirsten $34 million in compensatory damages from the Las Vegas Police Department and $10,000 in punitive damages from each of the retired detectives involved. Prepare yourself for the chilling case of Kiana Burns, a story of unexpected tragedy that rocked her family and left a trail of unanswered questions.
Company and drove 18-wheelers. He previously worked at Frito-Lay. And 36-year-old Catherine Price worked at Robins Air Force Base for the 116th Air Control Wing.
Kiana Burns was a woman who everyone thought had it all. She appeared to be a loving wife, mother, and influencer. However, what was going on behind closed doors would shock the residents of Sandy Springs.
Ernell and Kiana Burns are entrepreneurs from Atlanta. The married couple are...
On November 26, 2021, the peaceful suburban town of Sandy Springs, Georgia, was shaken to its core when 2 gunshots echoed through a quiet neighborhood. When police arrived at the Burns residence, they discovered a shocking crime scene. Kiana Burns, a popular influencer, shot her husband Ronell before turning the gun on herself.
Kiana Burns. Kiana Burns is an insurance agent and owner of Critique Designs Beauty and Barber.
In the weeks before the tragic incident, there were signs that trouble was brewing in the Burns marriage. Just 2 weeks before the shooting, Kiana shocked her followers by taking to Facebook Live to address significant changes in her life. With over 16,000 followers on Instagram and nearly 5,000 Facebook friends, Kiana's fans wondered what was going on in her marriage.
Inspirational quotes and preaches motivation to her followers.
Kiana revealed that she and her husband, along with 5 of their 8 children, had relocated to the Atlanta area to expand their businesses. She explained that she and her husband were co-owners of For His Glory Ministries, Critique Designs Beauty and Barber Salon, and Primerica Insurance. In the Facebook Live video, Kiana shed light on her emotional state, expressing her need for emotional support.
10-year-old Caleb Miles says his mom woke him up Tuesday morning saying she had to rush to his uncle's house, so he went along.
So I got there, I seen all the police and stuff, and I'm just like, what?
Only hours before the tragedy occurred, Kiana posted a video of herself singing and dancing with her child. Luckily, at the time of the shooting, the child was safely in the care of their grandparents. When the news of Kiana and Ronell's deaths spread throughout the Atlanta area, their friends and family were shell-shocked. Those around them celebrated their selflessness, love, and care for one another. One close friend expressed disbelief on Facebook, stating that the couple's wealth had not altered their down-to-earth and humble nature.
It's Air Force Base for the 116th Air Control Wing. Family members say the couple has been married for 11 years. They have 3 children and were members of Fellowship Bible Baptist Church.
8 years before the tragic events unfolded, Ronell Burns appeared on the popular television show Divorce Court. Back then, he was in the middle of a contentious divorce from his first wife. During the episode, Ronell accused his ex-wife of cheating, alleging that she had engaged in illicit affairs while he was away on business trips. However, the ex-wife refuted these claims, alleging that Ronell was the unfaithful one. Step into the heartbreaking and harrowing case of Cynthia Varela, a mother whose actions shook an entire community. What drove her to commit the unthinkable?
Police say it was one of the worst child abuse cases they've ever seen. According to investigators, Varela Casaus abused her son Omari and beat him to death 3 years ago.
In 2013, a 9-year-old boy named Omari Varela Casaus lost his young life at the hands of his own mother. Omari's younger sister, who was only 5 years old at the time, witnessed the tragic events and tried to intervene, urging their mother to stop kicking and hitting him. Unfortunately, her pleas were ignored. According to Omari's loved ones, he had been subjected to relentless mistreatment at the hands of his biological mother, Cynthia, over his short life. The autopsy conducted on Omari's body revealed he had sustained severe internal bleeding from blunt force trauma. This devastating discovery shattered any hopes that Omari had fallen from a toy horse, as Cynthia initially claimed.
Casaus answered our questions while being taken to jail.
It was an accident. I was disciplining him and I kicked him the wrong way. It was an accident.
When detectives questioned Cynthia about her son's death, she initially denied any involvement. However, as the evidence against her mounted, her claims of innocence began to crumble. The inconsistencies in her statements and the overwhelming physical evidence ultimately led the police to charge Cynthia with murder in relation to Omari's death.
It was recommended Varela Casals remain jailed on $100,000 cash-only bond.
The state's concurring, and we believe $100,000 cash only.
In an attempt to evade justice, Cynthia tried to claim she was incompetent to stand trial. However, the judge ruled otherwise, determining that she was mentally fit to stand trial. Cynthia's husband, Omari's stepfather, was found guilty of tampering with evidence and acting with reckless disregard for human life. He was sentenced to life in prison.
Is fit to stand trial after allegedly killing her 9-year-old son, Omari. This comes just months after her husband, Stephen Casals, was put behind bars.
Astonishingly, the judge decided to give him a reduced sentence of 14.5 years, as he has already served 9 years in prison. This reduction means that the stepfather will be released in just 5 more years. In May of 2016, Cynthia pleaded guilty to 6 counts, including second-degree murder. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison in a stunning plea deal.
Cynthia Varela Casals, CR 2014-00203.
During her sentencing, Cynthia spoke of her love for Omari, breaking down in tears as she addressed the judge. Despite her crimes, she expressed her remorse and begged for forgiveness. However, her sister Sylvia, who had adopted Cynthia's surviving children, had a different story to tell.
I will never understand why all this happened, Your Honor. My sister will have to live with that, what she did to her child Omari.
Sylvia addressed the court, expressing her forgiveness towards her sister. However, she made it clear that she wanted to see Cynthia face a long sentence. She shed light on the tender age of Omari at the time of his death, emphasizing that he had dreams and goals that he would never get to fulfill. Cynthia's other children, who saw the assault on Omari, asked Sylvia, "Auntie, can't Omari be fixed? Can't God or the doctor fix him?"
All rise.
In a powerful and emotional letter, Cynthia's daughter wrote to the judge, expressing her desire for her mother to remain behind bars. The letter, which was read aloud during the sentencing hearing, left the courtroom in tears. Cynthia's daughter, now 7 years old, bravely expressed her deepest fears and the nightmares that still haunt her. Her words echoed the sentiments of countless victims of domestic violence, urging the judge to keep her mother away to protect her safety and well-being. Cynthia Varela's shocking crime was a moment of unthinkable violence, but the next case is equally disturbing. Anna Marie Gaetani, a woman whose brutal actions towards an innocent victim reveal a chilling disregard for life.
January, 40-year-old Anna Marie Gaetani pled guilty to the December 2013 murder of her husband, Tony. He was stabbed to death in the couple's North Bexar County home.
On the night of December 5, 2013 at 9:30 p.m., a Bexar County Sheriff's deputy responded to a domestic violence call at the Gaetani residence. The deputy arrived to witness a heated altercation between 29-year-old Tony and 38-year-old Anna Marie. Tony, who had expressed a desire to leave, found himself in a confrontation with his wife, who refused to let him leave the house.
Stabbed her husband, 29-year-old Tony Gaetani, to death. According to the police report, he was stabbed 17 times, 3 times as emergency responders arrived at the couple's Northwest Bexar County home.
According to deputy statements, Anna Marie grabbed a knife and stabbed Tony multiple times in the upper body. The deputy intervened and tried to subdue Anna Marie, but it was already too late. Tony succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced dead at University Hospital.
She's since changed her mind about that plea.
I am not guilty of what they're saying that I did in cold blood.
In the aftermath of the tragic incident, Anna Marie was arrested and charged with her husband's murder. Her bond was set at $250,000. 3 years later, in February 2016, District Judge Steve Hilbig sentenced Anna Marie to 25 years in prison as part of a plea deal.
I am guilty of defending my life and my children's.
She claims she had ineffective counsel, that her lawyers only wanted to talk about a plea bargain.
During Anna Marie's sentencing hearing, Alfred Gaetani, Tony's father, delivered a powerful and emotional statement to the court, addressing his daughter's killer directly. He declared, "I do not forgive you for murdering Tony, my son. I curse you for what you have done. I wish you nothing but terrible things in this life, and that when you die, you burn in hell."
We didn't talk about trial, we didn't talk about strategy, we didn't talk about anything like that.
And that her lawyer, David Christian, rushed her into agreeing to the plea bargain that called for a 25-year prison term.
Tony's mother, Jamal Gaetani, also had the opportunity to address Anna Marie. With tears streaming down her face, she expressed her anger and desire for justice. She stated, "I pray that you rot in your prison cell."
And that called for a 25-year prison term.
Christian took exception to Jaitani's testimony. He said they went over the plea agreement several times.
Under the laws, Anna Marie is obligated to serve half of her sentence before becoming eligible for parole. However, despite pleading guilty, she sought a new trial 2 months after sentencing. Anna Marie said she had ineffective counsel when she accepted the plea deal.
He testified that she was not rushed into signing. He said that he advised her that given the facts of the case, a plea bargain was in her best interest.
Other than being under immense amount of pressure.
In her request for a new trial, Anna Marie argued that her legal counsel failed to provide adequate representation and advice. She believed that if she had been properly guided, she would have made a different decision regarding the plea deal. However, her attorneys, David Christian and Pat Hancock, insisted that they had thoroughly reviewed the case with Anna Marie and concluded that taking a plea deal was in her best interests.
She was not coerced, threatened, led the wrong way.
Judge Steve Hilbig denied Jaitani's motion for a new trial. Her lawyer tells me he'll appeal.
Despite the efforts of her legal team, Judge Hilbig denied Anna Marie's plea for a retrial. The judge deemed the evidence presented insufficient to overturn the initial verdict. Anna Marie's newest attorney spoke to the media, stating that he plans to appeal the recent ruling. This new attorney, who has joined the case amidst much speculation, believes there are valid grounds for an appeal. Next, we turn to the haunting case of Letitia Stotch. What began as a tragic disappearance soon unraveled into a web of lies and deception.
Without hesitation, that the facts in this case are the most horrific I have ever seen. Your conduct in this case deserves the maximum punishment that I can impose under Colorado law.
On January 27, 2020, Letitia Stotch called the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to report her stepson's disappearance. 11-year-old Gannon Stotch had been missing for a few hours when Letitia called and said she was worried. When officers arrived, she told them that Gannon had left the house to walk to see a friend, and when he didn't return, she called the police, based on the information that the press could get their hands on. Gannon was initially described as a juvenile runaway. However, after 3 days, the sheriff's office made it clear that he was a missing or endangered person. Because of this, a massive search party was organized and people started sending in as many tips as possible. Letitia Stotch got married to Gannon's father, Albert Stotch, in 2015, and promptly became Gannon's and his sister's stepmother. When Gannon went missing, she also provided as much information as possible to help find him. The search involved thousands of hours of investigation and had many federal agencies looking for Gannon as well. And the Colorado Police Department created a joint team to find him. Despite this, he was still nowhere to be seen. His parents hoped and prayed that their son would still be alive. Their hopes would be shattered on March 17, 2020. A maintenance worker in Pace, Florida found a strange-looking suitcase under the Escambia Bay Bridge. Inside the suitcase were the remains of Gannon Stotch. Authorities were alerted to the case and an autopsy was conducted. It was revealed later on that the cause of death was blunt force trauma, sharp force injuries, and a gunshot wound. The first suspect was Letitia because she was the only one who saw Gannon alive the day he went missing.
Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds to his body, his chest, his back, his head, and most importantly, his arms and his hands.
She claimed that Gannon had been sick and had to stay home from school, so she took him on her errands. This didn't align with the story that she told the police initially. With all of that, Letitia was arrested and charged with first-degree murder of a child by a person in a position of trust, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with human evidence. During the investigation, horrific details about Gannon's murder came to light. Letitia killed Gannon in his bedroom. She stabbed him 18 times, hit him hard in the head, and shot him with a handgun to make sure he was dead. Afterward, she shoved him in a suitcase and drove Gannon's body more than 1,300 miles away from home before dumping him.
Without hesitation, that the facts in this case are the most horrific I have ever seen.
She soon pleaded not guilty because of insanity, a claim that no one bought. She said that she had dissociative identity disorder because she had experienced sexual harm as a child. Despite this, she was judged fit to stand trial. 5 weeks after her murder trial started, she was found guilty of all charges. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 156 years in prison. Next, we shift to the disturbing case of Joanna Dennehy. What seemed like a series of senseless killings quickly revealed a much darker and more calculated mind at work.
Person Joanne Dennehy is today
constantly smiling in front of bereaved families at times when she showed nothing but utter disrespect for everything and everybody in that courtroom today.
In March 2013, 3 men were found with similar stab wounds in Peterborough, England. 2 other men were also stabbed similarly, but they survived. The perpetrator? 30-year-old Joanna Dennehy. Joanna Dennehy was an absent mother to 2 children, and she would often run away from home for long periods and buried herself in drugs and drinks. She was bored and was looking for a thrill. Joanna was obsessed with Bonnie and Clyde and wanted to be like them. So she decided to kill people for the fun of it and began the horrific adventure in March 2013. On the 30th of March 2013, a man named Kevin Lee was found in a ditch near Newborough. His body was clothed in a black sequin dress. He had been stabbed multiple times. Lee was reported missing a day before he was found in the ditch by his wife, and his car was also burned that day. Lee was a landlord and Joanna was his tenant. She was often seen with a convicted criminal named Gary Stretch. It was soon revealed that Joanna and Lee were lovers. On Lee's phone, Dennehy's name and details were seen multiple times, particularly when Lee went missing. Police discovered that Dennehy and Stretch had been close to where Lee's body was found. They became suspects in the case. Joanna was described as a woman who loved knives and had been diagnosed with psychopathic, antisocial, and borderline personality disorders. On March 30th, Joanna and Gary Stretch drove to Hereford, where Joanna stabbed 2 men separately and at random. She stole the second man's dog and left the scene. Both men survived more than 20 stabs. One of the men recounted the incident.
I was walking the dog towards a cycle path initially when you get on it, and I suddenly felt what I thought was a really heavy punch in the small of my back.
The police, who had been looking for Joanna and Stretch, soon found them in Hereford. They were both arrested. Another man in the truck was later determined to have been there unwillingly, so he was let go. After Joanna was arrested, the officers asked initial questions to begin her processing. Joanna showed no signs that she had just brutally attacked 2 men, and was even batting her eyes at the officer. She also laughed and made a joke to the officers.
Would you be cheering if you got for attempted murder? No, but I'm just smiling.
On the 3rd of April 2013, after Joanna was arrested, Lucas Slavazuski and John Chapman's bodies were found in another ditch near Thorney. They had been murdered by Joanna on the 29th of March. Joanna was thrilled with the killings, and people who knew her said she liked to be in control. According to her sister, Joanna liked to show the people that she was the boss in every situation. Joanna Dennehy was charged with 3 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. In the interrogation room, Dennehy said nothing to help the investigation.
Did you murder Lukasz Slavajuski?
No.
Did you murder Kevin Lee?
No.
Did you murder John Chapman?
No.
Despite this, Joanna pleaded guilty to all charges. While awaiting trial, a diary that she kept in prison revealed that she was planning to murder a female guard and cut off one of her fingers so she could escape prison. She was placed in solitary confinement and claimed that her human rights had been violated. Her claim was rejected, and in February 2014, Joanna Dennehy was sentenced to life in prison with the order that she should never be released.
Joanna Dennehy is today constantly smiling in front of bereaved families at times when she showed nothing but utter disrespect for everything and everybody in that courtroom today.
The people who were present in court said that Joanna was smiling constantly. When she received her sentence, she simply smiled and showed disrespect for the victims' families. She was also reported telling the court, "I'm sorry for the attempted murders, but I'm not sorry for the murders." Where Joanna killed multiple people for the fun of it, the same cannot be said for Anjette Lyles, who murdered her relatives.
Anjette remained cool and unemotional throughout the trial. According to the newspaper account, Mrs. Lyles took the death sentence calmly, her head held high.
Anjette Lyles was a successful restaurant owner in Macon, Georgia in the 1950s. Everyone wanted to have a taste of Lyles' cooking. The restaurant was described as a place of ambience and somewhere people loved to go. Anjette Lyles was born Anjette Donovan on August 23, 1925. In school, she was a poor student, so she soon turned her sights to something she loved doing: cooking. In 1947, she got married to Ben F. Lyles Jr. He owned the Lyle restaurant in Macon with his family. Anjette and Ben soon welcomed their first daughter, Marcia, in 1948. In 1951, they had another daughter named Carla. Anjette started working in the restaurant with her husband and mother-in-law. Anjette was excellent in customer service, and this took the Lyles restaurant to new levels. Things would not remain happy for long. In 1951, Ben developed a throat infection which soon turned into rheumatic fever. He soon stopped working at the restaurant and started drinking and gambling to distract himself from the pain. This landed him in debt, and he tried to sell the restaurant. This made Anjette angry, and this strained their relationship. In December 1951, Ben became sick again, but this time, doctors could not determine the cause. Ben remained in pain till he passed away on January 25, 1952. After her husband died, Anjette and her children moved back to her parents' home. She started working in a diner and saved up her money so she could buy Lyle's restaurant back. In 1955, she did this and hired her mother-in-law to work with her. She also met and married Joe Gabbard. However, this marriage didn't last long, and on December 2, 1955, Gabbard passed away. Anjette refused an autopsy. Anjette was the sole beneficiary of Gabbard's massive insurance policy. She used the money to buy a new car and a home before changing her name back to Lyle's. Ben's mother also moved in with Anjette at her request. However, in 1957, she also became sick and had to be hospitalized. Ben's mother died, and a will showed that half of her estate had been left to Anjette and her children. After this, Anjette's behavior began to change towards her first daughter, 9-year-old Marcia. She would insult her and threaten her multiple times. Marcia began coughing up blood in 1958 and was hospitalized. She soon passed away on April 5, 1958. Even though her daughter died, Anjette showed no emotions. After her funeral, the coroner's office received a letter that claimed that Marcia may have been poisoned. Marcia was tested for poison, and when Anjette was informed, she blamed her second daughter, Carla. Police did not buy this, so they started investigating. After they exhumed the bodies of Anjette's late husbands, her mother-in-law, and her daughter, they found traces of arsenic in their bodies. Anjette was arrested, and a search of her house revealed that she had been keeping arsenic inside bottles of ant infestation chemicals.
Anjette was actually tried only for the murder of her 9-year-old daughter, Marcia, but she was also accused of killing 2 husbands and her mother-in-law, Mrs. Julia Lyles, by administering them doses of taro ant poison.
She was charged with the murders of her relatives and found guilty. Anjette's trial lasted a week. She was accused of killing her relatives for financial gain. She was only convicted of the murder of her daughter.
Anjette remained cool and unemotional throughout the trial. According to the newspaper account, Mrs. Lyles took the death sentence calmly, her head held high.
Anjette received the death penalty by electric chair. Even though she became the first woman in Georgia to be sent to death row, Anjette was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and was transferred to the Central State Hospital until she died on December 4, 1977. Anjette Lyles' sinister acts of deception and murder were deeply unsettling, but the next case uncovers a modern tragedy. Janelle Bohr, a woman whose actions took a devastating toll, leaving lives forever changed.
My husband and I were in an argument, and he shot me, and then he killed himself.
On February 14, 2017, 43-year-old Janelle Bohr called 911 in Michigan because her husband had been shot and killed in their home. When the police officers arrived at the scene, they found out that 35-year-old Gregory Bohr was dead from a single gunshot wound to his head in the basement of his home. When they looked around, they found Janelle Bohr in the garage with a gunshot wound to the arm. She said she called 911 after she got into a fight with Gregory. Janelle and Gregory were going through a divorce and had been estranged for a while. They shared 2 children, and on the day of the murder, neither were around. After the police assessed the situation, they asked Janelle what had happened. She claimed that she and Gregory had been fighting when he suddenly pulled out his gun and shot her in the arm. She said that he shot himself afterwards, and that was when she called the police. The only issue with her story was the way the crime scene looked and the position in which Gregory had fallen. Immediately, police believed that Janelle was lying and ruled the death a homicide instead of suicide.
Tapped him across the head with my open hand, like that. He just went crazy. He grabbed the gun and shot it.
How many times?
I don't know.
When forensic tests were conducted, it was soon revealed that Gregory Bohr had not shot himself. In fact, it was Janelle who shot him before firing more rounds into the room. She was also the one who shot herself in the arm because she needed the police to believe the story. Janelle was arrested and charged with open murder and felony firearm charges. Further investigation showed that after Janelle killed Gregory, she rearranged the scene of the murder to make it look like she was telling the truth. Janelle claimed that Gregory was an abusive and violent man, but every other person who knew him said otherwise. As such, after Janelle was charged, she entered a guilty plea for second-degree murder, which inevitably reduced the possibility of her being sentenced to life in prison. In February 2018, Janelle finally stood in court as her former in-laws gave impact statements. Sharon Bohr, Gregory's mother, told the court and Janelle that her son didn't have to die. She said, "You had no right to kill my son. He did nothing but believe you, take you in, and love you." I can only hope that where you are going, you get all of the attention you crave and more.
I will never forgive you for what you've done. You've shattered our lives, and most importantly, the lives of Greg's children. I only wish I could trade your worthless, selfish, pathetic life for Greg's.
Gregory's younger brother also gave an impact statement. He addressed Janelle and told her that her actions robbed Gregory of seeing their children grow into their people. He also told her, "I hope you rot." Before Janelle was sentenced, she simply turned and apologized to the judge for taking Gregory's life. She was sentenced to 17 to 19 years in prison. Janelle Boer killed her husband for reasons that turned out to be lies. How does it compare to a woman who killed her husband to hide the lies she was telling him?
She was convicted and sentenced to life without parole.
From a young age, Kristen Rossum developed an interest in smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. She was in high school when she started this habit. It was not sure what she needed them for, but she soon gravitated towards marijuana. However, she said it had a little effect, so in 1992, Rossum started using meth. In 1994, she suffered a relapse and had to leave university. Eventually, she soon conquered her addiction and enrolled at San Diego University. There, she met Greg DeVillers, and they started dating. Rossum graduated with honors in 1998 and started working as a toxicologist. She got married to DeVillers in 1999. This happy life didn't last long because Rossum started an affair with her boss, Dr. Michael Robertson, in 2000. Later that year, DeVillers was horrified to learn that not only had she been cheating on him, she had also continued using meth. She got access to the drug with help of her lover, who was also her enabler. DeVillers threatened to expose both of them to the medical examiner if she did not quit her job and leave Robertson. On November 6, 2000, Rossum called 911 at night and said that DeVillers had committed suicide. When paramedics arrived, they were met with a strange sight. DeVillers was unresponsive in their bed, and there were rose petals sprinkled around him. He was pronounced dead, and Rossum told the police he had committed suicide. Despite this, DeVillers' family said this wasn't true and that he was not suicidal. Reluctantly, the police opened a homicide investigation. Because Rossum worked as a toxicologist at the medical center in San Diego, DeVillers' autopsy was outsourced to an outside lab to avoid conflict of interest. 1 month after DeVillers died, Rossum and Robertson were fired because of Rossum's meth habit and Robertson enabling her. Soon enough, the test results came back and they showed that he had 7 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. Something was off and the police began to take the case seriously. 7 months after DeVillers' murder, Rossum was arrested and charged with murder. During interrogation, she claimed that she had gone to work in the morning and returned home in the afternoon to give her sick husband a bowl of soup. She went back to work before she returned home around 7 p.m. She said it was after she showered and entered the bedroom that she discovered DeVillers lying motionless on the bed.
2 more breaths. Count this chest 15 more times. Okay, 2 more breaths. You're doing fine.
The 911 call sounded like Rossum had been administering CPR, but this didn't clear her of guilt. She was charged to court where a receipt for a single red rose that Rossum bought was presented. The defense claimed that DeVillers had crumpled the rose around himself after using fentanyl. However, the amount of fentanyl in his system showed that this wasn't possible. Tests also revealed that the dose of fentanyl had been administered around the time that Rossum went home and gave her husband soup. Prosecutors claimed that Rossum had killed her husband to hide her affair and her meth addiction. So, on November 12, 2002, Rossum was found guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and a $10,000 fine. In a very short clip, she could be seen crying. Kristen Rossum killed her husband to hide her addiction and affair. Michelle Despain killed hers so she could be with another person and cash in on her husband's death.
Preston, your father.
My father?
Yes, ma'am. Your father will be arrested for murder. I have all the information, all the evidence I need.
Not Mark's father.
No, ma'am. Your father.
Mark Despain was a successful property investor and real estate appraiser in Jonesboro. He lived a fairly successful life with his wife Michelle and his stepdaughter, Michelle's daughter from a previous relationship. Mark Despain had been in a family business with his parents before Michelle came along. Because of the constant arguments based on lies that Michelle had been feeding her husband about his parents, Mark and his parents soon fell out, and he started his business with Michelle managing their money. Michelle intended to isolate Mark from his family so she could do as she liked with his finances. So, in another desperate attempt to do so, she had her daughter take intimate photos of herself and had them sent to Jack's phone. She claimed that Jack Despain, Mark's father, had forced her daughter to take those pictures. Soon, Jack was arrested and his wife, Tana Despain, left him. After a couple of years, Michelle's daughter started to cave and kept on mixing details about the alleged incident. Because of this, Jack was released and his wife came back to him, realizing he wasn't an evil person. This already damaged their relationship, and Michelle Despain succeeded in isolating her husband from his family. This gave her the chance to spend Mark's money on her lover, a much younger banker where she worked. Soon, Mark started failing and somehow ended up in debt of over $1 million. After Michelle learned that Mark had bought a life insurance policy, she began to plan something deadly.
What happened to your husband, ma'am? He's dead. Oh, no. Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath, okay, and tell me what's going on.
In August 2011, Michelle came back from work and found Despain dead in their home. He had been shot in the head and the chest. Michelle called 911 and the police first thought that this was just a burglary gone wrong. However, when they realized that things robbers would take were in place, they got suspicious. It also didn't help that Michelle and her father, Carl Kelly, kept pointing and accusing Jack Despain of killing his son.
I hate to think that his dad would do anything like that, because it is his son, but he's just very...
With the conflicting stories and the fact that the case didn't have much evidence to go on, Mark's body was released to Michelle and he was buried. Even in death, Michelle isolated Mark from his family, and they were only allowed to see Mark right before he was buried. The case was stumped until the police received a tip from an anonymous person. They were told that a man named Terrence Barker was bragging that he had killed Mark. They were also informed that on the day of the murder, an old blue Mercedes was circling the area of Mark's home. Barker was arrested and he quickly admitted that he had killed Mark. However, he didn't know him and he was just offered thousands of dollars to carry out the hit. He said that the person that approached him was Johnny Hubbard, one of Mark's tenants in the buildings he owned. Michelle's father was a rent collector in the building where Johnny was living. Coincidentally, Johnny owned the Mercedes that the police learned about. After Johnny was arrested, he quickly implicated Carl Kelly, saying that he had given him access to Mark's house.
If you don't do what he tells you to do, you get on the street. Oh, well, yeah.
Kelly was arrested, and when Michelle learned about it, she turned on him, saying that he probably killed her husband so he could have a share in Mark's massive life insurance policy. However, when detectives got access to the phones of Kelly, Barker, Johnny, and Michelle, they found out that there was more to the story. On the day of the murder, Michelle had texted her father, "It has to be today." She then tricked Mark to get out of the house while Kelly gave Barker access to the house. Michelle was arrested and charged with the murder of her husband.
My father?
Yes, ma'am. Your father will be arrested for murder. I have all the information, all the evidence I need.
Not Mark's father.
No, ma'am. Your father.
Carl Kelly and Terrence Barker were sentenced to 35 years in prison for first-degree murder. Johnny Hubbard got 18 years for hindering apprehension and violation of a previous probation he was on. Carl Kelly died of congestive heart failure soon after. In 2014, Michelle bargained for a plea deal by pleading guilty to 3 counts of hindering apprehension. She avoided a capital murder charge and she was sentenced to 30 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 5 years. Like Michelle Despain, Denise Williams had her husband murdered so she could cash in on his insurance fund.
Do adjudicate you guilty of counts 1 and 2. On count 1, I sentence you to 30 years Department of Corrections. On count 2, I sentence you to life in prison.
On December 16, 2000, Mike Williams disappeared after he went duck hunting in Lake Seminole, Florida. Justice will not be served until 17 years later, and the person behind the whole tragedy was his wife, Denise Williams. Mike and Denise got married in 1994 and had 1 daughter. Their life was happy and simple. As a hobby, Mike enjoyed duck hunting and would often go every morning. In 1999, Mike bought a $1 million life insurance policy from a man named Brian Winchester. Winchester was a childhood friend of Denise and soon became best friends with Brian as well. In the afternoon of December 16, 2000, Denise called her father to tell him that Mike had not come back from his hunting trip. Denise's father and Winchester drove around the areas where they knew Mike went frequently. Near a boat launch, they found his car and called the Conservation Commission. A search team was organized, but they had to stop after a storm blew in. Mike was believed to have drowned because his boat was found with a shotgun in the boat. Because of the way the lake was, he might have been trapped under the stumps and hydrilla beds in the deep waters. Mike's body wasn't found, and the speculation was that his body had been found by alligators who had dragged his body away. The night after the search ended and Mike was declared legally dead, Denise held a memorial for her husband. While Denise accepted that her husband was gone, his mother, Cheryl Williams, refused to accept this. So she took out ads in the paper, wrote to police officers, and soon started writing a letter a day to the governor of Florida. In the meantime, Denise had cashed in on Mike's insurance policy and received $1.5 million. 5 years later, she married Winchester and they continued to live in the house that Denise and Mike had lived in together. Cheryl Williams didn't give up looking for her son because she believed that he could not have drowned in the lake. Even though the case was closed twice, she remained persistent until things began to change again. When detectives looked closer, they discovered that it was not possible for alligators to have been looking for food at the time Mike went missing. They realized that nothing could have caused Mike's body to disappear from the lake like that. Soon enough, they started considering the option of whether the lake wasn't even where he went missing. A huge break came in the case almost 16 years later. Winchester and Denise had gotten a divorce on account of Winchester's sex addiction. On August 5, 2016, Denise saw someone climb into the back seat of her car, and it turned out to be Winchester. He pointed a gun at her and told her the reason he was doing this was because she was blocking his calls and text messages. Denise was able to convince him not to do anything rash. She also promised that she wouldn't go to the police, so he let her go. Denise went straight to the police and told them that Winchester had kidnapped her. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison for that crime. In 2017, it suddenly came out that Mike's remains had been found. Mike's remains were found 5 miles from where he grew up, and the DNA they could extract from his remains matched his mother's own. Denise was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact. Winchester soon confessed that he and Denise had planned Mike's murder so they could be together and get his insurance money. Winchester admitted to shooting Mike in the face after he tried to drown him but failed. He said that since he could not get Mike to drown, he killed him and buried him where his remains were later found. Denise was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to life in prison. She did not say anything in court and remained mute for most of the sessions. Mike's mother talked in court, however.
I wrote 2,600 letters to the governor of Florida asking for help in finding my son.
After her sentencing, all of Mike's assets were given to his daughter, who is now 20 years old. As part of the deal that Denise took, her daughter was not allowed to pay for any of her mother's legal fees. Denise is serving her sentence at the Florida Women's Reception Center. Denise didn't pay for her crimes for a long time. The same cannot be said about our next case.
Cousin's house. Somebody has shot him or something's happened. He's passed away.
Okay, what's his address? Okay, how old is he?
69.
Are we certain he's gone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judith Nix and her husband had been divorced since 2011, but they kept in touch and lived together for most of the time. They had been married for 25 years before this, and they both had children from previous relationships. On March 21, 2016, Judith called 911 saying that she found Keith Nix dead from a gunshot wound. She was dropping dinner off for him when she discovered this. When the dispatcher asked if Keith was suicidal, she said he was. Judith told the police officers that she called Keith earlier, but he didn't answer the phone. She said he must have committed suicide. However, when investigators started looking, they discovered that Keith had been shot twice. To them, it made no sense that a person who committed suicide could shoot themselves twice in the head. The autopsy also revealed that he was dead 14 hours before Judith called 911. The investigation started, and Michelle, Judith's first daughter, was part of the people first questioned. Michelle claimed that Keith was abusive and that she and her sister, Angela, didn't get along with him. She also contradicted the story her mother had told the police. She was soon arrested and charged with suspicion of being an accessory to murder after the fact. When Judith heard this, she came in and confessed. She said that on the morning of the murder, Keith had threatened her because she owed him $21,000 for spending heavily on her daughters. She claimed that he had threatened to shoot her, and they struggled for the gun. She took possession and the gun went off twice and killed Keith. However, holes were in this story because Keith's bedroom showed no signs of struggle. Because of this, she was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Her daughters were not innocent either because they had helped her clean the scene of the crime. Investigation showed that Judith would get the house if Keith died before her. She could then sell the house and use it to pay other debts. She was charged to court, and in exchange for dropping all charges, Judith's daughters agreed to testify against their mother. A year after Keith was murdered, Judith was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 45 years. Judith Nix's tragic actions shocked those who learned of her case, but the next story reveals a devastating act of betrayal. Keandria Cook, a young woman whose violent choices shattered a family and left a community searching for answers. What was supposed to be a carjacking crime and nothing more turned deadly in Daytona, Florida. Keandria Cook was 18 years old when she committed a crime that would change her life forever. Cook had been dating her boyfriend, Kendrick Bass, for a while before he proposed a business opportunity to help them get money faster. Cook agreed to this, and they began devising a plan. On March 22, 2017, Keandria Cook went on the Meet Me social app and started talking to 28-year-old Perry Nita. Cook then lured Perry from Palm Coast to South Daytona with talks of sex and marijuana. Nita agreed to meet with Cook and told her he was on his way. He invited 18-year-old Emmanuel Purcell to ride along with him. When they got to the location, they met Cook as she promised, and she got into the pickup truck with Nita and Purcell. After she entered the pickup, Bass waited for a while before he jumped in the back seat with a gun. When Purcell noticed this, he pushed Bass, who shot Purcell before he and Cook escaped. Purcell survived and soon talked to the police about what had happened. 2 days after this happened, Cook and Bass teamed up for another carjacking. It was at the time that Cook was arrested. Bass, on the other hand, ran away and would go on to evade police for 10 months. Meanwhile, Keandria was arrested and charged under the impression that she would not be sent to jail. Regardless, she was charged with conspiracy, carjacking, attempted carjacking with a deadly weapon, and felony battery. The conspiracy charge meant that Keandria could be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Because of miscommunication with her lawyer, Keandria and her mother were assured that she would not be going to prison if she took a plea deal. Her attorney told her to enter a no-contest plea to get the conspiracy charge dropped. If she pleaded no contest to principal to carjacking with a deadly weapon, principal to attempted carjacking with a deadly weapon, and principal to aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, she would get probation and not go to jail. Or at least that's what she thought. Following the advice of her attorney, Keandria pleaded no contest and appeared in court with the belief that it was just a formality. Keandria and her mother were shocked when Circuit Judge Matt Foxman sentenced Keandria to 20 years in prison, with 20 years of probation to run concurrent with her jail time. Hearing this, Keandria and her mother began to wail very loudly. This courtroom footage quickly went viral and gained millions of views from netizens. Many people who read the story were quick to point out that it was the fault of the public defender who initially argued her case. Cook was wailing before she broke down and had to be carried out of the courtroom. She reportedly passed out. During the next court appearance, Judge Foxman allowed Cook to withdraw her plea deal after she provided a recording where her former attorney assured her that she would not be going to jail. Her sentence was also thrown out, and she was allowed to start the sentencing afresh in 2018. This time around, Cook didn't cry because she knew what she was getting herself into. She entered into a no-contest plea again, and this time she was sentenced to 11 years in prison, with 20 years of probation to run concurrent with her jail term.
I just want to say that I'm sorry to the people wrong that her son had to get shot, because I didn't even know he was going to get shot.
Before she was escorted away, she apologized to the family of the victim, telling them that she didn't mean for their son to get shot. Keandria Cook will be free from prison in 2029. Kendrick Bass, on the other hand, was eventually caught 10 months later for an unrelated crime. Concerning the crime he committed together with Cook, he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Keandria Cook conspired to rob someone, and this almost led to murder. But how does it compare to the horrific crime of beating a toddler to death over a potty accident? How bad of a mess can a toddler make to make it justifiable to beat her to death? Well, for 25-year-old Erica Butts and Shanita Cunningham, all the toddler had to do was urinate on the floor. In 2009, Leisha Richardson took her 3-year-old daughter Serenity Richardson to visit her godmother. Erica Butts was Serenity's godmother and Leisha's best friend since childhood. Erica lived in Somerville, North Carolina with her lover, Shanita Cunningham. Serenity was supposed to be at Butts' home for 2 weeks. Little did Leisha know that this was the last time she would see her daughter alive. Serenity had a potty accident in their home while she was staying there. She had urinated on the floor. Because of this, Erica and Shanita beat Serenity with a belt and multiple plastic coat hangers. The two of them continued to beat her until Serenity became unresponsive. When the two of them noticed this, they put bleach under her nose in an attempt to revive her. When she did not respond, they put her body on ice. After they tried everything they could to no avail, Butts called her mother, who called 911. The sight that the medics were met with was horrible. They reported that every inch of Serenity's body was covered in bruises and strikes from the belt. According to the prosecutor, no area of Serenity was unharmed except for the soles of her feet. There were multiple cuts over her chest, stomach, legs and arms, back and head. Serenity was pronounced dead and the women were arrested.
The area of the blow to that child's leg, and to say that you did not recognize what had been done, to ignore what must have been the excruciating sounds that came from that child on a daily basis, is more than disconcerting to this court.
In court, the two women gave the most disgusting argument possible. The judge who was presiding was dismayed and disturbed by this. They claimed that they didn't know that beating Serenity was going to kill her. During the court hearing, the judge dismissed their argument, saying it's impossible to ignore the cries of pain coming from Serenity. Erica insisted that she was innocent and didn't kill Serenity. She admitted to beating her with the belt, but said that she didn't kill her. Shanita's lawyer said that Erica was aggressive and that she had most of the blame. The judge in charge of the case, Deandra Richardson, wasn't interested in their blame trade. Shanita pled guilty to the charges, but Erica maintained her innocence. Despite this, the two of them were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. When they heard this, the two of them collapsed on the floor in the courtroom. Erica's mother also began screaming and had to be escorted out of the courtroom as well. The two convicts were wheeled away to start their sentences. Where Erica and Shanita actively murdered Serenity, how does it compare to Sarah Boone, who locked her boyfriend inside a suitcase and left him to die?
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
In February 2020, 42-year-old George Torres suffocated to death after he was zipped into a suitcase. His girlfriend, also 42 years old, Sarah Boone, was arrested the next day and charged with second-degree murder. Before George died, he had a history of being violent towards Sarah Boone. He was arrested more than 10 times for assaulting Boone, yet every time Sarah bailed him out. On February 24, 2020, Sarah called 911 and told them Torres was dead. She said that they had been playing hide and seek when they thought it would be funny to see if George would fit inside a suitcase. Before this, they shared a bottle of wine and were tipsy. George got into the suitcase and Sarah zipped him up. She then went upstairs, accidentally fell asleep, and forgot that Torres was in the suitcase. When she woke up, he was dead. That was what she claimed happened. During the investigation, Sarah was very cooperative and even handed her phone over to investigators. They found 2 disturbing videos that suggested that Sarah was not being truthful. Allegedly, one of the videos showed Boone laughing as Torres begged her to let him out. Instead, she laughed and said, "That's what you do when you choke me. And that's what I feel like when you cheat on me." When she was asked, she said she didn't remember the videos.
I zipped him up. We thought it was funny, and we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
When Sarah went to court, she recounted the details as she remembered it. She said that they had laughed about how small he was. Sarah was incredibly difficult to work with as well. 8 different attorneys were appointed by the state, and all 8 of them withdrew. After this, the judge ruled that Sarah had forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel. Sarah represented herself until July 2024, when she submitted a letter that said she was looking for a lawyer. James Owens represented her and tried to get a plea agreement for manslaughter. However, Sarah Boone rejected this.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
She told the court that she didn't intend to kill him and that she was innocent. Eventually, the defense argued that Boone suffered from battered woman syndrome. Sarah went on to talk about how she was sometimes scared of George, especially when he was drunk or high. She said that this was when he would get violent towards her. She said that at that moment, when he was locked in the suitcase, she wanted him to feel a little discomfort compared to what she felt from him constantly. Despite the arguments that Sarah made, she was found guilty of second-degree murder. She will be sentenced on December 2nd, 2024. We now turn to the haunting story of Michelle Blair.
Can you talk me through the type of abuse that you had to suffer as a kid?
You mean sexual abuse?
If that's what happened?
That definitely did happen to me. That's why I know exactly how would have grew up.
Gabby Blair, daughter of Michelle Blair, described her mom as a ticking time bomb. always ready to explode at the slightest provocation. According to Gabby, Michelle had a short fuse, and any touch or slight provocation would set her off. As the siblings grew older, the mistreatment they endured from their mother intensified. Mentally, verbally, and physically, Gabby and her siblings were subjected to an increasingly severe form of punishment, which depended on Michelle's mood.
Defendants charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 3 felony murder. Count 4 felony murder.
According to Gabby, Michelle regularly used extension cords and belts to beat her and her siblings. The violence escalated in August 2012 when Michelle became convinced that her 9-year-old son, Stephen Barry, was assaulting his other siblings. In a desperate attempt to uncover the truth, Michelle embarked on an interrogation of her younger children, who denied any wrongdoing. However, under relentless questioning, Gabby and her siblings eventually confessed that Stephen had assaulted them.
She said he died about a week later and that it was witnessed by 2 kids.
Armed with the confirmation of abuse from her younger children, Michelle embarked on a path of unimaginable horror. She retrieved an extension cord and started to strangle her 9-year-old son with the cord so tight that she lifted him off the ground. Over the next few days, the abuse of Stephen continued, with Michelle denying him food, putting him in a plastic bag, and torturing him until he died. After Stephen's death, Gabby was forced to take part in her mother's horrendous plan.
Can you imagine?
Talking about
You want to talk about your surviving children, though, Michelle? You didn't ever consider turning yourself in?
If my son told me.
Michelle ordered Gabby to store her brother's body in the freezer. Gabby later described her life as a never-ending nightmare, haunted by the knowledge that her brother lay lifeless in the freezer. She described living in constant fear of her mother, always being cautious about what she said around her, as she was terrified of the consequences of speaking out.
In her confession, she says she killed 15-year-old Stony Ann Blair and 8-year-old Stephen Barry because they were harming her youngest son.
With Michelle's son, Stephen, out of the picture, her paranoia reached new heights. She started to focus her attention on Stony Blair, her 13-year-old daughter. Michelle was convinced that Stony had assaulted the younger children in the home.
All right, Ms. Blair, we're here today because you've indicated that you want to plead guilty to 2 of the counts that are identified in the information, since much of today's proceeding will be...
Michelle repeatedly asked her youngest son if Stony had harmed him, and he lied out of fear, saying yes. However, in reality, Stony had not done anything. Despite the lack of evidence, Michelle's paranoia fueled her belief that Stony posed a threat to her family.
Right up under my nose. So, man, I don't regret none of this. I don't regret any of it. It's my son. That's my baby. It's no way.
In May 2013, Michelle took matters into her own hands. She hit Stony in the head with a 2x4, causing severe injuries. She then proceeded to strangle Stony with a shirt while Stony was still alive. Michelle forced Gabby to assist in placing the teenager's body in the freezer. Michelle then threatened Gabby, saying she would first kill Gabby's only surviving brother, and then Gabby and herself if Gabby told anyone about what happened to Stony and Stephen.
In her confession, she says she killed 15-year-old Stony Ann Blair and 8-year-old Stephen Barry because they were harming her youngest son since he was in diapers.
2 years later, Michelle was evicted from the home for failure to pay rent. When an eviction crew arrived to get Michelle and her children out of the house, they made a horrifying discovery. They found Stony and Stephen's frozen bodies in the freezer.
First degree committed in the presence of another child. Appearances for the record, please.
Karen Goldcraft for the people.
Ronnie Sermon on behalf of the people. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wyatt Harris on behalf.
Michelle Blair was arrested and charged with 2 counts of felony murder, premeditated murder, and torture. Several months after, Michelle pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. During the sentencing hearing, Michelle expressed her willingness to accept the death penalty if Michigan were to offer it. However, the judge was quick to point out that she had already imposed the death penalty on her children, to which Michelle replied, "I did."
Both fathers failed to support, care for their children for 2 years, at least 2 years. And for them to now come before this court and say we should be entitled to unsupervised.
Before the judge handed down the sentence, Michelle could address the court. Instead of taking responsibility for her actions, she shifted the blame to the fathers of her 4 children, claiming they had played no role in their lives. Her defense attempted to mitigate the circumstances of Michelle's conviction by highlighting that she had little education before becoming a mother herself.
They were aware of abuse in 2002 and 2005.
Michelle's demeanor throughout the trial painted a picture of a cold, calculating individual. She showed virtually no remorse for the crimes she had committed, referring to her dead children as demons and displacing an eerie detachment from her actions. When addressing the judge, Michelle unapologetically asserted that she never lied about anything and was perfectly fine in her twisted way. Moving from the disturbing reality of Michelle Blair's case, we now confront the unsettling story of Diana Lovejoy.
K. McDavid, guilty of the crime of conspiracy to commit murder.
Diana Lovejoy, a fitness instructor and YouTuber, was in a strained relationship with her ex-husband, Greg Mulvihill. As the pair battled over details concerning their contentious divorce, including the custody of their young son. Lovejoy, born on the 26th of October 1972, had dated Mulvihill for a year before the couple got married in 2007. However, the marriage faced problems right from the start, as Lovejoy suffered numerous miscarriages before she finally had a son. And within 7 years of their marriage, Lovejoy had filed for divorce. The long court case following the divorce filing only strained the relationship between the couple further, as the initial full custody and child support benefits granted to Lovejoy for their then 3-year-old son was changed for the couple to share instead. Lovejoy was also required to pay Mulvihill $120,000 as she kept their family house in Carlsbad, California. Lovejoy did pay Mulvihill the required sum, but she never wanted to share custody of her only child, so, in a surprising twist, she hatched a sinister plan to execute her ex-husband. On the 4th of September 2016, Mulvihill received a call from someone pretending to be a private investigator who threatened him with alleged evidence of his mistreatment towards his wife, which could be used against him in court. The caller was able to convince Mulvihill to go to a remote location near Rancho Santa Fe to collect the evidence. And on reaching there with his friend Jason around 11 p.m., Mulvihill was shot in his side after spotting someone in the bushes. However, the bullet missed his heart and he was able to survive the shooting. Investigations into the attempted murder were conducted, and it was quickly concluded from the evidence found, such as cell tower data, that Lovejoy had been involved in the attempted murder. The man behind the gun was also discovered to be former Marine, as well as Lovejoy's gun instructor and lover, Weldon McDavid, who had made a run for it after his failed attempt. The AR-15 rifle he used was later found in his garage. After the pair were arrested a week later, it was revealed that Lovejoy had paid McDavid $2,000 to assassinate her ex-husband to get him out of the picture with concerns over their son. During a court hearing, Lovejoy alleged that Mulvihill had mistreated her and her young son. However, both Mulvihill and the prosecutors disapproved of the claims. Investigators discovered surveillance footage of Lovejoy from less than a month before the attempted murder, where she purchased the burner phone which McDavid had used to call Mulvihill on that fateful night. And on the 13th of November 2016, a jury found Lovejoy and McDavid guilty of attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Video footage captured from the courtroom showed Lovejoy's unexpected reaction when the verdict on her charges was pronounced. Immediately, the guilty verdict was read. Lovejoy, who had been staring blankly ahead while sitting beside her attorney, suddenly slumped as her head hit the desk. There were murmurs of both shock and concern around the courtroom, as it had appeared that Lovejoy had gone unconscious. Court officers had to rush to lay her on the floor before she was eventually rushed to the hospital, where it was confirmed that she had fainted. Lovejoy was eventually sentenced in December to 26 years in prison, while McDavid received a 50-year sentence for being the one who pulled the trigger on Lovejoy's husband. As we shift from the harrowing tale of Diana Lovejoy, we find ourselves facing the chilling story of Camilla Gamet.
You were relentless. You stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed until he was dead.
In 2013, Camilla Gamet was living with her 38-year-old boyfriend, Marcel Hill, in Jackson, Michigan. The pair had opposing personalities, as Marcel, who suffered with multiple mental and physical disabilities, was described to be a friendly, childlike man and worked at a fast food joint. On the other hand, Gamet, who had a difficult childhood living in 13 different foster homes, was known to be a substance user who had an abusive nature and a tendency for violent outbursts. Gamet had previously been arrested for assaulting an ex-boyfriend and would bring the same mistreatment behavior to her relationship with Hill, often bullying and seriously assaulting him. One time, Gamet stabbed Hill with a knife and stitched up the wound afterwards. She also punctured his lung in another assault incident. And in a third incident, she hit him in the head with a hammer. On all 3 occasions, Hill chose not to report Gamet to the authorities, and he wouldn't live to rue his inactions. On the 18th of May, 2013, Gamet and Hill got into a brutal physical fight where, in a fit of rage, Gamet absolutely violated Hill, bludgeoning and stabbing him multiple times with a knife and frying pan till he was unconscious and cutting the torso of his dead body open. Hearing the racket coming from their home, a neighbor called 911, and when police arrived, they were met with a house in complete disarray. Furniture had been smashed. The knife and frying pan, as well as Gamet, were covered in Hill's blood. Hill had been stabbed 11 times, but remarkably, Gamet had sustained no injuries and was only slurring her speech after she was found. Gamet was swiftly arrested, but claimed to authorities that she had been asleep in the living room when someone had repeatedly hit her over the head, which led her to defend herself from the unidentified attacker before she eventually realized that it was her boyfriend. During the court hearing in March 2014, Gamet's claims were easily dismissed due to the many holes in her story. On the 16th of April 2014, Gamet was found guilty of the charges and sentenced by a Jackson County Circuit judge to a life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, Gamet's reaction to the sentencing would spark a series of outbursts in the court, especially from the judge. Before the verdict was pronounced, Gamet showed no signs of remorse, merely rolling her eyes and laughing as Hill's family read out an emotional letter to her. The presiding judge reacted to this by saying he hoped Gamet died in prison, and that if Mississippi was a death penalty state, she would have been handed the electric chair. Just when you think Camia Gamet's actions are as dark as it gets, brace yourself for Taylor Shabusiness.
Stop it. Stop it.
The woman you just saw is Taylor Shabusiness. On February 23, 2022, the dismembered head of a 24-year-old American named Shad Therian was found in a bucket by his mother in Green Bay, Wisconsin. His mother, Tara Pakanich, called the police and they discovered several bisected body parts in different locations. The perpetrator? Taylor Shabusiness. Therian and Shabusiness had been involved in a relationship for a while, and 2 days before parts of Therian was found, Taylor had picked him up from his mother's house. She took him to another apartment where they had met up with a friend and ingested quantities of hard substances. Shortly after, they were under the influence, so they went back to Therian's apartment. When they arrived, they got intimate in the basement. Tara Pakanich had been out with her boyfriend when her son and Taylor arrived in the house. However, during this process, Taylor strangled Therian until he started to cough up blood, and didn't stop until he gave up. She killed Therian with a metal chain before dismembering his body and putting his head in his mother's basement. She also removed Therian's organs and parts and put them in plastic bags, cardboard boxes, and a storage tote. The particular murder was so gruesome that it is still being talked about. If what Shabusiness did to Therian when he was alive was horrifying, it was later revealed that what she did to him afterwards was even worse.
But when did you start, cutting up his body?
Like almost right away. I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
Shabusiness mistreated Therian's body for hours after he died. She sexually assaulted him and mutilated his body with intimate objects after being intimate with the body herself. She admitted this with no ounce of remorse in her behavior, but this was not even enough. Shabusiness appeared in court after she was arrested 3 months later by the police when they found the missing remains of Therian in her minivan. She was charged with intentional homicide, third-degree sexual assault, and mutilation of a corpse, among other counts. Investigation revealed that Taylor Shabusiness had drawn inspiration from the infamous serial killer, Jeffrey Dahmer, who had ritualistic habits when he murdered his victims.
You meet the same fate as your idealistic Jeffrey Dahmer. So have a good life, shit business.
Taylor claimed that after she dismembered Therian, she drained his blood into the bathtub and took a shower with it. This particularly horrifying revelation shocked the interrogator to the core. Eventually, it was time for Shabusiness to defend her position. However, she had other plans.
Stop it. Stop it.
During this court appearance on February 23rd, Shabusiness suddenly attacked her lawyer, shocking everyone who was in the courtroom at the time. She hit him in the face before the lawyer fended her off himself, before the officers in the courtroom tried to subdue her. 6 months before this, on September 1st, 2022, the lawyer Shabiznes attacked, Quinn Jolly, had submitted a plea of not guilty by insanity due to the nature of Shabiznes' actions. It seemed that the reason Taylor attacked her attorney in the first place was because Quinn had requested that the trial date be moved back a little. After this incident, however, Quinn told Judge Thomas Walsh that he planned to remove himself from the case after that session. After this outburst and sudden attack from Shabiznes, her future appearances in court showed her wearing a spit guard due to her unpredictable actions. In one of these sessions, Shad Therian's uncle told Shabiznes that what she did was horrible and it was a consequence of her refusing to get help for her condition.
You know, there's help out there. And if you take the path to go and get the help, you wouldn't be in this situation right now. None of us would be in this situation. But to take the cowardly path that you did and to make other people suffer because you were suffering is pretty shitty.
Michael Therian.
Okay, go ahead.
Taylor, I just wanted to say that I forgive you for what you done to my son. Yeah, you made a bad choice, and now you have to live with it. And like I said, I forgive you, and I'm going to ask the judge if he can, if she can see the streets again sometime,
Shabiznes showed no remorse for anything she had done and was seen smirking on multiple occasions. Judge Walsh didn't think this was right or even permitted in any way, because what Taylor did was so terrifying that the judge said that it offended human decency. The jury took only 30 minutes to decide on their verdicts, and they found Shabiznes guilty of all charges. Even though Shabiznes' new attorney had insisted on a plea of not guilty on the basis of insanity, the jury said that the murder was premeditated and calculated. Shabiznes was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and she showed little to no emotion as her sentence was read to her. We now turn our attention to Shayna Hubers, a young woman whose tumultuous relationship ended in a shocking act of violence.
Has led to her shooting Ryan Poston to death in 2012.
Snapped my neck because of the way that he was jerking my head around.
Ryan Poston was an intelligent young man who majored in history, geography, and political science at Indiana University before attending law school at Northern Kentucky University. After graduating, Ryan embarked on a successful career as an attorney in Cincinnati, Ohio. During this phase, he crossed paths with Shayna Hubers, a 20-year-old woman with whom he embarked on a tumultuous relationship.
Bolte, you are Miss Ohio.
She's Miss Ohio 2012.
The 3 women remain, only
one of the final 3 at the Miss USA pageant.
Over the next 18 months, Ryan and Shayna broke up nearly a dozen times. Despite their differences, they continued to be drawn back together, driven by an inexplicable force. On October 12, 2012, Ryan and Shayna found themselves in an off period of their relationship. Ryan, in fact, had plans to go on a date with the Miss Ohio USA 2012 winner that night. Little did he know that his life would soon be cut short. Later that night, Shayna called 911 from Ryan's apartment, telling the dispatcher that she had shot and killed him. The dispatcher immediately dispatched police and paramedics to the scene, where they found Ryan's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. After her arrest, Shayna was interviewed by detectives, where she made several disturbing statements. She called Ryan very vain, seemingly attempting to shift blame onto him. Further, she expressed doubts that anyone would want to marry her after knowing she had shot him in self-defense. During the interrogation, Shayna's behavior became increasingly erratic when she was left alone. Shayna began dancing and singing Amazing Grace, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of her situation. She even confessed, saying, "I did it. Yes, I did it. I can't believe I did that."
Not a murderer at all. Now, the past several days, the Commonwealth Attorney has been calling witness after witness, many testifying that Hubers intentionally killed.
Shayna was charged with first-degree murder. Her bail was set at a staggering $5 million, ensuring she would remain in custody until her trial. In 2015, Shayna's trial began, lasting 2 weeks and culminating with the jury deliberating for 5 hours before delivering a guilty verdict. However, the defense would later uncover that a juror who sat on her trial was a felon, casting doubts on the fairness of the verdict. As a result, the ruling was overturned and Shayna was granted a new trial.
Will try to once again prove Hubers murdered her ex-boyfriend Ryan Poston. Hubers says it was an act of self-defense when she shot Poston in his Highland Heights condo.
In 2018, Shayna faced trial for the second time in connection to the tragic murder of her boyfriend, Ryan Poston. This trial brought attention to the relationship between Shayna and Ryan, which delved into explicit details of their romantic life. The defense argued that Ryan's behavior towards Shayna was like a yo-yo, pushing her away and then pulling her back, causing confusion and mixed messages. However, the prosecution presented a compelling argument, reminding jurors that it was Shayna who closed the distance between them and fired the initial shot, ultimately choosing to shoot him in the head 5 more times.
We believe was a family member or a friend. Opening statements were made this morning in which the prosecution said that Shayna Hubers was a cold, calculating woman.
According to the prosecutors, Shayna was relentless in her pursuit of Ryan. They presented evidence showing that she texted and called him excessively. Furthermore, during the interrogation process, Shayna was recorded saying, "I'm good at acting." This statement raised suspicions among the prosecution, as they believed she was putting on a facade to deceive the police.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder.
Guilty! The woman who shot her boyfriend because he was about to ditch her for a Miss USA contest.
After the jury left to deliberate, it ultimately took 5 hours for them to once again find Shayna guilty of Ryan's murder. As the guilty verdict was read, Shayna leaned forward, buried her face in her attorney's lap, and cried. During the sentencing phase, the judge told Shayna that her actions were grossly violent and intentionally calculated. This assessment led him to conclude that a life sentence was the most appropriate punishment.
The jury found that you intentionally murdered Ryan Poston. You picked up Mr. Poston's gun from the kitchen table and shot him 6 times.
As Judge Zala handed down the sentence, the courtroom remained silent. Shayna maintained an emotionless expression, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the situation. In an attempt to sway the judge, Shayna's attorney requested a mistrial. However, the judge denied the motion. In the next case, we'll delve into the chilling tale of Dynell Lane, a heinous female murderer who committed a truly unimaginable act.
She's spoken publicly about what happened on that day in March just once. She said that when Lane started attacking her, she told her that she loved her, hoping that she might stop. Wilkins says Lane responded, "If you love me, you will let me do this."
On March 18, 2018, Michelle Wilkins, 7 months pregnant, responded to a Craigslist advertisement for baby clothes. Michelle had no way of knowing that her encounter with Dynell Lane, a 35-year-old woman, would turn into a horrifying nightmare. Dynell Lane invited Michelle into her home under the guise of selling baby clothes. However, when Michelle arrived, she discovered that Dynell had other intentions.
After the verdict, Michelle Wilkins sat in a quiet room and reflected on the most difficult time of her life.
I forgive her whether she asked my forgiveness or not.
She also shared a tragically personal moment.
Dynell led Michelle down to the basement where her sinister plan unfolded. In the basement, Dynell, armed with a lava lamp, violently assaulted Michelle. She hit Michelle in the head, leaving her disoriented. Escalating the situation, Dynell used a piece of broken glass to stab Michelle in the neck. With Michelle helpless on the ground, Dynell, in a twisted act of violence, cut open Michelle's stomach and removed the unborn baby girl from her uterus.
I did all the things that, a mom would want to do. I read to her, I dressed her, but not being able to witness her first breath.
After cutting baby Aurora from her mother's womb, Dynell left Michelle to bleed out in the basement. Dynell's husband, David Ridley, arrived home from work. When he arrived, he found Dynell covered in blood.
And they go back into this bedroom. This is their room number 10. And let me tell you what happened.
Dynell, in a panicked state, told David that she had a miscarriage in the upstairs bathtub. David and Dynell rushed the baby girl to the hospital, hoping to save her life. Unfortunately, the baby did not survive.
So the record will be clear. I'll try to ask you specific questions, and you can answer them best you can. So you then went downstairs with the defendant.
Yes.
Michelle Wilkins miraculously survived the assault and was taken to the hospital herself. When Michelle was receiving treatment, the doctors became suspicious of Dynell's story. The doctors noticed that she showed no signs of having just given birth, leading them to question her account.
Now this is one of those questions of why. Who knows why? David Ridley told you he didn't want kids. You know that Miss Lane had 2 other children of her own.
Soon, the truth began to unfold. It was revealed that Dynell had lied to her husband and children for months about being pregnant. She had created a ruse to make everyone believe that she was having a baby, even going as far as posting fake ultrasound photos on social media.
Now this is one of those questions of why. Who knows why? David Ridley told you he didn't want kids. You know that Miss Lane had 2 other children of her own. Why did she fake this pregnancy? We don't know.
However, as Dynel's fake due date approached, she found herself in need of a baby. Desperate to fill her desires, she created an ad online and lured an unsuspecting pregnant woman to her home. Her goal was to steal the baby and continue her facade of being pregnant.
As we get into things starting today, of course, jury selection begins and 300 potential jurors will be summoned. Of course, that will be narrowed down to just a few.
Dynel was charged with attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree assault, 2 counts of second-degree assault, and unlawful termination of a pregnancy. She was unable to be charged with the baby's death due to Colorado law. Despite this technicality, the jurors still convicted Dynel on all charges, and the judge sentenced her to 100 years in prison.
Lane, in prior court appearances, she remains in custody at the Boulder County Jail on $2 million bond, and if she gets convicted...
Throughout the trial, Dynel maintained a stoic demeanor, showing no emotion as the case details unfolded. However, upon hearing the judge's sentencing, Dynel broke down in tears. One of the trial's most compelling moments came when an interview tape was played for the jury.
Lane admitted to strangling Wilkins, then she admitted to cutting out Wilkins' baby. Listen.
I got the knife that she had.
In this tape, Dynel claimed that Michelle possessed the knife during the altercation. Although this statement was refuted by other evidence, it seemed to elicit a reaction from Dynel, as she could be seen crying during the playback. While Dynel herself chose not to testify, her friends and family felt the emotional impact of her case deeply. They spoke on her behalf, sharing stories of a loving and compassionate woman they knew.
I choose to use my time to address you directly, Dynel, because up to this very moment you have refused to acknowledge us, the victims of your violent actions.
During the trial, Michelle had the opportunity to confront Dynel head-on, delivering a powerful statement. Holding a large picture of her daughter, Aurora, Michelle addressed the defendant, saying, "You'd knowingly left me to die multiple times. The only tears you shed during the trial were those of self-pity, to the sound of your voice as your lies were slowly revealed."
Anger was valid, and I also felt the compassion, and I reached a comfortable place where I could experience both of those.
That is Michelle Wilkins.
Michelle emphasized her desire for justice, advocating for a maximum sentence for Dynel. She believed such a sentence would allow Dynel time to atone, reflect, and meditate with prayer and action. Her intention was for Dynel to truly understand the gravity of her actions and their impact on everyone involved. We now encounter the perplexing story of Kimberly Kessler. Kessler's case is one that raises numerous questions about identity, trust, and the dark corners of human behavior. 34-year-old Jolene Rebecca Cummings was a single mother of 3, working as a hairstylist at a local salon in Yulee, Florida, in May 2018. Her friend, Brooke Harley, reminisced how she met her in high school and had been friends with her ever since. She said Jolene was vivacious. People wanted to be around her. She was a very giving, loving person. She was amazing. According to Brooke, Jolene graduated in 2002 and got pregnant shortly after. Though young, the latter was confident she would be a good mother.
Brooke says Jolene was the kind of friend that would stick up for you.
She'd always be like, "Why are you letting them talk to you like that or do that to you? Like, you can't do that."
When Jolene's relationship with her daughter's father did not work out, she moved to Jacksonville with her child and enrolled in cosmetology school. Jolene's mother, Ann Johnson, recounted how her daughter was ecstatic about getting the job and was slowly building her clientele. On May 13th, 2018, it was Mother's Day and Jolene's birthday. Ann stated her daughter always bought her flowers on that day. When Jason pulled into the driveway around 6 p.m. and said Jolene did not meet him in Hillard as per their predetermined arrangement to pick up the children, Ann started getting worried. Jason said, "I would have heard from her. Her daughter definitely would have heard from her." Ann knew something was wrong when Jolene did not pick up her calls and contacted the Fernandina Beach Police Department to file a missing person report. The 34-year-old was last noticed leaving her workplace around 5 p.m. on May 12th and was never seen again. According to the authorities, she has been murdered, but her remains have not been found to date. The police suspected her body was dismembered and secretly disposed of. The investigators decided to build a timeline leading up to Jolene's disappearance and contacted the owners of the Tangles Hair Salon to learn she had been tasked to close up the salon on May 12th at 5 p.m. Furthermore, the owners informed the officers that she was with a new employee named Jennifer Seibert and provided them with her address and contact number. Soon, the investigators found Jolene's beige Ford Expedition on May 15th in the Home Depot parking lot in Yulee. They checked the surveillance footage to discover Jennifer walking from the parking lot and going into a nearby gas station after parking the car on May 13th at around 1:17 a.m. Suspecting she was involved, the police returned to the salon to learn she had not reported to her work ever since. Kimberly, who was going under the fake alias of Jennifer Seibert, was charged with first-degree murder in September 2018 and was also charged with 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer after allegedly stripping nude and flinging feces at them. As per the show, her antics inside the jail and court, including going on a hunger strike, were to be ruled mentally incompetent to stand on trial. However, she was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in December 2021. According to her inmate records, Kimberly is in her mid-50s and is serving her sentence at the Lowell Correctional Institution in Marion County, Florida. Kimberly Kessler wove a web of lies that culminated in a shocking act of violence, but the next case is just as disturbing. Ezra McCandless.
The courts and Alex's family, but most of all, Alex's parents. I want to say how sorry I am. They have lost their son.
On March 23, 2018, the body of 24-year-old Alex Woodworth was found in a 2003 Chevy Impala on a dirt road. He had been stabbed 16 times in his head, neck, groin, and torso. Only a few hours before, Ezra McCandless had knocked on the door of a dairy farmer with blood, bruises, and mud all over her. She was barefoot and asked for help and a doctor, saying that she had been attacked. The farmer called 911 for help, hoping to help the girl who looked like she just had a close shave with death. Little did he know that there was something more sinister about this woman. She was taken to a local hospital and kept asking for a man named Jason Mengel.
911, what's the address of the emergency? This is Don Sipple calling, and I have a young lady that just came to my house, and somebody attacked her, and she's a doctor. Her clothes are all torn, and...
In 2017, McCandless met 33-year-old Jason Mengel, a National Guard medic. It didn't take long before they started dating, and by August of the same year, they had moved in together. Around the same time, however, McCandless met 23-year-old Alex Woodworth, who worked as a barista at a coffee house. Both Mengel and McCandless met Alex when they went to the coffee house. Unknown to Mengel, McCandless began a secret relationship with Woodworth 2 months after she started dating Mengel. This relationship would continue for months until Mengel found out in February 2018. After Jason came back from National Guard duty one time, he found out that McCandless had been cheating on him with Woodworth and another man named Mr. J. Hansen. Jason was furious and confronted the 2 men, even accusing Hansen of sexually assaulting McCandless because she claimed that he had assaulted her. On February 24, 2018, McCandless sent a text to Woodworth, saying she never wanted to see him again because he caused her relationship with Mengel to end. Now that both relationships had ended, McCandless started pining for Mengel again. She sent him text messages and journals saying that she was angry at herself for betraying him and kept trying to see him. Jason Mengel refused because he didn't want to have anything to do with her, but McCandless didn't give up. She started looking for ways to run into Mengel. On March 27, 2018, Mengel was at the coffee house where Woodworth worked when Ezra suddenly showed up. Even though they texted the day before, she didn't mention that she would be in town. Woodworth was not at work that day, and Ezra told Mengel that she had some items to return to him, so she went to his house. Because Ezra had been acting strange, Mengel rode his bike over to Woodworth's house and saw that Ezra was with him. He entered the house and saw them talking, but said that he didn't think that they were supposed to be together alone. However, when the police came up to Mengel outside the house after a janitor had called them, Mengel left with them. This was the last time that anyone saw Woodworth alive. A few hours later, she showed up at the door of the dairy farmer we talked about earlier. In the hospital, police asked her what happened, but she said she couldn't remember. Since McCandless had shown up without her car, the police went searching for it. To their shock, they found the body of Woodworth hanging out of the back of the car. He had been stabbed 16 times. As expected, McCandless was brought in for questioning. Ezra was told that her car had been found and Woodworth was murdered. Ezra claimed that he had attacked her and that he carved the word boy into her arm because he had always questioned her sexuality. However, the police soon began to notice inconsistencies in her story. At first, she said that Woodworth had assaulted her in the back seat of her car. Later, she said that the assault had happened in an entirely different location. Soon enough, too, it was revealed that she was the one who had carved the word into her arm and not Woodworth. McCandless eventually admitted that she had indeed killed Woodworth. She said that she tried to escape, but that there was no way, so she grabbed the knife that Alex was holding by the blade and stabbed him everywhere she could. Except that Alex had no defensive wounds, and it seemed like he had not died inside the car. Because of all these holes in her stories, Ezra was arrested and charged with first-degree intentional homicide. In court, she claimed that she had killed him in self-defense. The knife that she used was from her father, who admitted that he had given her knives in the past.
As my leg is between his knees at that point, gripping the seat, I decided then to knee him in the groin.
What happens when, you decided to knee him in the groin? Did you actually do it?
Yes.
Throughout the trial, McCandless was calm. She showed no remorse and even laughed from time to time. Particularly when Mengel was called to testify, she looked giddy and delighted. Despite the argument that McCandless presented, the jury found her guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. According to prosecutors, the fact that McCandless had left with Woodworth's phone was proof that she wanted him to die.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in the information.
Ezra McCandless looked dazed mostly during the verdict. However, she displayed a different emotion at sentencing. She was teary as she apologized to Woodworth's family and told them how sorry she was.
Alex's parents, I want to say how sorry I am that they have lost their son.
Ultimately, Ezra McCandless was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 50 years. When a love triangle turned fatal, Ezra McCandless saw the need to eliminate one man to get to the other. The same cannot be said for Sakina Mohammed, who felt the need to get rid of her boyfriend to save herself.
Ms. Mohammed, is there anything you would like to say?
I just want to say sorry to my daughter. That's it.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
On March 13, 2022, Wyoming police responded to an apartment after a woman said she heard her daughter and her boyfriend arguing on the phone when she called. Her daughter was 21-year-old Sakina Mohammed, and her boyfriend was 27-year-old Quan Andre Winston Jr. When police got to the home, Winston was found dead and shot in the head. His body was at the bottom of the stairwell, and there was no one else in the house. Sakina Mohammed and her 11-month-old daughter that she shared with Winston were missing. The next day, Sakina turned herself in and told the police that she had killed Winston in self-defense. She told the police that Winston was choking her and that she decided she already had enough and shot him. Winston and Sakina had a violent relationship, and Winston had been arrested for assault and domestic violence twice before. He had a lengthy history of violence, and at the time, things were very tense between the two. He had just pleaded no contest to aggravated assault and domestic violence when he went to the house he shared with Sakina and their daughter. Even though there was a court order that protected Sakina from him, Winston ignored the order and went there regardless. It is not sure what they were arguing about, but when things got too heated, Sakina claimed that Winston started strangling her, and in self-defense, she pointed the gun at him. According to witnesses, Winston was begging for his life after Sakina pointed a gun at him. Allegedly, when Winston begged Sakina not to kill him, she responded and told him, "No bro, you're dead," before shooting him. 30 minutes before she murdered Winston, Sakina posted on social media that she was single as a MF. Sakina was charged with first-degree murder, homicide open murder, and felony firearms. Even though she claimed that she had shot him in self-defense, the jury rejected her claims based on evidence. It was revealed that Sakina was standing too far away from Winston to have shot him in self-defense. The jury found Sakina guilty of all charges, and it was time to deliver the verdict. Sakina showed no form of remorse for what she did, and said only one sentence in court.
Ms. Mohammed, is there anything you would like to say?
I just want to say sorry to my daughter. That's it.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Ultimately, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Sakina claimed she killed her abuser because she had no other choice. How does that compare to a case where the woman is the abuser?
Sober for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And now why am I not sober? Because of you. Like, you're hindering my progress.
Like in the case of Courtney Clinny, an OnlyFans and Instagram model whose life came crashing down after she fatally stabbed her boyfriend to death in Florida. On April 3rd, 2022, Clinny called 911 and told them that her boyfriend, 27-year-old Christian Obumsely, had been stabbed during an argument between them. When the police got there, they found Clinny covered in her boyfriend's blood and in a state of panic.
My boyfriend's blood is all over me.
I know, but you can't. Unfortunately, you can't go in there. You can't go in the apartment.
Clinny admitted to killing Obumsely, but she said that she had done it in self-defense. She said she had thrown the knife at him from 10 feet away after Abumsili had thrown her on the ground. Immediately after this happened, Clenny checked herself into a mental health institution in Hawaii. She was recovering from substance abuse and post-traumatic stress disorder. During that period, the investigation was going on, and soon the details that began to come up showed that Clenny was not telling the truth about what actually happened. The medical examiner revealed that the wound was not something that could have been caused by throwing a knife. Consequently, Clenny was arrested in August 2022 on second-degree murder charges. After this, the story started changing, and evidence began to show that Clenny was actually the aggressor and attacker in the relationship. According to witnesses and friends, the two of them had a very violent and toxic relationship. They said that they had witnessed Clenny throw weapons at Abumsili on different occasions. In 2021, Clenny had been arrested for assaulting Abumsili in Las Vegas, a month before the fatal stabbing. Video footage showed Clenny getting violent in an elevator and hitting Abumsili. She repeatedly hit him with her fists and yanked his hair. Eventually, they started hitting each other until the elevator doors opened and they left. In another video, she was recorded yelling at Abumsili in her apartment, hitting him and even telling him to leave their apartment. All of these led to Clenny being held without bail. The investigation then revealed that Clenny's parents were also guilty of charges related to the murder of Abumsili. After the murder happened, Clenny and her parents, Kim and Deborah Clenny, were accused of illegally accessing Abumsili's laptop after prosecutors accessed their iCloud accounts and found incriminating messages. Allegedly, they had accessed his information so that they could delete messages of them calling Abumsili racial slurs because he was black. However, the case was later dropped and Clenny's parents sued the state for burglary in September 2024.
So shut up! Get off of me!
An audio recording was released where Abumsili could be heard apologizing while they were arguing about an incident that happened. In the recording, Clenny could be heard calling Abumsili racial slurs in a fit of anger. She also told him to let her slap him. This confirmed many people's suspicions that Clenny was the aggressor in the relationship, and there was no way that she killed Abumsili in self-defense. On November 15, 2024, Clenny was denied bond again and was kept in jail until her trial. A date has not been announced, and if Clenny is found guilty, she could be looking at anywhere from 10 years to life in prison. It is not sure what punishment awaits Clenny at the end of her trial. The same cannot be said for Christine Ricci, who could not forgive her husband for an affair.
A person convicted of second-degree murder is sentenced to life in state prison, but is eligible for parole after 15 to 25 years.
In 2018, Christine Ricci found out that her husband, Michael Ricci, had been cheating on her for a while. After Michael was found out, he broke off the affair and tried to fix things, but the damage was beyond repair. It also didn't help that Michael was an alcoholic who drank so often and heavily that he had lapses in his memory. Before long, Michael and Christine Ricci began to fight so often that their 3 children were no longer surprised when they started fighting. Unsurprisingly, Christine never forgave Michael for the affair. She would bring it up almost every day, and it almost always caused a fight. Christine became violent, and according to one of her children, she had grabbed a kitchen knife one time and threatened to stab herself in the stomach. These fights went on for 3 years until January 2021 when things turned deadly. On January 18, 2021, Michael and Christine were arguing when things got extremely heated. Christine took a kitchen knife and stabbed Michael in the heart and the back of his left shoulder. Sophia Ricci, the couple's daughter, was in the house when this happened. She heard her mother yelling and told her to call 911. When the police arrived at the scene, Michael Ricci was pronounced dead and Christine was arrested. During the investigation, Christine claimed that on the day Michael died, they had been having an argument and that Michael had a manic episode. She said that this had happened countless times, and she grabbed a steak knife to scare him off as usual. However, she claimed that instead of him backing away, he lunged at her, and she didn't know that the knife had penetrated his chest until he fell to the ground. Christine Ricci was charged with second-degree murder, assault, and battery with a dangerous weapon. In court, Michael and Christine's children gave emotional impact statements. Their first son talked about how Michael was a good man who served as a good role model to him and everyone around him.
My dad was still my hero. He's perhaps the most important person in my life.
During her verdict, Christine Ricci was said to be teary and emotional when she learned that she was guilty of the charges leveled against her. In a trial that lasted 5 days in 2024, the jury took 2.5 hours to decide whether she was guilty or not.
3 CR 00153 on offense number 001, wherein the defendant, Christine Ricci, is charged with the crime of murder. Is she guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
During Christine Ricci's sentencing, the presiding judge admonished her, saying, Miss Ricci, within your own soul, you will live with the guilt and burden of Michael Ricci Sr.'s death for the rest of your life. Ultimately, Christine Ricci was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years. Christine showed no remorse whatsoever and sat in court emotionless as she received her sentence. Christine Ricci's shocking actions revealed a dark and twisted motive, but the next case takes manipulation to another level.
Is your husband Michael? Okay, I'm sorry to tell you, ma'am, he's been killed. He's been killed, man. I'm sorry. Listen.
No! In August 2009, Dalia DiPolito was arrested for attempting to hire a hitman to kill her husband. Dalia was a sex worker before she met and married Michael DiPolito in Florida. They had been married for 6 months when things started to turn upside down for the couple. For reasons that were initially unknown, Dalia planned to hire a hitman to kill her husband. The first time, Dalia discussed her sinister plans for her husband with a friend named Mohammed Shahade. After she told him of her plans to kill her husband, she asked for Mohammed's help in doing so. He refused, and unknown to Dalia, he informed the police about these plans. Because of this, Boynton Beach police launched a sting operation for Dalia and had Shahade work as an informant.
Bank on Wednesday. I don't know if, I don't know if that's public for you.
And he's leaving the house by 8:30. He's going to go get $10,000.
Yeah.
I could do it like that, but it is public. I'll get the money. But the thing about it is that it's a harder getaway.
After Shahade turned down Dalia's request, she decided to hire a hitman. She found someone and met up with them. Dalia was recorded talking to this hitman and discussing her plans to murder her husband. She was ignorant of this. Dalia also didn't know that the so-called hitman was an undercover cop posing as a hitman. On August 5th, 2009, Dalia returned home from the gym to meet the police at her house and the crime scene.
Is your husband Michael? Okay, I'm sorry to tell you, man, he's been killed. He's been killed, man.
The police told Dalia that Michael was dead, and she was very emotional when she was informed. This interaction was also recorded before the police took Dalia to the police station, claiming that they needed to tell her the details that they knew.
You're going to jail today for solicitation of murder. You're under arrest. That's an undercover police officer. We filmed everything that you did, recorded everything that you did.
Except Michael DiPolito was very much alive. The crime scene that Dalia came home to was staged, and it was only when the police had Dalia in custody that they revealed that her husband was still alive. They also recorded her reaction when they told her that the conversation she had with Shahade and the undercover cop had been recorded. Dalia was arrested and charged with solicitation to commit first-degree murder. In court, prosecutors argued that the reason Dalia tried to kill her husband was because she wanted access to his bank account and their townhouse in Palm Beach.
Yes, he told me to say that.
5,000% sure, ready to go.
I needed to project confidence, and that's what he told me. I needed to make it look believable.
Dalia denied these accusations and gave a bizarre argument for what happened. She claimed that she was being recorded in the hopes of gaining reality TV fame on the internet. She also argued that the hitman scenario was fake and that she and her friend were acting. This argument did not sit right with the court. In 2011, Dalia was sentenced to 20 years in prison for solicitation to commit first-degree murder. However, the conviction was tossed out because of an improperly selected jury. She was once again charged in 2017, and this time she was sentenced to 16 years in prison. Dalia DiPolito's murder for hire plot was pure deceit, but the next case is even more sinister. Beverly McCallum orchestrated a crime so brutal and calculated, it left investigators stunned.
40 to 60 years with 1,500 days credit. You owe 130 crime victim assessment, court costs of $500, $60 for DNA testing.
In 2002, a murder that soon got dubbed the Jack in the Box murder remained unsolved for many years. On May 2, 2002, a blueberry farmer was driving on his land when he noticed burnt trees. When he got closer, he found an open footlocker. To his horror, the burnt remains of a man had been crumpled into the footlocker. Soon the police arrived and they gathered as much evidence as they could. Despite all their efforts, the body was not identified and the case became a cold one for years. It was not until 2015 that the body was finally identified as 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo. The last known family of Roberto Caraballo was Beverly McCallum, Deneen Ducharme, Beverly's first daughter, and Cicely Caraballo. Beverly and Roberto had been married and Cicely was their daughter. As expected, these people were called in for questioning. It was revealed that Ducharme had been the one to give information to the police about the body. Eventually, she said that her mother and another man, Christopher McMillan, had joined her in killing Roberto. During interrogation, McMillan said that Beverly had pushed her husband down the basement steps and beat him with a hammer until it became lodged in his skull. He said that while Roberto was still breathing, Beverly wrapped a plastic bag around his head. According to McMillan and Beverly's daughter, she had planned the killing because she wanted to have a test run at being a serial killer. Ducharme and McMillan confessed to playing roles in the murder and mutilation of Roberto's body. Ducharme was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Christopher McMillan was sentenced to 15 to 40 years in prison. Beverly evaded authorities for 5 years after Roberto's body was identified. She was eventually arrested in Italy in 2020. Beverly was extracted to the U.S. and her trial began. Beverly was described as someone dangerous to anyone who got in her way. Prosecutors also argued based on the testimony of her daughter that Beverly had killed Roberto because he was cramping her lifestyle. She was charged with second-degree murder and mutilation of a body. In court, she seemed very disinterested and showed no remorse for her actions. Even though the testimonies of the other 2 convicts correlated, McCallum said that it was her daughter who had killed her husband. Nobody believed her. Roberto's daughter, who is now 31 years old, gave her impact statement and asked the judge to impose the maximum sentence.
Justice must be served, not only for my father, but for those who have forever been changed by her ruthless actions. I formally request restitution and intend to utilize all proceeds to help support children of murdered parents.
Despite everything that her daughter said, Beverly McCallum remained stone-faced, bored, and at some point, she even dozed off when her attorney was giving closing arguments. She maintained the same demeanor when the jury gave their verdict. The judge then expressed how she could not understand how someone could show no remorse. Ultimately, Beverly was sentenced to 40 to 60 years in prison. Beverly McCallum's brutal betrayal was shocking, but the next case dives into a twisted web of lies and deceit. Meet Sabrina Lamont, whose deadly plot to eliminate her husband for a new life spiraled out of control.
As to count 2, a violation of Penal Code Section 182A with the PC 187A.
In 2008, a couple living in California decided to spice things up a little bit by opening their marriage up to other couples. This couple was Robert and Sabrina Lamont. By 2014, Sabrina had grown tired of the lifestyle and wanted them to go back to church and find their faith. However, Robert refused, saying he liked the lifestyle. Even though they opened their relationship to other people, some lines were still not meant to be crossed, like having an affair behind the other person's back. However, this was exactly what Sabrina did. She met Jonathan Hearn, who was a firefighter and a Christian. They bonded over this and soon started seeing each other. Soon after, Robert discovered that the 2 of them had been sharing intimate texts on Sabrina's phone. Robert confronted her and said that she should end the relationship. Sabrina refused and kept on seeing Hearn. On August 14, 2014, Robert was shot and killed while he was working at the BNSF rail yard. The crime scene was made to look like a botched robbery, but they suspected foul play. CCTV footage showed an unknown man limping from the rail yard around the time of the murder. Police could not identify who this man was until 2 weeks after Robert's death. A friend of Sabrina and Robert called the police and told them that he got a strange voicemail from Hearn, who said he was sorry about Rob's death. Because of this, police decided to wiretap Sabrina and Hearn's phones. One of the conversations was them praying and asking God for forgiveness. Even though many things they said in the recordings were intriguing, they said nothing about the murder. But when police decided to give Sabrina false information about the murder investigation to see what she would do, she called Hearn on a burner phone immediately. Sabrina and Hearn were arrested 2 months later on suspicion of killing Robert. In Hearn's house, they found a motorcycle, a helmet, a red bandana, and a backpack. These items matched the description of the unknown man from the footage.
She expressed a number of reasons why divorce was not a very appealing option for her, and that was part of what solidified some of our conversations about his eventual demise.
Hearn took a plea deal and confessed to killing Robert. He also testified that Sabrina helped him kill her husband because she felt it was a better idea than to divorce him. Hearn also said that there had been a first plan to kill Robert before they resorted to shooting. He claimed that Sabrina had attempted to poison Robert's banana pudding with arsenic. Sabrina denied knowing anything about it, however. Despite this, she was charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, solicitation for murder, and conspiracy.
As to count 2, a violation of Penal Code Section 182A with the PC 187A, probation will be denied and the defendant will be sent to the Department of Corrections for the term prescribed by law of 25 years to life.
Ultimately, she was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. In court, she was not shown on camera, but reporters said that she remained calm and expressionless till she was led away. Unlike Sabrina Lamont, who killed her husband so she could be with another man, Galen Morris killed her boyfriend because he was with another woman.
If I could turn back the hands of time, I would, and it would be handled differently, so differently. I'm praying for their strength.
Hell Hath No Fury Like a Woman Scorned was written for Galen Morris. On June 3, 2022, Galen had gotten into a fight with her 26-year-old boyfriend, Andre Smith. She had noticed that he had been staying out more often, possibly with another woman. Smith and Galen were living together in a house that Galen paid all the bills for. During the argument, Galen told Smith to pack his things and leave. In frustration, Galen needed to know where Smith had been going, so she put an AirTag in the back seat of his car.
He confronted him and got into a fight with the woman he was with before they were all told to leave.
She tracked him to a bar later that day and saw him with another woman. This made her angry and she got into a fight with the woman. She swung a beer bottle at her but was blocked by Smith. This brawl caused the three of them to get thrown out of the bar. When Galen got outside, she entered her car and sped up to Smith where he was standing on the sidewalk. She initially eased up and backed off before she suddenly sped up and hit Smith on the left hip with the mirror of the car. This was when things got worse. Galen hit Smith with the car again and dragged him out of the vehicle before running over his body repeatedly. Smith's upper body was under the car and his head was driven over. Smith died of traumatic asphyxia. According to a witness who was at the parking lot, Galen had hit the gas and then she heard what felt like a speed bump and crunching. When the police arrived, Galen was arrested. She did not attempt to run away because she was in shock and didn't know what happened. At first, she was charged with murder. After investigation, her charges were lessened to voluntary manslaughter because she acted under sudden heat. Galen said that she didn't mean to kill him. She confessed that she meant to hit him, but killing him wasn't in her plans. During the trial, Smith's mother asked that she serve the maximum sentence for voluntary manslaughter, which was 30 years. The jury then gave their verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter, a level 2 felony.
Because it was proven that Galen didn't plan to kill her boyfriend, she was convicted of voluntary manslaughter. She was found not guilty of murder, and she was eventually sentenced. During her sentencing, Smith's mother was angry that Galen was only convicted of voluntary manslaughter.
My son did not deserve to be murdered because of her seeing him with another woman, because she's been seeing him with other women. This has been going on. He was not married to her. He didn't owe her nothing. He don't share a kid with her or anything.
In court, Galen was teary as she apologized to the victim's family. She said that it wasn't her intention and that she was sorry. Ultimately, she was sentenced to 18 years in prison. As she was being led out of the courtroom, Galen continued to cry. At least she was remorseful. Galen Morris's crime of passion left a community reeling, but the next case exposes a different kind of heartbreak.
The court, having had count 9, tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of aggravated vehicular homicide.
Early on July 31, 2022, surveillance cameras captured a Toyota Camry driving around Strongsville. 17-year-old Mackenzie Shirilla was driving the car. Her 20-year-old boyfriend, Dominic Russo, and their friend, 19-year-old Davian Flanagan, were also in the car. The car seemed to be going at the recommended speed limit until peace dissolved into chaos in under a few seconds. Mackenzie suddenly accelerated at over 100 miles per hour. The car veered off the road and smashed hard into the side of a building. The crash claimed the lives of Dominic and Davian instantly. Mackenzie, on the other hand, survived with injuries to her arms and legs. When police officers arrived, the scene they found was horrific.
Radio, there's an occupant inside.
The police officers pronounced the two guys dead and an investigation was opened. Even though it looked like an accident at first, the investigation soon revealed that Mackenzie intentionally accelerated and crashed into the building. Prosecutors started demanding a murder conviction because evidence showed that the gas pedal on the car was pushed to 100 miles per hour, with 100% pressure exerted on the wheel. There was no attempt to push the brakes. It was revealed that she left her foot on the pedal the whole time, and soon enough, Mackenzie Shirilla was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. A trauma surgeon who worked on Shirilla reported that she took responsibility for what happened to her boyfriend and his friend. The defense also admitted that the crash was her fault. However, she didn't do it on purpose, and it was truly an accident. Mackenzie's lawyer desperately tried to show that Mackenzie was innocent and didn't intentionally crash the car. Because of the nature of the trial, it was up to Judge Nancy Margaret Russo to determine what was going to happen to Mackenzie. And for Judge Russo, Mackenzie Shrilla's actions were intentional and she knew what she was doing.
The video clearly shows the purpose and intent of the defendant. She chose a course of death and destruction that day. Exhibit 802 crystallizes the deadly decision-making of the defendant.
Judge Russo said that Shrilla wanted to kill both boys and probably herself in the crash too. She called her a literal hell on wheels. Despite this, Mackenzie's mother, Natalie Shrilla, desperately begged the court, trying to prove that her daughter wasn't a murderer. She addressed the family of the victims and told the judge that Mackenzie had no memory of the accident.
Your Honor, this was a terrible, tragic nightmare accident to have happened that she has no memory of, and she will never emotionally or physically recover of it. She almost died too, and we're asking that you please not run the sentence as consecutive. He was family, and we all loved each other.
Ultimately, the decision came down to Judge Russo, and she presented the state's verdict. Mackenzie was found guilty of first-degree murder, and it was time to hear the victim impact statements. The sister of Davian Flanagan asked the judge to give Mackenzie the longest sentence possible.
I would like you to give Mackenzie the longest possible sentence.
Dominic Russo's brother also took the stand and let the court know that Mackenzie was the most selfish person he knew.
Mackenzie's statement in the hospital to Detective Azu, "Can't you just take my license away for 10 years or something?" That statement is Mackenzie Shrilla. The most selfish person I know. Ironically, Dom was the most selfless person I know.
Mackenzie also addressed the court and the families of her victims, apologizing to them while in tears.
I wish I could remember what happened. I'm just so sorry. I'm heartbroken. I love Dom and Davian. We were all friends, and Dom was my soulmate. I wish I could take all your pain away, and I'm so sorry.
Mackenzie was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison for the murder of Dominic Russo and Davian Flanagan. Next, we explore the chilling case of Tyler Hadley, a seemingly ordinary teenager.
Just deciding in the last 15 minutes that Tyler Hadley will spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole.
On the evening of July 16, 2011, 17-year-old Tyler Hadley made a choice that would shock his family, friends, and community forever. Earlier that day, he posted on his Facebook wall, "Party at my crib tonight. Maybe." It sounded like an ordinary teenage invitation, but behind those words was a dark plan he had been plotting for weeks. Tyler Hadley was a teenager struggling with serious personal challenges. His parents, Mary Jo and Blake, cared deeply for him and wanted to help. They decided that enrolling him in an inpatient program for support might give him a chance at a better future. However, Tyler felt overwhelmed and upset about this decision. He didn't know how to express his feelings and felt trapped. One evening, after taking harmful substances, Tyler's emotions took a dangerous turn. His mother, Mary Jo, was sitting in the family room working on her computer. Tyler, in a moment of anger and confusion, hurt her with a hammer he found at home. Hearing the commotion, his father, Blake, rushed into the room. Shocked by what he saw, Blake asked his son why this was happening. However, Tyler, overcome by anger and sadness, responded without thinking and made a choice that changed their family forever.
Mary Jo and Blake Hadley in 2011 by their own son with a claw hammer when he was just 17.
After the murders, he tried to cover up what he had done by moving their bodies to another room and cleaning the house to hide the evidence. He even placed some household items over them, as if trying to pretend nothing had happened. Instead of reflecting on his actions, Tyler decided to go ahead with a party he had been planning. Using his parents' credit cards, he withdrew money to buy snacks and supplies. That evening, around 60 people came to his house for the party. Some guests noticed an odd smell but didn't think much of it. During the party, Tyler tells his friend Michael Mandel the truth about what has happened. He even showed Michael the room where his parents were. Michael was shocked and didn't know what to do at first, but after staying for a while, he left and called the police. Early the next morning, Tyler was arrested. When the case went to court, Tyler decided not to argue against the charges and pleaded no contest to 2 counts of first-degree murder. This means he accepted the charges without admitting guilt. Because Tyler was a minor, he couldn't be sentenced to death. But the court still gave him a very harsh punishment: 2 life sentences without the chance of ever being released. It was a decision that left no room for hope or change.
Hereby the judgment and sentence of the court that as to both counts 1 and 2, the defendant be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole.
However, years later, laws began to change. People started to believe that young offenders, even those who committed horrible crimes, should have the chance to prove they've grown and changed. In 2018, Tyler's case was reviewed under these new laws. His sentence was changed to life in prison, but with a chance for a judge to review it someday. This means that in the future, Tyler might have a chance to show he's changed and ask for a second chance. At the time Tyler was sent to court for resentencing, he said, "I apologize for what I did and said. I still don't understand myself and the reason for my atrocious actions. I really don't know. Contrary to what anyone else may tell you, I am telling you the truth. For me to try and explain would be like making excuses, and there is no excuse."
I still don't understand myself and the reasons for my atrocious actions. I really don't know, contrary to what anyone else may tell you.
The story of Tyler Hadley is a heartbreaking reminder of the consequences of untreated issues and poor choices. His parents, who had desperately tried to help him, became his victims in a senseless act of violence. Meanwhile, Tyler's life, full of potential, was destroyed by his actions.
After he told me, I didn't believe him because he's been my best friend forever. I would never suspect anything like this.
From Tyler's shocking betrayal of trust, we move to another young life twisted by anger and fractured relationships, where a son's desperate act left his family broken forever.
A man convicted of murdering his own mother, testing the patience of the judge today.
In 2017, a shocking and tragic event took place in Farmington Hills, Michigan. A teenager named Muhammad Al-Tantawi was convicted of killing his mother, Nada Hourania, when he was just 16 years old. This case gained widespread attention, especially after it was revealed that the young boy had brutally smothered his mother and then tried to cover it up. Muhammad's family had always been a bit complicated. His mother, Nada, was a fitness instructor who was very independent and strong-willed. For a long time, she felt trapped in her marriage and made the difficult decision to separate from her husband. This decision was tough for the family, and it especially upset Muhammad, who struggled with the change in their household dynamics. As time went on, the tension grew and the family's relationships became strained. On one tragic day, August 21, 2017, the situation escalated. In a moment of overwhelming anger and confusion, Muhammad took a drastic and terrible step. He smothered his mother with a cloth that had a dangerous substance on it. Afterward, he pushed her body out of the second-story window in an attempt to make her death look like an accident. Despite Muhammad's attempt to stage the scene, security cameras caught the horrifying moment when he was seen throwing his mother's lifeless body from the window. This footage was a key piece of evidence that led to his conviction. During the trial, Muhammad continued to maintain his innocence and claimed he was being discriminated against because of his background. However, the jury saw that Muhammad was put on trial for the death of his mother. Security cameras had captured a disturbing scene where he was seen throwing his mother's lifeless body from a window. This footage played a critical role in the investigation and was a key piece of evidence in the case. During the trial, Muhammad insisted that he was innocent. He argued that he was being treated unfairly because of his background. Despite his claims, the evidence was clear, and the jury carefully considered the facts. They saw through his excuses and determined that he had intentionally harmed his mother. In the end, Muhammad was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder. Muhammad Al-Tantawi has been sentenced to 35 to 60 years in prison for the tragic murder of his mother, Nada Hourania.
Homicide, murder in the first degree, premeditated, that you be sentenced to 35 years to 60 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
Muhammad's sister, Aya Al-Tantawi, was the one who discovered their mother's lifeless body. She has since shared her deep emotional pain and confusion about why her brother would commit such an awful act. Aya spoke of how hard it was for her to understand how someone so close to her could do something so horrible. And Aya said, "If he dies today, I will not go to the funeral. I would throw a party instead." As the legal process continues, Muhammad is still trying to appeal his conviction, hoping for a reduction in his sentence. However, despite his ongoing attempts, the family and the court have worked together to ensure that justice is done for Nada, bringing some sense of closure to her tragic loss. The case was deeply emotional for everyone involved. Aya's discovery of her mother's body and the subsequent trial shook the family and the community. The brutal nature of the crime and the fact that it was committed by a son against his mother left many people heartbroken. The case not only highlighted the tragedy of losing a loved one, but also the complex family dynamics that led to this horrific event. As Al-Tantawi murdered his young mother, another betrayal unfolded, this time between friends, revealing how envy could escalate to a devastating crime.
She had all kinds of different drawings, but they were also very dark. How dark? Very dark. Like scary monsters. She drew things that would make me, I would not want my little kids to see that.
On March 8, 2015, police responded to a chilling scene in a small home in Peel, Wisconsin. Inside, they found the bodies of Jennifer Ayers and her husband, Thomas Ayers. The culprit? Their 17-year-old daughter, Ashley Martinson, who committed the murders just a day after her birthday. The case shocked the nation, drawing attention to the dark secrets that had been buried in the Martinson household. Ashley's life was anything but peaceful. She lived in fear of her stepfather, Thomas Ayers, a man with a troubled past. Ayers had a history of violence and was often harsh with Ashley, her mom, and her siblings. Sadly, Ashley also carried the weight of a dark secret. She had been hurt in the past by a former boyfriend of her mother's, leaving her with emotional scars.
This was not Ashley's biological father. Correct.
Life at home was hard, with constant arguments and fear. Ashley struggled with feelings of sadness and anxiety, making her feel stuck in a tough situation. Things got worse when her mom and stepfather discovered her secret friendship with a 22-year-old named Ryan Sisko. Furious, they took away her car and phone, cutting her off from Ryan completely. That evening, overwhelmed by anger and pain, Ashley expressed her frustration online. She wrote a chilling message on her Facebook, filled with emotion she couldn't hold back.
A week ago, she writes in graphic detail about killing people, but investigators won't say if the killings described in the blog post are similar to the way in which her mother and stepfather were killed.
One morning, an argument broke out between Ashley's stepdad, Mr. Ayers, and her mom, Jennifer. Ashley had seen Ayers hurt her mom many times before, but this time, she was terrified for their lives. Feeling desperate, she ran to her room and grabbed one of Ayers' guns, which she knew was loaded.
Just after her 17th birthday, Ashley Martinson decided to take her own life, and then, in a split-second decision, 2 other people would be dead.
As Ayers banged on her door, Ashley made a life-changing decision. When he forced his way in, she fired the gun, hitting him in the neck and head. He died instantly. Hearing the loud gunshots, Jennifer rushed to see what had happened. In the heat of the moment, a terrible confrontation unfolded, and Ashley ended up fatally injuring her mom. Despite everything, Ashley cared deeply for her younger siblings. She gently placed them in a closet, making sure they had enough food and water to stay safe. Then, feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what to do, she left the house with her friend Sisko.
For 52 times! 2 would have been enough. You could have got away.
The next day, Ashley was found in Indiana. At first, she told the police that her mom had hurt her and killed her dad. But her siblings and the evidence told a different story. Later, Ashley admitted she had killed both her parents, but she claimed she wasn't in her right mind. After some time, she accepted a deal and confessed to second-degree murder. In June 2016, the judge gave her 23 years in prison, followed by 17 years of supervision.
Edged in a complaint in and of themselves suggest a substantial cash bond.
As Ashley Martinson's courtroom hearing began, the room was filled with palpable tension. When the charges were read, she remained composed but visibly emotional. The judge, however, acknowledged both the tragedy of her upbringing and the severity of her crimes. When the sentence was handed down, 23 years in prison followed by 17 years of supervision, Ashley broke into tears, expressing remorse for her actions and sorrow for the pain she had caused.
Many people in the area didn't get much sleep last night.
We are here tonight not only to honor the homicide victims, but the loss of a family.
Ashley's tragic story underscores the deep scars. The next story is a chilling reminder of how fantasy and mental illness can blur the lines of reality.
Well, why did you develop the plan to kill?
We developed, I thought that it was just about proving that this fictional character existed.
On May 31st, 2014, in Waukesha, Wisconsin, 2 12-year-old girls, Anissa Weier and Morgan Geyser, made a shocking decision that would change their lives forever. They lured their friend, Peyton Leutner, into a wooded area and, believing they had to appease the fictional character Slender Man, stabbed her 19 times. Peyton went through a very scary experience. One day, her 2 friends, Anissa and Morgan, attacked her. They believed that if they hurt Peyton, they would be able to meet a made-up character called Slender Man. The attack was very serious, and Peyton was badly hurt, with injuries to important parts of her body. Even though she was in a lot of pain and in danger, Peyton didn't give up.
We've learned Geyser now says she made up many of the delusions she claimed to be having in the years following the Slender Man attack because she didn't want to return home, she says, because of abuse at the hands of her father.
In a brave move to save herself, Peyton crawled to a road nearby. Luckily, a cyclist saw her and quickly called for help. This action saved Peyton's life. Soon after, the police found Anissa and Morgan with the knife they had used. They told the authorities that they hurt Peyton to try and impress Slender Man. Thanks to the help of the cyclist and the emergency team, Peyton survived. She slowly healed from her injuries. Her story of survival has inspired many people. Morgan and Anissa were 2 young girls who found themselves caught in a strange and troubling situation. They both struggled with serious mental health challenges. Morgan had been battling schizophrenia, a condition that made it hard for her to separate what was real from what wasn't. Anissa, on the other hand, carried a heavy burden of guilt for the actions they took together.
Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier as adults, the girls could still appeal both rulings to the state Supreme Court. They are accused of luring their classmate into the woods.
During their trial, experts explained that their mental health issues played a big role in what happened. Because of this, both girls were found not guilty due to mental illness. Morgan was sent to a mental health institution where she would receive care for up to 40 years. Anissa, though, was given a sentence of 25 years to life in a similar situation, where she could also get help. Over the years, both girls, Anissa and Morgan, two young girls, received treatment for their actions. In 2021, Anissa was released from a mental health facility after spending 7 years there. Morgan, on the other hand, is still going through her case, and her request for release was denied in 2024. The story began when the girls, as children, were involved in a dangerous attack on their friend Peyton.
Well, why did you develop the plan to kill?
I thought that it was just about proving that this fictional character existed.
Fortunately, Peyton survived the incident and, despite the trauma, found strength through it. She decided to pursue a career in medicine, inspired by her own experience. Peyton has also spoken publicly about what had happened, sharing her story with others. Her courage and determination to turn a difficult situation into something positive continues to inspire many. While the events were tragic, Peyton's ability to heal and help others shows the power of resilience.
From sentence on the amended charge of the second-degree attempted homicide. The maximum sentence on the criminal charge is 35 years of imprisonment, meaning 25 years of initial confinement and 10 years of extended supervision.
During the trial, Morgan also feels guilty for her act, as she said, "I just want to let Bella and her family know that I'm sorry."
I just want to let Bella and her family know I'm sorry.
The community was shaken by the violence, leading to debates on the impact of internet stories on young minds. However, Peyton's strength in recovery and her forgiveness towards her attackers sent a message of hope. Her resilience inspired many, as she emerged from the tragedy stronger than ever. The case also highlighted the need for greater awareness of mental health issues and the influence of online content on vulnerable individuals. The next case introduces Daniel Petrick, a teenager whose obsession with a video game led to an unthinkable act of violence against his own family.
To escape what he was going to do, he decided to kill both of them and to make it look like a murder-suicide.
Daniel Petrick, a 16-year-old teenager from Wellington, Ohio, made headlines after a shocking and tragic act of violence in his family home. Petrick, a seemingly normal high school student with no apparent history of violence, found himself at the center of a deadly confrontation with his parents over a video game. Petrick had become deeply engrossed in playing the violent video game Halo 3, spending hours every day immersed in its intense action. The game, known for its fierce battles and graphic content, had become more than just a pastime for him. It was an obsession. His father, Mark Petrick, was alarmed by his son's growing addiction to the game and worried about its impact on his well-being. Concerned about the negative effects, Mark decided to confiscate the game, hoping to curb his son's obsession. He warned Daniel that if he did not stop playing, he would have to leave the house. This decision sparked a fierce argument between father and son. Mark's warning was met with resistance from Daniel, who was infuriated by his father's actions. Feeling betrayed and misunderstood, Daniel's anger escalated, and he became more determined to play the game. In a fit of rage, he chose to take matters into his own hands, ignoring his father's authority and escalating the situation further. The tension between them grew as the conflict deepened, marking a turning point in their relationship and highlighting the destructive potential of excessive gaming and unresolved family issues.
At your mom first?
No, it was at my dad first.
Do you remember that look on her face?
I do.
On the evening of October 20th, 2007, a tragic event unfolded in a quiet household. Petrick, a young man, had a plan in mind that would change his life and his family's forever. Disgruntled with his parents, he decided to steal his father's gun and a video game, intending to confront them in a violent manner. Petrick made his way into the living room where his parents were, asking them to close their eyes under some pretense. Without warning, he opened fire, shooting both of them. The first victim was his mother, Susan, who fell to the ground, fatally wounded. Despite the shock and horror of the situation, Petrick's father was not immediately killed. Though seriously injured, he somehow survived, struggling to stay alive. In a desperate attempt to cover up his crime, Petrick staged the scene. He placed the gun in his father's hand to make it appear as though he had been the one to commit murder before taking his own life. With his plan set in motion, Petrick fled the scene, leaving behind a tale of devastation and confusion. He said his father shot his mother first and then killed himself. And at that time, I was in my bedroom, and when I came out, he also put the gun on me. But later, the police would soon unravel the grim truth, discovering the horrific actions that led to the death of Susan and the near-fatal wounding of his father by Petrick.
Plan that I had formulated to make it look like my father had done all this was not plausible. It wasn't even realistic.
The crime came to light when Petrick's sister, Heidi, unexpectedly arrived home earlier than planned. As she approached the house, she heard unsettling groans coming from inside. Concerned, Heidi forced her way in and discovered the grim scene. Without wasting a moment, she dialed the police, her voice shaking as she reported what she had found. In a panic, Patrick, the perpetrator, tried to flee the scene. He quickly got into his car and drove away, hoping to escape. However, the authorities soon caught up with him, and he was arrested shortly afterward. During his trial, Patrick's defense team argued that he was not fully responsible for his actions. They claimed that his addiction to violent video games, coupled with the stress from a previous injury, had significantly impaired his mental state. They suggested that these factors prevented him from fully understanding the severity of his crimes. Despite the defense's argument, the court did not find it convincing. Patrick was convicted of aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, and tampering with evidence. The jury decided that, despite his claims of mental unfitness, his actions had clear and tragic consequences, leading to a conviction that reflected the severity of the crime. But during the trial, Patrick got emotional and started crying as he regretted his act.
It's our day. It's very emotional.
Throughout the trial, Patrick appeared remorseful, often seen crying, especially when his father expressed forgiveness and regret for what happened. His father, however, stated that Daniel still did not fully understand why he committed such a horrific act. The tragic case raised discussions on video game addiction and its potential effects on young minds, as well as on issues like gun control. Patrick was sentenced to life in prison with parole after 23 years. Daniel Patrick's violent outburst over a video game marked a tragic turning point. But next, a young boy's actions led to a heartbreaking loss for an entire family.
The boy charged with the deaths of 5 people shed tears.
In the quiet town of Eureka, a devastating event unfolded in April 2019 that would change the lives of many forever. A 9-year-old boy, Kyle Allwood, was accused of starting a fire that claimed the lives of 5 people at Timberline Mobile Home Park. On April 6th, tragedy struck when a fire consumed a trailer home, claiming the lives of 2 adults and 3 children, including members of Kyle's family. The victims, who succumbed to smoke inhalation, were identified as Catherine Murray, 69, Jason Wall, 34, Rose Allwood, 2, Damian Wall, 2, and Ariel Wall, 1. Amidst the chaos, Kyle's mother, Katrina Allwood, survived, as did Kyle himself. The young boy escaped the flames, running to his grandparents' house, pounding on their door and screaming for help.
He is accused of intentionally setting fire to his home back in April, which led to the deaths of 5 of his relatives.
Authorities later determined the fire had been set intentionally, and their investigation led to an unthinkable conclusion. Kyle was charged with first-degree murder, arson, and aggravated arson. Given his age, the legal process became unprecedented and delicate.
Accused of trying to kill his 5-year-old sister appeared before a judge for the 2nd time.
Woodford County Circuit Court Judge Charles Feeney took painstaking care to explain the gravity of the charges and the legal proceedings to Kyle, who often appeared confused by the complex language and concepts. Kyle's public defender, Peter Delusky, remained by his side, offering reassurance and support. The courtroom was somber as the reality of the situation weighed on everyone present. A child navigating a system designed for adults, accused of a crime that defied comprehension. During the 33-minute arraignment, 9-year-old Kyle sat quietly, his demeanor calm despite the gravity of the situation. As the hearing neared its conclusion, however, the weight of the accusation seemed to overwhelm him. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he began to sob softly, his emotions breaking through. His paternal grandparents were at his side, offering gentle comfort as they led him out of the courtroom. Katrina had suffered an unimaginable tragedy, losing her fiancé, her children, and her grandmother in the devastating fire. Yet she characterized the incident not as a crime, but as a heartbreaking mistake. In an emotional appeal, she called for understanding and compassion, urging others to see Kyle's humanity in the face of an unfathomable situation. During the legal proceedings, Katrina Allwood, Kyle's biological mother, stood firm in her public support for her son. Kyle's mother said, "People make mistakes. It's a horrible tragedy, but it is still not something to throw his life away over."
People make mistakes, and that's what this is. Yes, it was a horrible tragedy, but it's still not something to throw his life away over.
The case took another turn when the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services petitioned the court for a gag order. Their request was granted, effectively silencing all parties involved from discussing the case publicly outside the courtroom. This added a layer of complexity to an already emotionally charged situation, shrouding the case in further uncertainty. Although Kyle could not be incarcerated due to his age, a conviction might result in probation lasting until he turned 21, along with therapy, counseling, and psychological evaluation. The legal process was set to continue, with the next hearing scheduled for November 22nd. Kyle's fate now rested in the hands of the court, guided by the complexities of juvenile justice and the emotional weight of the tragedy. The case left the community grappling with conflicting emotions. For some, Kyle's actions seemed monstrous. For others, they reflected the mistakes of a child who could not fully comprehend the consequences of his actions. Katrina Allwood urged people to see beyond the tragedy, reminding them that her son was not a monster, but a child who made a grave error. One of the victim's mothers said, "I lost my daughter, and she was just amazing. She got me out of bed."
She was just amazing. She got me out of bed. She made my days better. And it hurts her not being here.
The case highlighted the fragile line between justice and compassion, leaving a lingering impact on all who followed its heartbreaking developments. Kyle Allwood's tragic mistake caused a devastating fire. Next, a violent act fueled by obsession erupts in a family, changing their lives forever.
In 2007, Alec Kreider, a 16-year-old high school student, was arrested for the murders of Thomas and Lisa Haynes and their son Kevin, a friend of Alec's.
On May 12, 2007, a horrifying event unfolded in Manheim Township, Pennsylvania, when 16-year-old Alec Kreider brutally murdered his friend and classmate Kevin Haynes, along with Kevin's parents, Thomas and Lisa Haynes. This tragic case shocked the quiet community and left unanswered questions about Alec's motive. The Haynes family's peaceful night turned into a nightmare when their home became the scene of a horrific act. In the dead of night, Alec entered the house without any sign of forced entry. Quietly, he made his way to the parents' bedroom, where he viciously stabbed Thomas and Lisa. Thomas died instantly, while Lisa was left gravely wounded. Alec then moved to Kevin's room. Awakened by the intruder, Kevin fought back, but Alec's strength overwhelmed him, and Kevin was fatally stabbed. Not done with his rampage, Alec returned to the parents' room, ending Lisa's life by slitting her throat before fleeing into the night. Maggie Haynes, Kevin's sister, had unexpectedly come home from college that evening. She awoke to terrifying noises and the unmistakable smell of blood. Acting on instinct, she escaped to a neighbor's house where she frantically called for help. The Haynes family home was eerily silent when authorities finally arrived, their response delayed by miscommunication during the 911 call. Inside, they found a terrible scene where the family had been killed. As they searched the house, they noticed bloody footprints leading to the bathroom. It looked like someone had tried to clean up the mess. The police soon discovered that the person was Alec Kreider. Although Alec ran away that night, the clues began to point straight to him. A month later, the case took a shocking turn. Alec's father went to the police, upset, and told him his son had confessed to the murders. Alec was arrested on June 16, 2007. No one could clearly explain why Alec did it, but in his journal, investigators discovered strange and unusual words. Alec wrote in his journal about hating happy people. It seemed his dark thoughts had led to this heartbreaking crime. His motive was unclear, according to judges.
We had the unique ability to look at his journals that he had prepared both for and after the crime.
Alec pleaded guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder and was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without parole. His sentencing reflected the severity of his crimes, though his age prevented the possibility of a death penalty. In 2012, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Miller v. Alabama that mandatory life sentences without parole for juveniles were unconstitutional. This decision made Alec eligible for a resentencing hearing. However, on January 20th, 2017, before the hearing could occur, Alec died by suicide in his prison cell. The tragedy shook the community, leaving friends and family heartbroken over the loss of the Haynes family, who were known for their kindness and close relationships. The crime felt even more painful because no one understood why Alec did it. Alec's father expressed his sorrow in his book Refuse to Drown, stating, "He is not a monster, but what he did was monstrous."
He goes on to say, he was not the monster so many want to simply write him off as. He did something monstrous, but that is only part of Alec.
His words reflected the community's grief as they tried to find comfort and make sense of such a terrible loss. Alec's death in prison brought a complicated end to a dark chapter. While justice was served, the case remains a haunting reminder of a family lost and a young man's inexplicable descent into violence. Alec Kreider's brutal crime shocked the community, but next, a young boy's actions led to a heartbreaking loss for an entire family.
Stand currently is Alex King. He is one of the young men accused of actually brutally beating or helping to beat his father to death.
On November 26, 2001 in Cantonment, Florida, Terry Lee King, a 40-year-old father, was bludgeoned to death by his 2 sons, 13-year-old Derek and 12-year-old Alex King. The boys committed the murder and then set fire to their family's home to hide their crime. Derek and Alex, 2 young brothers, lived in fear of their father, whom they claimed subjected them to relentless mental mistreatment. The boys said their father would often stare them down and punish them with harsh spankings, leaving deep emotional scars. Eventually, this mistreatment pushed them to a breaking point, leading to a horrific act, the murder of their father. In the beginning, the brothers insisted they acted alone, driven by years of torment. But as the investigation progressed, their story began to shift, becoming more complicated with each retelling.
Were influenced by another man named Ricky Chavez.
They soon accused Ricky Chavez, a family friend, of manipulating them into committing the crime. According to Derek and Alex, Chavez had convinced them to take such drastic measures and even suggested that he, not they, was responsible for their father's death. To further complicate the case, Chavez faced accusations of molesting Alex, though he was acquitted in a separate trial. The brothers' changing accounts and the dark secrets of their family made the case all the more tragic, leaving a community grappling with questions about the depths of the boys' suffering and the truth behind the murder they committed. After the tragic murder, the King brothers found themselves in the spotlight of a highly publicized trial. In a twist of legal proceedings, the court made the unusual decision to try both Chavez and the King brothers together. As the trial unfolded, Chavez was acquitted, but the King brothers faced a much harsher fate. Initially, they were convicted of second-degree murder, their fate seemingly sealed.
Older brother Derek is now 14. Alex, just a year younger, turned 13 last month. Despite their youth, the boys will be tried as adults for their father's murder.
However, a surprising turn of events occurred when the judge determined that their due process rights had been violated, a ruling that led to their conviction being overturned. This unexpected development set the stage for a significant shift in the legal battle. Instead of a lengthy retrial, the King brothers entered into mediation. After much deliberation, they decided to plead guilty to a lesser charge of third-degree murder. The decision came in November 2002, marking the conclusion of a long and tumultuous legal journey. Though the brothers faced the consequences of their actions, the process was far from straightforward, leaving behind a complex story of justice, legal action, and the pursuit of fairness in the courtroom. Derek and Alex King were both sentenced to prison. Derek received 8 years, and Alex was given 7 years. In 2008, Alex was released after serving 6 years, and Derek was released in 2009 after serving 7 years. Both men walked out of prison, each carrying the weight of their past, but hopeful for a second chance at life.
We did make a mistake. However, there are a select few individuals who decide to have faith and just blindly hope in.
The case drew widespread attention, sparking debates about whether the brothers were truly victims of mistreatment or if they had acted out of anger. A book was published claiming the boys were innocent, while others believed the truth was more complicated. The emotional aftermath of the case continues to fuel controversy and mixed opinions, especially regarding the boys' motives and the justice they received. Next up is Matthew Borges, who committed a brutal act of violence.
Go chill with him at his crib alone, drink, smoke, and play it off.
Kill him. Bring duffel bag, wear gloves, clean up mess, wear bags on shoes.
In November 2016, the body of 16-year-old Lee Manuel Viloria Polino was found by a dog walker along the banks of a river in Massachusetts. His head and his hands had been completely severed from his body. He was also found with more than 70 stabs in his body. His body was in such bad shape that medical examiners could not tell whether these stabs and the beheading had occurred before or after he was murdered. 15-year-old Matthew Borges was one of Viloria Polino's friends. He was soon questioned about his role in the murder. Overwhelming evidence led him to be arrested and charged with the first-degree murder of the 16-year-old. According to the investigation, the reason this gruesome murder occurred was jealousy. According to classmates, even though Borges was a quiet kid, he had a short fuse and got into a lot of fights, probably because of his troubled family life. In school, Borges dated a girl named Leilani de Jesus, who described him as possessive in the 9 months they were together. The two of them were friends with Viloria Polino. One day, Borges saw De Jesus and Viloria Polino having lunch together and got jealous. He caused a scene and had to be removed from the hall. Because of this, Borges accused De Jesus of cheating, even though she did nothing of the sort. In their second year of high school, it seemed that Borges had moved on because he started talking to a girl named Stephanie Soriano. She was also friends with Viloria Polino. This made him even more jealous, and he threatened to kill any guy who got close to Soriano. In a text, Borges told her, "I think of killing someone and I smirk. I like the sound of it, the idea of causing pain." Soriano tried to prevent him from doing anything crazy. However, this wouldn't last long because of the horrible incident that would happen. A month before Viloria Polino went missing, Borges threatened murder in a Facebook post. He wrote, "Guys, I'm gonna kill someone on Halloween. I'm not lying. So if you hear someone dead on the news, "We know I just want to say that y'all expletives gonna look at me differently." On November 18, 2016, Valerio Polino went missing and his body was found in a gruesome state 2 weeks later. According to testimony, Borges lured Valerio Polino out of the house while his 4 other friends robbed his home of electronics and clothes. One of Borges' collaborators said that Borges told him that he stabbed Valerio Polino and beheaded him. When Matthew Borges expressed no emotion that Valerio Polino was missing, the people around him became suspicious. After a few days, Borges texted Soriano and told her to delete all their conversations. This would later be used as evidence against him in court. When Borges was asked if he killed Valerio Polino, Borges lied and said no. But because of the witness testimony, Borges was charged with his murder. He was eventually tried as an adult in 2019 when he was already 18 years old. In court, the person who saw the victim's body testified.
As I approached, I got closer, I saw her really sniffing at a particular area, so I pulled her back, and when I looked, kind of second-guessed myself, I thought I saw a dead body, but I wasn't too sure.
Polino's hands were never found, but his head was found wrapped in a plastic shopping bag. At trial, a disturbing entry from Borges' journal was read to the people.
Go chill with him at his crib alone, drink, smoke, and play it off.
Kill him. Bring duffel bag, wear gloves, clean up mess, wear bags on shoes.
During the court proceedings, Matthew Borges showed no emotion. Valerio Polino's mother addressed the court in tears and talked about how hard the murder of her son hit her family.
On November 18, 2016, our world was irreversibly changed when Limano was taken from us.
During all of this, Matthew Borges remained stoic and showed no remorse or emotions, even while his sentence was read. When he was also asked if he wished to address the court, he answered in the negative. Because he was a minor when he committed the crime, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. This was the maximum sentence that could be given to him. Following Jesse Osborne's chilling story, we turn to Daniel Marsh, a teenager whose dark impulses shattered the peace of a California neighborhood.
First look at the 16-year-old accused of murdering an elderly couple in David. Prosecutors say the man there with the tie, Daniel Marsh, hid in the couple's home.
Ever since Daniel Marsh was 10 years old, he thought of nothing else but killing people. He was fascinated by the idea of killing people and causing them pain. This may have been because his parents had gone through a divorce after his mother had an affair with Marsh's former female teacher. Since then, he thought of torturing his mother's partner before slitting her throat or strangling her. He also started dreaming of killing more people. By age 14, he started using alcohol and marijuana. All of these contributed to his diagnosis. He was diagnosed with depression and anxiety, manic depressive disorder, dissociative disorder, and depersonalization. By the time he was 15, he had committed arson and killed at least 3 animals. This wasn't enough for him. He wanted to be a serial killer. By April 2013, Marsh was 15 years old and he decided to bring his homicidal ideas to life. His victims were 87-year-old Oliver Northup and his wife, 76-year-old Claudia Maupin. On April 13, 2013, Marsh, who was now 15 years old, set out to find his victims. He had planned the murders extensively. He taped the bottom of his shoes so that he would not leave behind footprints, and he wore gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints or DNA. He also wore all black clothing and a black face mask and armed himself with a 6-inch buck knife. In the early mornings of April 14th, Marsh went out and checked between 40 to 50 homes for any open doors or windows. According to his confession, he finally found Maupin and Northup's condo. They had an open window and he sliced the screen to enter the house. According to him, he saw the couple sleeping and stood over them for about 10 minutes, deciding how he would kill them. It was there that Maupin woke up, saw Marsh, and started screaming. Marsh stabbed her in the torso repeatedly. As she was being stabbed to death, Maupin was begging Marsh to stop, but that motivated him even more. He stabbed her 67 times before stabbing Northup 61 times from his head to his legs. Marsh continued to stab the couple long after they were dead. He then brutally mutilated their body. He disemboweled the 2 of them, tried to take Maupin's eye out, and pulled fat out of her leg and torso. He cut open Northup's forehead and put a drinking glass in his stomach and a cell phone in Maupin's stomach. After he was done, he left the home with a baseball bat looking for his next victim. He never found one. Northup and Maupin were discovered by their daughter and the police after they were absent from church. Marsh's DNA was not at the murder scene as well. Marsh was only arrested after a friend he bragged to went to the police about what he heard. He said that Marsh showed him the souvenirs he kept from the murders.
I just know that somebody broke into this old couple's house and stabbed them, killed them.
Why are you ruining my life? Why should I? I'm not ruining your life. I'm trying to solve a homicide, a double homicide.
On June 17th, Marsh was brought in for questioning, and after 3 hours and 30 minutes of denying his crimes, he confessed to what he did.
That night, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do it. I lost control.
He also described to the investigator how he would have killed him if he was his victim.
I feel empathy for them, and whether I like that or not, it's just like, I want to hurt people. I want to kill people, but I don't want that. I wish it wasn't that way.
Marsh was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder with special enhancements. These included intentionally killing more than one person, demonstrating exceptional depravity in the killings, and inflicting torture in the commission of murders. His trial began when he was 17 years old, and he was tried as an adult. Marsh smirked and laughed at some point during his first appearance in court. Because his attorneys argued that he was not guilty by reason of insanity, a series of psychological tests were taken. One of them was the psychopathy checklist. Marsh scored 35.8 out of 40, which was higher than Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, and John Wayne Gacy, 3 of the most prolific serial killers in America. The trial lasted 5 weeks, and at the end of it, Marsh was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to 52 years to life in prison. In 2021, his parole was denied because he wasn't rehabilitated, and mostly because the depravity of his crimes meant that society was in danger if he was ever let out. Where Daniel Marsh acted on his own accord, the same cannot be said for Conrad Schaefer, who would do anything to feel like he was cool, including killing people.
I was just like a pause that I saw families that I've heard.
Conrad Schaefer was 15 years old when he met Victoria Rios, Juan Sebastian Muriel, and David Damas. This friendship would turn into something that would terrorize Osceola County for 2 weeks. A few months after the group met, Conrad Schaefer's father had given him a firearm, even though he wasn't old enough to legally own one. For some reason, he thought this was a pass to commit gruesome crimes in the community. In 2013, Schaefer and his friends went on a shooting spree that lasted over 2 weeks. For those weeks, Schaefer shot up more than 20 homes, leaving multiple people paralyzed and traumatized with his actions. Many of the homes carried memories of the shootings with bullet holes in walls and doors. 2 homes were particularly devastated because of the actions of Schaefer and his friends. On June 26, 2013, Schaefer was driving down the street in his father's car looking for someone to attack. Armed with the firearm, he saw 17-year-old David Guerrero walking to the bus stop on the way to work around 6 a.m. He then shot Guerrero because he thought it would be fun to kill a person for no apparent reason. On June 6th, Schaefer and his friends planned to kill another victim. 22-year-old Eric Rupnerine was in his home that night when Victoria Rios, the female of the group, showed up at his door and offered him sex for $300. She lured him to the door, and that was when Damas rushed into the home and robbed Rupnerine. It looks like this was the only intention until Schaefer shot him in the face and stabbed him multiple times while he was still breathing. They left him dead with a butcher knife on his body. They stole an Xbox, a TV, and $300 and left the home. Schaefer and his friends were arrested and charged with murder, home invasion, and grand theft. All the teens were tried separately and in court. Schaefer was listless and showed no remorse as the court proceedings went on. Schaefer droned on in his apology without any emotion. He asked for the forgiveness of the victims' families and said he wished it never happened. Schaefer showed no emotion as he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years in prison. Next, we examine the disturbing case of Jesse Osborne, a teenager whose actions brought unimaginable tragedy to a quiet community.
I don't exactly know why I did this, but I just ask that you give me hope for a future and get me help, because I do need help.
On September 28, 2016, Townsville Elementary School joined the list of American schools that suffered shootings. The perpetrator was 14-year-old Jesse Osborne. Osborne had been homeschooled after he was expelled from Townsville Elementary School for bringing a hatchet and machete to school in the early months of 2016. He had also said that he wanted to kill at least 50 to 60 people and wanted to be like the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooter, Adam Lanza. Hours before the school shooting, Osborne shot and killed his father before driving to the school in a black pickup truck with a .40 caliber pistol. He crashed the fence and started firing into the air with the pistol while shouting, "I hate my life." He then jumped the fence and started firing at students for 12 seconds until a volunteer firefighter stopped him after his gun jammed. One student was shot in the foot and a female teacher was shot in the shoulder. The third student, 6-year-old Jacob Hall, was shot in the leg. This gunshot wound caused massive blood loss and Hall went into cardiac arrest. Even though he went through extensive surgery, Jacob Hall passed away on October 1st, 2016. Jesse Osborne was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder for the deaths of Hall and his father, 3 counts of attempted murder, and 5 counts of possessing a weapon. Because of the levity of his actions, he faced life in prison without parole. At first, Jesse Osborne pleaded not guilty to all his charges. However, 3 months after the mass shootings, Osborne pleaded guilty to all charges and waived the right to a jury trial because his lawyer convinced him that this was his best bet. Osborne was arrested as an adult, and on November 13, 2019, Osborne was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and 30 years for attempted murder charges.
I don't exactly know why I did this, but I just ask that you give me hope for a future and get me help, because I do need help.
In court, Osborne showed no emotion, but at the time he was called to speak, he cried as he asked the judge to give him hope for the future. He never exactly apologized for what he did before he was led away.
I hope that after you read this, you will understand that Jeff was more than a byproduct of a school shooting, but a father, husband, son, brother, uncle, and friend.
Osborne's uncle also spoke about his brother, Jeff Osborne, in court, talking about how he would be missed. The mother of Jacob Hall also talked about how she forgave Osborne but would never forget what he did to her son. Jesse Osborne is incarcerated in the Kirkland Correctional Institution. From one chilling case to another, we turn to John Tothrow, a man whose actions defied comprehension and revealed a sinister side of humanity. In May 2022, police officers were called to a home in York County, South Carolina, because they believed an armed intruder was present. The house belonged to Kenny and Alethea Tothrow and their 14-year-old son, John Tothrow. On the unfortunate day, Kenny kissed his wife and son goodbye, not knowing that this was the last day anything would be peaceful in his life again. He had checked in with his wife around lunch and told her he would see her later. In a later interview, he said, "Little did I know all hell would break loose in my home." When Kenny was on his way back home, he was horrified to see that a SWAT team had shut down his entire street. To make matters worse, he was informed that his home was why this happened. What he was told completely turned his life upside down. His wife, Alethea, had been shot 12 times and had died from those wounds. What made this even worse was that his son, 14-year-old John, was the one who killed his wife. Finding out that his son had murdered his mother changed his life completely. John himself was charged with murder and arrested as a juvenile. The motive for the crime was never given. Initially, John's name was also withheld from the public. By September 2023, John was already 16 when he was finally tried as an adult due to a complicated plea deal he took. The solicitor's office reduced John's charges to voluntary manslaughter and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime.
How could you still love your son? Very simple. My son was a gift from God.
During his sentencing, his father pleaded with the court to give his son a second chance at life and asked that he should not get life in prison. In court, Kenny Tothrow talked about how his son was a gift. He said that he felt that people would ask him why he still loved his son after what he did to his mother. However, he simply said that he did because God gave him his son. While John didn't say anything in court, he looked really small as he was led through the court proceedings. In the clips that were available of him, he had an expression that could be interpreted as fear. Ultimately, John was sentenced to 28 years in prison. According to the judge, he could only be released before his sentence is up if he served up to 85%. His father expressed the pain of knowing that he'll never be able to go to a game with his son or even see him outside again since he was almost 60 at the time of his son's sentencing. Kenny hugged his son tightly before he was led away. Now we turn to Nicholas Browning, a teenager whose dark actions left his family shattered.
A familiar face urged forgiveness for the 15-year-old accused of murdering his parents and younger brothers.
6 years after he methodically moved through his Cockeysville home, murdering his parents and 2 younger brothers, Nicholas Browning made a bid to get his multiple life sentences.
Nicholas Browning was born in Cockeysville, Maryland, a suburb of Baltimore. He was raised in a loving household with his parents, John and Tamara, and his younger brothers, Gregory and Benjamin. Tamara was a stay-at-home mom, while John was an attorney. The Browning family seemed to embody the American dream to the outside world.
His attempt to show remorse any more than the judge who denied his motion. Coffin says he planned the murders like a professional hitman.
Growing up, Nicholas was an honor student and Boy Scout. He excelled in academics and extracurricular activities, playing varsity golf and lacrosse at Delaney High School. But as time went on, dark clouds began to form behind his seemingly perfect facade.
The sight drove home the loss of 11-year-old Ben Browning and his 14-year-old brother Greg. Police say older brother Nick killed both boys in their Cockeysville home Friday night.
On February 1, 2008, 1 week before Nicholas turned 16, tragedy struck. Nicholas was supposed to be sleeping over at a friend's house, but instead, he snuck out of the house in the middle of the night. Little did he know he was about to embark on a horrifying journey that would forever change his life.
Why would I jeopardize? You put money into it. I have a very large, or had to have whatever, inheritance coming to me, regardless if there's insurance money involved or not.
Upon returning home, Nicholas used one of his father's guns to carry out a heinous crime. Without hesitation, he shot and killed his mother, father, and 2 brothers. 2 days later, Nicholas confessed to the horrific crimes. He was arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, denying him bail. The details of his confession painted a disturbing picture of a family plagued by abuse and violence. Nicholas claimed that his father, John, had physically and sexually abused him for years, leaving him emotionally and physically scarred.
They arrived on scene and located all 4 members of the family inside the home. Nicholas's father and prominent real estate lawyer of the firm Royston, Mueller, McLean, and Reed.
However, the prosecution had a different theory. The prosecution alleged that Nicholas committed these murders to gain control over his life and exert dominance over his family. They argued that Nicholas killed his parents because he didn't want anyone telling him what to do, and that his decision to shoot his brothers was motivated by his desire to secure the entire inheritance for himself.
The same teen who murdered his entire family.
One would need to look, of course, at the person, what he was then and what he's become now.
As the trial unfolded, several members of Nicholas's loved ones, including his grandfather, pleaded for leniency. The family claimed that Nicholas was the victim of physical and mental abuse and that his actions were a result of years of suffering. They argued that Nicholas should be given a chance to reform and rehabilitate rather than face the harshest possible punishment.
But why would I jeopardize? You put money into it. I have a very large, or had to have whatever, inheritance coming to me, regardless if there's insurance money involved or not.
After intense negotiations, the prosecution and defense teams finally reached a plea deal. In January 2009, Nicholas pleaded guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and was sentenced to 4 life terms in prison, with 2 life terms to be served consecutively. Under the terms of the agreement, Nicholas would be eligible for parole in 2031 after serving 23 years of his sentence.
Then fly it over prison fences and into the prison yard where it would be collected by another inmate.
Despite his guilty plea, Nicholas attempted to appeal for a sentence reduction in 2014. However, the courts denied his request. Today, Nicholas is serving his sentence at Cumberland, Maryland's Western Correctional Institution. Next, we examine the chilling case of Caden Smith, a teen killer who unleashed a wave of violence, leaving devastation in his path.
Detectives also obtained this photo from early November of what police say appears to be Smith holding a handgun and a GPS monitor around his ankle.
Charges in the shooting on the south side of Indianapolis. A Metro police officer found the bodies of 3 men in October of 2021, including Michael James Jr., who you see right here in these pictures.
On October 21, 2018, 18-year-old Joseph Thomas, 22-year-old Michael James, and 17-year-old Abdullah Mubarak were found shot dead inside a vehicle in a grassy area near I-465. This triple homicide sent shockwaves through the city, with fears that a serial killer was on the loose. However, these theories were quickly debunked, and the prime suspect in the investigation became 16-year-old Caden Smith, a friend of the deceased young men.
That this is a dangerous individual and he belongs in jail.
As she prepares for another holiday without her son, she's hoping this time Smith will remain in jail.
Joseph Thomas's mother told police investigators that her son had mentioned plans to meet with his friend Caden before he left home. This revelation sparked suspicion and led the investigators to focus on Caden as a potential suspect. Upon examining Caden's electronic devices, a search on his cell phone for homicide attorney cost was discovered. The searches raised even more red flags about Caden.
An arrest Smith in the weeks after the killing was faulty, and the evidence has been tossed out, much to the dismay of the families of Joseph Thomas and Michael James.
Through meticulous investigation, it was evident that Caden Smith had planned this heinous crime meticulously. He lured his victims to a secluded area near the interstate, promising to show them a gun conversion device known as a Glock switch. Little did they know, Caden had sinister intentions.
Shootings happened along a path near Meridian Street and 465 on the south side. They say victims after showing them how to use a gun.
Caden took the 3 men there under the pretense that he was going to demonstrate this lock switch, which he claimed would enable a semi-automatic to fire like a machine gun. However, what unfolded that night was cold-blooded murder. Despite the setbacks, the investigation ultimately leads to Caden Smith's arrest. When taken into custody, police found a Glock in his possession. After conducting a thorough examination, it was determined to be the murder weapon. The evidence was undeniable.
Charged with killing 3 people found near Southern Plaza a year ago is on electronic monitoring tonight at home. A judge ordered Caden Smith to be released on bond.
His defense team managed to persuade a judge to throw out crucial evidence, including cell phones and drugs. They argued that the search warrant was invalid and yielded little to no evidence connecting him to the triple homicide.
Caden Smith killed Michael James, Abdullah Mubarak, and Joseph Thomas. They say he was 16 years old at the time he was charged as an adult.
The trial finally began on August 19, 2024, more than 3 years after Caden's initial arrest. After a grueling 5-day trial, Caden was found guilty of 3 counts of murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of robbery, and multiple drug and gun-related offenses. On September 17, 2024, 1 month after the trial, Caden was sentenced to 189 years in prison by a Marion County judge. Prosecutor Ryan Mears, speaking on behalf of the prosecution, stated that justice had been served for the 3 victims. Mears emphasized the significant sentence imposed by the judge, calling it a testament to holding violent individuals accountable for their actions. Caden Smith's tragic and violent actions shocked those who knew him, but the next case takes us into the chilling world of a young mind gone dangerously astray. Michael Hernandez, a teenager whose brutal crime against his best friend revealed a darkness lurking beneath the surface.
Was being treated for bipolar disorder and schizophrenia.
And I wanted to apologize to his family, to his mother and his father, because I didn't always feel this way. I'm sorry for what I did to him, and it hurts me how senseless it was, because he was always such a good friend to me. And I wanted to apologize to his family.
14-year-old Michael Hernandez had a passion for heavy metal music and horror movies, which, while not uncommon among teenagers, was where the similarities between him and countless others ended. What Michael confessed to his childhood best friend, 13-year-old Andre Martin, in the summer of 2003 was disturbing. He shared with Andre his desire to become a serial killer, stating that he was studying murderers' mental illnesses. At the time, Andre believed the comment to be in jest and had no cause for concern. Little did he know that Michael was planning a deadly assault against him and their other friend, 13-year-old Jaime Goff.
Today is not about how this young man passed away, but instead it is a celebration of how he lived and the lasting impression that he made on our community.
Andre Martin is all grown up. He's a Miami-Dade cop.
On February 2, 2004, Michael made his move on Andre. The 2 teens met in the Southwood Middle School teachers' parking lot, where they were not allowed inside without a teacher present. However, Michael and Andre disregarded this rule and made their way inside.
You're listening to the voice of convicted killer Michael Hernandez talking on the phone from jail.
Once they were inside the building, Michael Hernandez lured Andre into the second-floor bathroom and tried to get him into a stall with him. Although they had often snuck into the school before hours, Andre later said something about this day seemed different. It was a warm day outside, but Michael was dressed in a windbreaker, raising suspicions in Andre's mind. This unusual behavior caught Andre off guard, and he couldn't help but wonder what was behind Michael's strange attire.
Prosecutors will argue he should spend the rest of his life in prison.
As they entered the bathroom, an even more bizarre event took place. Michael put on a hat, adding to the mystery surrounding his intentions. Andre was puzzled, but he wasn't sure if this strange behavior was a sign of danger or simply a whim on Michael's part. Just when Andre was about to decide whether he would follow Michael into the stall, the bell rang, signaling the start of the school day. Andre quickly left the bathroom.
With that being said, nothing comes in the way of the bittersweet memories he has of Jaime Goff. His best friend was murdered.
Despite the failed attempt on February 2nd, Michael remained undeterred. His determination to kill was unwavering. The following day, on February 3rd, Michael, dressed in his windbreaker and equipped with a hat and latex gloves, lured Jaime Goff into the bathroom, ensuring they were alone.
For the stabbing death of Jaime Goff in the bathroom of Southwood Middle School. At the time, both he and the victim were 14 years old.
Inside the bathroom, Michael's true intentions were revealed. With Jaime facing away, he pulled out a 4-inch serrated blade. As Jaime turned around, he realized that his life was in danger. Michael, fueled by rage and cruelty, covered Jaime's mouth with his hand. Unable to escape, Jaime futilely waved his hands at the blade, slicing open his hands. In an act of unimaginable brutality, Michael raised the knife and repeatedly sliced Jaime's throat, cutting his windpipe and jugular.
Jaime Goff was stabbed to death in a bathroom stall at Southwood Middle School. His classmate Michael Hernandez confessed to stashing the knife in a backpack.
The horrifying scene continued as Michael used his knife to poke into Jaime's face and head, ensuring that he was indeed dead. Satisfied with the outcome, Michael disposed of one pair of gloves down the toilet and donned another. He then washed the blood from his hands, jacket, and even his face in the sink. Blood was splattered across the floor and stall, and the body of Jaime lay lifeless on the ground.
For his resentencing hearing, his attorney, Manny Hernandez, guiding him through that first part of testimony.
Authorities were immediately notified of the murder, and an intense investigation was launched. The focus quickly shifted to Michael Hernandez, who was identified as a prime suspect. After Michael was taken to the police department, he waived his Miranda rights and confessed to murdering Jaime and trying to kill Andre one day earlier.
From his father today, also several jailhouse calls made between he and his father, where his father actually plays music that he requests for him.
Michael was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, one for the brutal killing of Jaime and the other for attempting to take the life of Andre just one day earlier. One of the key aspects of Michael's case was the conflicting expert opinions surrounding his competency to stand trial. A court-appointed expert testified that Michael did not have a mental illness that should impact his competency. However, the defense hired a psych who claimed that Michael did have symptoms that indicated he had paranoid schizophrenia.
As Jaime Goff's family and also to another friend of his who he had planned to kill the day before Goff died.
During the trial, the defense did their best to prove Michael's insanity at the time of the crime. They presented evidence, including witness testimony and medical records, to support their claim that Michael was mentally unstable at the time of the offenses. However, despite their efforts, the jurors ultimately found Michael guilty of murder and attempted murder.
Yes, sir. I mean, you talk about serial killers?
Yes, sir.
You talk about violence?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Miami-Dade Circuit Judge John Schlesinger delivered the final judgment, sentencing Michael to life in prison without parole, the maximum punishment available. Judge Schlesinger also imposed an additional 30 years for the attempted murder of Andre Martin, bringing the total sentence to a staggering 30 years to life.
A female over the phone. So I didn't know what to talk about. My life as being, incarcerated, it's very mundane. So I tried to think about...
By taking the life of a close friend and leaving Jaime alone to die, Michael shattered the lives of not only his own family, but the entire Goff family as well. Jorge Goff, Jaime's father, expressed deep sorrow and confusion regarding Michael's actions. While Jorge and his loved ones have forgiven Michael, they still have countless questions. How could someone so young commit such a heinous crime? What led Michael down this path? These questions continue to haunt Jorge, leaving him with a heavy heart.
Did you ever see this list before? Yes. That's the hit list. That's disturbing, isn't it? It is disturbing.
Michael declined to speak during the court proceedings when asked if he wanted to address the court. His mother, Kathy Hernandez, however, expressed her remorse and acknowledged her son's mental illness. She emphasized the need for understanding and support, stating that her son did not deserve the unforgiving sentence of life in prison without parole.
The center in his prison jumpsuit, he does say in that profile that he's been locked up age 14.
Despite her plea, Michael's sentence of life imprisonment without parole remained unchanged. He appealed this decision, arguing that it is unconstitutional for a juvenile to receive such a harsh punishment. His defense said Michael basically had the juvenile death penalty and that he was locked away to die as a child.
Oh, why don't you practice your weekend learning how to cry?
Oh my God.
In 2016, the United States Supreme Court ruled that juveniles could no longer be automatically sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. This decision paved the way for a retrial in the case of Michael Hernandez. However, during Michael's retrial in 2016, which lasted 3 days, it became clear that during his years behind bars for murdering his best friend, he had not changed. The prosecution presented phone calls Michael made from prison where he spoke about his admiration for serial killers like Jeffrey Dahmer and mass shooters like Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, who committed the infamous Columbine massacre.
How'd you muster up those tears?
I feel horrible about what I did.
Yeah, so horrible to say, I may have to stab myself.
Michael was sentenced to life in prison without parole again. Although he faced the prospect of spending the rest of his life behind bars, his life wouldn't last much longer. In August 2021, at the age of 31, Michael passed away in prison due to a heart condition and natural causes. According to the autopsy report, Michael was morbidly obese at the time of his death. At just 5'10" and 285 pounds, he exhibited severe cardiac dysrhythmia.
Many people, that is a vitamin for me, a vitamin for my soul, a vitamin to be strong and continuing work for.
Jaime's parents, Jorge and Maria Goff, sat with 7 News to share their thoughts and feelings about Michael's passing. Maria, overcome with emotion, admitted that she couldn't stop crying upon hearing the news. Jorge, on the other hand, was shocked by the revelation, expressing disbelief and sorrow over their son's murderer's death.
So amazing. Now there's a fresh look at the sign out there.
Despite the tragic circumstances, Jamie's parents demonstrated remarkable grace and composure throughout the interview. They acknowledged that Michael's death was saddening, even as they expressed their disappointment that he had passed away despite all they had been through. As parents themselves, they knew the pain and loss that the family was experiencing.
God made us here, and we're not supposed to be killing each other.
Now at 6:30, the parents of Jaime Goff, who was killed in 2004 by a fellow classmate.
The news of Michael's death prompted Jorge and Maria to contemplate what Jaime's life could have been like had he still been alive. Jorge expressed his hope that Jaime would have pursued a successful career, married, and formed a loving family. Maria, too, thought of her son every day and expressed her desire to reunite with her son one day. Michael Hernandez's shocking betrayal and brutal crime stunned everyone who knew him. But the next case takes us to an even more devastating act of violence within a family. Raymond Childs III, a teenager whose actions tore his own household apart in an unthinkable tragedy.
As well as his 13-year-old sister, 18-year-old brother, and his brother's 19-year-old pregnant girlfriend.
His first trial on those charges ended in a mistrial. Used an assault rifle during the shooting inside the home located on Adams Street here in Indianapolis. Pastor Sullivan told 13 News he's convinced that music can influence young people.
On January 24, 2021, a tragic event unfolded in Indianapolis, Indiana. On this day, a 17-year-old named Raymond Ronald Lee Child III committed a horrific crime, murdering his own family members in cold blood. The events leading up to the brutal act were set in motion when Childs received a phone call from his father, Raymond Childs Jr., asking him to come home from his girlfriend's house.
6 people, including a pregnant woman and her unborn child, found dead in this home on Adams Street.
When Raymond Childs arrived at the family home, his emotions quickly escalated. Angered by his father's request, he decided to act out his revenge in the most devastating manner possible. With a gun in hand, Raymond embarked on a mission of destruction, systematically eliminating every member of his family. Kezzie Childs, Raymond's 42-year-old mother, was his first victim. Raymond then turned his attention to his father, Raymond Childs Jr., and pulled the trigger, ending his life as well. Next, Raymond turned his attention to his 13-year-old sister, Rita. The violence continued as Raymond turned his gun on his 18-year-old brother, Elijah, and his 19-year-old pregnant girlfriend, Kiara Hawkins. In the midst of this carnage, Raymond's 15-year-old brother managed to escape and sought refuge at a neighbor's house. Alerting the local authorities, the survivor provided crucial information that would lead to Raymond's arrest. According to the testimony of the brother, Raymond shot both their parents in their home on Adams Street. The devastated father, in his last moments, uttered the words, "I'm sorry, Raymond, I love you." Based on the evidence provided by the brother, Raymond Childs III was arrested and charged with 6 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. He was charged as an adult under Indiana law, which meant that he faced the possibility of a maximum sentence of life without parole. In July 2024, Raymond Childs III finally went on trial for his crimes. However, the trial ended in a mistrial when a witness addressed Raymond from the stand, asking why he had committed the murders. This unexpected turn of events caused a mistrial, leaving Raymond's fate hanging in the balance. On October 24, 2024, the court proceedings surrounding Raymond's retrial came to a conclusion. After a 5-day trial, Raymond was found guilty of murder, attempted murder, and a misdemeanor charge of carrying a handgun without a license. Prosecutor Ryan Mears delivered a powerful statement following the verdict, expressing his utmost satisfaction. Mears stated that what happened on Adams Street in January 2021 was unfathomable, and he believed that the jury's verdict brought justice to the victims and the survivor of a horrific crime. Raymond's sentencing is scheduled for January 7, 2025. Next, we present to you the case of James Fairweather, a notorious murderer from the UK who committed a series of random acts of violence.
It was laying on the grass, something like that. It was like that, just fast asleep, where he was drunk. Then he goes, "Who's the one? He's the one. He's the one."
James Fairweather attended Colchester Academy in England, where he encountered numerous struggles due to his physical appearance and struggle with academics. Diagnosed with dyslexia, James faced constant bullying, which only intensified his suffering. The loss of his beloved grandmother in 2012 further impacted his well-being, leading to a deep sense of grief and isolation. However, none of those circumstances provided an excuse for what James Fairweather would go on to do. On March 29, 2014, the unimaginable happened. James Fairweather attacked the defenseless James Atfield, a 33-year-old father of 5 who had been seriously injured in a car accident years before. The tragic incident unfolded at Castle Park, where James Atfield was lying on the grass. James Fairweather, driven by unimaginable rage, viciously stabbed James Atfield multiple times, leaving him bleeding to death. As the details of the case unfolded, it was revealed that James Atfield had been stabbed over 100 times. 3 months after the brutal murder of James Atfield, Nahid Al-Mania, a 31-year-old Saudi student at the University of Essex, fell victim to James Fairweather's violent rampage. Nahid's body was found on Salary Brook Trail, near her home, with multiple stab wounds.
So, today, Chief Superintendent Carl O'Malley gave interview after interview after interview, repeated appeals for public help.
As the police investigated, they questioned over 50 individuals with a history of knife crime in the area. James Fairweather remained under the radar. By January 2015, nearly 1,000 people had been spoken to regarding the murders of James Atfield and Nahid Al-Mania. These murders, which took place in a public park in broad daylight, shocked the nation. The head of the Major Crimes Unit for the Essex Police described the killings as brazenly executed. Despite the lack of evidence, the police even went as far as investigating whether Nahid's murder was a hate crime due to her Saudi background. In May 2015, a breakthrough came when a dog walker found James Fairweather loitering in a park and called the police. When the police arrived, they discovered James with rubber gloves and a knife in his possession. He was arrested on the spot. In January 2015, James Fairweather found himself the subject of a psychiatric evaluation. During this session, he disclosed that he had harbored antisocial and violent thoughts for quite some time. This revelation sparked a further investigation into James's life, and a search of his personal belongings led authorities to uncover a disturbing truth. James had a deep fascination with serial killers, with a particular interest in the Yorkshire Ripper. As the investigation continued, there was mounting evidence suggesting that James was indeed connected to the two murders in the park. Despite his initial denial of any involvement, the evidence against him grew stronger, leading to his arrest and being charged with 2 counts of murder and possession of an illegal weapon. James maintained his innocence throughout the legal proceedings, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. However, as the trial unfolded, James made a shocking decision. He ultimately pleaded guilty to 2 charges of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. James admitted that he had committed the crimes, but claimed that he had psychosis at the time of the incident. Despite his admission, a court psychiatrist did not find sufficient evidence to support his claim of psychosis. On April 22, 2016, James was found guilty by a unanimous verdict. He was sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility in 27 years. James attempted to appeal his sentence on the grounds of his young age, arguing that he was not fully aware of his actions. However, his appeal was rejected when the judge declared that James had been aware of what was happening at the time of the murders. Next, we turn to the disturbing case of Aiden Fucci. We'll uncover the chilling details of his crime and witness the emotional breakdown of a teenager spiraling into darkness.
So Tristan Bailey, Aiden Fucci, they went to school together at Patriot Oaks Academy. Both lived in an upper middle class neighborhood, pretty much had zero crime. May 9th, 2021, Bailey goes missing.
Tristan Bailey was born in January 2008. She was the youngest of 5 children and spent her first years growing up in sunny Singapore. Everyone who knew Tristan described her as an incredible friend with boundless energy. The Bailey family eventually returned to the United States and settled in St. Johns County, Florida. In May 2021, Tristan was a 7th grader at Patriot Oaks Academy, living a typical teenage girl's life. She was happy, popular, and a cheerleader. However, things changed on May 9th, 2021. When Tristan's mother went to her bedroom to wake her up and discovered she was nowhere to be found.
49 of the stab wounds were located on her hands, arms, legs.
Tragically, hours later, a person walking through a wooded area on Saddlestone Drive near Jacksonville stumbled upon a retention bond and couldn't help but notice what appeared to be a mannequin. Upon closer inspection, they realized it wasn't a mannequin, but the body of a young girl they'd all come to know and love. It was Tristan. The medical examiner's report revealed a shocking discovery. Tristan had been stabbed multiple times, with a staggering total of nearly 120 wounds. Shockingly, many of those wounds were found to be defensive, indicating that she had fought for her life. As crime scene investigators meticulously combed the area, they stumbled upon crucial evidence. A buck knife missing a tip was discovered in the pond near Tristan's body. However, the missing tip was found in an even more disturbing location, lodged in Tristan's head. Multiple witnesses came forward, stating that they had seen 14-year-old Aiden Fucci and Tristan together before she was reported missing. These statements, coupled with Aiden's ever-changing stories when questioned by police, added fuel to the fire. One of the stories Aiden told investigators involved an altercation between the two, where he claimed that Tristan had touched his privates, prompting him to push her away physically. According to Aiden, Tristan fell to the ground and hit her head. After being questioned by the police while sitting in a patrol car, Aiden took pictures and videos and posted them on Snapchat. In one post, Aiden asked, "Hey guys, has anybody seen Tristan lately?" At midnight on May 10th, 2021, the police conducted a search of Aiden's home in search of evidence connecting him to Tristan's murder. Inside the room belonging to Aiden, investigators discovered a sheath matching the knife found near Tristan's body. Additionally, they found clothing stained with blood. 3 hours later, Aiden was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. However, the charges were later upgraded to first-degree murder after further investigation and witness statements. Aiden was held without bond as the police delved deeper into his case. When the police spoke to Aiden's friends, they revealed that Aiden had admitted to them that he was going to kill someone by taking them into the woods and stabbing them. Sophie Bauman, Aiden's ex, shared a shocking revelation as well. She stated that one time when Aiden was playing around with her, he pretended to stab her and later told her that he heard voices in his head. Aiden's alleged actions, combined with the evidence presented against him, portrayed him as a troubled and dangerous young man. In a shocking turn of events, Aiden's mother, Crystal Smith, was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence. The accusation stated that Crystal had washed blood off her son's jeans, potentially hindering the investigation. However, despite the initial charges, she was later released. As jury selection was set to take place in February 2023, Aiden pleaded guilty to first-degree murder on February 6th. In a letter written after the incident, Aiden expressed remorse for the pain he had caused Tristan's family. Aiden's remorse did not spare him the consequences of his actions. On March 24, 2023, he was given a maximum sentence of life in prison, with a minimum parole eligibility of 25 years.
This case is probably the most difficult and shocking case that this county and St. Johns County has.
Judge R. Lee Smith described the case as difficult and shocking, emphasizing that Tristan was murdered for no reason other than Aiden's internal desire to feel the thrill of taking another person's life. To symbolize the pain and suffering endured by Tristan's family, one of Tristan's sisters dropped 144 stone hearts into a glass jar. Each heart represented the number of times Tristan had been stabbed. As each loved one of Tristan read their statements, the room was filled with a mix of emotions. The pain, anger, and sadness were palpable in the air. With each passing sentence, the jar of hearts stood in front of them, symbolizing the shattered remains of their hearts. Aiden Fucci's horrifying actions and lack of remorse shocked the nation, but the next case is equally unsettling. Zaire Brooks, a young man whose violent choices left devastating consequences for those around him.
Edmund Butler was only 17. His family had just had a celebration sending him off to prom. But last July, Butler was found dead in his car here at South Leibold and Gilroy Streets in southwest Detroit.
Officers of the Detroit Police Department were called to a shooting scene on July 26, 2022, outside of River Rogue in the southwest part of the city. Upon arrival, they discovered the body of a 17-year-old young man named Edmund Butler, who had been shot in the back of his head. The medical examiner later determined the cause of death to be a gunshot wound, and the manner was ruled a homicide.
Detroit police interrogation video is of 17-year-old Zaire Brooks. Brooks was Butler's lifelong best friend.
As the investigation unfolded, detectives of the Detroit Police Department swiftly zeroed in on Edmund Butler's best friend, Zaire Brooks. After extensive interrogation, Zaire eventually admitted to being the one who shot and killed Edmund. He revealed that he had planned to meet Edmund with the intention of buying $200 worth of marijuana, but all along, he had sinister intentions. According to Zaire, his intention was to rob his friend, Edmund. However, things took a tragic turn when he claims he was forced to shoot Edmund, fearing that he could identify Zaire as the robber. On August 31, 2022, Zaire was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, felony murder, carrying a concealed weapon, and other felony charges related to firearms. Due to the severity of his actions, Zaire was charged as an adult even though he was 17 years old. Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy issued a statement emphasizing that the prosecutor's office takes any decision to waive juveniles as adults extremely seriously. She called the case truly tragic, affecting all parties involved. In June 2023, Zaire Brooks and the prosecution finally reached a plea agreement. The prosecution dismissed several felony charges against Zaire, making room for a more focused sentence. Wayne County Circuit Judge Sharice Anderson ultimately sentenced Zaire to 23 to 40 years in prison for second-degree murder and 2 years for a weapons felony firearm charge. Next, we turn to the shocking case of teen killer Ethan Couch, whose defense argued he was too wealthy to face the consequences of his crimes. His insane sentence left the courtroom stunned and sparked intense debate.
Couch was 16, crashing into a group of people who were helping 24-year-old Brianna Mitchell, who had broken down on the side of the road. Mitchell, Holly Boyles, her daughter Shelby Boyles, and youth pastor Brian Jennings.
Ethan Couch was born into an upper-middle-class family in Burleson, Texas. When he was 13 years old, he began attending Anderson Private School, a prestigious institution known for its high standards and academic excellence. However, Ethan's journey at Anderson Private School was short-lived. After the principal raised concerns about Ethan's behavior, his father, Fred, and his mother, Tanya, decided to pull him out of school. Instead of attending a traditional school, Ethan was enrolled in a co-op in Watauga. Things seemed to be looking up for Ethan at the age of 15. He had enrolled at community college and was seemingly on a path to success. However, fate had other plans in store for him. One day, Ethan found himself in a parked pickup truck with a naked, unconscious 14-year-old girl. The authorities were called to the scene, and Ethan was charged with minor consumption and possession of alcohol. Ethan decided to plead guilty. He was sentenced to probation, an alcohol awareness course, and community service. It seemed like this was an opportunity for Ethan to turn his life around. Unfortunately, Ethan's troubles with the law were far from over. Despite his efforts to stay out of trouble, he ended up making headlines for all the wrong reasons. On the night of June 15, 2013, Ethan Couch, accompanied by a group of friends, embarked on an ill-fated journey that would change their lives forever. Armed with 2 cases of beer he had stolen from Walmart, Ethan decided to drive his father's 2012 red Ford pickup truck with 7 passengers inside. As Ethan recklessly sped down the road, oblivious to the speed limit and warning signs, tragedy unfolded. 24-year-old Brianna Mitchell's SUV had stalled, and she pulled over to seek assistance. Brianna had no idea fate would bring her face to face with Ethan and his irresponsible actions. Holly Boyles and her daughter Shelby, who were living nearby, happened to be passing by. Holly, a 52-year-old woman, and her 21-year-old daughter Shelby, who was home visiting from university, decided to lend a helping hand to Brianna. In the meantime, Brian Jennings, a youth minister and father of 3, had also stopped to assist Brianna. As Ethan's truck barreled down the road, it swerved into Brianna's vehicle and crashed into Brian's parked car. The collision caused Brian's car to strike an oncoming vehicle, and in an instant, the scene turned into a chaotic disaster. Ethan's truck flipped over, ramming into a tree. Tragically, Brianna Mitchell, Holly and Shelby Boyles, and Brian Jennings all lost their lives in the incident. Sergio Molina, a passenger in Ethan Couch's vehicle, survived the horrific crash, but was left paralyzed from the neck down. The other passengers in Ethan's vehicle, as well as Ethan himself, were taken to the hospital, but miraculously they suffered no serious injuries. However, 3 hours after the incident, it was discovered that Ethan's blood alcohol level was a staggering 0.24%, 3 times over the legal limit. As if that weren't enough, he also tested positive for marijuana and diazepam. After the medical staff cleared Ethan at the hospital, he was arrested and charged with 4 counts of intoxication manslaughter and 2 counts of intoxication assault. He pleaded not guilty. As the story unfolded, the media soon discovered that Ethan's parents, Fred and Tanya, had been in trouble with the law. Fred had previously been charged with evading arrest, theft by check, and assault on Tanya. To add insult to injury, he was also convicted of misdemeanor assault in 2000. While these charges were shocking, Tanya's past truly raised eyebrows. In 2013, the same year as the fatal accident involving her son, Tanya was sentenced to a $500 fine and community service for reckless driving. It was a disturbing revelation that hinted at a disregard for the law and the consequences of their actions. It was obvious from the beginning that the Couch family was used to some sort of privilege. This mindset became even more apparent when G. Dick Miller, a defense-hired psych, testified during Ethan's trial. Miller claimed that Ethan suffered from affluenza and couldn't link his actions with consequences because his mother and father taught him that money, privilege, and power were connected. The affluenza defense, a term coined by the Couch family's legal team, gained international attention for its outrageous claims. The defense argued that Ethan's privileged upbringing had prevented him from understanding the consequences of his actions. They argued that Ethan's wealth had shielded him from reality and distorted his moral compass.
Did not have the authority to do so. The High Court disagreed. You'll remember Couch unsuccessfully used that privileged upbringing affluenza defense and received 10 years probation.
However, many people found the affluenza defense ludicrous and offensive. Critics argued that it perpetuated the idea that the wealthy are exempt from responsibility and blame. It sparked debates about the role of privilege in society and the responsibility of parents in raising their children. As Ethan Couch faced the consequences of his actions, his family's reactions were mixed. Tanya Couch expressed remorse for her son's actions, but defended the use of the affluenza defense. On the other hand, Fred Couch remained unrepentant and blamed the media for his son's fate. The reactions from the Couch family further fueled public outrage and discussions about the severity of Ethan's sentence. Many believed that his punishment did not fit the crime, while others argued that it was necessary to hold him accountable. Ethan was sentenced to attend an upscale rehab center that costs approximately $500,000 a year. In addition to his rehab requirement, Ethan was ordered on probation for 10 years and was given additional restrictions. He was required to wear an ankle monitor, submit to drug testing, and abide by a 9 p.m. curfew. The judge also ordered Ethan to install a video interlocking ignition device on his car. Eric Boyles, Holly's husband and Shelby's father, told the media in 2014 that he felt Ethan's sentence was too lenient. He argued that the outcome might have been different if Ethan hadn't had the money to afford a top-notch defense. This statement sparked controversy and debate, with several people questioning the severity of the punishment. In the midst of all the controversy, 6 civil lawsuits were filed by the victims' and survivors' families against Ethan and his family. These lawsuits sought justice and compensation for the pain and suffering caused. However, all the suits were eventually settled out of court, allowing the parties involved to move on from this chapter. Despite going to rehab and being on probation, Ethan's actions continued to defy the legal system. In December 2015, police were alerted to a tweet that alleged Ethan was playing beer pong at a party and drinking alcohol. This blatant violation of his probation sparked an investigation, issuing a warrant for his arrest. However, Ethan managed to elude authorities, with his probation officer failing to make contact with his mother, Tanya. U.S. Marshals and the FBI joined the effort as the search for Ethan intensified. By the end of December, Ethan and Tanya were finally located in Mexico and extradited to the U.S. Ethan was taken into custody and faced the consequences of his actions. On April 13, 2016, Ethan was finally sentenced by a district judge named Wayne Salvant. Ethan received 4 consecutive terms of 180 days, extending his probation to longer. Just when it seemed Ethan had learned his lesson, he once again found himself in hot water. In January 2020, Ethan was accused of violating his probation when he tested positive for THC. To the surprise of many, Ethan was released just 1 day after it was determined that the positive result could have come from either illegal marijuana or CBD oil. The leniency shown towards Ethan again sparked outrage, with critics questioning the system's ability to handle repeat offenders. Ethan Couch's reckless actions and the controversial affluenza defense left many outraged. But the next case takes us to an even more chilling moment in history.
Custody until she's 25, then go to state prison. That everyone expected. What they did not expect was the judge's permission to tape the audio portion of the proceeding.
Brenda Spencer was born and raised in Chula Vista, California, to parents Dorothy and Wallace Spencer. However, things turned tragic after Dorothy discovered that Wallace was cheating on her with several women. These affairs led to a breakdown of their marriage, and the couple eventually divorced. After the divorce, Brenda moved with her father, Wallace, into a filthy apartment. Living conditions were far from ideal, as they shared a mattress on the living room floor. The home was littered with empty bottles from Wallace's alcohol abuse. It was during this period that Brenda's behavior began to deteriorate. People around her would later claim that she harbored a deep hatred for policemen, referring to them as pigs and cheering whenever she saw reports of officers involved in shootings. Brenda's erratic behavior scared many people, and she was often described as crazy. Around this time, Brenda started to get into trouble with the law. Her probation officer believed it was necessary for her to undergo a psych evaluation. This evaluation concluded that Brenda should be admitted to a mental hospital to seek professional help for her mental health. However, her father, Wallace Spencer, vehemently denied this decision and decided to take matters into his own hands. Instead of seeking proper mental health treatment for his daughter, Wallace Spencer purchased Brenda a Ruger 1022 semi-automatic .22 caliber rifle with a telescoping light and 500 pounds of ammunition. Little did he know that this decision would set off a tragic chain of events. On January 29, 1979, Brenda Spencer opened fire from the window of her house, aiming her rifle towards Grover Cleveland Elementary School.
After neighbors, nearby residents, and all the school children were safely evacuated, police mapped out their strategy. Prepared for either lengthy negotiations or for an assault.
The innocent children and staff inside were unsuspecting targets for Brenda's rage. In a matter of minutes, she shot and killed 53-year-old principal Burton Ragg and injured 8 other children. She also managed to wound 56-year-old Mike Sucher, the school custodian, fatally. Officer Robert Robb arrived at the scene in an attempt to end the massacre. However, as he approached Brenda's house, she opened fire, striking him in the neck. Luckily, the police at the scene acted quickly and moved a garbage truck in Brenda's line of fire, stopping her from shooting any further. Brenda then barricaded herself inside her home and spoke to a reporter from the Evening Tribune on the phone. She revealed her motive for the shooting, saying, "I don't like Mondays."
After hours of waiting, the negotiations did pay off. SWAT officers and police could congratulate themselves on the fact that no more blood was spilled after the initial shootings.
After several hours of negotiation, negotiators surrounded Brenda after being promised a Burger King. Despite her age, Brenda was charged as an adult and pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder and assault with a deadly weapon. In April 1980, just one day after she turned 18, she was sentenced to concurrent terms of 25 years to life.
There being no legal cause, my sentence should not now be imposed.
That is correct.
As to counts 1 and 2, the sentence is 25 years to life.
In exchange, 9 counts of attempted murder were dismissed. Brenda's actions shocked the nation and earned her the title Schoolgirl Sniper. With her young age and lack of remorse, the public reaction was a mix of shock and horror. This crime was particularly chilling as she targeted elementary school students. The thought of a child being gunned down by a teenager left many in disbelief. The lead singer of the Boomtown Rats, an Irish new wave band, was particularly struck by what happened. Bob Geldof was deeply affected by Brenda's story. He was particularly struck that Brenda had cited her dislike of Mondays for her heinous crime. This quote inspired Bob to write a song called I Don't Like Mondays, released in July 1979. Despite the severity of the charges, Brenda became eligible for parole in 1993 for the first time. However, her request was denied. At her parole hearing in 2001, Brenda alleged that her father had harmed her, but her father, Wallace, adamantly denied these claims, stating they were untrue. The board ultimately denied her parole. Brenda, currently serving her sentence at the California Institution for Women, was dealt a devastating blow at her latest parole hearing in August 2022. In spite of her efforts to prove her rehabilitation, she was still deemed unsuitable for release. Her next parole hearing is in 2025. Brenda Spencer's unthinkable act of violence shocked a nation and left an enduring legacy of pain. But the next case takes us to a very different kind of crime. Max Wade, a teenager whose bold and audacious crimes, including theft and attempted murder, revealed a dangerous mix of recklessness and ambition.
Wade's legs will be chained up during his upcoming trial. His attorney was concerned about the image that would have on the jury, so curtains have been put up in front of his seat. This area here.
Max Wade first gained attention when he made headlines for stealing a Lamborghini that belonged to none other than celebrity chef Guy Fieri. This audacious act earned him 15 minutes of fame and landed him in hot water with the law. However, Max's legal troubles did not end there. In 2013, he was found guilty of 6 charges, including attempted murder. Despite being just a teenager at the time of the crimes, he was tried as an adult. In April 2012, Max committed a drive-by shooting in Mill Valley. His target was 19-year-old Landon Wallstrom, who was in a car with 18-year-old Eva Dedier. Max was initially charged with attempted murder in Eva's case, but the charge was dropped. Max's actions were deemed so severe that he was ultimately sentenced to life in prison, plus 21 years and 4 months. Judge Kelly Simmons, who delivered the harsh verdict, stated that Max planned the attack perfectly, and that's kind of scary. However, the sentence was met with controversy as Max's attorney argued that it violated the 8th Amendment, which protects individuals from cruel and unusual punishment. Max's defense attorney argued that considering his immaturity and troubled childhood, a life sentence would be disproportionate and unfair. They argued that Max's young age and troubled upbringing should have been taken into account by the judge, considering Max's lack of criminal experience and background. The prosecution sought to counter these claims by highlighting Max's dangerous nature and intentions. They argued that Max had planned to carry out a violent burglary at a high-end San Francisco jewelry store, valued at over $6 million. This planned heist involved the use of a bomb, fake police uniforms, and a chopper. Despite reviewing the evidence, Judge Simmons denied the prosecution's request to introduce this evidence, stating that the plans were unrelated to Max's current case. This decision caused an uproar among some who believed Max's intentions should have been considered in sentencing. While some argued that he deserves a life sentence for his crimes, others believe that his age and troubled background should have been taken into account. One of the detectives who worked on the case and had helped identify Max as a suspect expressed his satisfaction with the guilty verdict. He was quoted as saying, "I wouldn't want my mother or girlfriend to be on the same streets as Max Wade." In a shocking turn of events, in 2021, Max's sentence was significantly reduced by 10 years, which increased his parole eligibility by 7 years. During Max's parole hearing, he shocked everyone with his remarkable transformation. He claimed that he had changed significantly while in prison, stating that the death of a close friend had had a profound impact on him. Max elaborated on how this experience had opened his eyes and made him realize the error of his ways. Max went on to tell the parole board that he had earned his GED and was now studying computer science. He expressed a desire to work in cybersecurity. The state parole board, impressed by Max's good behavior and assessed him as a low to moderate risk, decided to grant him parole. This decision was met with objections from the Marin District Attorney's Office, which argued that Max was merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Despite their concerns, the parole board stood by their decision, citing Max's impressive progress and willingness to change. The parole decision, made on July 20th, will be reviewed by the board's legal division and California Governor Gavin Newsom. This process can take upwards of 3 months as both parties carefully examine the details of the case and weigh the potential consequences. It is crucial to note that the governor, who holds the ultimate authority in such cases, makes the final determination of Max's parolees. From Max Wade's high-speed chase with the law, we move on to a far darker and more disturbing story: the case of Robert and Michael Beaver. These teenage brothers took sibling rivalry to a horrifying level, committing unthinkable acts against their own family.
Broken Arrow, Oklahoma has 1, maybe 2 murders a year, but tonight this community is reeling from 5, the worst crime anyone here can remember.
In 2015, the quiet town of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma was rocked by a shocking crime involving the Beaver family. Daniel and April Beaver were a seemingly ordinary couple, raising their 5 children in a modest home. But beneath this facade, a darker truth lurked. The Beavers were a close-knit unit, with Robert, Michael, Crystal, Daniel, Christopher, Victoria, and Autumn making up their brood. Those who knew the family described them as quiet and withdrawn, preferring to keep to themselves. The children, homeschooled by their parents, were rarely seen interacting with other children in the neighborhood. Despite their seemingly innocent exterior, rumors about the Beaver brothers, Robert and Michael, began to circulate. There was something unsettling about them, but no one could put their finger on it.
Police don't yet have a motive, one calling this the worst single criminal event in this town's history.
On July 21, 2015, Robert and Michael Beaver collected body armor and knives, hatching a plan to carry out a horrific act of violence. These 2 brothers were plotting to murder their family the very next day. Around 11:30 p.m., Robert and Michael enacted their deadly plan, starting with a horrifying act of violence. They slit their 13-year-old sister Crystal's throat, leaving her fighting for her life. Crystal fought against her brothers, escaping the bedroom and running for the front door, but her siblings were not about to let her escape. They dragged her back inside the house and unleashed an even more brutal assault on her. The extent of Crystal's injuries were horrifying, with her internal organs almost spilling out. Incredibly, she survived this brutal assault, but the rest of the family was not so lucky. Robert and Michael went on a rampage, brutally murdering their parents and siblings. Robert, in a fit of rage, fatally stabbed his mother, April, a staggering 48 times. While Christopher and Victoria Beaver were hiding in the bathroom during the assault, using a clever ruse, Michael pretended to be scared and a victim, knocking on the door and pleading for help. Christopher decided to open the door and allow Michael inside, thinking it was a matter of safety. Instead of seeking safety, Michael turned on his unsuspecting siblings, fatally stabbing each of them over 20 times. With his bloodlust seemingly sated, Michael turned to his father's home office, where his younger brother Daniel was hiding. Once again, he employed the same ruse, pretending to be a victim chased by Robert. Daniel opened the door, allowing Michael to enter. As Michael stepped into his father's office, he turned towards Robert, their other brother, and uttered chilling words. "He's all yours." In a moment of pure madness, Robert turned his knife on his younger brother Daniel and stabbed him in the stomach, chest, head, and back. Daniel Beaver woke up and found himself face to face with his son, Robert. In a matter of seconds, he lunged at his father's throat and stabbed his father repeatedly, 28 times, leaving him lifeless. After committing these heinous crimes, Robert and his brother Michael fled the scene, fleeing out the back door and into the woods that surrounded the house. They knew that the authorities would soon be on their trail, and they had no intentions of getting caught. Daniel Beaver, as he died, called 911. As police officers walked towards the front door, they noticed a pool of blood on the porch. With their hearts pounding, they knocked repeatedly on the door, calling out for any survivors. After an eternity, the officers heard a faint voice calling for help. Breaking down the door, they entered to find 13-year-old Crystal lying in a puddle of her blood. She was rushed to the nearest hospital, where doctors worked frantically to save her life. When Crystal was stable, she identified her brothers as the assailants. In addition to Crystal, only 2-year-old Autumn managed to escape the relentless violence, miraculously escaping with her life. But the rest of the family was gone, their lives ripped away in the most horrific way imaginable. Robert and Michael were arrested at 12:18 a.m. Officers apprehended the brothers using a K-9 unit after they were discovered hiding in a bush. They had each been charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of assault and battery with intent to kill. Michael, at 16, was tried as an adult, a decision that sparked controversy among legal professionals. His attorney argued that charging him as an adult was unconstitutional, stating that if convicted, he would be doomed to die in prison. Such an outcome, the attorney claimed, was effectively the same as a death sentence. The attorney contended that there was abuse in the Beaver household. However, no concrete evidence was provided to show that there was abuse within the Beaver household. Initially, Robert and Michael pleaded not guilty, maintaining their innocence in the face of overwhelming odds. While incarcerated, Robert dared to take his own life. However, fate intervened when a guard stumbled upon him in the nick of time. Robert pleaded guilty to all charges and was given 5 life sentences without parole, as well as an additional life term. Michael's trial began in April 2018. After 1 month of deliberation, the jury found him guilty and sentenced him to 5 life sentences with parole. Robert, who should have been safely locked away behind bars, attempted to attack 2 prison officers in the day room in 2019. This incident resulted in him receiving 3 more life terms, bringing his total amount of life sentences to 9. Robert and Michael are serving their sentences at the Joseph Harp Correctional Center and the Lexington Correctional Center, respectively, in Lexington, Oklahoma. After the chilling case of Robert and Michael Beaver, where sibling violence shattered an entire family, we now turn to the story of Kiram Currington.
Her name is Lelia King, and she was 30 years old. Police tell us she was caught in the crossfire of 2 groups shooting at each other.
In July 2022, police in Columbus, Ohio initiated a large-scale search for 16-year-old Kiram Currington. This search began after police were summoned to a shooting incident on July 16th. Upon their arrival, they discovered the body of Lelia King, a 30-year-old mother who had been tragically shot. Lelia had found herself trapped in the middle of a shootout between 2 groups in a convenience store parking lot. Unfortunately, she succumbed to her injuries at Mount Carmel East Hospital less than 3 hours later.
And police just sent us these photos of 3 people they think may have played a role in this homicide.
After conducting a thorough investigation, detectives obtained surveillance footage that led them to identify Kiram Currington as a person of interest in the case. After reviewing the footage, they realized that Kiram was directly involved in the tragic incident that resulted in Lelia's death. 1 month after the tragic incident involving Lelia King, the prime suspect in her shooting death was finally apprehended. Kiram Currington was arrested and faced charges for his involvement in the heinous crime. The charges brought against him included reckless homicide, among other offenses. However, Kiram maintained his innocence and pleaded not guilty to all charges. As time passed, the case continued to unfold, and in December of 2023, a shocking turn took place. Kiram, now charged as an adult, pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter in relation to Lelia's death. The Franklin County Court of Common Pleas judge presiding over the case handed down a sentence of 7 to 9 years for Kiram's actions. This punishment was met with mixed reactions from the general public, with some expressing satisfaction, while others called for harsher penalties. From Kiram Currington's tragic outburst of violence, we now move on to the unsettling case of Kiona Mouton. Mouton's story, much like Currington's, highlights the unpredictable and dangerous paths some young people take.
Some breaking news now, an update to a story we brought you right at 4 o'clock. The young woman who lured a Lamar High School student to his death in a gang-related hit has just been sentenced.
Kiona Samiriel Mouton, a 16-year-old student at Lamar High School, was the center of a heinous crime in 2018. Known for her charm and charisma, Kiona had caught the attention of 18-year-old DeLindsay Mack, who had a crush on her. On November 3, 2018, Kiona lured DeLindsay to an abandoned lot, promising him a surprise. Little did he know that this surprise would be a meeting with his fate. Kendrick Johnson, a gang member with a chilling reputation, was waiting in the shadows, ready to strike. In a tragic turn of events, Kendrick Johnson opened fire on DeLindsay, ultimately leading to his death. Davian Thomas, the getaway driver, was present during the crime, but the identity of the second shooter remained a mystery. The Houston Police Department and the prosecution are urging the public to provide any information regarding his identity. The consequences of Kiona's actions were far-reaching, leaving a lasting impact on everyone involved. Kiona, now facing criminal charges, found herself facing the prospect of a life in prison. Her actions not only cost the life of an innocent young man, but also shattered the lives of his family and loved ones. Kendrick Johnson was sentenced to life without parole for his involvement in the heinous crime. Davian Thomas, the getaway driver in the DeLindsay murder case, received an equally harsh sentence. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. According to court records, DeLindsay's murder was the result of an ongoing war between 2 Houston area gangs. DeLindsay, a promising athlete, had recently transferred to Lamar High School from Yates High School to escape gang vice. In 2024, Kiona Samiriel, now 22, was sentenced to 23 years in prison for her part in DeLindsay's death. Despite her age at the time of the crime, she was charged as an adult, meaning that she must serve at least half of her sentence before becoming eligible for parole. As Kiona's sentencing hearing got underway, DeLindsay's mother had the chance to address Kiona directly. She unleashed her anger and resentments towards Kiona in a powerful emotional speech. Her voice filled with raw emotion, she expressed her deepest hatred towards the teen, stating, "I hate you. You disgust me." While Kiona attempted to fight back tears, DeLindsey's mother had no qualms about pouring salt on her wounds. She bluntly told Kiona, "Don't you dare cry." The sentiment was clear. This mother felt no sympathy or remorse for the perpetrator of the heinous crime. In the aftermath of the hearing, Assistant District Attorney Sarah Seeley held a press conference to address the sentencing. She emphasized the severity of the case, highlighting its devastating impact on DeLindsey's parents. Miss Seeley stated that DeLindsey's parents had placed their child in the one place they believed he would be safe, school. But Kiona had taken advantage of the situation and orchestrated the murder. Kiona Mouton's shocking crime left a community in disbelief, but the next case reveals an even more harrowing tragedy.
Teenager who was accused of shooting a classmate 3 times was in court this afternoon to face upgraded adult charges. Daravius Smith has been in a juvenile detention center.
In January 2022, a shocking incident occurred at Seminole High School in Florida, leaving the community in disbelief. Sanford police arrested a 16-year-old student named Daravius Smith for allegedly shooting an 18-year-old student inside the school around noon. The charges against Daravius include 1 count of open attempted homicide, 1 count of possession of a firearm on campus, and 1 count of firing a weapon and disturbing the peace while interfering with school functions.
McIntyre is a senior who played cornerback on the Seminole High School football team. His family says he has been planning on playing in college next year and has several offers.
The victim of the shooting, Javon McIntyre, was a cornerback for his high school football team who dreamed of playing the sport in college. However, after the shooting, Javon's hopes were put into question, as he worried his injuries might hinder his chances of pursuing his dreams. Javon underwent surgery on his wrist after being shot 3 times, but fortunately, he survived and was in stable condition.
Deputies say he shot 18-year-old Javon McIntyre 3 times on campus at Seminole High School last month. After Smith told investigators the two had words in the bathroom.
Initially, the detectives investigating the shooting believed the motive behind the incident was linked to a girl. However, as they looked deeper into the case, they discovered that it was actually over a deceased relative. This revelation shocked the community and left many questioning the motive behind the senseless act of violence. According to the chief of police, there was no indication the shooting was gang-related. However, this only adds more mystery to the case. Before the tragic incident, Daravius Smith and Javon McIntyre were friends. However, the 2 teens had a confrontation 1 week before the shooting, which left everyone scratching their heads. Daravius, while speaking with detectives, claimed that Javon was taunting him between classes. However, he denied any threats or attempts to initiate a fight with Javon. On the day of the shooting, Daravius claimed that he hid in a bathroom to avoid Javon. He alleged that Javon was waiting for him outside the bathroom, ready to engage in a fight. In his statement to the detectives, Daravius claimed he was not scared, but because he was inexperienced in fights, he decided to shoot Javon instead. Shockingly, Daravius admitted to firing multiple shots at Javon before the gun jammed. He claimed that he fled the scene afterward, disposed of the weapon, and hid until he was eventually caught. 1 month after Daravius Smith was charged with attempted murder, his case was transferred from the juvenile justice system to the adult circuit court. Daravius opted not to go to trial, instead entering a no-contest plea to the charges against him. In July 2024, Daravius faced the consequences of his actions as Judge John Galuzzo handed down a 2 15-year prison sentence to be served concurrently. Additionally, he was ordered to serve 5 years on probation.
Probable cause for attempted first-degree premeditated murder with a firearm reclassified as a life felony. Your client will be held at no bond as to that count.
While on probation, Daravius was ordered to wear GPS and is prohibited from possessing firearms. The judge made another important decision, banning Daravius from having contact with his victims, their families, and even Seminole High School property. Recognizing the potential mental health issues at play, the judge ordered Daravius to undergo mental health evaluations. In addition to mental health evaluations, the judge also required Daravius to enroll in anger management courses and life skills programs. Javon McIntyre filed a lawsuit against the Seminole County school system in November 2022. In his lawsuit, he alleged that the school did not do enough to protect him. According to Javon's complaint, several school officials heard Daravius threaten him 1 week before he was shot. The complaint further alleges that as he was running and screaming for help after being shot, one school staff member ran past him in the opposite direction and didn't help. Javon, by 2022, was a student at Tusculum University in Tennessee. Due to the devastating consequences of the shooting, Javon sought justice and demanded compensation. He believed his injuries warranted a fair settlement and is seeking at least $100,000. Our next case takes a shocking turn with Curtis and Catherine Jones, siblings who became the youngest teens ever charged with first-degree murder in the U.S.
Jones was only 13 and her brother Curtis 12 when they shot and killed Nicole Spites in 1999.
Curtis and Catherine Jones were siblings who found themselves at the center of a shocking murder case. Living in Port St. John, Florida, with their father, Curtis Jones Sr., the siblings were part of a tight-knit family. However, things took a turn when Curtis Sr. began a relationship with Nicole Spites, a 29-year-old woman with 2 daughters.
The brother and sister, the youngest at the time to be charged as adults with murder in the country, pled out and were sentenced to 18 years in prison.
For a few months in late 1998 and early 1999, the Jones family, Nicole and her daughters, had lived together. However, on January 6, 1999, a horrific event unfolded that would change their lives forever. As Nicole sat working on a 500-piece puzzle at the dining room table, Catherine approached her, holding her father's 9mm handgun. Without hesitation, Catherine opened fire, shooting Nicole in the torso. In the chaos that followed, Catherine dropped the gun, leaving it within reach of her brother Curtis. Curtis seized the opportunity and opened fire, continuing to shoot Nicole until the gun was empty. This deadly assault left Nicole dead on the kitchen floor. The detectives alleged Curtis and Catherine, 13 and 12 years old, covered up their tracks after shooting Nicole, staged the scene as a robbery, and ran into the woods, where they spent one night before they were found and arrested. At just 12 and 13 years old, Curtis and Catherine became the youngest people charged with first-degree murder in the United States. However, it quickly became evident that these two couldn't fully grasp the gravity of their actions. During the court proceedings, Curtis made a shocking request. He asked his attorney if he could bring his Nintendo to prison.
I can't say how many more times he fired the gun, but I know after maybe the last 2 bullets.
According to the Brevard County Sheriff's agent Todd Goodyear, the motive behind Nicole's murder was that the siblings were jealous of their father's girlfriend. This jealousy turned into deadly consequences, with both Curtis and Catherine pleading guilty to second-degree murder charges. It was believed that justice had been served at the time, but a shocking revelation would soon come to light.
I actually took the fingerprints off the gun and wiped it down, and I told my brother that he got hysterical. He had an emotional breakdown because, once again, this is reality now. This isn't some idea that's in our head anymore. This is reality.
In 2009, Catherine spoke to Florida Today and admitted that there was more to Nicole's shooting than meets the eye. According to Catherine, a family member who had been staying in their home sexually abused her and her brother Curtis. However, Catherine said their claims were not taken seriously when meeting with her father, Curtis Sr., and Nicole. Jessica and Inez, Nicole's daughters, were left to pick up the pieces after. Curtis and Catherine killed their mother. For years after the murder, Jessica and Inez perpetuated the lie that their mother was alive and well in Florida. The girls desperately clung to this fantasy. They continued to deceive their friends, pretending that Nicole was on an extended vacation. Finally, after years of suppressing the truth, Jessica mustered the courage to share it with her closest friends. The weight of that lie had become too heavy to bear, and she knew she had to seek help. In a moment of bravery, she revealed that her mother, Nicole, had been brutally murdered by a 12 and 13-year-old. As time went on, Jessica and Inez couldn't help but miss their mother at some of the most pivotal moments of their lives. Curtis Jones, now a youth minister, was released in July 2015, while his sister, Catherine Jones, followed in November of the same year. While adjusting to life outside of prison, Catherine worked at Sonic and supported herself independently. Driven by her desire to make a difference in the lives of others, Catherine made a bold and ambitious move to Washington, D.C., where she met with a Democratic senator to discuss changing how juvenile offenders are sentenced. Having spent half of her life incarcerated, Catherine's everyday experiences were like embarking on a new adventure. With a release date that coincided with Thanksgiving, Catherine's spirit soared as she envisioned spending the holiday with her brother Curtis. In an interview while in prison, Catherine expressed her remorse for the taking of Nicole's life and her deep regret for her actions. However, she confessed that she found solace in the solitude and introspection of prison life. When Nicole's daughters, Jessica and Inez, learned of Curtis and Catherine's impending release from prison in 2015, they expressed their pain to Florida Today. However, they also revealed their capacity for forgiveness. According to that article, Curtis and Catherine had never apologized to Jessica or Inez and appeared to have no remorse for their actions. After witnessing the tragic story of Curtis and Catherine Jones, two siblings who made a haunting pact at such a young age, we moved to the case of Jordan Roach.
Stand trial as an adult. On Thursday, Roche pleaded guilty to killing Cargill and was sentenced to 10 years in prison.
In 2017, Caitlin Cargill, a 14-year-old from Arlington, Texas, decided to walk with her dog. Caitlin left the apartment complex where she resided. Her family expected her to return home soon. However, their hopes began to fade as the hours turned into days.
14-year-old Caitlin Cargill, who disappeared in June only to be discovered dead in a landfill, may have had a deal to manufacture and sell a drug. An arrest warrant affidavit for Jordan Roach.
On the second day after Caitlin's disappearance, her body was found in an Arlington landfill. The discovery sent shockwaves through the community, and the search for justice began. It wasn't until August 2017 that the police finally revealed Caitlin's cause of death. Tragically, it was determined that she had been the victim of homicidal violence. This news only intensified the search for answers. In September 2017, police made a shocking announcement. They had arrested 16-year-old Jordan Roach, an acquaintance of Caitlin's. Jordan was charged with murder and transported to the Tarrant County Juvenile Detention Facility in Fort Worth. According to Jordan's arrest records, the police believed Caitlin was killed because of a drug deal gone bad. They also alleged that the murder weapon used was a hammer.
Police say they found a claw hammer along with Cargill's blood inside of an apartment.
Caitlin's murder sparked outrage among the residents of Bedford, where the young girl once lived. They are not only angered by the brutality of the crime, but also by the way the police and the media treated Caitlin. One of the most concerning aspects of this case is that the Bedford police never issued an Amber Alert when Caitlin disappeared in June 2017. This failure to act concerned many community members, as they believed that the situation warranted an immediate response. However, the Bedford police stated that Caitlin's information was entered into a local and national database, but they had no information to indicate she had been abducted, and therefore could not issue an Amber Alert. Fast forward to April 2022, and there is finally some closure in the case.
Is committed to remembering her daughter with a memorial garden in Hearst and a motorcycle ride each June in Caitlin's honor.
I live because she can't, so we do.
Jordan Roach, the 17-year-old perpetrator, was sentenced to 10 years in prison after he pleaded guilty. Since Jordan had been behind bars since his arrest, it meant that he would receive credit for time served. Trisha West, Caitlin's mother, expressed her outrage and disbelief at her daughter's murder during Jordan's sentencing hearing. She firmly believed her daughter would have become a valuable member of society, but Jordan's actions robbed Caitlin of that opportunity.
The only thing I can say is that you somehow have to find peace.
Trisha addressed Jordan directly, telling him that he had stolen Caitlin's life and her dreams. She expressed her deep regret at not being able to witness her daughter's bright future unfold. Through tears, she made it clear that Jordan had not only taken Caitlin's life, but also robbed her of the chance to make a positive impact on the lives of others. Continuing the theme of parental anguish, Bo Cargill, Caitlin's father, wrote a powerful statement that was read aloud during the sentencing hearing. In his letter, Bo expressed the daily torment he endured, haunted by what his daughter had to go through in her final moments. He expressed hope that Jordan would be haunted by his actions every day of his prison sentence. Next, we move to the unsettling case of Rebecca Walker and Gavin Smith. Rebecca Walker and Gavin Smith were teenagers in love, but their parents were strongly opposed to their relationship. As a result, they were forbidden from seeing each other. Despite this, the couple defied their parents' wishes and continued to meet and communicate with each other secretly. Through text and video chats, they maintained a bond that grew stronger with each passing day. Over time, Gavin's frustration and anger became more evident. Sometimes he ran away from home, only to be brought back by the police. This constant cycle of running away and being caught only served to fuel his rage. According to Rebecca, Gavin's anger would escalate and he would express thoughts of wanting to kill his family. Rebecca, blinded by her own desire for love, agreed with Gavin's idea that they could be together by eliminating his family. They believed that by removing this obstacle, they could finally be free to pursue their love without interference. On December 13, 2020, Rebecca and Gavin had been on a video call, during which Gavin revealed to Rebecca that he had a gun and a knife in his possession. Alarmingly, Rebecca testified that she knew Gavin was planning to kill both his mom and stepdad.
To read the letter she wrote, admitting her role and remorse for the murders of her 16-year-old boyfriend's family.
During the call, Rebecca actively supported and encouraged Gavin to commit the murders. In a shocking turn of events, Rebecca admitted to sending text messages to Gavin while he was on the video chat with her, telling him to hurry up and do it. Eventually, both Gavin Smith and Rebecca Walker were arrested in relation to the death of Gavin's stepfather, Dale Long, 37 years old, his mother, Risa Saunders, 39 years old, and his younger half-brothers, Gage Rippler, 12 years old, and Jameson Long, 3 years old.
Her attorney trying to explain how the 17-year-old who had recently lost her mother was manipulated by the boy, whose first-degree murder case is still in juvenile court.
Rebecca Walker pled guilty to 4 counts of accessory after the fact of first-degree murder as part of a plea agreement. In exchange, she received a 10-year sentence. To secure her testimony against Gavin, the prosecution dropped the murder charges against her. In 2022, Gavin's trial began, and Rebecca Walker was one of the first witnesses to testify against him. As she took the stand, it was evident that she was nervous and hesitant to answer questions posed by the prosecution. Gavin's defense questioned Rebecca about her previous statements, in which she encouraged Gavin to hurry up and do it, in reference to killing his family. However, Rebecca was quick to clarify that she was not physically present when the crime was committed. Instead, she claimed to have been on video chat at the time of the murder. In January 2023, Gavin was sentenced to 3 life sentences with mercy for the first-degree murder, 40 years for the second-degree murder, and 10 years for the firearm charge. Rebecca Walker and Gavin Smith's chilling crime was a disturbing act of betrayal. But the next case is even darker. Brian Lee Draper, a teenager inspired by horror movies, who turned fiction into a terrifying reality.
Our first victim is going to be Cassie Stoddard. She's going to be alone in a big, dark house out in the middle of nowhere. How perfect can you get?
Brian Lee Draper attended Pocatello High School and bonded closely with his best friend, Troy Adamczyk. Brian and Troy shared a passion for movies and aspirations of pursuing careers in the film industry. This common interest brought them closer, and they often collaborated on creating their videos. On September 22, 2006, Cassie Stoddard, a classmate and friend of Brian and Tony, was house-sitting for her aunt and uncle. With their permission, she invited her boyfriend, Matt Beckham, to hang out that night. Brian and Troy arrived at Cassie's aunt and uncle's house as the night progressed. However, Brian and Troy got up unexpectedly and left, telling Cassie and Matt they were heading to the movie theater.
Hello, Cassie. I'm getting you on tape, okay? Say hi, please. Hi. Okay, see ya.
Little did Cassie know that Brian and Troy, her 2 supposedly trusted friends, had sinister plans in mind. Before they left, Brian, unbeknownst to Cassie, unlocked the basement door, setting the scene for a horrifying turn of events. Brian and Troy parked their car down the street dressed in dark clothes, gloves, and scary masks, and returned to Cassie's aunt and uncle's house. After Matt left Cassie's aunt and uncle's house, Brian and Troy seized the opportunity. They turned the circuit breaker off, hoping Cassie would come downstairs and flip the switch, leading her into a trap. However, Cassie remained upstairs. As Cassie remained upstairs, unaware of the danger awaiting her, Brian and Troy silently made their way up the creaking basement stairs. Armed with a dagger and hunting knife, they confronted Cassie in the living room. Brian and Troy stabbed her over 30 times. The investigation into Cassie's murder quickly focused on Brian and Troy, and as investigators gathered evidence, they discovered a partially burned VHS tape. Upon closer examination, it revealed that Brian and Troy had meticulously documented their plans to murder Cassie.
Good luck. Hopefully you don't have to go through 8 or 9 failures like we have.
Yeah, we probably tried maybe 10 times.
Brian and Troy were charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder for Cassie's murder. In 2007, Brian and Troy went on trial for their heinous crime. According to the prosecution, Brian was deeply influenced by the infamous Columbine shooters, Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. The prosecution argued that Troy murdered Cassie because he was obsessed with the horror movie Scream. From the gruesome depiction of the stab wounds inflicted upon her to the disturbing footage of their well-planned and executed murder, every detail presented at the trials painted a chilling picture of their sadistic nature. The medical examiner's testimony revealed the extent of the brutality inflicted upon Cassie Stoddard. He described multiple stab wounds, including deep lacerations to her neck, chest, and abdomen. Throughout the trial, Brian and Troy sat silently, in stark contrast to the boisterous demeanor they had displayed in their videos, where they excitedly talked about Cassie's murder. Their once cocky smiles were replaced by anxious glances and shifting in their seats. It was evident that they were deeply scared of the potential consequences they faced. The change in their behavior was striking. They seemed like completely different individuals, a far cry from the boisterous teenagers who had bragged about their exploits in the video. Their body language and demeanor betrayed their true selves, scared little boys who were now facing the consequences of their actions. Despite their efforts, Brian and Troy were found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Brian Lee Draper's twisted, premeditated crime was chilling, but the next case reveals a shocking act of violence driven by jealousy and revenge. Joshua Coleman, a young man whose actions left lives shattered and a community in disbelief. Deasia Green, a 15-year-old girl, was a chronic runaway, often disappearing for days. However, when her parents reported her missing in early January 2013, the police knew something was different this time. Her parents gave the authorities detailed information, hoping to bring her home safely.
Last year, Toledo police found the 15-year-old girl dead in an alley in the 1300 block of Page.
Just 6 days after she was reported missing, Deasia's lifeless body was found in an alley. She had been shot once in the head. The police were immediately called to investigate, and a crime scene was quickly established. Through their investigation, the police obtained a crucial eyewitness account. This witness claimed a 15-year-old boy named Joshua Coleman was the one who fatally shot Deasia.
As Green's mother asked him why he killed her daughter.
Why would Joshua do this to her? She didn't deserve it. She was a social butterfly. She didn't deserve it.
4 days after the discovery of Deasia's body, Joshua was arrested and charged with murder and felonious assault. He was swiftly indicted as an adult, a decision that shocked many given the age of both victim and perpetrator. According to sources, Deasia and Joshua had been dating shortly before her death. Joshua Coleman's attorneys and prosecutors eventually reached an agreement. The prosecution agreed to drop the charges of felonious assault and the gun specifications in exchange for Joshua receiving a life sentence, but being eligible for parole in 2039. During the sentencing hearing, the prosecution told the court the motive for Joshua's shooting of Deasia was never determined.
The last time I seen my baby was December 31st. That was the last day I seen my baby. The last time, y'all.
Deasia's mother delivered a devastating victim impact statement. She described Deasia as a social butterfly, full of life and joy. Throughout the trial, Joshua remained silent, only answering yes and no questions from the judge. His lack of remorse further enraged Deasia's loved ones.
In her murder later this month, he was sentenced to 15 years to life behind bars.
During the sentencing phase, the judge asked Joshua if he wanted to give a statement or explain the motive behind the shooting. However, Joshua declined, leaving many unanswered questions. Without the eyewitness's testimony, there may never have been justice for Deasia. The police, acknowledging this witness's crucial role, credited that person for their bravery and determination. It was the eyewitness's testimony that ultimately led to Joshua's conviction. Joshua Coleman's violent crime shocked everyone, but the next case is even more unsettling. Gregory Ramos, a 15-year-old who committed an unthinkable act against his own mother, all to cover up a lie.
Around midnight, he allegedly sneaked into his mom's room and strangled her. Then he went to get a wheelbarrow to bring the body out of the house.
Gail Clevenger, a deeply religious woman, was known for her sweet, kind nature and ability to get along well with everyone. In 2018, Gail's son Gregory reached 15 and began attending University High School. Gail would drive Gregory to school each day, but behind the facade of a seemingly innocent teenager, there was a diabolical plot brewing. In November of 2018, everything took a tragic turn. Gregory returned home to find his mother, Gail, waiting for him. An argument soon began, with Gail expressing her disappointment over a D grade he had received in class. Like any teenager, Gregory ran to his room and slammed the door. However, Gregory was plotting something sinister behind that closed door. At midnight, he emerged from his room and walked towards his mother, who was sound asleep. Gregory placed his hands around Gail's neck and strangled her. Gregory believed that he had successfully killed his mother when he left her bedroom and headed to the backyard. He got a wheelbarrow, thinking it would be the perfect tool to transport the body. As Gregory returned to his mother's bedroom, he found that she was still breathing, leaving him with no choice but to continue his deadly assault. Finally, Gregory felt his mother's last breath. Relief washed over him. He cautiously approached the body, confirming for himself that she was no longer alive. Gregory then placed her body in the wheelbarrow and loaded it into the family car. Gregory left DeBerry and headed towards Daytona Beach. However, he quickly realized he had forgotten a shovel and turned around midway through the ride to retrieve it. As he returned home, Gregory called two of his friends. Together, they planned to hide electronic and valuable items from Gregory's house to make the scene look like a burglary. After hiding the items, he transported his mother's body to River City Church. There, he buried his mother's body beneath a fire pit. Following these heinous crimes, Gregory calmly went to a Circle K store, where he purchased soda as if nothing had happened. The following morning, Gregory went to school. However, when he returned home, he called 911, reporting a robbery. When the police arrived, Gregory explained that his mother was missing, but her car was still in the driveway.
I checked the entire house because I was looking for her, but she's not here. I just got home, and my house is completely trashed.
Initially, the police believed Gregory's story that he was worried for his mother's safety. However, as the investigation unfolded, the case details raised suspicions and led to the discovery of the tragic truth. As detectives dug deeper, they noticed inconsistencies in Gregory's story. Despite claiming to be a concerned son, there were discrepancies. The detectives grew suspicious of Gregory's involvement in the crime.
He called police and claimed there had been a break-in at the house and his mom was missing. This is police body cam video.
As the questioning continued, Gregory's statements became more incriminating. He eventually admitted to murdering his mother and implicated his two friends who helped him cover up the crime. Gregory revealed that he had planned and executed the murder with the help of his friends on May 31st, 2019. After Gregory admitted to killing his mother and disposing of her body at the church, investigators headed there, where they uncovered Gail's remains. In addition to uncovering Gail's remains, investigators also seized several items from around the fire pit. A shovel and broom, seemingly used to assist in burying the body, were carefully collected as evidence. Following Gregory's confession and the successful recovery of Gail's remains, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office swiftly moved to bring charges against him. Gregory was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, abuse of a dead body, and tampering with evidence. Despite being 15, Gregory was charged as an adult due to the severity of his crimes.
It's the murder case shocking America. A 15-year-old confesses to strangling his mom over a bad grade.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood addressed the media, expressing his outrage at Gregory's heinous crime. Sheriff Chitwood called Gregory a soulless individual who believed himself to be the smartest person in the room. According to Sheriff Chitwood, Gregory even went so far as to express his belief that he deserved an award for his skillful performance in reporting his mother missing during a 911 call. In January 2021, Gregory accepted a plea deal and was sentenced to 45 years in prison. During the sentencing hearing, the judge granted Gregory an opportunity for parole after he served 25 years in prison. His attorney expressed hope that Gregory would use his time in prison to reflect upon his actions and work towards becoming a productive citizen.
A Volusia County teen accused of murdering his mother, Gregory Ramos, has pleaded guilty more than 2 years after detectives say the then 15-year-old strangled his mother to death over a fight.
One of the most poignant moments of the hearing came when Gregory's 84-year-old grandmother, who was also the victim's mother, was granted the opportunity to confront him face to face. This moment was a bittersweet reunion, as the older woman expressed her unwavering support for her grandson, despite her deep sense of loss. Even though she lost her daughter, she expressed her hope for Gregory's future, and assured him that she would always be there for him. Gregory expressed remorse for his actions and apologized to his family. However, his words did little to alleviate the pain and loss felt by his family. He acknowledged the severity of his actions and admitted that he was not making excuses for himself. Gregory Ramos's chilling betrayal of his own family was haunting, but the next case is even more brutal. Thane Ormsby, a young man whose senseless and violent rampage claimed 3 innocent lives.
3 people are dead, including a 10-year-old boy, and state police are calling their deaths a homicide. Investigators say a relative found the bodies last night in a mobile home.
Whether you ask people in the tiny Aroostook County town of Amity or state police around here, the answer is the same. They don't think there's ever been a triple homicide in this area.
On June 22, 2010, Thane Ormsby, a teenage student from Ellsworth High School, carried out a gruesome attack in Amity, Maine. At around 5:30 p.m., he entered the home of 55-year-old Jeffrey Ryan and began a rampage that resulted in the senseless murder of Jeffrey, his 10-year-old son Jesse, and a family friend, Jason Dehan, who was 30 years old.
Jason and Jesse ran into the back room. So I chased Jesse, and he was the quickest.
Following the stabbing, Thane fled the scene, triggering a search that lasted several months. In July 2010, he was arrested on a fugitive from justice charge in Dover, New Hampshire. After months of searching, the police finally tracked him down and brought him to justice. Thane was extradited from New Hampshire to Maine, where he was placed at the Aroostook County Jail. According to Thane, he killed Jeffrey Ryan because he was convinced that the man was selling drugs. He also revealed that he killed Jason Dehan and Jeffrey's young son because they were witnesses to the crime.
Wearing a pinstripe suit, Ormsby had to wipe the tears from his eyes as his mother described the long way she says he has come after a childhood of abuse and neglect.
Thane was charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of arson. He pleaded not guilty at his arraignment. However, several months later, he entered a second plea, not guilty by reason of insanity.
His 10-year-old son Jesse and Jason DeHaan, Ormsby did not shed a single tear.
For the murder of Jeffrey Ryan, it is my sad but solemn duty.
In 2012, Thane, now 21, found himself on trial at the Holton Superior Court. The charges were serious, 3 counts of murder and 1 count of arson. However, Thane's defense team argued that he was insane at the time of the triple homicide. Jurors ultimately rejected this defense and sentenced him to 3 life sentences and a sentence of 15 years for the arson conviction. News that a teenager had committed such a heinous crime was met with widespread outrage and disbelief. Many people found it incomprehensible that someone so young could possess such extreme violence and disregard for human life.
To sentence you to life in prison. For the murder of Jesse Ryan, it is my sad but solemn duty to sentence you to life in prison.
Thane filed an appeal with the Maine Supreme Court 1 year after his sentencing. One of his primary claims was that the police violated his Fifth Amendment rights when they interviewed him in July 2010 following the murders. However, in a unanimous ruling, the Supreme Court dismissed his appeal, stating that no mistakes were made in allowing Thane's statements to be used during his trial and sentencing hearing. Thane Ormsby's senseless rampage was horrifying, but the next case reveals a different kind of darkness. Janine Gonzalez, a woman whose involvement in a brutal and calculated crime, shocked everyone who knew her. On August 11, 2022, a tragic incident occurred in Gwinnett County, Georgia, when 30-year-old Ashley Bocanegra was rushed to the hospital. According to her sister, when Ashley arrived, she was experiencing difficulty breathing and was airlifted to another facility for emergency surgery. Unfortunately, she didn't make it, succumbing to her injuries. An investigation ensued, and detectives discovered that Ashley had been the victim of a brutal assault that led to severe injuries. Her ribs were fractured and her liver was damaged, ultimately leading to her death. The detectives' investigation led them to an apartment complex in Beaufort, Georgia, where they apprehended 2 suspects. 27-year-old Antonetta Stevens from Beaufort and 17-year-old Janine Gonzalez from New York.
We just got another call about it. So I guess the girl went to the hospital and she died. She died? She's dead.
Antonetta told detectives that she was dating Janine's brother, only to discover that he and Ashley had been in a romantic relationship. And not only had her boyfriend been cheating on her, but he had a 7-year-old child with Ashley. According to Antonetta and Janine, an altercation began when Ashley arrived at the apartment complex looking for Janine's brother. However, when the detectives review Antonetta and Janine's cell phones, the images, videos, and text messages tell a different story. The evidence suggests that Ashley's killing was far more deliberate than the 2 initially claimed.
Yep, this is what we do. If I get mad and he knows I'm leaving, he feels sad. He says, I'll let you her up. That's what I'm doing. You up. All right. Tell me everything. Hey, you got it. Get off. Nope.
The text messages on Antonetta and Janine's phones shed light on their planning and orchestration of the crime. It became clear that they had lured Ashley to their apartment under the pretext of meeting Janine's brother. Once Ashley arrived, Antonetta and Janine confronted her and secretly recorded the entire incident.
No, you ain't got. You don't get to say so. My man, right? You want to be in front of my man, right? Right? You his manager? I'm getting you fired. That's bias. Okay, yep, that's a conflict of interest.
Captured by the girl's cell phone, the video begins with Janine being filmed as Antonetta advances towards Ashley. With brutal force, Antonetta grabs hold of Ashley's hair and forcibly pushes her down. As Ashley struggles to regain her bearings, Antonetta repeatedly punches her in the face, causing her to cry out in pain.
You're f***ing my while he's on the clock. My going there trying to ruin his family. He has a whole son. You're mad for him? Okay.
Janine is then seen joining in on the violence, delivering a series of kicks to Ashley's side. Throughout the ordeal, Janine can be heard taunting Ashley, threatening to kill her no fewer than 5 times.
Are you sure? You know? Yeah.
So Antoinette just sent the message
I'm
first?
positive myself. I'm positive. But yeah, I don't know if there's any messages sent to that lady.
Janine Gonzalez and Antonetta Stevens were charged with robbery, battery, and felony murder. When the detectives confronted Janine, despite her being only 17 years old, she displayed a cold and callous demeanor. She laughed even though an innocent woman was dead and her nephew, only 7 years old, was left without a mother.
Janine Gonzalez started her court appearance in tears before a Gwinnett County police officer laid out the murder charge against her.
During one of Janine's pretrial hearings, she was visibly distressed as the judge laid the case against her. The evidence against her was overwhelming, and the prosecution was determined to prove that Janine was not only an accomplice but also a willing participant in the murder of Ashley. Janine's defense attorneys argued that she was a bystander, but the clear imagery on the video contradicted these claims. The footage clearly showed Janine actively participating in the assault, leaving no room for doubt as to her involvement.
Gonzalez's attorney argued that she was practically a bystander.
Given that, I think the case ought to be found over as involuntary manslaughter and not as felony murder.
Janine's defense team also argued that she should be tried for involuntary manslaughter rather than felony murder. However, the prosecution had strong evidence from Ashley's text messages that implicated Janine in the assault. In a message to her boyfriend, Janine's brother, Ashley wrote, "I was fine until your sister kicked me in the chest and back area." The message provided a crucial link between Janine and the injuries sustained by Ashley. Despite the efforts of Janine's attorneys, she was eventually convicted of voluntary manslaughter and robbery by force. Alongside Antonetta, Janine was sentenced to serve a 20-year sentence in Arundel State Prison. While Janine's crimes were severe, 16-year-old Dylan Shoemaker's are far more chilling. He targeted a defenseless 1-year-old baby, making her actions pale in comparison.
Austin Smith was killed last week, just days shy of his 2nd birthday.
10-year-old Dylan Shoemaker is accused of murdering Smith, who would have turned 2.
In March 2013, Dylan Shoemaker, a 16-year-old, was babysitting his girlfriend's son, Austin Smith, who was nearly 2 years old. Austin's birthday was just 4 days away, but unfortunately he would never celebrate his 3rd birthday. According to Austin, he lost his cool with the toddler, leading to a horrific chain of events.
Tonight, we get our first look at the 16-year-old who's accused of killing a little boy in Springville.
At his trial, Dylan claimed that he became frustrated with Austin and resorted to slapping him, spanking him, and ultimately slamming the boy into the floor. As if that weren't enough, Dylan proceeded to punch the toddler in the head several times, all in an attempt to get the child to stop crying. The injuries sustained by Austin proved to be fatal, with his cause of death being ruled as blunt force trauma.
Deputies upon arrival immediately noted the bruising about the face and head of the child.
Dylan Shoemaker was arrested and faced charges of 2nd-degree murder and 1st-degree assault. He entered a not guilty plea. In December 2013, Dylan faced trial for the murder of Austin Smith. The tragic incident had left everyone in shock and disbelief.
I didn't mean to kill Austin. Ashley, I really didn't think I did that. I didn't mean to hurt him.
As the trial began, Dylan's defense attorney made a plea to the jury to find Dylan guilty on a lesser charge, which would have given Dylan freedom someday. Yet, despite the defense's best efforts, the jury returned a verdict of 2nd-degree murder. At the sentencing hearing, Dylan was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison.
Dylan Shoemaker walked into a state Supreme courtroom pleading his case, telling his victim's mother and the court he's remorseful for what he did.
When the verdict was read, relatives of baby Austin cried from the gallery. Austin Smith's grandmother even expressed sympathy for Dylan, saying he was only 16 and his life was now over before it even started.
Shoemaker and his defense attorney fought for the minimum sentence, 15 years to life.
I can't take back what was done. I wish I could. I would give my life for Austin.
According to Dylan's attorney, Dylan was subdued after hearing that he had been found guilty of 2nd-degree murder. However, a news report from Buffalo News paints an entirely different picture of this young murderer. The state Supreme Court justice who sentenced Dylan admitted that he had 13 letters written by witnesses and relatives who called Dylan a manipulator and deceiver. These letters revealed him to be a cunning and manipulative young man, completely different from what was presented during the trial. Further, in a viral video, Dylan claimed because he was a blonde, all he needed to do was cry for a lenient sentence. Dylan Shoemaker's crime was a tragic act of rage with devastating consequences, but the next case is equally heartbreaking. Carly Madison, a young woman whose actions led to a senseless and avoidable tragedy.
She was having a mental health crisis.
She doesn't know what was going on at that time. We're asking you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity.
Prosecutors say she shot her mother, Ashley Smiley, a 40-year-old high school math teacher, in the face.
On March 19, 2024, a friend of 14-year-old Carly Gregg reached out to Ashley Smiley, Carly's mother, expressing concerns about her daughter's excessive use of marijuana. The friend revealed that Carly had been indulging in the drug and using burner cell phones, raising alarms about their well-being. Determined to act, Ashley decided to confront her daughter about the rumors. After speaking to Carly's friend, Ashley made her way to Carly's bedroom. What she discovered there shocked her. Several vape pens lay scattered across the bedroom. Alarmed, Ashley quickly wanted answers.
The jury seeing 5 days of disturbing evidence, including this surveillance video. First, you see Greg with a gun behind her back, pacing around the home.
That afternoon, security camera footage from inside the home captured a chilling scene. Carly, dressed in a Nirvana t-shirt, moved around the house, seemingly hiding something behind her back. It turned out to be a .357 Magnum handgun. As Carly walked out of view from the camera, the sound of 3 gunshots shattered the silence. The footage then showed Carly rushing back to the kitchen, where she sat calmly on the stool at the counter. She took out her phone and texted a friend, asking them to come over because there was an emergency. When Carly's friends arrived at the house, Carly asked them if they had ever seen a dead body. Without further explanation, Carly took them into her mother's bedroom, where Ashley lay lifeless, her face soaked in blood. According to this friend, Carly confessed that her stepfather, Heath Smiley, was next on her list. Using her dead mother's phone, Carly, pretending to be her mother, sent a message to Heath. The message read, "When will you be home, honey?" Little did Heath know that this message was a carefully crafted trap.
Her stepfather, Heath Smiley, coming home moments later, Greg also shooting him.
When Heath arrived at the front door, Carly ambushed him, shooting her stepfather in the shoulder. Despite the injury, Heath managed to take control of the situation. He overpowered Carly and took the gun away from her, ultimately saving his own life. In a panic, Heath called for help. Police officers arrived swiftly, along with paramedics. Carly was arrested on the spot. As investigators delved into Carly's background, they discovered a diary that shed light on her darkest thoughts. The journal revealed a list of beliefs that painted a chilling picture of Carly's twisted mind. Among these beliefs were statements such as, "There is no God," "It's okay to be evil," and "There is no need for family." The prosecution offered Carly a 40-year plea deal before her trial. However, she declined the offer. Carly's case quickly gained media attention, and the trial commenced 6 months later, in September 2024.
Tonight, a Mississippi teen sentenced to life in prison without parole for murdering her mother and attempting to kill her stepfather.
During the trial, the prosecution presented a compelling argument, painting Carly Gregg as a calculating and cold-hearted killer. They alleged that Carly intentionally shot and killed her mother, Ashley, after Ashley discovered her secret marijuana use. The prosecution described Carly as a dangerous young lady who showed no remorse for her actions and planned the attack on her stepfather.
We, the jury, sentenced the defendant Carly Madison Gregg to life imprisonment.
The defense, on the other hand, presented a different narrative to the court. They claimed that Carly was in the midst of mental health struggles at the time of the crimes. A psychiatrist testified that Carly's mood swings were exacerbated by the medication she was taking. This psychiatrist argued that Carly's actions were not premeditated, but were driven by her unstable mental state. According to the psychiatrist, Carly's mental health struggles played a significant role in her violent actions. To support this claim, the defense presented Carly's journals as evidence, which revealed a young woman in mental turmoil.
I need to get some information from you. What is her name again?
Carly, C-A-R-L-Y.
C-A-R-L-Y?
Carly Madison.
During the trial, the prosecution presented the body cam footage captured by the police officers at the scene. The video depicted the chaotic aftermath of the murders. As officers arrived at the scene and conducted their investigation, Carly sat at the defense table. She stared intently, her eyes fixed on the screen. As Carly watched the footage, tears welled up in her eyes. The once composed and confident teenager was overcome with emotion. One of the key witnesses in Carly's trial was her stepfather, Heath.
Went off in my face before the door was, 3 or 4 inches wide open.
Heath testified about the tragic events that led to his wife's murder. He stated that despite Carly's actions, he still had a good relationship with her. This statement shocked the public, as it seemed incomprehensible that he could maintain a bond with someone who had shot him and taken the life of his wife. In their closing argument, the prosecution reminded the jury that Carly knew the difference between right and wrong when she committed the murder. After careful consideration, the jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before delivering their verdict. They returned a guilty verdict, finding Carly guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Carly, who was only 15 years old, was found guilty of first-degree murder. Speaking to WLBT in an exclusive interview, Kevin Gregg, Carly's biological father, said he was embarrassed, angry, upset, and very sad about his daughter's actions. Currently, Carly is being held in the Youthful Offender Unit at the Central Mississippi Correctional Facility. The defense attorneys have indicated that they plan to appeal Carly's conviction. However, given the severity of her crime and the public outcry, it seems unlikely that the appeal will successfully overturn the verdict. Carly Madison's tragic actions left a community reeling, but the next case is even more chilling. Michael Swanson, a young man whose brutal actions were driven by rage and a complete lack of remorse.
It's cold-blooded murder. Cold-blooded murder, young man.
It's not uncommon to see a teenager commit a robbery, but 17-year-old Michael Swanson would take it too far when he not only robbed 2 convenience stores, but ended up gruesomely murdering the attendants. His reaction to being sentenced for these crimes sent shockwaves down the spine of everyone in court. On Monday, the 15th of November, 2010, at the age of 17, Michael Swanson allegedly stole his mother's car and his grandfather's .40 caliber handgun and drove to northern Iowa in search of a thrill. Just after 9 p.m. that day, a young man wearing a ski mask walked into a Crossroads gas station in Algona, Iowa, where he demanded cash and cigarettes from the clerk, 47-year-old Vicki Bowman Hall. Despite complying with his request, the young man chose to shoot her anyway, leaving her for dead as he fled the scene in a Jeep Grand Cherokee. About an hour later, the same young man appeared at a come-and-go convenience store in Humboldt, about 30 miles south of Algona, where he once again demanded cash from the clerk, this time 61-year-old Sheila Myers. Despite Myers handing him the cash he'd asked for, he had already made up his mind just like the prior incident and shot her anyway, in the face, from only 2 feet away. She died instantly and he quickly fled the scene once again. That young man turned out to be 17-year-old Michael Swanson. Before committing those murders, Swanson had driven from St. Louis Park to northern Minnesota to Iowa in a car he had stolen from his mother, Kathleen, along with her debit cards earlier that morning. This wasn't the first time he had stolen his mother's car, his mother, Kathleen, testifying that he'd had violent and sometimes criminal tendencies since he was a toddler. When he was only 11, she was told by a psychiatrist that he was a lost cause when she reported to them that he was a threat to their family members. Swanson had been clinically diagnosed with a host of mental disorders, including ADHD and bipolar disorder, amongst others. One time in 2006 for assembling and storing dangerous weapons, which his aunt discovered in a car trunk after she demanded the money he had stolen from her nonprofit organization where he was doing community service. These dangerous behaviors were a well-known ticking time bomb that would eventually lead Swanson to his downfall. During the second murder, police had received reports of the first from witnesses and began tracing the trail to Swanson. Swanson had managed to get to a McDonald's in Webster City, about 60 miles from Algona, before he was caught and arrested. The police officers also recovered the stolen money and cigarettes, as well as the handgun he used in perpetrating the murders. When interrogated over the murders, Swanson told the police that he shot them so they wouldn't be able to call police or identify him. During his prosecution, Swanson showed no remorse over his actions, as he confessed there was a deliberate attempt to murder Myers. Swanson was eventually charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of robbery. At his first hearing over the murder of Myers in June 2011, the jury reached a quick verdict and Swanson was found guilty of both charges, after which he flipped off the TV cameras. At his second trial that July, he was also found guilty of the robbery and murder of Bowman Hall. For his role in the murders of Myers and Bowman Hall, a then 18-year-old Swanson was handed 2 life sentences without the eligibility of parole. During his sentencing, Swanson could be seen smiling and laughing as his verdict was read.
Blooded murder, young man, and your counsel wants us to believe that you lack the capacity, that you were insane.
Jillian, the daughter of Bowman Hall, confronted Swanson in an emotional statement, calling him a weak coward.
My mom was not only completely 100% innocent, but she was also a defenseless woman when you came in with that gun.
Johnson reportedly told a psychiatrist that he had been fascinated by murder and committing acts of violence since he was 13, and intended to wait until he was 18 so he could kill his parents, who he had planned to be his first victims. In 2013, Swanson's sentence was revised to 60 years before parole eligibility by the governor of Iowa, Terry Branstad, who decided to commute the life sentences of 38 Iowa inmates who had been convicted as juveniles. In November 2014, Swanson was charged with attempted murder while in prison for attacking a fellow inmate with a knife. He was convicted of this charge in 2015 and sentenced to an additional 25 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 2089 at the age of 96. Michael Swanson's chilling crime shocked many, but the next case is just as unsettling. William Riley Gall, a young man whose jealousy turned deadly, leading to a brutal and senseless murder.
It's Friday night. The lights, the band.
Emma Walker was a Central High School teenager known for her compassionate nature and kind heart. She aspired to become a neonatal nurse and dedicated her life to helping others. Her life took a turn when she started dating Riley Gall, a charismatic and popular young man.
And in the fall of 2014, there was a new girl whose spirit was sparkling, 14-year-old freshman Emma Walker.
Initially, Emma and Riley's relationship seemed to be filled with promise and joy. Riley doted on Emma, showering her with attention and affection. Emma, in turn, seemed to be deeply in love. However, beneath the surface, there were signs that something was amiss.
On the outside looking in, you just think he's just a normal guy.
Friends describe him as a jokester.
Emma and Riley encountered challenges early in their relationship despite their apparent connection. Riley was already in a relationship with someone else when they started dating. However, he promised Emma he would end things with his girlfriend and be with her exclusively. However, he never followed this promise, even attending the prom with his girlfriend.
We were happy for her that she found someone that she really liked.
Her social media splashed with pictures of the perfect pair.
As time went on, a controlling side to Riley began to surface. He grew intolerant of Emma spending time with boys who were not him, and imposed strict rules on what she was allowed to do. Despite their efforts to make it work, their relationship was plagued by constant fights and disagreements. In November 2017, Emma decided it was time to end the toxic relationship for good. However, Riley refused to listen, resorting to threats and self-harm in order to get Emma back. When Emma finally mustered the courage to end things for good, Riley resorted to drastic measures.
Since 16-year-old Emma Walker was killed inside her Knoxville home by her ex-boyfriend.
On November 18, 2016, Riley, consumed by jealousy and desperation, faked his own kidnapping. He concocted an elaborate plan to trick Emma into feeling sorry for him and ultimately returning to his side. However, Emma was unconvinced and refused to let him manipulate her emotions. Frustrated and desperate, Riley made a tragic decision. Several nights later, on November 21st, after midnight, Riley headed straight to Emma's house. Armed with his grandfather's gun, he aimed and fired 2 shots into the corner of the home. One of the gunshots struck Emma in the back of the head, killing her instantly.
And I think him being older, she looked up to him and listened to him.
Things started normal for the teenage couple.
Seemed very healthy in the beginning.
When Emma's mother left for work the next morning, she found her daughter lying lifeless in her bed. Horrified and devastated, she immediately called 911 to report the tragic incident. Law enforcement arrived on the scene and launched an investigation. Detectives had initially believed Emma took her life. But when a second bullet hole was discovered in the wall and 2 shell casings were found outside the house, the case took a twist. The authorities then classified her death as a homicide.
Gall killed her by shooting through the walls of her home as she slept in her bed.
I had called 911. Then later on, we didn't know at the moment, but later on we did find out it was a shooting.
Riley Gall emerged as a prime suspect in Emma's murder, and the evidence gathered pointed strongly towards him. 2 close friends of Riley's, recognizing the severity of this situation, decided to collaborate with the detectives to bring justice to Emma and her family. Under the guise of playing a harmless video game, these 2 teenagers secretly wore a recording device to gather evidence against Riley. They intended to uncover Riley's involvement in Emma's murder and expose the truth.
I told them all the truth, like where I was, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Played during his trial, a secret video of Riley Gall taken by his friends.
During the meeting, Riley denied killing Emma, but did show them the gun. On April 30th, 2018, Riley stood trial for Emma's murder. The defense argued that Riley did indeed shoot Emma, but that it was not a premeditated murder. Their defense was that Riley's actions were driven by a desire to win Emma back and orchestrate an elaborate ploy to win her affection.
They paid careful attention over the past 7 days and came back with a just verdict that will hopefully give some measure of peace.
However, the prosecution argued that Riley knew exactly what he was doing when he fired the bullet into Emma's bedroom wall. They maintained that the shot was intentionally aimed at Emma's head, leaving no doubt that he intended to kill her. The prosecutors asserted that Riley's actions were premeditated and driven by jealousy and a desire to possess Emma at any cost.
First and foremost, I would like to sincerely apologize to the Walker family for causing nothing but pain and turmoil to their entire family.
On May 8, 2018, Riley was found guilty of multiple charges, including first-degree murder. Following the guilty verdict, the judge handed down a sentence of life without the possibility of parole for 51 years. This sentence was met with mixed reactions from Riley and his legal team. Riley apologized to Emma's loved ones. 3 years after his conviction, Riley filed a petition for a new trial, citing insufficient evidence to support his conviction. However, his motion was denied by the court, leaving him imprisoned for life. Riley turned his attention to the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals, hoping that his case would be reviewed and his sentence reduced. In February of 2023, The appellate judge upheld Riley's murder conviction, denying his appeal. William Riley Gall's crime was driven by jealousy and rage, but the next case takes a different turn. Jennifer Mee, a young woman whose role in a gruesome murder shocked the nation.
I get really bad chest pain, abdominal pains, throat pains, back pains.
Jennifer Mee, also known as the Hiccup Girl, first gained attention in 2007 at 15. Her unique condition, a long-lasting cause of hiccups, made her an instant sensation. She appeared on several TV shows and became a household name, captivating audiences with her quirky personality and infectious laughter.
Lots of water.
Other suggestions have been impractical or illegal.
Somebody told me to smoke marijuana, take a hit of marijuana, that would help. Yeah.
But you're not going to go that route.
Oh, definitely not.
As Jennifer's fame faded, her life began to unravel. She met her boyfriend, Lamont Williams, and together they embarked on a dangerous path that led to murder and a lifelong sentence.
After her boyfriend, LaRon Rayford, caught the two in the act, but that didn't come out in court today.
Were you faithful to LaRon?
Yes.
Jennifer and Lamont began searching for victims online, targeting vulnerable or unsuspecting individuals. They would befriend these individuals, gaining their trust, and then lure them to vacant homes under the pretense of a meeting or business opportunity. Once inside, Jennifer and Lamont would rob their victims at gunpoint.
Jennifer Mee appeared on closed-circuit TV for less than 30 seconds.
By probable cause, your bond is currently zero. Can you afford a lawyer to help you?
However, on October 8, 2010, their plans went tragically awry. Jennifer, Lamont, and their accomplice, LaRon Rayford, lured 22-year-old Shannon Griffin to a vacant house in Tampa, Florida. Once inside, the three teenagers robbed Shannon, and he was fatally shot 4 times with a .38 caliber handgun. Through meticulous detective work, police were able to uncover incriminating evidence, leading to the arrest of Jennifer, Lamont, and LaRon. All three confessed to their involvement in the crime and were charged with murder.
I heard too.
Did you see the actual shooting happen or no?
No, sir.
What happened after gunshots? Tell me what happened.
I didn't stay long. I left.
During Jennifer's trial, the prosecution played a recording from a jailhouse phone call between Jennifer and her mother, where Jennifer admitted she did not physically kill anyone, but said she set up the situation. However, experts testified that Jennifer's DNA was discovered on the victim's shirt. Her attorneys sought to portray her as suffering from schizophrenia, arguing that her mental condition rendered her unable to stand trial. After a court-ordered evaluation, it was determined that Jennifer was competent to stand trial.
Now you can see that Mee broke down right as that verdict was read. She was obviously hoping that the jury would convict her on a lesser charge, perhaps accessory to murder or manslaughter. Now, though, she'll spend the rest of her life behind bars.
In 2013, 3 years after Shannon was killed, Jennifer was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Her accomplices were also convicted and received life sentences. The public was in disbelief that the internet sensation Hiccup Girl had been convicted of such a heinous crime. Many criticized the sentence, arguing that it differed from what would be imposed on a male offender facing similar circumstances.
I couldn't even tell you. I got cased up with the wrong crowd of people, really. Unfortunately, when I started experimenting with drugs, I just felt like I was invincible to everything.
Jennifer sought a new trial following the conviction, but her appeal was denied. The ruling solidified Jennifer's fate, leaving her to serve a life sentence in a correctional facility. This case serves as a reminder that even individuals who achieve fame and success through online platforms can face serious consequences for their actions. Brace yourself for the chilling story of Jordan Wade, a teen who shockingly took 4 lives in a brutal act of violence.
The crime last summer seemed almost unthinkable. 4 victims forced to the basement of a home on Hudson Street near Cleveland Avenue.
Wade's trial began in May of this year. It was May 20th that a jury found him guilty on all charges. Today, Wade was given 172 and a half years in prison.
In 2015, Jordan Wade and Robert Lee Adams committed a horrific crime that resulted in the tragic deaths of 4 people. This heinous crime took place in South Linden, Columbus, Ohio, and left the community in shock. At just 16 years old, Jordan Wade and 27-year-old Robert Lee Adams carried out a robbery and execution-style murders that left the victims dead from multiple gunshot wounds,
where they were ordered to lie on the floor before being shot in the head. The victims were Michael Ballore, Angela Harrison, Daniel Sharp, and Taisha Nelson.
Among the victims were 41-year-old Michael Ballore, 26-year-old Daniel Craig Sharp, 35-year-old Angela Harrison, and 18-year-old Taisha Nelson. These individuals were senselessly gunned down by Jordan and Robert, leaving behind grieving families and friends. A 15-year-old girl who miraculously escaped with her life after being grazed in the head by a bullet was also present during the shooting.
Police say Wade and Robert Lee Adams were at the home of Michael Baller. They say Adams shot Baller and 4 other people in the basement.
Terrified that Jordan and Robert might finish her off, the teenage girl took drastic measures to save her own life. She pretended to be dead, lying motionless among the bodies. After the duo fled the scene, the teenager managed to stumble out of the basement where she had been shot, seeking assistance. Miraculously, the teenager survived and eventually recovered from the incident. Once in stable condition, she provided crucial information to the police, helping them locate Jordan and Robert, which led to their arrests.
The gunman, 28-year-old Robert Lee Adams, he's set to go to trial in January. He faces the death penalty if convicted.
During their trial, the prosecution alleged that Jordan and Robert had robbed the victims, ordered them down to the basement, and that Robert was the one who fired the weapon that killed them. Jordan's defense attorneys argued that he wasn't the one who fired the gun and suggested he only took part in the crime because he was trying to impress the older Robert Adams. However, the prosecution claimed that Jordan was an active gang member at the time of the quadruple homicide, with a long criminal history, even though he was a juvenile. Jordan had been found guilty of committing aggravated arson at only 12 years old. The prosecutor alleged that Jordan had never taken responsibility for the murders and had the audacity to claim it was a cover-up.
Wade's trial began in May of this year. It was May 20th that a jury found him guilty on all charges.
When the judge handed down the life sentences, Jordan reacted with shock and disbelief. He appeared stunned, unable to comprehend the magnitude of his actions and the life-altering consequences he faced. His defense attorneys argued that Jordan was young and impulsive and deserved a chance at rehabilitation. Still, the prosecution maintained that the gravity of the crimes warranted the harshest punishment possible.
Wade was not the gunman, but prosecutors say he helped Robert Lee Adams rob and trap the victims in the basement. Wade was a juvenile at the time.
In a letter read to the court, the surviving teenager shed light on Jordan's devastation and expressed her hatred for him. The letter painted a chilling picture of Jordan as a manipulative and ruthless individual. The teenager described how Jordan's actions had shattered her mind, heart, and soul, leaving her with a profound sense of loss and despair.
Her testimony will be key to the prosecution's case. Wade was 16 years old at the time of the crime and is the first of 2 suspects to stand trial.
At the end of the letter, the teenager conveyed a sense of satisfaction, stating that it felt good to know Jordan would spend the rest of his life behind bars, forced to reflect on the lives he destroyed. Jordan Wade's tragic crime left a community devastated. But the next case is even more chilling. Sean Sellers, a teenager whose brutal actions at a young age led to a life sentence.
I walked into their bedroom wearing just a pair of black underwear after doing a ritual that night, and I shot them both in the head as they slept.
In March 1986, a heinous crime shook the Oklahoma City community when 2 people were killed in their own homes. The victims, Vonda Bellafato and her stepfather Lee Bellafato, were gunned down in their sleep by one of their family members, their 16-year-old son, Sean Sellers. To try and limit the amount of blood that would splatter onto his body, Sean brazenly shot Lee first, dressed in nothing but his underwear. The sound of the first shot woke up Vonda, who then found herself face to face with her killer. Sean pulled the trigger, ending her life with a single shot to her face. After committing these heinous crimes, Sean attempted to stage the crime scene to make it appear that an intruder broke into the house and killed his parents. However, the detectives were smarter than Sean and quickly debunked his elaborate ruse. He was arrested for the murder of his mother, Vonda, and stepfather Lee.
So we began to prove our allegiance to Satan by breaking God's commandments. And in the end, there was only one that remained unbroken.
Sean confessed to the police that he had also murdered Robert Paul Bauer, a 32-year-old cashier from Circle K who refused to sell him beer in 1985. This shocking revelation added another chilling chapter to Sean's already disturbing story. During Sean's trial, he claimed that he suffered from demonic possession and that forces beyond his control drove his actions.
You shall not murder. So, in the Satanic Bible, the copy I had, I think they have edited that out of it since then, but the copy that I had...
Sean Sellers argued that he had read Anton LaVey's The Satanic Bible several times, between the ages of 15 and 16, and it was during this time that he committed the murders of Robert Bowers and his parents. His attorney also painted a different picture, alleging that the fantasy game Dungeons & Dragons motivated his client to commit the 3 murders. The defense argued that the game had warped Sean's mind and introduced him to dark, violent themes that influenced his actions.
Lonely jail cell on death row, Sean began to see and experience the love and forgiveness of God. He started to cry.
The jury found Sean guilty of all 3 murders and sentenced him to death in 1986. People expressed outrage and disbelief that a teenager could be given a sentence of death. Sean's age, being just a teen at the time of the crimes, raised questions about the legal system's ability to distinguish right from wrong when sentencing a minor. Many argued that Sean's young age should weigh heavily in his favor, as he was still developing mentally and had not yet reached full maturity. Despite his efforts to secure an appeal, Sean's fate was ultimately sealed. He was executed by lethal injection on February 4th, 1999. In his final moments, Sean requested a simple meal, egg rolls and shrimp. Next, we move to the tragic story of Austin Myers and Justin Back, a case that starts with a simple robbery plan but escalates into a horrifying murder.
The sentence of death shall be imposed upon Austin Gregory Myers on the charge of aggravated murder.
Myers once again showed no emotion.
On the 28th of January 2014, Justin Back, an 18-year-old, was murdered in Waynesville, Warren County, Ohio, by 2 young men who had broken into his family home to steal a safe from the house. Those 2 men were Timothy Mosley and 19-year-old Austin Myers, whose evil plans ruined not just the life of an innocent boy and his family, but also theirs. Back was childhood friends with Myers when they were in middle school, as they both attended the same high school. He only graduated high school in 2013 and had plans to join the U.S. Navy. However, his dream would be cut short by a man he used to call his friend. On the day before Back's murder, Myers suggested a plan to make a quick buck to Mosley. The plan was to commit a robbery, and there were 2 potential targets, a substance dealer or Back's stepfather, Mark Cates. Myers was aware from his friendship with Back that Cates had a safe in his family home where he potentially kept thousands of dollars and a gun. Mosley agreed to Myers' plan to rob Cates, and both young men drove to Back's home with intentions to break into the safe. However, on getting there, they realized that Back was home, so they made a new plan, this time to murder Back, cart away with the safe, and make it seem like Back had stolen the safe and run away from home. Myers bought a 3-foot-length steel cable and fastened it into a choke wire. The next morning, Myers and Mosley purchased various chemicals and rubber gloves in anticipation of having to dispose of a body. The pair drove to Back's home that afternoon with the intention of catching him off guard with the choke wire. Oblivious to their plans, Back let them into the house, and all 3 men had a short discussion before they finally had their moment to strike. Mosley saw a chance to attack Back from behind with the choke wire. However, Back fought back, and in the resulting scuffle involving all 3 men, Mosley had to stab Back from behind before Myers continued choking him. Mosley continued to stab Back around the chest area until he was finally dead. Myers and Mosley cleaned up the kitchen where they killed Back before wrapping his body in a blanket and throwing it into the trunk of Mosley's car. The young men eventually decided to hide the body in a field and poured on some of the chemicals to speed up decomposition of the body. Myers and Mosley headed back to Back's place for one last attempt at the safe, but once they opened it, they found out there was only loose change and some random items inside. Cates came home to find his home trashed and quickly contacted the police. He also couldn't find Back despite finding his phone in the house, so he knew something was wrong. This was confirmed when the police described sighting a car which Myers had used to visit Back the previous day. Myers was eventually found, detained and questioned, but he denied having anything to do with Back's disappearance or the burglary. Mosley was also questioned and initially denied the allegations. However, at a second round of interrogations, Myers tried to implicate Mosley, who, upon hearing the false confession, decided to tell the truth. Back's body was eventually found, and it was determined that he had died of the multiple stab wounds, and both Myers and Mosley were accused of having a direct role in his murder. Myers was charged with 1 count of aggravated murder, 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count each of aggravated robbery and burglary, 1 count of theft, 1 count of tampering with evidence, 1 count of safecracking, and 1 count of abuse of a corpse.
That the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance outweighs the mitigating factor. Therefore, the sentence of death shall be imposed upon Austin Gregory Myers on the charge of aggravated murder.
Following his sentencing hearing, Myers showed no emotion but admitted to his horrible mistake and asked for his life to be spared. He also told the jury that killing him won't fix anything and that he wouldn't feel anything. Myers' sentencing caused some media uproar, as his accomplice, Mosley, received a life sentence without parole due to a plea bargain despite being the one who pulled out a knife and made the first stab. Myers, who is now 29, is currently imprisoned at the Chillicothe Correctional Institution, while Mosley is housed at the Ross Correctional Institution. Austin Myers may have stayed stone-faced, but Derek Rosa's devastation over his own actions tells a very different story. You won't want to miss what happened next.
What is the best place to stab someone? Is a small knife good for killing?
The case of Derek Rosa is a bizarre one, not just because of his age, but also the circumstances surrounding it and the manner in which he perpetrated the crime. Why a 13-year-old 8th grader would murder his own mother so gruesomely is up for debate, but his reaction in court was heartbreaking to say the least. On the night of Thursday the 12th of October 2023, 39-year-old Irina Garcia was asleep at her Hiley apartment complex at 211 West 79th Place, Florida, when she was suddenly attacked by her son, Derek, who stabbed her multiple dozen times with a small knife. Shortly after committing the murder, Rosa surprisingly called 911 to inform them of what he had done, and police officers arrived moments later to find the dead body of his mother in her bedroom next to the crib where her 14-day-old baby lay unharmed. Rosa, who had reportedly contemplated committing suicide, was swiftly arrested and taken into custody for questioning. Rosa's actions were shocking, to say the least. He had previously shown no real signs of mental illness and was said to be an honor roll student at school. When the news spread of his actions, no one could understand what could have been the motive behind it. Rosa also didn't stop at the brutal murder of his own mother. He went one step further and called an online friend to show them what he had done. He sent them 3 photos, including one where he was standing over his mother's corpse, and another of a pink-handed kitchen knife with blood on it, as well as a selfie of himself. Rosa was said to have also made several online searches to know how best to commit the stabbings. This was further evidence that the murder of his mom was premeditated. Following his arrest, Rosa was interrogated by detectives and confessed to killing his mother. 46 times he reportedly stabbed her, which meant he had continued to stab her even after she was probably dead. Video footage from the doorbell camera of the apartment also surfaced and showed events from a few hours before the murder was committed.
That moment right before and after he is accused of stabbing his mother to death.
At a pre-trial hearing in December 2023, Rosa, who had dozens of supporters in court, including his maternal grandmother and his father, was questioned over his actions following his confession. Rosa was absent at his next court hearing on April 3, 2024, but he was represented by his family and tens of supporters who crowded the entrance to the court. Another hearing was set for May 2024. During his December 2023 court interrogation, Rosa became emotional as his confession to the investigators was being played in court.
The chilling interrogation video played in court. 13-year-old Derek Rosa allegedly confessing to brutally stabbing his mother, Irina Garcia, to death.
He put his head down as he appeared to begin crying, feeling devastated as the true extent of his actions dawned upon him. In reaction to the horrific confession, the judge ordered that he be held at an adult jail. Rosa pled not guilty to the charges, as he is set to be charged with first-degree murder as an adult and awaits trial for his verdict. Depending on how he is tried, he could face anywhere between 20 years and life imprisonment for his actions. Rosa, still only 14, is currently being held at the Metro West Detention Center, but his attorneys are reportedly pushing to have him moved back to a juvenile detention center, as they continue to push against the prosecutor's wishes to charge him as an adult. Investigations are still ongoing, so the fate of Rosa is left to be unknown. While Rosa killed his own mother, Sky Boucher had a plan for his devastating school shooting.
That's why I put down the gun. I could have kept going. There was no officers there to stop me. I put it down because there was a girl there. She didn't run from me. She just, I shot through the door. I could have shot her, but I don't know.
Before embarking on his deadly mission, Sky Boucher meticulously planned every detail. Sky placed his shotgun into his guitar case. He then took 2 Phenibut, a psychoactive substance banned in the United States but available online. Additionally, Sky placed a tactical vest in his backpack and approached Forest High School. When Sky arrived at Forest High School, he saw a teenage girl walking by. However, instead of pulling the trigger, he hesitated. This unexpected moment of clarity may have prevented a more devastating outcome. Instead of targeting innocent lives, Sky fired his weapon through a classroom door, striking a student in the ankle. Minutes after firing the shotgun, Sky was arrested by a school resource officer. As the police approached, Sky had his hands up and surrendered, claiming he had a mental illness. Sky's motive behind the chilling act was to inflict fear in students, according to his statements. He claimed that he never intended to kill anyone, but rather wanted to terrorize the school population.
Watch your back.
Did you intend on shooting anybody else? Why today?
According to Sky, he had nightmares that prompted him to plan and perform the shooting. These disturbing dreams fueled his desire to take action and carry out a violent act. Sky admitted that he wanted to go to jail. He believed that being incarcerated would prevent him from committing another shooting in the future, fearing that he could be a danger to himself or others.
I put it in a guitar case, and I also had a tactical vest filled with shotgun slug rounds.
Sky admitted that he purchased the gun 1 week after the Marjorie Stoneman High School shooting in Parkland. This private cash sale did not require a background check. He was charged with terrorism, aggravated assault with a firearm, carrying a concealed weapon, and armed trespass on school property.
What do you have to say to people who are out there who are scared because of what you did today?
I don't know if it's going to make it any better. I could say sorry all I want, but it doesn't matter now.
Faced with the possibility of a lengthy prison sentence, Sky decided to plead no contest, resulting in a 30-year sentence with an additional 30 years of probation. During the sentencing hearing, Sky's grandmother, Linda Costello, was allowed to make a statement on his behalf. Speaking via Zoom, she described her grandson as a nice person and expressed her remorse for his actions. According to Linda, Sky had expressed a desire to make a positive impact in the community by sharing his story and urging other teenagers to stay away from illegal substances purchased over the internet. Sky Boucher's shocking crime was devastating, but the next case is even more heartbreaking. Jasmia and Tasmia Whitehead, two sisters whose brutal actions against their own mother left everyone in disbelief.
Twins share everything. Birthdays, clothing, even DNA. But Jasmia and Tasmia Whitehead also share a dark past.
Jasmia and Tasmia Whitehead are identical twins to Jarmeka Yvonne Nikki Whitehead. Due to their mother's absence, these twins were raised by their great-grandmother. Despite the lack of parental guidance, Jasmia and Tasmia were academically successful, being honor roll students and Girl Scouts. However, their harmonious upbringing was disrupted when their mother sought custody in 2007. The relationship between Nikki and her twin daughters turned sour as conflicts arose over Nikki's attempts to assert control in their lives. The twins, feeling resentment towards their mother, expressed their dissatisfaction through physical confrontations. As a result, they found themselves seeking counseling together as a family. Eventually, the court intervened, granting custody of the twins back to their great-grandmother. However, this temporary arrangement only lasted a few weeks, as the court decided to hand custody back to Nikki on a 2-week trial basis. On January 13, 2010, several days after Jasmia and Tasmia returned to Nikki's care, the girls called 911 and reported they found their mother dead. Nikki had been beaten with a vase and stabbed several times. Initially, the police treated Jasmia and Tasmia as victims. The medical examiner called Nikki's murder a crime of passion due to how brutal it was and felt whoever killed her was not a stranger. After Nikki's murder, the detectives investigated her boyfriend as a suspect. However, he was ultimately cleared through DNA testing. It wasn't long into the investigation of Nikki's murder that Jasmia and Tasmia's lie unraveled. Bite marks and other injuries on the girls' bodies implicated them in their mother's murder. The twins began to tell the truth and said their mother, Nikki, threatened them with a pot on the stove, and a fight ensued. Jasmia admitted to breaking a vase over her mother's head, while Tasmia said she used the pot to attack her mother. They explained that their mother, who had a knife, started to stab them. As the assault on Nikki continued, her twin daughters overpowered her and dragged her to the bathtub, where she ultimately died. On May 21st, 2010, Jasmia and Tasmia were charged with murder. Everyone was shocked that such innocent-looking twin teenage girls could commit a crime as horrific as what happened, especially to their mother. The type of murder that the twins committed is called matricide. Matricide refers to the act of murdering one's mother. It is a particularly heinous crime. In 2014, Tasmia pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter, making false statements and possession of a knife during a crime. The judge sentenced Tasmia to 30 years in prison and is currently serving her sentence in Arundel State Prison. 1 month later, Jasmia pleaded guilty to the same charges as her twin sister, and she is also serving her 30-year sentence in Pulaski State Prison. Jasmia and Tasmia sealed their mother's fate, while Dexter Johnson and his friends turned a simple robbery into a deadly murder.
Dexter Darnell Johnson, the jury has found you guilty of capital murder. In accordance with the laws of the state of Texas, this court hereby assesses your punishment of death. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is going to complete your jury service. I'm going to meet you in the jury room.
In the early hours of Sunday, June 18, 2006, in Harris County, Texas, 5 young adults were riding in a black Nissan Sentra looking for someone to rob. They were Ashley Irvin, her brother, Lewis Irvin, Keith Ron Fields, Timothy Randall, and newly turned 18-year-old Dexter Darnell Johnson. After minutes of scanning the area, they came across a parked blue Toyota Matrix, which had 2 people sitting inside. 23-year-old Maria Aparici and her 17-year-old boyfriend, Hui No. Johnson swiftly left the vehicle and approached the blue Toyota while holding a shotgun. On getting there, he stood outside the driver's door and threatened to shoot the passengers if they didn't cooperate. Little did they know that their fate had already been sealed. Following the threats by Dexter Johnson, Maria Aparici and Hui No decided to comply and made their way to the back seat of the Toyota, where they were joined by Lewis Irvin, while Fields climbed into the passenger seat, which had been vacated. Johnson then started the Toyota and began driving around the block as he asked for money, while Ashley and Randall followed behind in their vehicle. Eventually, both vehicles stopped near a wooded area. Then Fields forced No out of the Toyota and held a gun to his head while Johnson up Parisi right there in the car. After Johnson finished, he and Fields marched the couple into the woods and shot each of them in the head before driving back to their apartment, as Randall and the Irvins followed behind. They even used Aparisi's credit card to purchase gas for both vehicles on their way back. 2 days later, on the 20th of June 2006, Fields' mom, Felicia Williams, called the Humble Police Department to inform them about 3 suspicious vehicles which were parked in the parking lot of her apartment complex. Officers responded to the call and discovered that all 3 vehicles had been reported as stolen, including a blue Toyota Matrix. The next day, the mother of the 14-year-old girl also called the attention of the police department after she failed to return home past her curfew. When the officers arrived, the girl had returned, and on further questioning, they found out that she had been with Johnson earlier that day. The police officers headed to Williams' apartment and found Johnson smoking and in possession of some marijuana. They also found a shotgun under one of the beds, which Johnson admitted to owning. As a result, Johnson was arrested for possession of marijuana, and his shotgun was also confiscated. Around this time, Aparisi's father had already reported her disappearance to various police departments. When Everett Hargrave, a detective in charge of the investigation, became aware of the blue matrix recovered in Humble, the dots began to connect. No's family had also reported his disappearance, and Aparisi's father reported the use of her credit cards, so the detective went on a search for more clues, and was able to access footage which showed 2 black males using the credit card at a Walmart in Humble. Johnson, who was still in custody, was called in for questioning and initially denied the allegations. However, Hargrave didn't buy the lies and instructed the Harris County District Attorney's Office to charge him with aggravated robbery. Johnson was also transferred to the Harris County Jail on the same day. On the 23rd of June, Randall was also arrested and interrogated, and he eventually ended up showing the officers where the bodies of Aparici and Nyo were. Around that time, the Irvins were also arrested and questioned. That evening, Johnson was transferred to the Houston Police Department's Homicide Division, where he was questioned and admitted to Aparici, but denied shooting the couple with his shotgun. By the time Johnson and all 4 of his accomplices had been interrogated, it was alleged that the deaths of Aparici and Nyo were part of a 25-day crime spree perpetrated by the crew, which resulted in 5 deaths. For his alleged role in the murders, Johnson was charged with 2 counts of manslaughter and sentenced to death in 2007. Johnson looked pretty disappointed on hearing the sentence as he fell deeply into his seat in confusion.
Your punishment of death. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is going to complete your jury service. I'm going to meet you in the jury room.
Following over a decade on death row, his execution was initially set for the 2nd of May 2019, but it was postponed 90 days to the 15th of August due to issues with his lawyers. However, a day before the new execution date, the Court of Appeal decided to stay the execution with a ruling that permitted Johnson to litigate his claim that he was ineligible for the death penalty due to an intellectual disability, as he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia. Today, Johnson, who is now 36, remains in custody and awaits a final verdict on his case. Our next case takes a dark turn, where Michael Bargo's jealousy escalated into cold-blooded murder.
Shane Bargo Jr. should be sentenced to death, yes.
Michael Bargo holds his head after hearing he is sentenced to death for the second time on Tuesday.
On the night of April 17, 2011, 18-year-old Michael Shane Bargo and 4 of his friends, Amber Wright, Kyle Hooper, Charlie Ellie, and Justin Soto, schemed in the gruesome murder of 15-year-old Seth Jackson. The motive? A toxic mix of youthful recklessness, jealousy, and spite. Seth Jackson had dated Amber Wright for just over 3 months before the couple had a bitter breakup in March 2011. After the breakup, Wright became romantically involved with Michael Bargo, but continued to send text messages to Jackson. This obviously made Bargo jealous when he found out. For weeks leading up to his murder, Jackson was repeatedly threatened by Bargo, including cases at Wright's home and one at his own home, with his mother reportedly once hearing Bargo tell her son that he had a bullet with his name on it. During that same period, Ellie, who lived in a 2-bedroom home in Summerfield, Florida, had allowed some of her friends, including Bargo and Hooper, to move in with her. On the day of the murder, Bargo assembled his roommates, first informing Hooper, who had apparently lost a love interest to Jackson, that he wanted to make a plan to murder Jackson. Later that afternoon, Bargo got Wright to use text messages to lure Jackson over to Ellie's home, with the plan being to ambush him once he got into the apartment. Jackson was initially skeptical about Wright's texts, but decided to go visit anyway, despite the warnings of his close friend, William Samalot. After arriving at Ellie's home, Jackson sat down waiting to speak with Wright before Hooper, who was in one of the rooms, grabbed a wooden object, then ran into the living room, where he delivered a blow to the blindsided Jackson. Bargo, who followed closely behind, then shot at Jackson, who managed to survive the initial rain of bullets, and ran out the door. However, Jackson didn't make it very far before he was tackled by Soto and shot at by Bargo once again. The 2 boys then beat him up further before his almost lifeless body was carried back into the apartment and put in a bathtub. Bargo's plan was to make sure that the last face Jackson would ever see before his death would be his, and he made sure of this by delivering the final shot to Jackson's face. Bargo and Soto disposed of Jackson's lifeless body, putting it into a sleeping bag and burning it in Ellie's fire pit. The following morning, Wright's stepdad, James Havens, arrived at Ellie's home to help dispose of Jackson's remains, which he dumped at a remote water-filled rock quarry. The following day, police arrived in the neighborhood to investigate the reported disappearance of Jackson. Bargo had to stay away, and Havens tried to help by sending him to stay with the family of his girlfriend, Kristen Williams. However, despite not knowing the Williams, Bargo told basically everyone that cared to listen what he had done, with subtle twists to the story. On the 19th of April 2011, law enforcement finally arrived at the Williams home and took Bargo into custody. Even after his arrest, Bargo continued to tell on himself, informing a fellow inmate of what he had done. After the police obtained multiple search warrants, his revolver was also found in Ellie's home, with the box found in his grandmother's home. The fire pit in Ellie's home was also discovered to contain possible human remains. Jackson's remains were eventually found underwater beneath the Ocala quarry, and his DNA was strongly matched to that of the missing person they were looking for. Despite all of his prior comments linking himself to the murder, Bargo initially denied his involvement when interrogated in court, claiming that he had only participated in disposing of Jackson's body and suggesting that Hooper may have done the deed and implicating the rest of his friend group. Despite his attempts to retell the story during his trial, Bargo was eventually charged with first-degree murder with a firearm and was found guilty in August 2013 by a jury who overwhelmingly recommended that he be sentenced to death, despite family and friends testifying in his favor.
The defendant is guilty of murder of the first degree with a firearm, as charged in the indictment. So say we all, dated this 20th day of August 2015.
Bargo's attorneys appealed the verdict, claiming that there was insufficient evidence and that Bargo had been deprived of a fair trial, amongst other arguments in his case. The Florida Supreme Court eventually ordered a new sentencing hearing because the jury recommendation wasn't unanimous, being a 10-2 verdict. However, it eventually became unanimous in the resentencing on September 12, 2019, and Bargo was set to face the death penalty.
Should be sentenced to death, yes.
Michael Bargo holds his head after hearing he is sentenced to death for the second time on Tuesday.
Now 31, Bargo is currently spending his last days at the Union Correctional Institution. In the next case, Rachel Schoaf and Sheila Eddy made the chilling decision to kill their friend, Skylar Neese.
I'm so sorry. I don't know if there's a proper way to make this apology, because there are not even words to describe the guilt and remorse that I feel each day for what I've done.
This is Rachel Schoaf, and she's charged with the murder of Skylar Neese when she was only 16 years old. On July 6, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar Neese disappeared from her home in Star City, West Virginia, and was not found until January 16, 2013. Unfortunately, only Neese's body was found with the help of one of the murderers, Rachel Schoaf. The other person who was charged with the murder of Neese was Sheila Eddy. Schoaf and Eddy were friends with Neese until their friendship turned sour. According to Schoaf's confessions, the motive for murdering Neese was that they didn't like her and didn't want to be friends with her anymore. The surveillance of the apartment where Neese lived showed that Neese left her home at 12:30 a.m. through her window and entered into a sedan with Schoaf and Eddy. That was the last time anyone besides Schoaf and Eddy saw Neese alive. Because of this, Neese was first treated as a runaway until the police discovered that the sedan on the surveillance belonged to Eddy.
Rachel and Sheila drove around Star City and in the area, preparing themselves. They had concealed knives on their bodies that had been wrapped in towels by Sheila Eddy, and they took that shovel with them, and they arrived at Skylar's home and told her they were waiting for her. They were waiting to kill her.
When Schoaf and Eddy were questioned, they said they had hung out with Neese but dropped her off at home an hour after they left. At this point, Neese hadn't been found. However, on January 3, 2013, Rachel Schoaf suddenly admitted that she and Eddy had plotted to kill Neese. She also led them to where they left Neese. Skylar Neese had been stabbed to death almost 30 miles away from her home before Schoaf and Eddy dumped her body and covered it up with branches. It was not until years later that Schoaf finally gave the real motive behind the murder. According to her, she and Eddy had been in a romantic relationship and Neese caused tension between the couple, leading them to get rid of her.
I'm so sorry. I don't know if there's a proper way to make this apology because there are not even words to describe the guilt and remorse that I feel each day for what I've done.
Schoaf pled guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for cooperating with the authorities to find her victim. In court, she apologized for her actions and showed remorse for what she did. She was teary as she apologized to Neese's family and her parents. Eventually, it was time for sentencing.
It is a sentence of the court that you be imprisoned in the West Virginia State Penitentiary for a period of 30 years.
Rachel Schoaf was sentenced to 30 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 10 years. On May 9, 2023, Schoaf became eligible for parole and bid for it. She was denied parole and remains in custody. Schoaf and Eddy murdered Neese because of romantic tension. But how does it compare to murdering one's grandparents for no apparent reason, as Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjork did?
All right, Ms. Bjork, you are charged with 2 felony warrants for murder, 2 felony warrants for aggravated assault.
On April 8, 2017, Gwinnett County, Georgia experienced the shocking and brutal double murders of 63-year-old Randall and Wendy Bjork. The two were grandparents to 17-year-old Cassandra Bjork. They had gotten legal custody because she had issues with her parents. Despite the grandparents' best efforts to give Cassandra a good life, she became more troubled and would run away from home from time to time. She also brought home drugs and assaulted her grandmother on multiple occasions. She also had a boyfriend, 19-year-old Johnny Ryder, who she ran away with many times. The couple were described as volatile and toxic. Eventually, they committed worse crimes. On April 8th, the police responded to an assault case in a home in Lawrenceville, and the victims identified the attackers as Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjork. The two of them had attacked Johnny's sister and her boyfriend with a baseball bat and pepper spray before escaping. The car they used to escape belonged to Wendy and Randall, and this led the police to force their way into the home, as they expected the worst. To their horror, they found the bodies of Wendy and Randall. The two of them had been stabbed multiple times. Their autopsies showed that they had suffered blunt force to the head and various cuts around their throats. Everyone was horrified that something like that had happened in their community. Cassie and Johnny became the main suspects in the case, and a day after the Bjorks were found, their granddaughter and her boyfriend were found after they barricaded themselves inside an apartment. They refused to come out, and by the time the SWAT team was able to get a visual, they found out that the teens were injured in the bathroom as they had tried to commit suicide. They failed at this attempt and were taken to the hospital. The two of them were charged with the murders of Cassie's grandparents. The interrogation revealed some shocking details that showed that the murder had been premeditated.
It seems that you're sorry you got caught, that you had people over after. You don't seem to be sorry that you killed your grandparents.
Cassie told the police that they had planned to murder her grandparents and keep their bodies from being discovered. According to Cassandra, she and Johnny waited until her grandparents were asleep before entering their bedroom, duct taping and attacking them. The murder weapons included a tire iron, a baseball bat, a hammer, and butcher knives. The two of them beat and stabbed the Bjorgs to death. What's even more horrific is that after the murders, Cassandra sealed the windows and doors with caulk to keep the smell of the decomposing bodies from coming out.
And then we came back to the house.
When you guys left, where'd you guys go to?
We went over to like Kroger or Publix to go get something to eat. And then we went back to the house and we just kind of like chilled there.
Which one?
It was like on Old Peachtree.
Johnny and Cassie then ordered takeout and invited their friends to the house for a party. She also said that they smoked a lot of weed to mask the smell of the bodies, as they were in the house for more than a week.
Things like just seemed different. They didn't look at me the same anymore. Like they didn't, I don't know. It's like the vibe that they have was like they didn't really know what to do. They didn't really know like how to be around me. I guess they didn't really know how to talk to me.
The motive for the murder was shocking. Cassie said she killed her grandparents because they were too strict. She also said that her grandparents weren't the only intended victims. According to her, she and Johnny had planned to kill Johnny's family and Cassandra's mother. They both took a plea deal and didn't go to trial. Both of them were sentenced to 2 life sentences, each with the possibility of parole after 60 years. When the two heard their sentences, their reactions were different from each other. While Johnny apologized for what he did, Cassie was said to have been crying and refused to say anything even when she was given the chance to speak. The two would be eligible for parole in 2077. This case bears some semblance to the next one, but what do we say of an adult helping a minor to kill her father, like Ellen Fryer?
I've seen all different kinds of people, and now see humanity from a new, compassionate perspective.
This is Ellen Fryer, and she is being charged with a felony of conspiring to murder her father with the help of her 19-year-old boyfriend in 2017. On October 2nd, 2017, 50-year-old Aaron Fryer and 15-year-old Ellen Fryer were reported missing by Aaron's girlfriend after Aaron's younger daughters had found blood in their home. Aaron's 11-year-old daughter said she heard her father yelling in the morning but didn't come down until later. Then she recalled hearing the voice of Gavin McFarlane, Ellen's 19-year-old boyfriend. Aaron's body was found a week later in the woods. Based on the statements that Ellen's siblings had given, Ellen and her boyfriend were brought in for questioning, and the details that were revealed will shock you. According to Ellen, her father had told her that she could not be with Gavin because she was a minor and Gavin should know better. Before the unfortunate murder, Aaron had forbidden Gavin from seeing his daughter again, and even threatened to kill him if he saw him near his daughter again. Ellen allegedly told the police that her father had been abusive and that she wanted to run away together with Gavin. According to her, Gavin had shown up with 22-year-old Russell Jones with a machete in hand. She told the police that 22-year-old Jones had attacked her father, and she ran away when she heard yelling. However, the story that Jones told the police was different. He told them that it was Gavin who had killed Aaron with a baseball bat. He said that he had walked into the house to see Aaron's body on the floor. Jones said that the only role that he played in the murder was helping Gavin to get rid of the body. He also said that Ellen had been the mastermind behind it all. Gavin McFarlane admitted to killing Aaron Fryer, but there was a sickening twist.
I didn't want to kill him. I didn't want to kill him. She wanted him dead, but I didn't want to kill him. I was like, I'm not going to kill him. She was all like, no, I don't want him around it.
Ellen had told Gavin that her father had abused her, and that she was 2 weeks pregnant as a result. Except Ellen wasn't pregnant, and Aaron Fryer hadn't been abusive. He was just trying to protect his daughter from Gavin, who was eventually found guilty of third-degree rape because he had sexual relations with Fryer as a minor. Gavin then revealed that Ellen had told him to kill her father. He said she told him this: "Go out in the front room, take him out and text me, and let me know when it's done." After this was revealed, Ellen pled guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Gavin McFarlane was found guilty of homicide and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. At her sentencing hearing, Ellen apologized for her actions and said that she was spending every day asking for forgiveness because she found God during the period that she was awaiting sentencing. She will be eligible for parole in 2041. Ellen Fryer's tragic story of loss and revenge was heartbreaking, but the next case is even more chilling. Julio Cesar Rivera, a man whose violent crime took everyone by surprise.
But the robbery suspect didn't understand it had a keyless starting system. He says the man turned violent and started pistol whipping Alana.
On November 2nd, 2021, at approximately 3 p.m., 18-year-old Julio Cesar Rivera II approached Alana Castaneda at Whole Foods Market in the Alamo Quarry Market. Little did she know Julio was armed with a gun and prepared to carry out a robbery.
When his daughter found a gun in her face, she tried to give up her car, and he says that woman who helped his daughter in her greatest hour of need, he says that woman's a hero.
As the confrontation unfolded, Alana and Julio began struggling as Julio attempted to steal her vehicle. In the chaos, the weapon went off, striking Alana in the head. The gunshot echoed through the bustling marketplace, attracting the attention of bystanders and witnesses.
God send everyone. I have never felt this much love in my life.
In the aftermath of the shooting, Julio fled the scene, leaving Alana bleeding on the ground. However, officers swiftly caught up to him a short while later, finding a handgun in his possession. Alana miraculously recovered, but that night's impact would forever haunt her. As investigators dug deeper into Julio's actions, they discovered a chilling pattern of armed carjackings dating back to October 2021. During this period, Julio had committed numerous carjackings, targeting unsuspecting victims throughout San Antonio. The crimes had escalated over time, displaying an alarming escalation in violence.
According to court records, 20-year-old Julio Cesar Rivera sentenced to 45 years in prison.
Facing mounting evidence against them, Julio pleaded guilty to 3 cases against him in 2023. The plea deal secured a conviction and prevented Julio from appealing his sentence. This meant the judge's decision was final, leaving little room for negotiation or reconsideration.
It was 45 years. I just started crying because it's not just for me, it's for the other victims as well.
During the sentencing phase, Alana had the opportunity to address the court and make her voice heard. She demanded that Julio receive the maximum sentence of 45 years for his crime. Alana explained to the court the pain and trauma she had endured as a result of his actions, emphasizing the need for justice to be served. During Julio's setting hearing, his family pleaded for leniency from the judge. Julio's loved ones argued that Julio had grown up without his mother and had faced numerous challenges throughout his life. They suggested that other people had manipulated Julio into participating in the carjackings. According to his father's partner, Julio had once lived with them but struggled with substance abuse. They had to kick him out of their house on several occasions due to his inability to cope with his addiction. That aspect of Julio's life further complicated the situation and, according to the defense, shed light on the reasons behind his actions.
I appreciate that his parents might think he was put up to it, but these were his choices, these were his decisions, this was his gun.
They presented evidence indicating that Julio had obtained the gun used to shoot Alana, leading to further suspicion that he was responsible for the heinous crime.
Ahead of his sentencing, Rivera apologized directly to Castaneda.
A lot of times to sit here and think about what I've done. I'm not the same person I was 2 years ago.
The judge, weighing the evidence presented, opted to sentence Julio to the harshest possible, 45 years behind bars. In an emotional moment, Julio addressed Alana in court, expressing his sorrow and regret. Julio claimed that he prays daily for forgiveness and Alana's good health, seeking redemption for his actions.
Face to face with Rivera again was hard, said Castaneda, who's already endured 3 surgeries, with a 4th to come.
Following the sentencing, Alana shared her thoughts and feelings on social media. She expressed the challenges she faced in the aftermath of facing her shooter in court, acknowledging the emotional toll it took on her. Alana emphasized the importance of her ongoing recovery process and assured her supporters that she was determined to move forward with her life. Julio Cesar Rivera's violent crime left a community stunned, but the next case is equally disturbing. Brendan Deppa, a young man whose brutal attack shocked everyone.
Beating teachers aide Joe Nadich last year for taking his Nintendo away in class, deputies saying he beat her unconscious.
Joanne Nadich was a valued paraprofessional at Matanzas High School who had gained a reputation for her dedication and commitment to supporting students. However, she became increasingly concerned about Brendan Deppa, a troubled teen known for his aggressive behavior and obsession with gaming. In February 2023, Joanne approached Brendan's teacher to express her concerns about allowing him to participate in the gaming console class. She believed that given his disruptive behavior and lack of focus, he should not be allowed to use the console in the classroom. Brendan became enraged after hearing that he would no longer be allowed to use the console in the classroom. Instead of directing his anger towards his teacher, Brendan turned his wrath on Joanne. In a fit of rage, he stood up and got into Joanne's face, spitting on her. Determined to escape the situation, Joanne attempted to leave the classroom. However, Brendan refused to back down, pushing her to the ground. As Joanne lay defenseless on the ground, Brendan continued his assault, raining down blows and kicks upon her. Fortunately, the assault was interrupted by several bystanders who managed to pull Brendan away from Joanne.
Friends are raising money for Joan in a GoFundMe. You can see more than $40,000 has been raised so far.
As the deputies led Brendan away, he continued to threaten Joanne, vowing to kill her. Joanne's injuries were extensive and required immediate medical attention. She was hospitalized, where she was diagnosed with broken ribs, herniated discs, and rotator cuff injuries. In addition to these physical wounds, Joanne also began to experience the impact of the attack on her mental health. Matanzas High School surveillance system captured the entire incident. Footage of Brendan's merciless beating of Joanne quickly spread online, captivating the attention of viewers worldwide. Brendan's time behind bars was not without controversy. He managed to secure his GED while incarcerated. Nevertheless, he also found himself in frequent trouble, accumulating 9 incidents while confined in Flagler County Jail.
He is articulate and thoughtful in his responses to the court. He's been here the entire day without any problems in that regard, participating in these proceedings.
2 years after his arrest, Brendan pleaded no contest to aggravated battery on a school board employee. During the sentencing hearing, Brendan's demeanor was both disturbing and perplexing. Brendan laid his head on the defense table.
Candidate for solely community-based sanctions, at least not at first. Turning to this particular incident.
When the prosecutor spoke, calling Brendan dangerous, Brendan bent over in his seat, keeping his eyes firmly planted on the ground. The judge sentenced Brendan to 5 years in state prison and 15 years probation. Addressing Brendan directly, the judge declared that he had shown no remorse throughout the proceedings.
But for all of his diagnosis and treatment that he needs, that he be evaluated for his prescription medication on a regular basis.
Throughout the hearing, Brendan became increasingly agitated. He repeatedly protested at his attorney and demanded to speak, holding up a sheet of paper twice to emphasize his point. As Brendan left the courthouse, his demeanor seemed to change. Instead of his usual smile and enthusiastic interactions with the press, he gave a disturbing gesture. Brendan flipped off the cameras, sending a chilling message to the media and the world.
First of all, Ashley, I want to thank you for having me on tonight. I really appreciate that. It obviously was not what we were hoping for.
Speaking on his behalf, Brendan's mother expressed her dissatisfaction with the verdict and the sentence. Brendan's mother also claimed that the court was punishing her son because of his race. She alleged that the school district had failed her son by not implementing a proper behavior plan, leading to his aggressive behavior. Instead of prison, she advocated for Brendan to receive treatment, believing that this alternative would better address his issues. Moving from Brendan Deppa's violent outburst, we encounter a case that escalates into even darker territory. A calculated series of murders carried out by 17-year-old Russell Burrell.
He intended to rob them when he and 3 others burst into the General Street apartment and shot the victims. He faces up to 6 consecutive life sentences.
One fateful night, 17-year-old Russell Burrell and 3 of his friends found themselves in an apartment where they hatched a plan to commit burglary. Their target was a man named Michael Martin, whom they believed to be an easy target with potential access to marijuana and money. Their decision to rob Michael would lead to a series of events that would change their lives forever.
Not guilty to all counts, Your Honor.
At approximately 10 p.m., Russell, armed with a fully loaded 9mm Glock pistol equipped with a 17-round magazine and a red laser sight beam, led his friends to Michael Martin's residence. When Michael answered the door, Russell and his companions aggressively commanded him into the living room. Russell's actions escalated rapidly as he and his friends entered the apartment. In the living room, Russell confronted Michael and another man, Damian Colin, who happened to be in the apartment. Without hesitation, Russell opened fire on both men, killing them instantly. As the bullets rained down, Shamika Barrows, who had been asleep on the couch, woke up to the terrifying scene unfolding before her. Realizing that Shamika was also in the apartment, Russell turned his sights on her. In a moment of sheer terror, Shamika watched in disbelief as Russell emptied the remaining clips of his 9mm into her. Shamika died instantly.
At 6, we're learning more about one of those victims' final moments. Eyewitness News reporter Sean Daly joins us now live outside Providence Superior Court.
It wasn't long after the triple murders that Russell and the 3 other men were caught. Russell Burrell was arrested and charged with 3 counts of murder, 3 counts of discharging a firearm during the commission of a crime of violence, and 1 count of conspiracy. Due to the severity of his crimes, Russell faced charges as an adult.
After the group agreed to commit the robbery with the gun, Russell Burrell armed himself with this black 9mm handgun.
After a lengthy legal process, Russell eventually pleaded guilty to all counts. The Attorney General, Peter Kilmartin, described Russell's actions as hard to imagine, considering his age and the absence of remorse. However, Peter Kilmartin emphasized that Russell's actions were not the result of misguided youth, but rather a cold-hearted killer. Russell sat stoic and silent as his sentence was read to him, showing little reaction. The judge described Russell as a cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Continuing, the judge said, "You became a thing and a hoodlum, and now you're a murderer, a 3-time killer. You deserve absolutely no leniency from this court." After that, the judge dismissed Russell's appeal for leniency. At Russell's sentencing, Peter Kilmartin assured the community that Russell would no longer threaten society. Russell was sentenced to life in prison for each of the first-degree murder charges to be served consecutively. Additionally, he received a life sentence for each of the firearm charges to run concurrently. Russell Burrell's horrific crime was unimaginable, but the next case takes us into even darker territory. Sierra Halseth, a teenager whose chilling act of violence against her own father shook the nation.
They look like young sweethearts just goofing around until this chilling boast.
Day 3 after murdering somebody.
Whoa! Don't put that on the camera. They admit to committing a murder.
Sierra was the youngest child born to Daniel and Elizabeth Halseth. In 2006, Sierra's mother, Elizabeth, became involved in local politics, and several years later, she won a seat in the Nevada State Senate. Eventually, Elizabeth and Daniel separated, and Sierra moved to Alaska with her mother. However, she returned to Nevada and formed a relationship with her father. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in June 2020, Sierra was in a difficult situation. The teenager refused to return to her mother and stepfather's home, claiming she feared her stepfather. Things quickly escalated, and Sierra defied a court order to run away to her father's house. Sierra's defiance escalated, and her relationship with her father, Daniel, became strained. Daniel, a loving parent, tried his best to support his daughter, but she refused to listen. Despite Daniel's efforts to maintain a positive relationship, Sierra's behavior grew more rebellious and defiant. As time went on, Sierra's behavior took a darker turn. She began associating with an 18-year-old man named Aaron Guerrero. Despite his age, Sierra fell deeply in love with the young man. However, her father, aware of the potential dangers of such an age gap, banned her from having contact with Aaron. With their love for one another burning strong, Sierra and Aaron devised a plan to be together. They decided they could only be together by eliminating Daniel from their lives. On April 8, 2021, they shopped for gloves, bleach, and saws, effectively creating a murder kit. The following morning, when Daniel's mother was unable to contact him, she sent a friend to perform a welfare check on him. Little did she know that this check would uncover the devastating truth. When the friend arrived at Daniel's home, they found the front door unlocked, and upon entering, discovered Daniel's lifeless body. An autopsy would later determine that Daniel had been stabbed over 70 times. When crime scene investigators arrived at the scene, they discovered knives in the kitchen sink and a chainsaw on the living room floor. 4 days after the murder, Sierra and her boyfriend Aaron were tracked down and apprehended in Utah. Upon examining their phones, investigators discovered a video of the two laughing about killing Sierra's father. This chilling footage served as damning evidence against them, confirming their guilt in the minds of investigators. Sierra and Aaron were both arrested and charged with Daniel's murder. During their interrogation, Aaron admitted that he and Sierra had plotted to carry out the murder because Sierra said her father was abusive. However, Daniel's loved ones adamantly denied claims that Daniel had ever mistreated his daughter. In May 2022, Sierra and Aaron pleaded guilty to murder and a slew of other charges related to the murder. During the sentencing hearing, Aaron apologized for his actions, expressing regret for the pain and loss he had caused. However, Sierra remained silent, choosing not to address the heinous crime she had committed. The judge sentenced Sierra and Aaron to 22 years to life in prison. Sierra is serving her sentence at the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Facility in Nevada. Sierra Halseth's chilling role in a brutal murder shocked many, but Samantha Griggs' involvement in a heinous crime is just as disturbing.
Just a year and a half ago, this high school band called Undecided was rocking the summer festival in Ann Arbor. Everything was looking up for them and lead singer Sam Griggs.
Samantha Griggs was an 18-year-old senior at Saline High School in Michigan when she found herself involved in a tragic incident that resulted in the murder of a 19-year-old man. The fateful night began in February 2014 when Samantha, accompanied by two of her friends, Brendan Heim and Tyrell Braderners, drove to East Lansing, Michigan. to meet Dustin Froka for a drug deal. However, their true intentions were to rob Dustin. Driven to gain quick money, Samantha agreed to serve as a getaway driver. As the trio approached East Lansing, they encountered Dustin, who willingly entered Samantha's Ford Explorer. Dustin was a student at Michigan State University. He studied marketing, was an up-and-coming rapper, and was the father of a 10-month-old daughter. However, at the time, Dustin was struggling with substance abuse. People who knew Dustin spoke to reporters with the Lansing State Journal and said that despite signing to a record label, he had been on a downward spiral since the fall. Unbeknownst to Dustin, his fate was already sealed when he entered Samantha Grigg's Ford Explorer. During the drive, the two teenage boys in the back seat with Dustin started to beat him, causing multiple skull fractures with brass knuckles. The violence escalated quickly, fueled by anger and greed. To escape, Dustin jumped out of the car, traveling up to 45 to 60 miles per hour. Unfortunately, his desperate attempt to escape ended in tragedy. After the incident, Dustin's lifeless body was discovered along the interstate. The Michigan State Police were called in to investigate, and a search quickly led to the discovery of Samantha, Brendan, and Tyrell, who were arrested and charged with Dustin's murder. Instead of heading off to Eastern Michigan University as she was supposed to after graduation from high school, Samantha was sentenced to between 6 and 15 years in prison after pleading guilty to manslaughter and unarmed robbery charges. During the sentencing hearing, Samantha expressed remorse and apologized for her actions. She tearfully claimed that she had never intended for harm to come to Dustin and that she believed he would only experience a robbery. However, Dustin's stepsister denied these claims, stating that Samantha lacked morals and consciousness. Dustin's stepmother agreed, emphasizing that Samantha had several opportunities to prevent Dustin's murder from happening, but never did. As these statements were made, Samantha nodded in agreement, wiping away tears as she stared at the defense table. Before being convicted of Dustin's murder, Samantha had a clean criminal record, and she was a promising musician with a promising future laid out before her. However, her actions had tragically altered the course of her life forever. Samantha Grigg's case was chilling, but Kenneth Young's story takes us into an even darker side of teenage crime. His involvement in a string of armed robberies shocked everyone, and the courtroom reaction is one you won't forget.
They was like, well, Mr. Young, you're not going home no more, you're gonna die in prison. I'm like, who gonna die? I ain't dying in prison. So I was in denial of that because it happened so fast. It's just like, one day I'm 15 years old and I'm in society, then the next I'm out and you telling me I ain't gonna never go home? That's kind of like hard to deal with.
Young was given consecutive life sentences for a crime he committed at the age of 14. Kenneth Young was just 14 years old when he was coerced into joining an armed robbery gang, founded by his mother's substance dealer, who was at the time 24 years old. He had participated in a series of armed robberies with the gang, and one other that was unsuccessful before they were apprehended by police. The prosecutor charged Kenneth Young and the rest of the gang with armed robbery and attempted armed robbery. Young was given consecutive life sentences without the option of parole, despite his young age and the circumstances surrounding the crime he'd committed. Firstly, there was no murder, and secondly, Young participated in these criminal activities alongside adults who should have known better and shouldn't have forced him to participate. Kenneth had also reportedly dissuaded his mother's substance dealer and fellow gang member from committing the crime of while they were on a robbery mission. Just as with Joshua Phillips, fortune smiled on Kenneth Young when the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Graham v. Florida that it was unconstitutional to sentence a child to life imprisonment without parole for a crime that did not result in the death of any person. A documentary on children in prison, 15 to Life, featured Kenneth Young and his struggle as an adult who went to jail as a child was discussed. The point of the documentary was to educate the world on how the system convicts children, especially colored children, leaving them to grow old and rot in prison. The documentary stressed that children who committed crimes when they were none the wiser should be given a second chance.
Sometimes mama lock me and my sister in the room and she just be gone.
In most cases where a teenager or a child is involved in a criminal act, there is an adult who is either neglectful, indulgent, or abusive. In the case of Kenneth Young, his mother was neglectful. Kenneth Young's mother, a former substance addict, held herself responsible for how her son turned out and expressed that she prayed for forgiveness and hope that her son can get a second chance. She also said that her son has been very instrumental in her journey towards ending her addiction. When he found out about his sentence, Kenneth says he was in denial because it all happened so fast. Despite being astonished by his lengthy sentence, Young showed remorse for his actions. While Kenneth's mother bears responsibility for her negligence in exposing her son to dangerous influences, our next case plunges us into a chilling scenario involving two students and their unsuspecting Spanish teacher.
And two teenagers accused of killing their Spanish teacher have pled guilty to first-degree murder. The Fairfield High School Spanish teacher was beaten to death in a park with a baseball bat.
When you find the mutilated corpse of an old lady who had been declared missing, your first thoughts would probably never be that the act had been committed by an adolescent. But this was the case for 66-year-old Spanish teacher Barbara Graber. Graber had been brutally murdered by not one but two adolescents, her 16-year-old student Willard Miller and his friend Jeremy Goodale. The reason why is shocking, and the reaction of the perpetrators in court will send shivers down your spine. Willard Miller had been failing his Spanish class at Fairfield High School in Iowa, and his poor grades threatened his chances of going on a study trip overseas, so he frequently argued with his teacher, Barbara Graber, over it. Miller got fed up with not having his way and devised an evil plan to take her out. His plan was to ambush her along a path where she often walked, and he would employ the services of his friend Jeremy Goodale to act as a lookout. On the 2nd of November 2021, Miller finally got the chance to act on his plan when Graber was walking along the planned path. He and Goodale were able to blindside her before repeatedly striking her with a baseball bat until she passed away. Graber obviously couldn't survive the attack, so both boys dragged her corpse into a nearby park and hid it beneath a tarp before fleeing the scene in her van, which they abandoned at the end of a rural road. Both Miller and Goodale soon became the focus of the murder investigation after Goodale sent incriminating messages to another school friend on the social media app Snapchat. Goodale's friend quickly showed the evidence to the police, who sought search warrants for the homes and mobile devices of both perpetrators of the murder. It was reported that Miller had also given hints about the murder to multiple classmates, telling one that Graber might disappear before the murder, and telling another that he had caught someone with a baseball bat the day after the murder. Graber's body was discovered the following day, covered by a tarp and wheelbarrow following tip-offs, which the police had received, including from the classmates of Miller and Goodale. Both boys were eventually arrested and brought in for questioning. Goodale and Miller initially denied their involvements, but eventually spilled the beans, although they both tried to make it seem that they had less involvement in the murder than the other. Ultimately, the evidence was stacked against them, and they were eventually charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit a forcible felony. On the 18th of April, 2023, both Goodale and Miller pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and were to be charged as adults due to the severity of the crime. Fortunately for both boys, Iowa does not permit juvenile crimes to be punished with a life sentence without the possibility of parole, but they knew they were going away for a long time. In July 2023, Miller was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 35 years before he's eligible for parole, which is 5 more years than was recommended by the prosecutors under a plea agreement. In November that year, Goodale, who had testified against Miller, received a recommended jail sentence of 25 years for his role in the murder. He and Miller were also ordered to pay $150,000 in restitution to Graber's family.
Got a nosebleed in court just as he's about to learn his fate. Jeremy Goodale pled guilty for his role in the crime that shocked America.
Numerous members of Graber's extended family showed up in court to express their pain and anger over the incident and the trauma it had caused the family ever since. They blamed Goodale for the murder as he chose not to prevent it, but some did offer words of encouragement. Goodale made a tearful apology to the family and friends of his victim, claiming that it was the worst decision of his life and that he wished he could go back in time to prevent it from ever happening.
2 years ago, I made the worst decision of my life, and I take full responsibility for what I did. And today, as a young man, I can begin to pay for that. I can never give back what I've taken.
He also apologized to the investigators for trying to mislead them during the interrogations, where he accused a gang of masked kids of perpetrating the murder and making him have to conceal the evidence. Miller, who is now 19, is currently in state custody at the Iowa Department of Corrections, while Goodale is being held at the Jefferson County Detention Center. Willard Miller and Jeremy Goodale's tragic action shocked everyone, but the next case is just as horrifying. Demetrius Pogortzes, a young man whose violent rampage at his school left a community shattered.
Citizen of the United States? Yes, sir. Are you requesting consideration for a court-appointed attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you out on bond for any other charge?
No.
sir.
The depraved actions of 17-year-old Demetrius Pogortzis over a 25-minute period at the Santa Fe High School in Santa Fe, Texas, on the 18th of May 2018, which left 10 people dead, would shock the entire United States, and his reaction when faced with the court would baffle observers. The story of Demetrius Pogortzis' actions began on the 2nd of March 2018, 2 months before it actually happened. On that day, Pogortzis, born on the 12th of October 2000, logged on to an arms purchasing website and purchased 50 rounds of .38 special ammunition, as well as 105 rounds of 12-gauge shotgun ammunition. 2 weeks later, on March 13, 2018, Pogortzis ordered an additional round of shotgun ammunition and paid using an American Express gift card, using his real name and address for shipment but not specifying his age. Pogortzis was on the honor roll at his school and played on the school football team. However, he was regarded as quiet and was reportedly often bullied by fellow students and even coaches of the football team. This suggests that he may have been plotting his revenge with the purchase of those guns. Pogortzis would finally get his chance to strike in the early morning of May 18, 2018, when he suddenly began firing his weapon into an art class of unexpecting students at the school's art complex. As he began shooting, a staff member pulled a fire alarm which caused most of the school to evacuate, but those in the art classroom weren't so lucky. Pogortzis went on a manic spree, walking into one of the classrooms and shooting at a victim while singing a popular Queen song. Another one bites the dust in between shots, then proceeding to shoot through the storage closet, where most of the art students had run to hide themselves in with a shotgun. Pogortzis then briefly left the art room, which caused students to leave the closet and attempt to barricade the art room door. However, he returned and pushed the door open, and upon spotting a student he knew, he exclaimed, "Surprise!" and shot the student in the chest. Pogortzis' shooting spree would continue for 25 minutes until Santa Fe ISD police officers arrived at the scene to confront him. Rather than surrender, he exchanged fire with the police officers and critically wounded one of them. Pogortzis continued to fire rounds randomly and even threatened to shoot more officers, which forced them to retaliate, injuring him in the process. He would eventually be arrested following his surrender due to the injury, and was detained as the police evacuated other students and staff from the art complex. At the end of his shooting exercise, Pogortzis had claimed the lives of 10 people, including 8 students and 2 teachers, as well as injuring a further 13 individuals. This makes the shooting the 8th deadliest school shooting in United States history. Following Pogortzis' arrest, various types of explosive devices and a Molotov cocktail were found in and around the school. During the investigations, a note from Pogortzis' journal suggests that not only did he want to commit the shooting, but he also wanted to commit suicide after the shooting, and had even planned on committing the act for some time. Pogortzis was handed 11 federal charges for the capital murder of 10 people and the aggravated assault against a public servant, and was held in custody without bail. If convicted, he faced a maximum sentence of 40 years to life, but due to his age, he was ineligible for the death penalty or a life sentence without parole. In June 2019, it was announced that the state trial for Pogortzis would take place in Richmond in January 2020. However, 4 months later, on the 4th of November 2019, he was found by 3 experts to be unfit to stand trial. On the 11th of February 2022, following a long mental health treatment while in custody at North Texas State Hospital, Pogortzis was again found incompetent to stand trial and was ordered to stay in the mental hospital for another 12 months. Pogortzis made an appearance in court in February 2019, where his attorney made a request for a change of venue, due to the publicity which the case had received. During the hearing, Pogortzis showed no emotions and stayed silent through the trial.
Demetrius Pogortzis turned 19 while awaiting his first in-person court appearance since last May's massacre inside Santa Fe High School.
His apparent lack of remorse was called out by a mother of one of the victims.
To see if I could see some remorse, and I didn't get it.
In a published statement, Pogortzis' family extended their condolences to the victims and thanked first responders for their assistance, while also admitting they were as shocked by the event as everyone else. The parents of 2 of the victims filed lawsuits against Pogortzis' parents with claims that his father didn't properly secure the murder weapons, which were revealed to belong to him, and that the parents were negligent in entrusting their son with the firearms. The trial is set for July 2024. Pogortsis, now 23, is currently in solitary confinement and is receiving treatment as he awaits the declaration of yet another court date to find out how long he's going to be incarcerated for. But Pogortsis isn't alone in this dark chapter of youth violence. Enter Gabe Parker.
16-year-old Gabriel Parker is accused of shooting and killing 2 of his classmates and injuring 14 others in the shooting back in January.
In the morning of January 23, 2018, as students of the Marshall County High School in Kentucky got ready for the start of classes, 15-year-old student Gabe Parker opened fire in an open area at the school, murdering 2 students and injuring 14 others. After he was caught, he was made to face the consequences of his actions, and his behavior in the court shocked everyone. Gabriel Ross Parker was born on the 3rd of March 2002 and grew up in a broken home, which culminated in his mother getting remarried to his stepfather. Despite this, he showed no true signs at home of being capable of violence, but sometimes the propensity to commit murder stays well hidden until the act is perpetrated. On the 23rd of January 2018, students of Parker's high school were gathering in the commons prior to the start of class, blissfully unaware of what was about to befall them. The then 15-year-old sophomore, Parker had gone to school that day with a Ruger handgun and an intent to commit murder. Parker had reportedly gone to the school's band room earlier to check with his friends before the shooting, to make sure they were not in the area before returning to begin his attack. Just before 8 a.m., Parker brought out his handgun in the commons area and emotionlessly opened fire at the unsuspecting students. In the process of fleeing, multiple students were struck by bullets while others were trampled on in the ensuing stampede. 2 of the students, Bailey Nicole Holt and Preston Ryan Cope, who were both 15 years old, succumbed to their gunshot wounds while 18 others, including 5 girls and 13 boys. After the shooting, Parker discarded his weapon and ran to the weight room to hide with other students, who had been unaware he was the shooter and motioned for him to join them in hiding. However, one of the students who was hiding in the location recognized him as the shooter and alerted a teacher in the room about his identity. The teacher then called law enforcement. The Marshall County Sheriff from the Marshall County Sheriff's Department arrived a few minutes later and located Parker and arrested him shortly after. Following his arrest, Parker's bag was searched by police, and inside was a copy of the Communist Manifesto and a large Winchester sheath knife. Meanwhile, he had been brought in for interrogation to get to the root of his actions. During the interrogation, Parker expressed that he was an atheist and revealed his disillusioned views of life. Parker also indicated the shooting was an experiment to see how students and society would respond. Parker was eventually arraigned in Marshall County Circuit Court on the 16th of February 2018 on charges of 2 counts of murder and 4 counts of first-degree assault, and he was to be tried as an adult due to the gravity of his crimes. Due to his age, Parker was ineligible for either the death penalty or life without parole, and according to Kentucky law, he also had to be eligible for parole after serving 25 years. He would plead guilty to the charges at a hearing on the 28th of April 2020 in exchange for a plea bargain. As part of the plea offer, 6 of the assault charges were amended to assault in the second degree, Class C felonies. On the 12th of June 2020, an 18-year-old Gabe Parker was sentenced to 2 life terms plus 70 years, with the eligibility for parole after serving 20 years. After his sentence was read out, Parker showed no emotion and merely nodded to the announcement and let his attorney speak for him.
18-year-old inmate pled guilty to all 16 charges, including 2 counts of murder for the deaths of Bailey Holt and Preston Cope.
Some victims of the shooting recounted the horrific incident and the trauma it had caused them, while the parents of the victims were expectedly infuriated while recollecting their experience and agreed that Parker deserved the life sentence, even if some did admit that they were open to forgiving him in the future.
You're a sorry, low-life demon, piece of garbage, and I can't stand the sight of you, and you will never see the light of day again, and for that I'm grateful.
A civil lawsuit was filed against Parker's parents in 2019 by the parents of 4 of the victims of the shooting, including the 2 who sadly lost their lives. They were reportedly asked to be awarded $36.7 million in compensation, although that wouldn't be enough to bring back their kids. Parker, who is now 22 years old, is currently imprisoned at the North Point Training Center in Danville, Kentucky, and will be eligible for parole in June 2040 at the age of 38. Just when you think the horror ends there, enter Ethan Crumbly and his parents.
I am a really bad person. I have done terrible things that no one should ever do. I have lied, been not trustworthy. I've hurt many people, and that's what I've done.
On the 30th of November 2021, a 15-year-old Ethan Crumbley turned up at his high school in Oxford Township, Michigan, armed with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun and a strong will to kill. Around lunchtime, he would finally get his wish as he appeared from the school bathroom, then began to shoot at anyone he could see. The teenager would end up murdering 4 students and injuring 7 people more. Ethan Crumbley was born in Atlantic Beach, Florida on the 28th of April 2006 to parents Jennifer and James, both of whom had prior minor criminal records from 1995 to 2005 for DUI and check fraud. He reportedly had a troubled childhood, with his parents often abandoning him at home, which led to him being introverted, having few friends, and often exhibiting weird behaviors. Crumbley also reportedly videotaped himself torturing animals, once allegedly keeping a baby bird's head in a jar and placing it in the school bathroom. He also frequently talked about battling with demons. Despite his obvious troubles, his parents allegedly never sought therapy for him, and those problems would ultimately lead to the events of 30th November, 2021. On that fateful day, Ethan Crumbley went to his Oxford High School with the intent to shoot it up. He had already hidden his semi-automatic gun away in the school the day prior, a gun his father had bought him just the previous Friday. Some school officials had raised suspicions of Ethan to his parents that very day due to his actions, which included searching for ammunition online and making sketches of himself committing a school shooting. However, this was not properly handled, and they would realize in the worst possible way. At around 12:51 p.m. on November 30th, 2021, Crumbley was spotted coming out of the school bathroom with his gun, which he had probably hidden in there. Immediately afterwards, he started firing sporadically in the hallway with hundreds of students passing through. When they began to flee, he slowly walked down the hallway and began shooting into classrooms and at anyone who was unable to escape before moving on to the next classroom. An intercom voiceover alerted students and teachers to an active shooter, and the teachers began locking and barricading doors and also covering windows. Due to the quick response by students and staff of the school, Crumbley was unable to actually enter any of the classrooms. Nevertheless, some students and staff weren't so lucky, as Crumbley had already claimed some victims. 3 students, 17-year-old Madison Baldwin, 16-year-old Tate Meyer, and 14-year-old Hannah St. Juliana were killed at the scene, and 8 other people, including a teacher, were injured. One of the injured students, 17-year-old Justin Schilling, would succumb to his injuries in hospital the following day. Law enforcement arrived at the scene only 3 minutes after the attack started, following a 911 call, and promptly arrested Crumbley, who still had 7 rounds of ammunition loaded into his gun and 2 15-round magazines, and took him in for questioning as investigations commenced. Crumbley's cell phone was revealed to contain 2 videos, both filmed the night before the incident, where he talked about his plans to shoot and kill students at the school the following day. He also had a journal where he reportedly detailed his desire to shoot up the school in a bid to get US President Biden impeached. Crumbley's parents had been at the school earlier that day following the reports of their son's behavior, and decided against taking him home despite being fully aware that he was in the possession of an unlocked gun. Following the investigations, Ethan was charged as an adult with terrorism resulting in death, 4 counts of first-degree murder, 7 counts of assault with intent to murder, as well as 12 counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. He would plead guilty to these charges at a hearing in October 2022. On the 3rd of December 2021, a prosecutor announced that both of Crumbley's parents were being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for their failure to secure the gun he used during the shootings. On getting this information, his parents would bizarrely decide to flee the town and miss their first arraignment date before they were eventually caught, arrested, and charged the following day. On the 9th of December 2023, Crumbley was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in what was a tense courtroom. Right before the sentencing, a remorseful Crumbley apologized to the courtroom and stated that he would accept whatever punishment was handed to him and aimed to do better. He even attempted to forgive his parents for their role in the murder.
Whatever sentence it is, I do plan to be better than I am. I don't know if you believe that, but records of 15, 20, 25 years can show that it will change.
The trial for Crumbley's parents was completed by the 14th of March 2024, with his dad and mom being sentenced to 10 years and 15 years in prison, respectively. During the sentencing hearing, parents of the victims vehemently blamed Crumbley's parents for neglecting their responsibilities, which was what ultimately led to the deaths of their children. Crumbley's actions led to a series of copycat school shooting threats, which resulted in over 500 schools in Michigan and 6 other states being closed. Today, he is held at the Oaks Correctional Facility in Manistee, Michigan, as he has turned 18. His mother, Jennifer, is currently imprisoned in the Women's Huron Valley Correctional Facility, and his father, James, is in the Bellamy Creek Correctional Facility. Ethan and his parents may have set a precedent, but our next case centers on an 8-year-old girl and a baseball bat.
Tonight, the sister of this 8-year-old girl killed by her then teenage neighbor in one of Jacksonville's biggest murder cases. Well, her sister says she is sick, thinking that her sister's killer could possibly walk free one day.
Murder is not a crime that one would expect from a child, gruesome murder especially, and that is why to this day it is both shocking and sad to hear the story of Joshua Phillips. It was a day like any other in Duval County until it wasn't. An 8-year-old girl, Maddie Clifton, was mistakenly hit by a baseball and would not stop crying. Her cries scared 14-year-old neighbor Joshua Phillips, with whom she had been playing, and in fear that her crying would attract the attention of people around and get him in trouble with his father, who was reportedly mistreating him and would punish him for having friends in the house, the young teenager did the unimaginable. What Joshua Phillips did to avoid getting into trouble with his father will go down in history as one of the most brutal crimes committed in Jacksonville, Florida. In November 1998, the entire neighborhood and the police set out to search for its young member. Everyone, including Joshua Phillips' mother, began handing out flyers of the missing child to people, asking if they'd seen her. While the search party was still out there looking for the little girl, Joshua Phillips' mother made a shocking, gory discovery. Under her teenage son's waterbed was the lifeless body of the missing Maddie Clifton. It turns out that Joshua Phillips had, in a bid to stop Maddie from crying, dragged her into the house he lived in with his parents, hit her repeatedly with a baseball bat until he thought she was dead. When he finished, he then hid her body under his waterbed. His dad returned from work and Joshua was terrified to discover that Maddie was still breathing and moaning. He then stabbed her multiple times until she died. It wasn't until a week after Joshua had killed Maddie that Joshua's mother found the missing body and alerted the authorities. The murder of that little girl was traumatizing for everyone involved. Both the families of the girl who was murdered and the teenager who had committed the crime were distraught. The court initially sentenced Phillips to life imprisonment without parole. But in 2005, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional to sentence a child to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. State laws required that another hearing be conducted after 25 years to reassess the situation and see whether or not a person who is convicted as a child is fit to rejoin society. This is required for all juvenile convictions involving death.
It eroded our marriage, replaced love with grief, deep sadness, and a pain that no family should ever have to bear.
At the resentencing, the family of the deceased, her mother, father, and sister all came to testify against Phillips.
Why should the defendant be allowed to live normally while Maddie lies in cold in a grave?
The state of Phillips' mind is not certain as he watches the court proceeding, blinking repeatedly, his face expressionless. The late Maddie's mother then goes on to say that if her daughter's murderer was ever released from jail, she hoped she'd no longer be on Earth. Reports held that Phillips has been of good behavior in prison, has won multiple awards, and became a Buddhist monk. He also hopes to live in a monastery for the rest of his life if he gets out of jail. Reports also confirmed that Phillips is indeed sorry for his actions. The family of the deceased did not appear to care about that as they insisted that their daughter and sister's murderer should not be allowed to live freely, stating that Joshua hadn't just deprived their daughter of her right to live and them of the joy of watching her grow, but also that her death had put a strain on their marriage. Despite the evidence of good behavior on Josh's part, the judge upheld the original sentence of the court. Joshua will remain in jail for the rest of his life. Joshua Phillips' brutal crime shocked the world, but the next case is just as disturbing. Savon Schmuss, a young man whose violent actions left a trail of devastation.
I was nominated by my boyfriend.
McKenna Hilton had goals in life. She wanted to work in medical therapy or be a nurse. But before her dreams could come true, the 18-year-old was murdered.
On August 18, 2016, a tragic incident occurred in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Savon Schmuss, a 16-year-old boy, took the life of his 18-year-old half-sister, McKenna Hilton, in a shocking act of violence. Savon strangled his half-sister inside their father's apartment. He then placed her body inside her vehicle and drove it to the other side of the township, where he dumped it. A few hours later, a person walking their dog stumbled upon McKenna's lifeless body and reported it to the authorities. The police were immediately notified, and an investigation was launched.
Who her family says she loves. Siobhan Schmuss, now 17, was 16 when the crime happened. He was mom when given the chance to speak in court.
During one of Siobhan's court appearances, the Kent County Assistant Prosecutor, Vicki Sells, asked the judge to deny bail. Siobhan's father, David Schmuss, who was in the courtroom, yelled encouraging words to his son as the bailiffs led him away. Further investigation revealed that in 2010, David Schmuss pleaded guilty to taking a photo of McKenna, who was only 12 years old at the time, while she was showering. David Schmuss faced 15 years in prison because he had previous convictions for drug and illegal gun possession. Siobhan, who was 10 at the time, wrote a letter to the judge asking for leniency in his father's case. In the end, David accepted a plea deal.
What he did was so heinous, it was premeditated, it was so hateful, so evil. He doesn't deserve a second chance.
Siobhan Schmuss pleaded guilty to the murder of his sister McKenna in 2017. During the sentencing hearing, McKenna's mother, Stacy Hilton, delivered a powerful victim impact statement to Siobhan. Stacy voiced her hatred for Siobhan, stating that she would never forgive him for taking her daughter's life. She expressed her hope that Siobhan will be in a body bag when he leaves prison.
Doesn't get one, we don't get one. He doesn't deserve one.
After losing her daughter, this is among the only ways she has to show her love. Graveside.
Despite Siobhan expressing remorse for his actions through his attorney, Stacy expressed skepticism, stating that she did not believe his apologies. She went on to describe the pain of losing her precious daughter, saying that McKenna's absence had left an irreplaceable void in her life. Siobhan's father, David Schmuss, read a Bible verse about the endurance of love. The sentencing ended with Siobhan being sentenced to 40 to 100 years in prison. As the sentence was read, Siobhan's father wept openly. However, Siobhan himself remained silent. As we continue into the disturbing world of teen killers, we reach the chilling case of Craig Price, the youngest serial killer in U.S. history.
Through a patchwork of charges for incidents in prison, prosecutors have so far been successful. But a Target 12 investigation revealed Price able to shave his sentence down by more than 4 years for earning Soane Heaton and her two daughters, 10-year-old Jennifer and 8-year-old Melissa, in 1989.
On July 27, 1987, 13-year-old Craig Price committed his first murder when he broke into his neighbor Rebecca Spencer's home and stabbed the young woman over 50 times. This brutal act marked the beginning of a dark chapter in his life. 2 years later, when Craig Price was 15 and a freshman in high school, he decided it was time to kill again. In September 1989, fueled by LSD and marijuana, he broke into 39-year-old Joan Heaton's home and murdered her and her two daughters, Jennifer and Melissa. All three victims were mercilessly stabbed, and Craig's brutality was reflected in the fact that he broke off the handles of the knives he used, leaving the blades embedded in the bodies. Suspicion quickly fell on Craig Price as the suspect behind these heinous crimes. The police knew that their killer had injured himself during the frenzied attack, and Craig had a suspicious gash on his finger. When the police searched Craig's home, they were horrified to find knives in his backyard shed that matched the kinds used in the killings of his neighbors Rebecca Spencer, Joan, Jennifer, and Melissa Heaton. At the station, Craig Price gave a chilling confession to stabbing all four victims. However, what shocked everyone even more was the way he delivered this confession. Despite his young age, Craig remained eerily calm, spoke nonchalantly, and even imitated the sounds of little Jennifer and Melissa as they died.
39-year-old Joan Heaton and her two children, 10-year-old Jennifer and 8-year-old Melissa, were discovered inside their home, stabbed to death.
The news that Craig Price was the killer stunned the residents of Warwick, Rhode Island. How could a seemingly harmless and friendly boy commit such heinous crimes? Craig was only 16 years old at the time of his arrest, which left many questioning how someone so young could be capable of such atrocities.
Craig, I want you in your own words at this time, tell me as clearly and as best you can what occurred there.
Price told detectives he snuck through an open window in the Heaton's home in the dead of night.
Craig was sentenced to be released from the Youth Correctional Center when he turned 21. This, unfortunately, was the maximum penalty allowed under the Rhode Island law. When Craig was sentenced to serve only 5 years in prison for these heinous crimes, it sparked a firestorm of anger and disbelief. The families of his victims, as well as the general public, were outraged at the leniency of his sentence. The thought that such a dangerous individual would be allowed to roam free after only 5 years was deeply unsettling. In response to the public outcry, a group of concerned citizens banded together to form the Citizens Opposed to the Release of Price, or CORE organization. Their mission was simple: to keep Craig behind bars and ensure that he would never again pose a threat to society.
is accused of stabbing another inmate at a Florida prison. It could cause him to stay behind bars for a long time.
One key objective for Corp was to increase public awareness about Craig's crimes. To this end, they organized various campaigns, including public rallies, pamphlet distribution, and media coverage. Their goal was to ensure that no one would ever be caught off guard again. In addition to raising awareness, Corp also dedicated its efforts to lobbying for tougher laws that would prevent Craig's release. They collaborated with lawmakers and policymakers to push for critical bills that would enhance public safety and ensure that dangerous offenders like Craig remained behind bars. When President Clinton visited Providence, Rhode Island in 1994, an airplane carrying a banner that read, "Alert, killer of 4 Craig Price moving here," caught his attention. The president expressed his dismay that Craig could be released in approximately 6 months, despite the seriousness of his crimes. This incident brought further attention to the issue and solidified the public's support for keeping Craig behind bars.
Price has had 43 infractions in prison, including some that have increased his sentence. This is an evidence photo of an ACI correctional officer who officials say Price attacked in 1998.
On June 8, 1994, Craig Price was indicted on a charge of assault and extortion after he threatened to injure an officer at the juvenile correctional facility he was housed in. During Craig's trial, the prosecution cross-examined him, which triggered a violent outburst. Craig displayed his true colors, revealing his true nature. As a result, he was found guilty and received an additional 25 years on top of his original sentence.
The notorious Rhode Island serial killer leaving his prison cell and dragging a wheelchair he used. Investigators say he was supposed to be on the way to the showers himself, but had a more sinister plot.
Citizens of Rhode Island heaved a sigh of relief as more time was added to Craig Price's sentence, ensuring he would never be released back into society. Craig was transferred to the Florida Department of Corrections as part of a routine interstate transfer. In April of 2017, Craig was accused of stabbing an inmate in Live Oak, Florida, with a 5-inch homemade blade. This incident marked another dark chapter in Craig's life, as he was sentenced to 25 years in prison for the crime. Next, we will explore the world of 5 teens who recklessly threw a rock through a car window.
17-year-old Kyle Anger, 16-year-olds Mark Silkeski and McCaden Payne, 15-year-olds Alexander Miller and Trevor Gray.
In Genesee County, Michigan, 17-year-old Kyle Anger, 16-year-old Mark Silkeski, 16-year-old McCaden Payne, 15-year-old Trevor Gray, and 15-year-old Alexander Miller were charged with second-degree murder after a man was killed by a rock thrown by Kyle Anger off an interstate overpass.
Cops say they were throwing rocks onto Interstate 75 as a prank. 4 vehicles were reportedly damaged, and police say one of the rocks went through a windshield.
According to reports, the 5 teens were involved in reckless and destructive behavior, causing damage to many cars as they tossed rocks off the overpass. One particular rock weighed at least 20 pounds. This incident occurred when Kyle Anger aimed the rock at the windshield of the van 32-year-old Kenneth White was driving. With unimaginable force, the rock crashed through the windshield, hitting Kenneth in the chest and neck and causing massive blunt force trauma. Kenneth's life was tragically cut short, leaving his family and loved ones devastated. The impact of his actions was felt throughout the community, sparking outrage and demanding justice. Genesee County Sheriff Robert Pickles stated after the incident, condemning the teenager's actions and emphasizing that this was not a prank, but rather a second-degree murder. The 5 teens were arrested and faced serious consequences of their actions.
15-year-old Trevor Gray and 16-year-old Mark Sikelski. Their tearful family sat in the courtroom in sadness and disbelief. Their sons are facing the possibility of life in prison.
The impact of this tragedy reached far beyond the courtroom. Amy Cable, the fiancée of Kenneth and the mother of his young son, shared her heartfelt feelings of anger and grief with the world. She expressed her anger that such a stupid act had taken away the love of her life and the father of her child. Initially, the decision was that these killers would be tried as adults. However, nearly 4 years later, an appeals court reversed the judge's decision and returned the case to the juvenile system. Mark Sikelski, Trevor Gray, and McCaden Payne pleaded guilty to manslaughter and were sentenced to no additional jail time, as they had already served a total of 1,317 days. Alexander Miller, the 4th killer, pleaded guilty and served 330 days as part of a plea agreement. Kyle Anger, the only one of the 5 teens to be charged as an adult in the case, was released on parole in January 2021. Kenneth White's family found out about the plea agreement hearing for Kenneth's teenage killers the day before, so many of them were unable to attend. To Kenneth White's father, he would have rather seen his son's murderers face a 10-year sentence. However, no matter what, Kenneth White Sr. conceded he wasn't going to get his son back, no matter how much time the killers faced.
Smith White, the father of a young son, was struck in the chest and face while riding in the passenger seat of a pickup truck on the way home from work and died of blunt force trauma.
From disbelief to remorse, each response showcased the complexity of the human psyche. It was evident that these teenagers were grappling with the consequences of their actions and seeking some form of redemption. The video serves as a powerful reminder of the consequences of our actions and the importance of making responsible choices. Now we turn to an even more chilling case. Join us as we uncover the tragic story of Eric Smith, who took the life of a 4-year-old boy.
Bright red hair and freckles made him a target at school for years, and as a teenager he was seen peddling around town for hours on end alone.
On August 2, 1993, in upstate New York, 13-year-old Eric Smith made a tragic choice that would change his life forever. While riding his bike to camp, he encountered a 4-year-old boy named Derek Roby, who was also going to the same camp. Without hesitation, Eric lured Derek into an isolated wooded area. Once secluded from prying eyes, Eric proceeded to strangle Derek, drop a large rock on his head, and sodomize him with a stick. The brutality of this act was unimaginable, even for the most hardened criminals. To add insult to injury, Eric reached into Derek's lunchbox, pulled out a Kool-Aid packet, and poured it into Derek's wounds. At 11 a.m., Derek's mother arrived at the camp to pick up her son, only to find him missing. Panic set in as she realized that her son never made it there. A full-scale search was launched, with authorities desperately seeking clues and any information about Derek's whereabouts. 4 hours later, the search party stumbled upon a horrific sight: Derek's lifeless body. Derek's cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma and asphyxia. The entire community was engulfed in grief and outrage. About 1 week later, Eric Smith broke the silence and confessed to his mother that he had committed the heinous crime. Eric's mother, horrified by her son's actions, immediately informed the police. Given the ages of both Eric and Derek, the murder became a headline-grabbing story, captivating the attention of the nation. As the media coverage intensified, Eric's face became synonymous with pure evil. Despite barely being a teenager, Eric was charged as an adult for his heinous crime. The prosecution and defense conducted extensive medical tests on Eric, hoping to find any indicators that might shed light on his alleged violent tendencies. However, despite the thorough examinations, the results showed nothing unusual. It perplexed the prosecution and defense teams, leaving more questions than answers. During Eric's trial in 1994, the defense psychiatrist presented alarming evidence that they claimed to have diagnosed Eric with intermittent explosive disorder. This condition is characterized by sudden, uncontrollable outbursts of rage, often resulting in violent behavior. However, the prosecution called an expert who testified that this disorder is rarely seen in children Eric's age. The conflicting testimony further fueled speculation about Eric's mental state and whether he was truly capable of such heinous acts. After weeks of intense deliberation, the jury finally reached a verdict on August 16, 1994. Eric was found guilty of second-degree murder and was sentenced to 9 years to life in prison, the maximum sentence allowed for juvenile offenders at that time. In a letter addressed to Derek's parents, Eric expressed deep remorse for his actions. He wrote if he could go back in time, he would switch places with Derek and endure all the pain he had caused.
It was directed at all the other guys who used to pick on me. And when I was torturing and killing Derek, that was what I saw in my head.
For the next 27 years, Eric was denied parole multiple times. In October 2021, Eric's luck began to change. He was granted parole, sparking widespread outrage and disbelief among the citizens of the small upstate New York town where Derek was murdered. During the parole hearing, Eric shocked everyone by revealing that he had been engaged to an attorney since 2019. In February 2022, Eric Smith's release became official. After serving 27 years in prison, he was finally set free. However, the news of his impending release was met with resistance by the small town citizens. Determined to make their voices heard, they held peaceful protests to let Eric know they did not want to see him back in their community. The outrage and concern were palpable as residents expressed their fears and unease about the impending release of someone who had committed such heinous crimes. Doreen Roby, Derek's mother, faced the harsh reality of her son's killer being set free. Despite her pain, Doreen vowed to shield herself from further torment. She explained that she doesn't allow Eric Smith to take up space in her head, as she doesn't care where he is or what he's doing as long as he remains distant from her friends and family. Today, Eric Smith is a free man living in New York City's Queens neighborhood. Despite his controversial release, he has avoided the spotlight and maintained a low profile. However, the scars left by his actions remain etched in the hearts of the victims and their families. While Eric Smith walks free, Alyssa Bustamante faces 30 years in prison for her heinous crime.
pocket knife, a kitchen knife. Kitchen knife? Okay. Where's that kitchen knife now? The sink.
On October 21, 2009, 9-year-old Elizabeth Olten disappeared from her home and was never seen alive again. 2 days later, her body was in a wooded area near her home. Her throat had been slit and she had been stabbed and strangled to death. The police revealed that a juvenile had been caught and arrested for the murder of the 9-year-old. Later, the truth was revealed, and the perpetrator? 15-year-old Alyssa Bustamante. Alyssa and her 3 siblings started living with their grandparents in the same area as the Oltens in 2002. Their grandparents got custody of Alyssa and her siblings when their mother had addiction issues, and their father was serving time in prison. Alyssa began to change around 2007 when she was admitted to the hospital after a failed suicide attempt. From that time, nothing was ever the same. Alyssa's behavior changed drastically, and it reflected everywhere, especially on the internet. Alyssa had listed cutting as one of her hobbies on her YouTube profile. She also posted a disturbing picture of herself where she held 2 fingers to her head, pretending to shoot herself. On the day of the murder, Alyssa planned to kill Olten for the fun of it. Alyssa convinced her younger sister to bring Olten to the forest near their home under the assumption that they were going to hang out. After her sister went to Elizabeth, who lived 4 houses away from them, Alyssa waited in the woods for Elizabeth to arrive. Her younger sister was gone before Elizabeth came. When she arrived, Alyssa strangled Elizabeth, slit her throat, and stabbed her 8 times in the chest. After she murdered her, Alyssa buried Elizabeth's body in a grave she had dug 5 days before. After Alyssa returned home, she wrote something disturbing in her journal that led to her conviction. She attempted to scribble the note out after, but it was too late. She wrote, "I just killed someone. I strangled them and slit their throat and stabbed them. Now they're dead. I don't know how to feel at the moment. It was amazing. As soon as you get over the 'oh my god, I can't do this' feeling, it's pretty enjoyable. I'm kinda nervous and shaky right now. Okay, I gotta go to church now, LOL." She attended a church dance after. When this note was revealed to the public, many were horrified to find that a 15-year-old had written it. Alyssa was arrested and first brought to court in November 2009. She pleaded not guilty, but was indicted on first-degree murder and armed criminal action charges.
Basically, the main reason for accepting the offer was to avoid the absolute certainty of life without parole. If there was another option, then there would have been no reason to have accepted that offer.
Eventually, she took a plea deal in 2012 and the charges were lessened to second-degree murder. She showed no remorse, and it was clear that she only did it to make sure she didn't spend life in prison. Alyssa was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of conditional release and 30 years for armed criminal action. Where Alyssa killed Elizabeth for the fun of it, the same cannot be said for Christine Paolilla, who killed multiple people because of a failed robbery.
I had made the gun go off, not purposely though, but like it went to the back of the room because I was like screaming, just like shaking.
So somehow you pulled the trigger?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Christine Paolilla, and she just confessed to a mass murder that had happened 3 years prior. In this clip, she is a nervous wreck, but is not always so. Christine had done well after years of ridicule and bullying. Paolilla was diagnosed with alopecia in kindergarten, and this caused her to lose her hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes. She had to wear wigs because of hair loss. She also had poor vision and wore thick glasses. All of this contributed to her being bullied by her classmates. Paolilla lost self-confidence, and it was not until 2003 that things began to improve.
Christine came home one day, very happy. She said, "Mom," she said, "I made 2 new friends who are the sweetest girls I've ever met." I said, "Who are they?" She said, "Oh, Rachel and Tiffany."
Christine enrolled at Clear Lake High School in Houston, where she met Rachel Colorodis and Tiffany Rowell. Rachel and Tiffany were the school's popular girls and helped her change her appearance and fit in with the rest of the school. This greatly helped, and Christine became popular among the students. Her friendship with Tiffany and Rachel turned things around so much that she was voted Miss Irresistible by her school's student body. But her good streak wouldn't last long because it was that year that she started dating 21-year-old Christopher Lee Snyder. Christine was only 17 when this illegal relationship started. Christine's relationship caused her parents concern because Snyder was a drug addict and had a lengthy criminal record. Her parents disapproved because they felt that Paolilla would be influenced. She was. She began to use drugs and develop anger issues. On July 18, 2003, things would take a turn for the worse when Christine and Snyder went drug hunting at Tiffany's home. Tiffany, Rachel, Tiffany's boyfriend Marcus Priscilla, and Marcus's cousin Edelbert Sanchez were at the home before Christine and Snyder arrived. The two of them planned to steal drugs from Tiffany's home that night. However, Snyder got into an argument with Marcus, and this led to the shootings of the 4 teens who had been in the house. They were shot by Snyder and Christine.
The kids themselves, drenched in blood. There's blood spatter that's on the walls. There's bullet holes from rounds that have gone into the victims and outside of them.
Rachel attempted to call 911 but was hit in the head by Paolilla with the butt of a gun that was used to shoot her. The rest died almost immediately before fleeing. As for the teens, they were considered victims of a drug deal gone wrong. In 2004, Paolilla entered rehab where she met Stanley Rott, a heroin user. Her relationship with Snyder ended when the latter was jailed for stealing a car. She got married to Rott in 2005. Paolilla came into a trust fund of $360,000 that had been left to her by her father. She used part of the money to buy an apartment. It was in this home that Paolilla would discover on the news that the case of her friend's murder was still open. She confessed to Rott and told him what happened. Because of this, they went into hiding. In 2006, Paolilla and her husband were arrested. Paolilla for the murders and her husband for the 70 vials of heroin that were found in their room. Rott told the police that Paolilla had confessed to him. After Paolilla was interrogated, she confessed to killing her friends. However, she said that Snyder had made her do it.
I had made the gun go off, not purposely though, but like it went to the back of the room because I was like screaming, just like shaking.
So somehow you pulled the trigger?
Yes.
Okay.
Snyder himself was never caught. When he was informed that the police had a search warrant out for him, he committed suicide by overdose in 2006. Paolilla was spared the death penalty because she was a minor at the time of the killings. Paolilla was convicted of 4 counts of capital murder on October 13, 2008. On October 14th, she was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 40 years in prison. Like Paolilla, Nathaniel Abraham claimed he didn't know what he was doing when he shot someone else. Or did he?
A young killer, an 11-year-old Pontiac boy, may be tried as an adult after going on a random shooting spree that left an innocent man dead.
Nathaniel Abraham became the youngest American to be convicted of murder as an adult. On October 29, 1997, 18-year-old Ronnie Green was shot while he was standing outside a party store. A single .22 caliber bullet had been shot into his head. He died a day later. The person who had shot the gun was 11-year-old Nathaniel Abraham. He admitted that he had been firing a .22 caliber rifle in the direction of the store. He insisted that he had not meant to shoot anyone. He said he was firing randomly at trees and balloons. Nathaniel should have gotten off with accidental manslaughter, but Oakland County prosecutors said that Nathaniel had intentionally planned to kill someone that day and then bragged about it afterward. Prosecutors got permission to charge Nathaniel as an adult. He was charged with first-degree murder and the case went to trial. Nathaniel was described as someone who knew what he was doing. He reportedly told his girlfriend days before the killing that he was going to shoot someone. Despite the initial charge, the judge in charge of the case reduced the list of charges to lesser punishments. On November 16, 1999, Nathaniel Abraham was found guilty of second-degree murder. He was 13 years old at the time, but he was tried and convicted as an adult. He was sentenced to a maximum security juvenile detention center until he was 21. Even though Nathaniel showed signs of rehabilitation by the time he was released from detention, he was back in court again a few months later.
Full support. I know I disappointed them again.
In 2008, he was arrested for possession of ecstasy. He assaulted 2 guards in 2010. He was released in 2018, but he didn't last more than a year outside. In 2019, he was once again arrested for selling meth and heroin to undercover cops. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 6 to 40 years in prison for his stint of crimes and offenses. Abraham apologized to his family for disappointing them again before he left the courtroom. Nathaniel Abraham committed a crime, but how does it compare to the horrors that Erin Caffey put her family through?
He got tired of them bickering and said, just do it. Is that true? I'm sorry?
16-year-old Erin Caffey did the unthinkable because of love. Caffey was working as a part-time waitress when she met 18-year-old Charlie Wilkinson. Things became serious between them and Charlie gave Caffey a promise ring. Erin's parents didn't like the relationship because they felt that something about Wilkinson was off. Because of their suspicions, they went online to see what they could find about Wilkinson. They found out that his page was littered with sexual references and talks about drinking alcohol. Because of this, Erin became scared that her parents would stop her from seeing Wilkinson, so she started talking about killing her family. On March 1, 2008, Erin carried her evil plan out with the help of Wilkinson and his friend, Charles Wade. Wilkinson claimed that even though he suggested that they should run away, Caffey said they should kill her parents instead. So on that day, Wilkinson and Wade entered Caffey's house while they were sleeping and shot her parents multiple times. When Caffey's mother didn't die immediately, Wade used a samurai-style sword and almost decapitated her. This killed her immediately.
He was to get revenge because we made him break up with our daughter. I heard my son Matthew cry out. He said, Charlie, why are you doing this? No, Charlie, no, please, why are you doing this?
Wilkinson and Wade shot Tyler, Aaron's younger brother, and took turns slicing Aaron's other brother, Matthew, till he died. Wilkinson and Wade then set fire to the house before leaving with Aaron and Wade's girlfriend. Terry Caffey, Aaron's father, survived the attack and told the officers that Charlie Wilkinson had attacked them. Charlie Wilkinson was found in his trailer and he was arrested. Aaron was in the trailer as well, but she claimed that she had been kidnapped. Charles Wade and his girlfriend were arrested as well. However, the horrific revelation came after the police interrogated the four of them. Aaron's story quickly fell apart because Wilkinson and Wade told the same story. Aaron had orchestrated the murders. Caffey insisted that she had nothing to do with the murders.
I honestly believe that she was not the mastermind, and I'm not saying that out of denial because it's my daughter, but I don't believe my daughter's evil.
In the end, Wilkinson and Wade were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Caffey, on the other hand, was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Her father, who survived the attack, forgave her, saying that she was manipulated by Wilkinson. Erin Caffey's shocking betrayal of her own family was heartbreaking, but the next case is just as chilling. Keandra Cook, a young woman whose violent actions tore apart the lives of those around her. What was supposed to be a carjacking crime and nothing more turned deadly in Daytona, Florida. Keandra Cook was 18 years old when she committed a crime that would change her life forever. Cook had been dating her boyfriend, Kendrick Bass, for a while before he proposed a business opportunity to help them get money faster. Cook agreed to this, and they began devising a plan. On March 22, 2017, Keandra Cook went on the Meet Me social app and started talking to 28-year-old Perry Nita. Cook then lured Perry from Palm Coast to South Daytona with talks of sex and marijuana. Nita agreed to meet with Cook and told her he was on his way. He invited 18-year-old Emmanuel Purcell to ride along with him. When they got to the location, they met Cook as she promised, and she got into the pickup truck with Nita and Purcell. After she entered the pickup, Bass waited for a while before he jumped in the back seat with a gun. When Purcell noticed this, he pushed Bass, who shot Purcell before he and Cook escaped. Purcell survived and soon talked to the police about what had happened. 2 days after this happened, Cook and Bass teamed up for another carjacking. It was at the time that Cook was arrested. Bass, on the other hand, ran away and would go on to evade police for 10 months. Meanwhile, Keandra was arrested and charged under the impression that she would not be sent to jail. Regardless, she was charged with conspiracy, carjacking, attempted carjacking with a deadly weapon, and felony battery. The conspiracy charge meant that Keandra could be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Because of miscommunication with her lawyer, Keandra and her mother were assured that she would not be going to prison if she took a plea deal. Her attorney told her to enter a no-contest plea to get the conspiracy charge dropped. If she pleaded no contest to principal to carjacking with a deadly weapon, principal to attempted carjacking with a deadly weapon, and principal to aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, she would get probation and not go to jail. Or at least that's what she thought. Following the advice of her attorney, Keandra pleaded no contest and appeared in court with the belief that it was just a formality. Keandra and her mother were shocked when Circuit Judge Matt Foxman sentenced Keandra to 20 years in prison, with 20 years of probation to run concurrent with her jail time. Hearing this, Keandra and her mother began to wail very loudly. This courtroom footage quickly went viral and gained millions of views from netizens. Many people who read the story were quick to point out that it was the fault of the public defender who initially argued her case. Cook was wailing before she broke down and had to be carried out of the courtroom. She reportedly passed out. During the next court appearance, Judge Foxman allowed Cook to withdraw her plea deal after she provided a recording where her former attorney assured her that she would not be going to jail. Her sentence was also thrown out, and she was allowed to start the sentencing afresh in 2018. This time around, Cook didn't cry because she knew what she was getting herself into. She entered into a no-contest plea again, and this time she was sentenced to 11 years in prison, with 20 years of probation to run concurrent with her jail term.
I just want to say that I'm sorry to the people wrong that her son had to get shot, because I didn't even know he was going to get shot.
Before she was escorted away, she apologized to the family of the victim, telling them that she didn't mean for their son to get shot. Keandra Cook will be free from prison in 2029. Kendrick Bass, on the other hand, was eventually caught 10 months later for an unrelated crime. Concerning the crime he committed together with Cook, he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Keandria Cook's violent actions were disturbing, but the next case is even more chilling. Miranda Barber, a woman whose cold-blooded crimes, fueled by a twisted mentality, took a terrifying turn.
Don't touch me. I demand a lawyer right now. Don't touch me. No.
On November 12, 2013, the Sunbury Police Department was alerted to an unidentified body in the backyard of a residential area in Sunbury. The body was later identified as 42-year-old Troy LaFerrera. He was from Port Trevorton, 20 minutes from where his body had been found. He had been married for 2 years and had no children. Troy had been stabbed multiple times and his neck showed signs that something had been wrapped around his neck. During the investigation, Troy's phone was found on him, and the things that were found on the device gave clues as to what may have caused his death. His search history and activities showed that he had been on Craigslist looking for an escort. Investigation revealed that he was talking to Miranda Barber on the day of the murder. Miranda offered to have sex with him in exchange for payment. Miranda was a 19-year-old Alaskan woman who had just gotten married a month before to 22-year-old Elliot Barber. Miranda was born on December 14, 1994 in Alaska, where she lived with her mother and her uncle. Miranda had a rough childhood which triggered a lot of problems for her later on in life. By the time Miranda was a teenager, she had been exposed to all sorts of vices. Miranda was 18 when she met Elliot Barber, who was 21. She got pregnant and gave birth to a baby girl. Right after she gave birth, she got married to Elliot Barber on October 22, 2013. According to Miranda, the couple had planned something special to do as newlyweds for their honeymoon. It was nothing conventional. 3 weeks after they had been married, Miranda got talking with Troy LaFerrera and offered to sleep with him for $100. LaFerrera agreed, and they planned to meet in Hummel's Wharf, Pennsylvania. When Troy got to the meetup point, he paid Miranda and they drove to Sunbury. Throughout the ride and unknown to Troy, Elliot hid under a blanket in the back seat. When they got near Sunbury, Miranda signaled to Elliot, who jumped out and wrapped a cord around Troy's neck. Miranda then stabbed LaFerrera 20 times until he died. His body was dumped where he was found by police. The investigation led the police to arrest Miranda 3 weeks later.
That you did it or that you didn't do it. So I'm going to ask you right now a very basic, very simple question.
Okay.
That you need to answer either yes or no to.
Okay.
Were you involved in it? Or do you have any knowledge of?
Miranda denied ever meeting Troy. She said they were texting but never met. She also denied that she had anything to do with Troy's murder and just wanted to go back to her daughter. She refused to let the police check her phone and got defensive when the police asked her questions.
Yes, that did take part. I'm in the back seat, covered up by a blanket. In between the headpiece and the bottom is where I tried to angle it up underneath it. I put my feet up against the back and pulled as hard as I could.
Eventually, Elliot confessed and told the police what happened. He explained the details, but the motive for their story changed multiple times. At first, they said that they had planned to kill someone 3 weeks after their wedding. Later on, Miranda's story changed, and she said that the reason she killed someone was because of her daughter. She said that if she murdered someone, her daughter would be taken away and adopted by someone who could give her a better life. Regardless of the story changing, Miranda and Elliot were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Where Miranda killed someone for the fun of it, the same cannot be said for 10-year-old Joey McVeigh.
Who shot your mom? Yeah. Okay, the little boy shot his mom. I have the little boy here down at my house. His mom's up there. He shot his mom with a .22.
On January 2nd, 2011, 911 responders were alerted to a home in Holmes County, Ohio. 10-year-old Joey McVeigh had gone to his neighbor's house to call 911. He told the first responder that he had shot his mom with a .22 caliber rifle. When police arrived at the home, 46-year-old Deborah McVeigh was lying on the floor with a single gunshot wound to the head.
So where did you get the gun from? Your room?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of gun did you have?
22.
A .22? Rifle, handgun, or what?
Nothing.
Police asked Joey questions, and he answered calmly, without missing a beat or a question. He told the police what happened, but they did not understand the motive for the murder. Joey had a 15-year-old sister, Shauna, who claimed to have witnessed what happened. She said that Joey had refused to go and get more firewood for the house when his mom told him to do so. He started arguing with his mother before shooting her in the head. According to Shauna, Joey also pointed the gun at her, but she was able to convince him not to shoot her. What he did after was shocking. After killing his mother, he looked down at her body, smirked, and left the house. When police officers came and interrogated Joey, he told them that the rifle he used to kill his mother was in the room. The police were shocked to find not one, not two, but 6 firearms in Joey's bedroom. There were many more guns around the house because they were a hunting family. According to Deborah's mother, Joey seemed responsible with firearms, so many guns weren't a sign of danger to them. When Joey was brought in by the police, it was soon revealed that Joey didn't understand much of the situation that happened.
I know when I asked you about discipline, you said that you always heard her yelling and screaming at the kids. Did you ever see her strike the kids at all?
Eventually, Joey was able to talk more about his childhood. He showed signs of anger issues and would have episodes where he would get violent but not remember what he did. Before the shooting, Joey's parents had just separated weeks before, and this may have intensified his anger issues. Joey's mother was described as abusive by her ex-husband. Deborah's mom and Joey's sister said that she was more abusive towards Joey than anyone else.
Things are the way they are. Do you feel bad that it happened, that you actually shot her?
Yeah.
Do you think it was worth it, even though you were mad?
No.
Should anyone be shot or die over an argument?
No.
On the day of the murder, Joey had been tired of the mental and emotional abuse. Deborah told her son that she wanted him gone and called him a piece of shit. Joey felt remorseful for his actions because he didn't understand why he had done it. Eventually, Joey was tested to see if he was competent to stand trial. He was not competent. He was diagnosed with depression, anxiety, as well as a learning disability. Ultimately, 10-year-old Joey was sent to a treatment facility where he could grow and learn in peace. A year later, a judge said that Joey was competent to stand trial. He was charged with murder. Prosecutors were in favor of Joey remaining in a juvenile prison until he was an adult. His sister asked the judge to give the harshest sentence possible. She described her brother as a dangerous child who killed his mother because she stood in his way. Joey pleaded guilty to murder, and he was sentenced to a treatment facility till he was 21. Up next, we unravel the chilling tale of Jamie Silvonic, whose twisted plans led to a brutal crime that stunned the nation.
Guilty to killing her mother in 2015, now wants a trial.
Jamie Silvonic joined the long list of female teenagers who helped kill their parents because of a relationship in 2015. Silvonic was 14 years old when she met 20-year-old Caleb Barnes. Jamie had allegedly told Caleb that she was 17. Jamie's mother, 54-year-old Cheryl Silvonic, found out about their relationship and was deeply concerned by it. Jamie was only in 8th grade, and she was bothered by the fact that Caleb was a 21-year-old Army officer. Because she didn't want to cause too many problems and force her daughter into ending the relationship, which could lead to something worse, Cheryl kept trying to persuade her daughter. She kept this on for a while to Jamie's irritation, but her mother kept persisting because they were in an illegal relationship. Jamie became worried that she wouldn't be able to see Caleb again and began plotting to kill her mother with Caleb. On March 15, 2015, Jamie's mother offered to drive Jamie and Caleb to a concert in her car. She did this in an attempt to talk the two of them out of the illegal relationship. While they were on their way back from the concert, Jamie's mother made a stop at a gas station to buy some things. To Cheryl's horror, she came back to the car and saw Jamie and Caleb having sex. In a fit of panic, she entered the car and showed Caleb Jamie's passport and how old she was. She accused Caleb of rape and threatened to have him arrested. All the way home, Jamie was texting Caleb, telling him that it was time to carry out the plot to kill her mother. They got to the driveway of their family home, and Cheryl confronted Caleb for maintaining a relationship with a minor.
Caleb, if she asks about your age, say 16 and a half again, and that the reason you said 20 is you are used to lying about it to fellow soldiers in the Army to avoid harassment. So when you're in stressful scenarios, it just comes out. She needs to go, Caleb, right now. You don't understand. She threatened to throw me out of the house. I want her gone.
At that moment, Caleb strangled Cheryl. She was struggling and banged her hands against the horn repeatedly, fighting for her life. To avoid drawing attention to the noise from the horn, Caleb slashed Cheryl's throat with a knife he had picked out specifically to kill Cheryl. He slashed and stabbed Cheryl Silvonic in the neck 5 times. Even though Cheryl begged for her life, her daughter watched as Caleb killed her. After all, she had told Caleb to kill her mother because she didn't want the relationship to end. After the killing, Barnes and Jamie Silvonic drove to a Walmart to get supplies and return to the house. Cheryl Silvonic's body was then driven to a rural area in South Whitehall Township and set on fire. Barnes and Jamie then dumped the blood-stained car in a nearby pond before walking back to the Silvonic home, where they went to Jamie's room. Police were alerted to a burning body and the sinking car. It didn't take long for forensics to identify Cheryl Sylvanic's body. Hours later, evidence pointed to Jamie and Caleb. They were arrested in the home and taken into custody. Jamie became the first minor to be charged as an adult. Jamie was charged with first-degree murder, criminal conspiracy, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. In court, a session that was not allowed to be recorded by the media, Jamie apologized for her actions, saying she was a monster and what she did was wrong. She told the judge that she was not forced into doing anything. She said, "I did it myself. No one made me do it. I wasn't under the influence of anyone, or any drug, or under anything but my own selfishness." Ultimately, Jamie was sentenced to 35 years to life in prison. Barnes, on the other hand, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Jamie plotted to kill her mother, but didn't deliver the killing blow. How does it compare to Natasha Ellis, who was the actual murderer?
I want you to know I'm sorry for everything that happened to you and your family. I'm sorry for the attack on you.
The case of Natasha Ellis was treated with delicate attention in the media because of the nature of the case. Natasha was 15 years old when she helped a younger friend, who was 13, kill her family members. On May 23, 2019, Ellis went into the home of her friend, who remained unnamed, and attacked her family. The friend's mother, Lee A. Moore, 36, died in the attack. The younger girl's father, Paul Greer, and then 17-year-old brother were also hurt but survived. She had stabbed Lee A. Moore to death. Paul Greer sustained stab wounds to his arms and had to wear bandages for more than a year. Ellis's friend had told her what to do and provided the weapons to kill her family. Evidence revealed that the two of them were in communication up to the time when the murder and attempted murder happened. Ellis and her friend were taken into custody and charged. Ellis was tried as an adult and charged with murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, and felonious murder. No motive was given for the attack, so 7 months later, Ellis pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. She was deemed fit to stand trial and was eventually sentenced. During her sentencing, Ellis cried as she apologized to her victims for the trauma she caused them. She claimed that she never wanted anyone to get hurt. Ultimately, Natasha Ellis was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. She also had to serve at least 22 years of her sentence before she'll be eligible for parole. Natasha Ellis's crime was horrifying, but the next case is even more chilling. Scarlett Jenkinson and Eddie Radcliffe, a pair whose twisted actions led to a brutal and senseless murder.
You are under arrest on suspicion of murder. Obviously you are under caution, so anything you say is getting recorded.
Okay. What if maybe a suspect is because I was the last person seen that were
And at Brianna's school, her head teachers said they would do their utmost for pupils at what she called a difficult and distressing time.
15-year-old Scarlett Jenkinson arrived at Birchwood High School in Warrington, England. At first glance, Scarlett appeared to be quiet and polite, but unbeknownst to most of her classmates, she had a dark history that would soon come to light. During the fall term of 2022, Scarlett found herself embroiled in controversy at her former school. Allegations emerged that she had brought cannabis edibles onto the playground, resulting in a child being hospitalized. Despite initial denials, the evidence against her was overwhelming, and she was soon expelled from her previous institution. Hoping for a fresh start, Scarlett transferred to Birchwood High School. Initially, she seemed a model student, performing well academically and maintaining a positive attitude. However, cracks began to appear, and it soon became apparent that Scarlett's attendance was slipping. As a result, the decision was made to send her back to her old school.
Brianna was 16 when she died. The court heard that although she was born male, she was living, dressing, and referring to herself as female. The girl who killed Brianna was fascinated by her.
At Birchwood, Scarlett met a 16-year-old girl named Brianna Gay. Brianna was a remarkable person who had come out as transgender when she was in 8th grade. She had bravely embraced her identity, wearing pants instead of the uniform skirt and experimenting with wigs, before eventually transitioning to hair extensions and hormone treatment. As a trans girl, Brianna exuded confidence and pride and gained a significant following on TikTok.
Brianna, who suffered from anxiety, had texted her mother, "I'm on the bus by myself and I'm scared," as it was not a thing she would normally have done alone. "Well, that's well good," Miss Jai replied, proud that her daughter had got out of the house to socialize.
Even though Brianna received negative comments from certain people, Brianna remained strong and resilient. She found solace in her followers, who supported her and celebrated her authenticity. Despite the acceptance of her gender identity by peers at her high school, Brianna faced challenges with her mental health and a diagnosed eating disorder. The COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated her difficulties, leaving her feeling isolated and alone. Brianna's mother described her as vulnerable, making her the perfect target for Scarlett Jenkinson. Due to Brianna's diagnosed learning disabilities, she had personalized lessons in Birchwood's inclusion room. It was in this room that Brianna and Scarlett initially connected. They shared a common bond, as they were ostracized by their peers and sought solace in each other's company. Over time, Brianna and Scarlett started spending their free time together. They would occasionally meet after school. However, Scarlett had a reason for befriending Brianna. Scarlett's true intentions were sinister. She had devised a plan to kill Brianna, and she needed an accomplice to carry out her disturbing scheme. Enter Eddie Ratcliffe, a 15-year-old boy who had known Scarlett since they first met in the 7th grade. Scarlett saw an opportunity to manipulate Eddie and recruit him into her deadly plot. She knew that Eddie's impressionable nature and lack of judgment made him the perfect pawn in her twisted game.
When Brianna Jai left home on February the 11th, it was to be for the last time.
Fast forward to February 11th, 2023, and the plan was implemented. Scarlett spent hours convincing Brianna to meet her and Eddie at Colchith Linear Park in Warrington. Brianna, unsuspecting, agreed. As the clock struck 2 p.m., Scarlett and Eddie met Brianna at a bus stop on Warrington Road. The unsuspecting victim thought they were simply meeting up and spending time together. With Brianna in tow, Scarlett and Eddie led her into the secluded confines of the park. Scarlett and Eddie sprang into action as they reached a secluded park area. They ambushed Brianna, trapping her in a vulnerable position. With brutal force, they unleashed a relentless assault on her, leaving no room for escape or defense.
A 15-year-old boy and girl remain in custody. Brianna was transgender. Police say they have no evidence to suggest her death was hate-related.
Suddenly, a dog walker stumbled upon the scene. The stranger's sudden appearance caught Scarlett and Eddie off guard, causing them to panic and flee the scene. Panic and fear consumed them as they realized their plans had been disrupted.
It laid out how she'd be led to Linear Park in Colchith in Warrington and what would happen when they got there. It was, the prosecution said, exactly what ultimately did happen.
Seeing something was wrong, the dog walker called the police at 3:13 p.m. Within minutes, officers were dispatched to the park to investigate. Upon their arrival, it became evident that Brianna had been subjected to a brutal assault. Paramedics arrived on the scene, desperately working to save her. However, their efforts were in vain. By 4:02 p.m., Brianna was pronounced dead.
In the days that followed Brianna's death, dozens of vigils were held across the country in her memory. A teenager who thought she was just going to the park for the afternoon.
According to her autopsy, Brianna had over 25 stab wounds concentrated on her neck, chest, and back. After witnesses came forward, the prime suspects quickly became Scarlett Jenkinson and Eddie Ratcliffe. Scarlett and Eddie were arrested and charged with Brianna's murder. To gather more evidence, searches were conducted in the homes of Scarlett and Eddie. The police seized their electronic devices, including Scarlett's phone and computer. When forensic experts downloaded the contents of Scarlett's phone and computer, a shocking revelation came to light. Scarlett harbored an unsettling obsession with murder and all things macabre.
Planned to kill Brianna 2 weeks earlier, when the girl messaged the boy to say she's agreed to come to Colchith tomorrow. The boy replied, "So I bring my knife?" The girl said yes. Is it definitely sharp enough, by the way?
The investigators discovered a handwritten note in Scarlett's bedroom that detailed her and Eddie's plan to kill Brianna. During their investigation, the detectives stumbled upon a series of text messages between Scarlett and Eddie. Through these messages, they learned that the two teams had attempted to murder Brianna earlier in the year. Scarlett confessed that she had given Brianna ibuprofen, which made her very sick but did not kill her.
In Scarlett's case, the aggravating features are significant and would have led to a substantial uplift to the starting point, but for the mitigation, particularly that relating to maturity and mental disorder.
After a 4-week trial on December 20th, 2023, Scarlett and Eddie were found guilty of murder. Scarlett was sentenced to serve a minimum of 22 years in prison, while Eddie received a term of 20 years. The judge labeled the killing as exceptionally brutal and accused Scarlett of displaying elements of sadism and transphobic hate. Detective Inspector Nigel Parr, who worked on the case, shared his thoughts on Scarlett and Eddie's lack of remorse.
When she was alone in that park with someone that she called her friend will haunt me forever. Prior to the trial, I had moments where I felt sorry for the defendants.
Scarlett's family expressed gratitude for Brianna's mother's selflessness and empathy throughout the ordeal. They acknowledged the unimaginable pain she had endured, sharing that their last year had been beyond their worst nightmare. During an inquest into Brianna's murder, Eddie's mother spoke to defend her son, stating that he was a good child with good morals and a loving, caring family supporting him. She emphasized that he was highly intelligent, well-behaved, and on track to apply to Oxford. Our next case involves Cyntoia Brown and exposes the devastating consequences of trauma and systemic failures in our justice system.
Cameras were rolling as she described cutthroat to a psychiatrist.
I remember one time, the first time he did something to me is when he choked me and I passed out because he said I thought he was a joke.
Tests would show Brown was on the fetal alcohol spectrum, a disorder that impacts the brain and behavior.
Cyntoia Brown was born to a mother struggling with drug addiction and faced a difficult journey from the start. Her mother, unable to care for her, made the difficult decision to give her up for adoption. She was adopted by loving parents.
What else did he do to you?
He talked real bad to me and jacked me. He pulled me by my hair and dragged me and stuff. He put guns up me, got me a strap and stuff like that, getting that out of other people.
Unfortunately, Cyntoia's life was not without its challenges. As a young teen, she made a series of bad choices, leading to her being handed over to the custody of the Department of Children and Family Services. Cyntoia's determination to escape her circumstances led her to run away, leaving her homeless on the streets of Nashville.
C granted Berman access to the then teenager all the way through her criminal trial.
During her tumultuous time on the streets, Cyntoia encountered a ruthless predator. This individual, taking advantage of her vulnerability, started to traffic her. On August 6, 2004, Cyntoia's fateful encounter with Johnny Allen, a 43-year-old real estate agent and Sunday school teacher, would change her life forever.
I think he's gonna hit me or do something like that, but then he rolls over and reaches, like he's reaching to the side of the bed or something, so I'm thinking, now he's not finna hit me, he's finna get a gun.
And what did you do at that time?
I just grabbed the gun and I shot him.
Cyntoia claims she agreed to engage in intercourse with Johnny for $150, but according to her testimony, the deed never happened. At some point, she thought Johnny was reaching for his weapon. Terrified, Cyntoia reached for the gun Johnny had hidden in his nightstand and shot him in the back of the head, killing him instantly. Panic-stricken, Cyntoia stole $172 from Johnny, as well as 2 guns. She then fled the scene in his truck. Despite Cyntoia's young age, the courts decided to try her as an adult, which sparked debate. The Metro Juvenile Court judge justified their decision by saying it was too great a risk to the community to keep Cyntoia in the juvenile system. Cyntoia alleged she killed Johnny in self-defense. She said Johnny had intimidated her by standing over her while she was in his bed. However, the prosecution argued that when Johnny was found, he was in a sleeping pose, casting doubt on her self-defense claim. They alleged that Cyntoia killed Johnny as he slept in bed to rob him. During Cyntoia's trial, 3 inmates who had spent time with her in prison testified that Cyntoia confessed to killing Johnny Allen. These inmates claimed that Cyntoia admitted the murder and even expressed satisfaction in taking another human being's life. Another inmate came forward with a letter allegedly written by Cyntoia. In the letter, Cyntoia supposedly admitted to lying to the police about certain aspects of the case. She allegedly stated that everything she had told police was true, except for one crucial detail: her belief that Johnny was reaching for a gun. To further complicate matters, a forensic document expert testified in his opinion regarding the letter. He stated that the note written by Cyntoia appeared to be authentic and consistent with her handwriting. This revelation left the jury questioning the credibility of Cyntoia's statements.
60 years behind bars. Even with good behavior, Brown would have to serve at least 51 years before any chance of parole.
Yeah, it's over with now.
Cyntoia's defense argued that Johnny had planned to sexually assault Cyntoia if she did not kill him in self-defense. They presented witnesses who testified that Johnny had a dark side and had previously engaged in inappropriate behavior towards women. One witness claimed that Johnny took her to his home, kissed her against her will, and when she told him she didn't want to be intimate, he assaulted her.
Allen's murder, Brown was eventually charged, tried, and convicted as an adult.
Guilty, first-degree murder.
The jury ultimately found Cyntoia guilty of first-degree murder, felony murder, and aggravated robbery, leading to her receiving a life sentence. This sentence was particularly shocking, considering Cyntoia's age at her conviction. In 2018, the Tennessee Board of Parole held a hearing on Cyntoia's clemency petition. This hearing allowed witnesses who knew Cyntoia to testify on her behalf.
I just wanted to say thank you. I know a lot of people get to see you, but I have prayed for a very long time.
Cyntoia's hearing took place on May 28, 2018, with Cyntoia's fate hanging in the balance. After months of deliberation, on January 7, 2019, Centoya's sentence of life in prison was commuted to 15 years plus 10 years of supervised parole. This significant decision marked a turning point in Centoya's life, offering her a chance at rehabilitation and reintegration into society. The judge presiding over the case stated that transformation should be accompanied by hope, echoing the importance of second chances and the potential for redemption. Johnny's family, devastated by the loss of their son, strongly disagreed with the decision to allow Centoya to walk free. They believed that justice had not been served and that her life sentence should have been upheld. The officers involved in the case shared the same sentiment, believing that Centoya's release was a miscarriage of justice.
She is someone that has completely rehabilitated herself.
The president granted Johnson's pardon, saying those who pay their debt to society and better themselves in prison deserve a second chance.
Since her release, Centoya Brown has become a prominent figure, using her voice to raise awareness about domestic minor sex trafficking and the criminal justice system's treatment of young offenders. She has been the featured keynote speaker for different groups nationwide, captivating audiences with her story of survival and resilience. As we turn from the chilling case of Centoya Brown, prepare to meet Amber Wright.
Family showed baby pictures of Seth. Kyle Hooper himself took the stand.
15-year-old Seth Jackson lived in Bellevue, Florida, and dated 15-year-old Amber Wright for 3 months. However, unbeknownst to Seth, Amber had also been seeing 18-year-old Michael Bargo. This love triangle created intense jealousy and resentment, becoming a full-blown toxic dynamic between Seth and Amber. In March 2011, Seth and Amber decided to end their relationship. However, since this was the age of social media, Facebook played a crucial role in the aftermath. Both Seth and Amber took shots at one another, exchanging insults and fueling the flames of their broken relationship.
And then Amber Wright started dating Michael Bargo.
When Amber was with Michael, she would lie and tell him that Seth had harmed her. This false information enraged Michael, and on one particular day, he confronted Seth in their yard, threatening him with, "I have a bullet with your name on it."
And Michael Bargo started talking about, we need to kill Seth Jackson. Nobody likes him. We need to kill him.
On April 17, 2011, Michael approached Amber's brother, 16-year-old Kyle Hooper, and told him that they needed to kill Seth Jackson. Michael then recruited 20-year-old Justin Soto and 18-year-old Charlie Ely to assist him in the murder plot.
He was shot once, but he got out and he made it almost to the road.
That night, Amber reached out to Seth, urging him to meet her at Charlie's house. Seth, sensing a trap, hesitated at first, but Amber reassured him that they just wanted to discuss the possibility of getting back together. Eventually, Seth relented. When he arrived, he was immediately attacked by Kyle, who struck him on the head with a wooden object. Amber and Charlie watched from the sidelines as Michael emerged armed, aiming a .22 caliber gun at Seth. In a shocking turn of events, Michael opened fire, wounding Seth. Despite suffering injuries, Seth managed to escape the confines of the trailer and reach safety outside. However, Justin tackled him. Still armed with his gun, Michael pursued Seth and shot him again. Weak and disoriented, Seth managed to reach safety outside Charlie's trailer. However, Justin and Michael promptly brought him back inside, restraining him in the bathtub. Michael continued to shoot at Seth, aiming for his face, eventually killing him.
They burned the body, and to me what made it atrocious is that they sat out there and basically treated it as if a bonfire was a party. All of them sat outside.
Michael and Justin took Seth's lifeless body and put it in a sleeping bag, and then threw it into a fire. They watched as flames consumed the body, eventually erasing any trace of their crimes. The group used bleach to clean the crime scene and shoveled the remains from the fire into 3 buckets. Amber Wright and Kyle Hooper's mother's boyfriend played a crucial role in covering up the crime, taking the buckets of Seth's remains and transporting them to a rock quarry in Ocala, Florida.
Maybe people are gonna fucking hate us for this. People that don't even know us are gonna be looking for us if we get out of this.
Why?
There's a fucking 15-year-old kid murdered.
After Seth's disappearance made the news, Kyle Hooper confessed to the murder, realizing the severity of the situation. Despite initially feigning ignorance, the 3 accomplices, when alone in the interrogation room, made incriminating statements that led detectives to the conclusion that they all played a significant role in what happened.
I have Mom in here while you talk to me about it. That's okay with you? Okay. Okay, Seth comes to the house.
Seth knocked on the door and Charlie answered it, and she was like, well, what do you want?
Everyone involved in Seth's murder was subsequently arrested, with Michael Bargo being sentenced to death. Amber, her brother Kyle, Charlie Ely, and Justin Soto were sentenced to life in prison. Amber's mother's boyfriend pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact, acknowledging his role in the cover-up. Amber was retried for Seth's murder in 2016 after an appellate court raised questions about the timing of her Miranda rights during the initial trial. Despite the guilty verdict, there was hope for a lighter sentence due to a technicality. However, the judge ultimately decided that Amber would continue to serve a life sentence, with the possibility of review in 25 years. Throughout the trial, Amber's family and prison ministry spoke glowingly about her personal growth and transformation since being behind bars. Amber herself addressed the judge, expressing her guilt and remorse for her actions. She assured the court that she was committed to becoming a better person.
Our lives will never be the same, as we will never see our son grow up or have children.
The events leading to the death of Seth Jackson were described as nothing short of despicable by the judge. Amber's actions left a lasting impact on Seth's family, and their pain was evident when they addressed Amber directly. Sonia Jackson, Seth's mother, expressed her hope that Amber would experience a lifetime of guilt, knowing that she had caused so much pain. Next, Julia Egler, a troubled teen, embarked on a deadly rampage, claiming the lives of her own mother and her boyfriend.
What could be the motive behind what is truly a brutal, premeditated crime? It's kind of hard to comprehend why a daughter would kill her own mother, but what makes it even more confusing and disturbing is the disconnect.
In July 2024, a shocking incident unfolded when 16-year-old Julia Egler called 911 to report an intruder breaking into her home. The dispatcher quickly sprang into action, attempting to gather as much information as possible. Julia described the alleged intruder as normal height,
telling police it was that intruder who shot the teen's mother, 42-year-old Kelly McCollum, and McCollum's boyfriend, 22-year-old Matthew Zenrock, before eventually changing the story under pressure from detectives.
As the situation escalated, Julia revealed a shocking turn of events. The intruder, she discovered, had gained entry by using a hammer in their backyard. Julia said she acted swiftly, grabbing the dogs and taking them to her room. However, as time went on, Julia started to panic. She informed the dispatcher that her mother, Kelly McCollum, and her mother's boyfriend, Matthew Zenrock, had been out shopping, and she anxiously awaited their return.
I had to make a 911 operator believe someone had just broken into her house. In reality, Palm Bay police say 16-year-old Julia Egler had just brutally murdered her mother and her mother's boyfriend.
Minutes later, police officers arrived to find the horrifying scene. Kelly and Matthew lay lifeless, covered in blood. The detectives began their investigation, meticulously piecing together the clues leading them closer to the truth. One name stood out as the investigation progressed: Kelly's teen daughter, Julia.
Palm Bay were victims of a horrible crime. 38-year-old Kelly McCollum and 22-year-old Matthew Zenrock were found dead by police just after midnight on July 7th.
The detectives quickly identified Julia as a potential suspect, and the evidence seemed to point in her direction. One of the turning points in the case came when investigators found a bloody shoe print impression that matched a pair that Julia owned. This discovery raised suspicions and cast doubt on her initial claim that an intruder was responsible. As the investigators examined the CCTV footage from the house's security cameras, they saw that the footage showed no intruder entering the house after Kelly and Matthew arrived home that night. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Julia finally confessed to the murders of her mother and her boyfriend. Julia explained that she had an issue with her mother dating Matthew, and she had decided to take action. On the day of the murders, Julia devised a plan to take her mother's gun and a knife from the kitchen. She then waited for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Greeting the couple with, "Welcome home," with the gun in the teen's hand and the knife in the teen's right pants pocket.
When her mother and Matthew arrived home, Julia eagerly awaited her moment. Julia unleashed her pent-up anger as her mother and Matthew opened the door. She shouted, "Welcome home," before shooting her mother several times. However, Julia's rage was far from sated. She turned her attention to Matthew, firing several shots in his direction. Matthew, terrified for his life, begged her to stop. Julia followed him into the bathroom, armed with a knife. She relentlessly stabbed him after the gun ran out of ammo. As time went on, Matthew's condition deteriorated. He begged Julia to take him out of his misery. Julia obliged. She walked into her mother's bedroom, loaded another round into the gun, and returned to the bathroom with the weapon in her hand. In the bathroom, Matthew lay helpless and weak. Julia, still consumed by her rage, pulled the trigger, delivering a final, devastating blow. A gunshot rang out, killing Matthew instantly. Julia was indicted by a grand jury and arraigned on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Julia's case is complex. A public defender currently represents her and has yet to enter a plea. Her future remains uncertain as she awaits the court's verdict. Another crucial factor impacting her sentence is that she will be tried as an adult.
And there have been apparently disagreements about Egler's decision to change genders.
One key difference between Florida's juvenile and adult justice systems is the focus on rehabilitation rather than punishment. Juvenile courts aim to address the specific needs and circumstances of the juvenile offender, considering factors such as age, maturity, and potential for rehabilitation. This allows the court to consider alternative sentencing options, such as probation or community service, rather than incarceration. Julia Egler's tragic crime was haunting, but the next case is just as disturbing. Lionel Tate, a young boy whose brutal actions at just 12 years old left everyone in disbelief. Our first case comes from Florida. In 2001, Lionel Alexander Tate found himself at the center of a tragic incident that changed his entire life in the worst way possible. At the young age of 14, Lionel received a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the death of 6-year-old Tiffany Unick, a case that made him the youngest person in the United States to be handed such a sentence. The incident unfolded on July 28, 1999, in Pembroke Park, Florida, when Lionel's mother, Kathleen Grossett Tate, was babysitting 6-year-old Tiffany Unick for the evening. Lionel, then 12, and Tiffany were watching TV after dinner when Kathleen went upstairs, unaware of what would happen next. Around 10:40 p.m., Lionel approached his mother, claiming Tiffany wasn't breathing. Lionel, weighing 170 pounds, claimed he was play wrestling with the 48-pound Tiffany and that an accident happened.
Tiffany's death could not have been a wrestling accident.
This little girl suffered over 35 injuries to her body.
But the prosecution would later paint a much darker picture. They cited 35 injuries, including a cracked skull, broken rib, lacerated liver, and hemorrhaged kidneys. According to the prosecution, these injuries are comparable to those one might sustain from falling off a 3-story building. Lionel was tried as an adult for first-degree murder despite the absence of perceived intent or premeditation. The prosecution proposed a plea deal, second-degree murder with a 3-year prison term and 10 years of probation. But Lionel chose to face the trial. The legal consequences were severe, as the judge sentenced Lionel Tate to life imprisonment. In delivering the sentence, the judge emphasized that Lionel Tate's actions were not the playful acts of a child, but rather cold, callous, and indescribably cruel.
Joel Lazarus might find a legal loophole and hand down a lighter sentence. That was not to be the case. Incarceration for your natural life. The now 14-year-old Lionel Tate was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
At an age when he was supposed to be playing with his friends and learning about life, then 14-year-old Lionel Tate was convinced of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole on March 9, 2001. As he was being sentenced, he sat there with empty eyes, perhaps still unaware that his life was over before it even began. Following Lionel Tate's conviction, the prosecution openly sided with Tate's plea for leniency in sentencing and even offered assistance in his appeal. This unusual collaboration drew criticism from the trial judge, who accused the prosecution of compromising the integrity of the legal system. The judge pointed out that if the prosecution believed life imprisonment was not warranted, they should not have pursued a first-degree murder charge in the first place. In January 2004, a state appeals court decided to overturn Tate's conviction on the grounds that his mental competency had not been sufficiently evaluated before the trial. This development led Tate to reconsider the same plea deal he had initially rejected. As a result, he was released on 1 year's house arrest and placed on 10 years probation. But Tate's troubles with the law were not over. On May 25, 2005, he was charged with armed burglary and battery, armed robbery, and violation of probation. The incident unfolded when Tate threatened Domino's pizza delivery man Walter Ernest Gallardo with a handgun outside a friend's apartment after placing an order. Gallardo, fearing for his safety, dropped the pizzas and fled the scene. Tate then re-entered the apartment and attacked an occupant who did not want him inside. Gallardo quickly called 911 upon reaching the Domino's store and returned to identify Tate, though no firearm was found. On March 1, 2006, Tate accepted a plea bargain, admitting to violating probation by carrying a firearm during the robbery. Despite withdrawing his guilty plea for robbery, he was sentenced to 30 years in prison on May 18, 2006 for violating probation. Florida's 4th District Court of Appeal upheld this sentence on October 24, 2007. On February 19, 2008, Tate entered a no-contest plea for the robbery charge and received a sentence of 10 years in state prison. He's currently being held in the Charlotte Correctional Institution, serving his remaining sentence. Our next case is a roller coaster you won't see coming. Lionel Tate's crime at such a young age was chilling, but the next case is just as dark. Nicholas Lindsay, a teenager whose violent actions were fueled by anger and a desire for revenge. We're moving on with a case again from Florida. On February 21, 2011, near Tropicana Field in Florida, 46-year-old police officer David Crawford responded to a 911 call about a suspicious individual. The caller reported a man holding a brick in a backyard, who then jumped a fence, raising concerns for a potential burglary. Upon arriving at the scene, Officer Crawford spotted the individual and left his vehicle. At 10:37 p.m., Officer Donald J. Ziegler observed and reported an exchange of gunfire. Officer Ziegler then discovered Officer Crawford lying near his cruiser, having sustained multiple close-range gunshot wounds while reaching for a notepad. The assailant fled the scene, and there began a large-scale manhunt involving over 200 officers from various agencies across Tampa Bay. The search came to an end on February 22, 2011, as community tips led police to 16-year-old Nicholas Lindsay. At first, he gave conflicting statements and claimed he was innocent despite the evidence. Then, his family was brought in. Lindsay's mother, Deneen Sweet, encouraged her son to be honest as she stood by him along with his father. A police chief said Lindsay eventually broke down and confessed to discarding the firearm in a nearby creek. Despite attending school on the day of the shooting, Lindsay's educational record is marked by a concerning pattern of absenteeism, having missed 40 days during the school year. Gibbs High School's former principal, Kevin Gordon, had discussions with Lindsay about his class attendance. Both Gordon and a teacher acknowledged that, in their interactions, Lindsay consistently complied with authority. Karen Morse, one of Lindsay's teachers, described him as a typical teenager who sought attention from teachers to do his best academically. But Lindsay's behavior outside the school presented a different character. His Facebook page indicated an affiliation with a gang. On March 7, 2011, he faced an indictment by a grand jury on a first-degree murder charge, setting the stage for a legal process that would change the rest of his life. On March 23, 2012, Nicholas Lindsay was convicted for Officer Crawford's murder and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. But the legal landscape shifted for him with the introduction of a new sentencing law, which held that the maximum sentence could only be life with a review after 25 years. In October 2013, this law played a role in upholding Nicholas Lindsay's life sentence after an appeal. On January 20, 2017, Lindsay's attorneys sought a reduction of his sentence to 40 years. But just a week after, Lindsay received yet another life sentence. But this time, Lindsay wasn't listening to the judge in silence. He was actually grinning, the least expected move that could ever be pulled by an individual who just received a staggering life sentence, twice. The judge claimed that the sentence would undergo a review in 2036, which would mark 25 years served. As of right now, Nicholas Lindsay remains incarcerated in the Blackwater River Correctional Facility and looks like he won't be getting out anytime soon. Now, we've saved the best one for last. Nicholas Lindsay's violent actions were shocking, but the next case is equally tragic. Dante Wright, a young man whose life was cut short by a tragic encounter with law enforcement. In 2016, Jordan Klee lived in Ann Arbor with his mother, Karen. Having lost his father just 4 months after the birth, Jordan never had the opportunity to meet him, but he found a strong father figure in his grandfather, who played a crucial role in shaping Jordan's character and skills. Despite being a widow, Karen worked tirelessly to provide her son with the best possible life. Jordan ended up as a remarkably athletic and sporty guy, especially in biking and skiing. He also became one of the top players at his school in football. Alongside his athletic achievements, Jordan was also thriving academically with high grades and various school activities. But Jordan Klee's promising future was cut short on October 4th, 2016, just as he was expecting his high school graduation and looking forward to attending Michigan University. He had dreams of joining the university's football team, but these dreams were quickly shattered. Around 3 p.m. on that day, a maintenance worker on duty at Pine Lake Village made a grim discovery. While working inside the building, he went outside and found a young man lying still on the ground. He also observed a pool of blood surrounding the victim's head and identified a single gunshot wound to the middle of his forehead. The case was ruled a homicide, and it wasn't too long before the perpetrator got caught. It was 17-year-old Dante Wright. On March 5th, the courtroom atmosphere became heavy with emotion as Dante Wright openly admitted to his involvement along with 2 other friends, in an attempted gunpoint robbery of 18-year-old Jordan Klee. According to the prosecution, the boys were affiliated with a gang. On this emotional day in court, Jordan Klee's family took the stand to share the pain and overwhelming loss she had experienced since the murder of their beloved Jordan. Her mother was struggling to hold back tears as she kept being strong for her family and for the memory of Jordan. To this heartfelt moment, Dante Wright decided to react with a grin on his face, almost as if he had 0 regrets. His seemingly indifferent behavior shocked everyone in that courtroom that day, including the judge. As Wright took the stand, he seemed like he genuinely believed that he was going to get away with it.
I just want to tell y'all, I'll be home soon, or I'll be Keon. I love my family.
That, of course, made it all worse. Despite Wright having already pleaded guilty to the murder of Jordan Klee, Judge Swartz decided to reconsider the initial plea deal given the teen's behavior in court. Wright's smirk only faded when the judge sentenced Wright for the second-degree murder of 23 to 50 years. Dante Wright's defense lawyer, David Goldstein, attempted to offer an explanation for his client's disturbing behavior in court. Goldstein argued that Wright was only 17 years old and that he grinned because he was afraid, not because he was proud of what he did. But the judge obviously wasn't convinced. The trial surrounding Jordan Klee's murder was a challenging and emotional process for all involved, but it played a very important role in bringing closure to Klee's family and making sure that justice was served. Some sentences leave the courtroom in shock, but the ones you've just seen are only the tip of the iceberg. The next video on screen is even more mind-blowing. Watch now and see the most shocking cases unfold.